alive, look alive. Came up on this side, now they on the other side.
Over the past 3 years, I've created 144 videos teaching you guys exactly how to make money online. And I can confidently say that none of those videos even come close to the amount of value in this video. For the past 8 months, I've used an immense amount of time and resources to put together this video, all meticulously handcrafted to make this the ultimate step-by-step playbook for young entrepreneurs to make money online. And you guys will see the amount of production value that has gone into this video is unlike anything you've ever seen in the space. So without further ado, here's every single skill and piece of information that has made me $5 million by the age of 22. So buckle up, because these next 8.5 hours will change your life.
Excuse me, how much is in your bank account?
3 mil.
broken this video down into 5 chapters. The first 2 chapters are all about making money online. First, I'll take you through by far the most detailed and step-by-step dropshipping guide on YouTube to date. What separates this guide from all my other ones is that I'm going to go into extreme detail and go over literally every step. This is also not just all my knowledge, but 5 other multi-millionaire dropshippers' knowledge to make sure absolutely nothing gets left out. And after that, we'll move to the exact same thing, but for the agency model. Another online money avenue that is super simple and great for beginners. Then I'll teach you everything that I know about networking, cultivating the right mindset, and managing money. This stuff is a lot more important than people realize. I've learned a ton of valuable lessons and practices, not only from first-hand experiences, but also from other successful entrepreneurs around me. Since all of this has played such an important role in the explosion of my growth, this is a section you do not want to miss. In the 4th section, I'll discuss personal branding and content creation. In full transparency, in the beginning, I made a lot of my money from dropshipping and the agency model, but nowadays, a lot of my income comes from videos just like this one. And that's why I can give away so much information for free, because YouTube pays me in the form of ad revenue. Finally, we'll dive into lifestyle. This chapter basically focuses on how to optimize your entire life. Relationships, fitness, mindset, and everything that goes into optimizing your life around you, not just business. This is arguably the most important section because it's extremely hard to make money if your life's a mess. Now, I know you're looking at the timestamp of this video and you're thinking it's a really long time, but let me ask you this. What if I told you that if you watched this entire video, I would personally be writing you a check for $1 million. Doesn't seem that long anymore, does it? In fact, you'd probably just grind this out like a Mr. Beast challenge video. Well, unfortunately, I'm not really rich enough yet to write each of you $1 million check. I've done everything in my power to make this the most informative content so that you can get there yourself. If you still believe that this is too much of a time commitment to invest in a better life for yourself, then let me ask you this. What are your goals? How are you currently spending your precious time? Do you want to retire your parents? Take your friends on unforgettable vacations? Well, if that's what you want, the time to act is now. So let's get started. All right, so just before we start the video, guys, I've never ever done something like this before, but I already spent over $60,000 on creating this entire video for you. I figured what's another $40,000 to give you guys in prizes. So the first thing we have up here on the table is a Rolex. Now, originally I was gonna do all cash, but then my rep at Rolex here at the Dubai Mall called me and said they have something very special for me on the floor. So I figured it was the perfect thing to give to you guys. Let's go ahead and open it up right now. Look at that, guys. So we got the chocolate dial and we got the Jubilee strap on there. I think this is an absolutely gorgeous piece. When I was picking it up, I was like, damn, like I kind of just want this for myself. And it's super, super lucky to get a piece like this on the floor because the chocolate dial is really sought after for the Datejust. So it's a really hard piece to just come by and pick up. So one of you guys is gonna win this lucky piece right here. You'll also be flying out to meet me in person for the day so I can hand you the watch. We'll make tons of cool content on it and it'll be a great day. And on top of that, I'm gonna be giving away $20,000 in cold hard cash. The way we're gonna split this up is we're gonna have 20 different winners, each winning $1,000. But you see, I don't wanna give away this crazy amount of cash and this Rolex to just anybody. I want people who are serious about starting entrepreneurship and are gonna use this video as the catalyst to change their life. So now let me read the rules of the giveaway to you. You have to do 3 things. Number 1, of course, like, comment, subscribe, and share this video to at least 3 friends to help your boy reach and impact a lot more people. Number 2, watch this video the entire way through. Now this one's super important because somewhere in this video, I'm gonna be revealing a secret word that you guys are gonna need to enter the giveaway. And don't worry, it's not gonna be too hard. I know this is a very long video, so I'm gonna straight up say, this is the word. But it'll be hidden at some point in the video, so you're gonna have to watch the entire video through. And number 3, I have the giveaway running live on my Instagram right now. So my Instagram is where I'm gonna be posting the winners as well. It's super important that you go to my Instagram, follow me, and interact with the giveaway post that I made on my profile. Now I know this will take you a few minutes to enter, but the good news is that it filters out all the people who don't care about winning something like this or up to $20,000 in cash or who aren't serious. So I'd imagine that even if this video gets hundreds of thousands of views, there'll actually only be a very small percentage of you that watch the entire video through, that get the secret word, DM it to me on Instagram, and also follow all the other rules to be entered. So without any further ado, good luck, and let's get straight into the video. All right, everybody, welcome to the first official module of the Gen Z Millionaires Playbook. And this full course that I'm about to present to you is on Shopify dropshipping. Now, dropshipping is very near and dear to me as it is the business model that made me a millionaire. A business model that took me from a broke college student to a multi-millionaire, traveling around the world, living my dream life, buying my dream cars, going on vacations literally every month, and getting everything that I've ever wanted out of this life. Now, you see, I started dropshipping way back when I was just 18 years old. And I started testing product after product. And to be honest, way back in that time, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have this kind of information in front of me. I was just diving in head first, testing product after product and getting slapped right back down over and over again. If a guide like this existed for free on YouTube back when I started, it would have accelerated my progress 100x, and I would probably be so much farther ahead in my entrepreneurial journey than I am currently now. Now, with that being said, this is the best opportunity for you guys to learn business model that made myself and countless others around the world at any age extremely wealthy. The dropshipping market in 2024 was estimated to be worth around $370 billion. And moving into 2025, it's expected to go up to around $480 billion. Dropshipping is not only here to stay, but it's growing and it's booming more than ever before. And now is quite literally the best time to get involved, especially with something like this delivered to you guys on YouTube for 100% free. Without any further ado, let's just get straight into it. So the table of contents for how this module is going to work is first, we're going to have an intro to e-com. So those of you who already know what e-com and dropshipping is can just skip a little bit farther ahead. Then we're going to get into product research, advertising and marketing, an organic guide, so how to make sales with dropshipping without spending any money at all. Then we're going to move into copywriting, website creation, and then eventually creating systems and building teams so that you can automate and scale. Then we'll talk about creating viral ads for your business, affiliate marketing, influencer marketing, scaling at a higher level, fulfillment at a higher level, and then ultimately exiting. So if you plan on building a brand and selling it in a couple years for a large multi-seven-figure payout. So first up, intro to e-commerce. How does dropshipping work? Who is dropshipping for? Why most people fail, and why you need the right mindset. So dropshipping is simply a retail arbitrage model. All we are doing here is connecting customers with a supplier and selling the product at a markup. Think of it like Expedia, Airbnb, or Uber, where all you're doing is connecting a driver with somebody who's willing to take that driver to the destination, and Uber, as the middleman, keeps all the profit in between for setting up that transaction and making it happen. When someone buys from your store, you simply order the product from your supplier for a cheaper price, and you keep all of that profit in between, as your supplier will send the product directly to your end consumer. It's literally the leanest way to start a traditional physical product business from scratch, because it voids the need to spend tens of thousands of dollars upfront on product investments like you would traditionally do if you were starting an e-commerce business from scratch. So with all that being said, who is dropshipping for? Is it right for you? Well, dropshipping is for people who want to build their own business from scratch, but that don't already have a ton of money to invest. You know, I'm someone who didn't come from an entrepreneurial background, or, you know, my dad wasn't some kind of real estate mogul. So I didn't have infinite funds or a large amount of money to work with when I first started. In fact, I had $0. And a lot of people in wealthy communities who grew up with rich parents and these sorts of things, they like to talk down to these sort of entry-level business models, but they don't really realize that somebody starting from scratch can't go out there and start purchasing real estate or commercial real estate, or can't afford to just open up their own business that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per year in rent. They have to start with something that requires literally $0 up front, and the reason why dropshipping is the best is because it's infinitely scalable. So you can start with $0 and you can end up with multiple millions, really as far as you want to take it. Now, I want to be clear about who can do dropshipping. Literally anyone at any age with no special talent, no Einstein level IQ, no handout, or no fancy degrees. The everyday person, exactly like I was just a few years back, with $0 to my name, can start dropshipping and succeed with it. And really, it's for anyone who wants to achieve true location and financial freedom in their life. Basically meaning that with dropshipping, because you're working from your laptop and your phone, as long as you have a Wi-Fi signal, you are free to traverse around the world. You don't have to show up and take the orders of any boss or be in one city in particular. In fact, you can move to a beach in Thailand where the cost of living is far, far cheaper than somewhere like Canada or the US. And then when you make enough money, you can always move back to a big city in the US, though chances are you probably want to stay on the beach in Thailand anyway. But enough of all that, because you guys probably already know this. Anyone can do dropshipping. There's extremely successful dropshippers. You can make millions of dollars with it, and you can do so starting with $0. But you probably want to know, why do most people fail? You've heard from maybe a friend or somebody online, don't do dropshipping, it's dead, it's saturated, it's competitive, it's too difficult. So I'm gonna be breaking that down, because after working with hundreds of clients in the past couple of years, and after sharing resources and valuable information to tens of thousands of new dropshippers starting out, I've learned a lot of key insights into the differences between the people who fail and who actually go on to find real long-term success with this business model. So in conclusion, the majority of people who try dropshipping will fail and will give up. They will try a few products, maybe 2 to 4, and throw in the towel after not seeing any results or losing a couple $100 in ad spend. Now, you need a level of unhealthy obsession with the business, an unbreakable attitude, and a long-term vision if you want to succeed, if you want to be like the 1% and not give up after failing like everybody else. But the good news is that the bar is set so low for you, because like I just said, 99% of people have already clicked off this video that you're watching right now. 99% of people have already hung in the towel after their first product test, and they're never going to turn their head back to dropshipping. So there's only more and more opportunity in this market for you when you realize truly how easy it is to beat your competition and everybody that's competing against you to make this Wi-Fi money. And of course, there's more technical reasons why people fail and why people succeed. But what I've seen, like I said, over the past few years in working with literally thousands of beginner entrepreneurs, is that the people who have the mindset of it's not a matter of if they'll be successful, but it's a matter of when. The people who don't just say, yeah, I'm gonna give this dropshipping thing a shot and hopefully I'll become a millionaire, but the people who say, holy shit, I know this works. There are people making insane money with this. There's no reason why I can't do the same, and I will not stop until I get there. Those are the people that get set apart from everybody else, and those are the people that always find success. The reason why I can make this claim is because, well, one, I was one of those people, but countless other examples of people in my network now and friends are also those people. And the truth is, this doesn't just apply to dropshipping, but anything in life. I mean, can you really think about somebody in your life who was so obsessive over achieving something, whether that be financial success, whether that be starting a dropshipping store, whether that be becoming famous on social media? Can you really think of somebody who was obsessive over that one thing and just never gave up, that didn't eventually get what they wanted? Because I can't. I think if you just push hard enough on the universe and you don't stop, you don't give up, eventually the universe will throw its hands in the air and be like, all right, you know what, this Nathan kid, he just has unbelievable grit. We can't shake him. We can't bring him back to reality. We can't make him normal. Let's give him everything he wants and more. And literally, that's just how life works, right? Everybody has dreams, everybody has goals, everybody has visions, but very, very, very few people actually end up realizing those. And what I've learned is the people that do are the people who just never give up. And I know it's cliche, I know you've heard it a million times, but it honestly, from the bottom of my heart, is the biggest truth and the biggest lesson that I've learned, not only in my own journey, but with all of the people in my network as well. So this all goes into having the right mindset to succeed. Qualities, again, I see in people who make it are determined, are willing to put in the work, are not discouraged after things do not work out, stay consistent. And like I said, the one true way to fail is to give up. If you never give up, then you never fail. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before you see success. Now, sure, you know, not all of us are gonna go on to be Elon Musk or become the richest man on the planet, but success doesn't have to look like that. Success looks however we want to define it. And I don't know about you, but for me, it's having that time freedom, that financial freedom, and also location freedom, all of which I got from chasing my goals and my dreams of becoming an online entrepreneur and having success with it. Now, as much as I want to keep talking about mindset, we'll be drilling in the right mindset into you to succeed in a later module. So let's get straight into product research. So what does a winning product look like? What are the best product research methods right now? And what products should you be avoiding? Well, first and foremost, finding the right product is crucial to seeing long-term results with your store. You can test 100 products and have everything else perfect. Perfect ads, perfect creatives, perfect landing pages. But if those 100 products are just something that people don't want to buy, there's no need for it, there's no demand for it, well then of course you're going to fail, right? So everything with dropshipping starts with your product, and there are many types of products, so picking one comes down to a bunch of factors. First, we have selling to a passionate audience. So these are typically things like survival, food, pain, comfort, and protection of loved ones, right? When picking a product, ask yourself if it's in a passionate market where people have a burning desire and a burning need to purchase your product. Your customers need to be excited to purchase it because it should solve some sort of extremely painful problem for them. And every 7-figure product that I've seen solves a very, very painful product for a specific group of people, or a painful product for a much broader or larger group of people. Now in 2025, your product also needs a ton of potential to create lots of content with. Content is the future, content is king for any brand moving forward. And so you want to make sure that your product is exciting on camera. When picking your product, you should consider, how is this product going to be marketed? Are there so many ways that I can shoot it and make creative videos with it? Or is it very bland? Can it only be used in one particular use case or one instance? And typically you want to look at products that you can do a million different things with. For example, I'll just pick up what's on my desk right here, but it's a portable action camera, right? You could market this towards snowboarders, towards deep sea divers, towards YouTubers, towards Instagrammers. There's a million different angles that you could take in which you could promote a product like this. But something like a basic pencil, you'd really have to iterate it on it a lot to be able to find different creative ways to promote it. That being said, you could have a pencil that has invisible ink and you can make all these adjustments, but just a basic pencil, well, it can't really do much more for you than one function, which is write. Therefore, you're gonna have a very difficult time of creating amazing, beautiful, eye-catching creatives and content and ads with that product. Next, your product needs a high perceived value. So you want to avoid super cheap and super kind of dinky gadgets and little products that have no value, that people look at and they're like, oh, like that's like 50 cents from the dollar store. Why would I ever, pull out my credit card and buy this online and have to wait a couple days for it to arrive at my house? Like, no one's gonna do that, right? But if your product has a high perceived value and people are thinking, wow, I can't believe I'm getting this product for 50 bucks, in the back of their head, they're thinking it's worth at least $100 or $200. And a great example that comes to mind when I think of this is tech products, right? So on AliExpress and from these third-party suppliers, you have a lot of Bluetooth headphones. And because the dominant player in the market is Apple with their AirPods, everyone sort of associates Bluetooth headphones with being around $200. And so when you're coming and you're selling a pair of Bluetooth headphones for $50, even if you're only paying $10 for that product, in the back of people's mind, their price for that product is already anchored to the $200 that Apple is charging. So therefore, your product has extremely high perceived value and you're gonna be able to sell it a lot better than something like, well, a pencil. So here's a little list of products that you should avoid, especially when starting out. 1, like I just talked about, cheap looking products. 2, electronics, but not all electronics. I'm talking about very complicated products that will confuse people, right? This is generally something you want to steer clear on unless you don't have to deal with thousands of angry customers or you're expecting to build this into a much longer term brand, which we will talk about later. Clothing. So the clothing market is extremely saturated, extremely competitive. It's notoriously one of the most difficult markets to get involved into with e-commerce. That being said, if you are a creative and if you want to iterate on clothes and make something unique, you could start with it. Though for most people, they just want to get their first winning product. They want to have some success under their belt. They want to make a bit of money. So I'd not recommend clothing. Topical products or anything that you ingest, you put on your skin. This is a potential lawsuit, a liability, especially if you're not really checking the quality and the ingredients and everything that that product is made of. Because in early stages as a beginner in dropshipping, you don't have as much quality control over the product. So this is why I say generally stay away from products that people can actually be harmed by using. Again, that also includes supplements. Okay, so now you have a good idea of products you should steer clear of, and maybe you're starting to already think of some products that you want to take a look at. So what are the best product research methods for you to start with? I'm gonna say organic methods are the best. And the reason for this is because you don't have to spend any money. But not only that, with organic methods, you have proof that that ad, that creative, that video is going viral and is working very, very well without having to spend tens of thousands of dollars on it. You see, sometimes with paid advertising, it can become a game of who's going to spend the most to acquire the customers. So if you see a product by, let's say, Apple, like an Apple iPad, that you think, wow, this product is selling so well because all the videos have tons of engagement, tons of views. Well, that might not be the case. The case might be that Apple has infinite budget and they've just decided to spend crazy money on promoting their iPad. Versus with dropshipping, you're not in that position. You're trying to get a return on every single dollar you spent, so you want to make sure that the product is going to go viral without the need to spend thousands of dollars in marketing campaigns. And we'll talk a bit about the organic method in just a moment. Now, another great way is to find competitors who are running ads, and you want to be looking at dropshipping competitors. Again, when you're looking at big brands that have set budgets for marketing, it can be very difficult to know if they're actually turning a profit on their ad or if they're using it for awareness or some sort of other purpose. And they probably have a million different ways to capitalize on average order value and the lifetime value of their client. So it's not the best thing to look at. But if you can look at direct competitors or people that you know who are dropshipping by using a paid software like Mynea, then you guys will be able to see what products people are selling and actually making money on today. Now, another great method is the Zendrop Trending Products tab. So inside of the Zendrop Trending Products tab, they're basically bringing to you a collection every single day of the top moving products from their factories. So this shows you exactly what other dropshippers are selling that are working very, very well for them in real time. Now, you also have Facebook Ad Library, where you can look at real-time data of ads that are performing well on Facebook, and that's another great method to go about product research. But with that being said, now I'm going to jump into some live product research so I can show you exactly how I do it myself, how my team comes up with products and adds them to a spreadsheet. We'll review some of those and we'll go into some of the methods I just mentioned. All right, so let's do some product research. Now, the way that I'd recommend going about this is having a winning product sheet like this one. So this is our client's winning product sheet, and we actually work with a handful of select clients who are already scaling their dropshipping operations and actively looking to test new products. In fact, I'm partnered on a few stores right now with my clients that are doing 6 figures a month and beyond. So if any of you guys are interested and you already have experience with dropshipping and you do want to work with us, I'll have a link down below to apply to work with our team directly. And all you have to do is book a call in at that link and see if we're a good fit to work together. But basically, we have this client sheet that we update every single month, and our product research team actively adds new products to it. So how we have it here is we have the name of the product, the cost of goods, the price that we think we should sell it for, the estimated profit margin, the advertising link, competitor links, AliExpress link, and what platform it's marketed on, so Facebook or TikTok. Also some additional notes. So basically everything that you need to know to validate if this product is good and if you should give it a test. So start with a simple spreadsheet like this, and then my recommendation isn't to just use one product research method, but to use multiple. So I'm gonna explain how I do it. And back when I first started, I was spending an hour and a half usually every single day sifting through products and building out spreadsheets of products that I could potentially test. Now, the first method is the TikTok made me buy it method. So this is where you go to TikTok, you type in hashtags like TikTok made me buy it, hashtag shop now, hashtag perfect gift, all these sorts of things. And then you can see tons of different products coming here. Now, usually the products will actually be attached to an account, which will show the product that they're selling and all the different ads that they're currently running and what's done well. As an example, the first one that's popped up here has 24 million views. POV, your girlfriend saw this bunny lamp and now she wants it. So a lighting product, these sort of lamps and products that people use in their room and to increase the aesthetic of their home always sells very well. And it's cute little shit like this that honestly goes crazy on TikTok, that goes super viral with organic marketing, and that you can eventually scale into paid ads as well. So a good practice to do when looking at products here is check out the amount of views. Obviously, if it has millions of views, it has that viral aspect, but then also check out the amount of shares, comments, saves. Make sure that people aren't just viewing it, but they're also actively interested in buying the product. You can see the comments, people are saying, I want it, 247 likes on that comment. That could be a lot of potential purchases right there. People saying, that's so cute, I'm no one's girlfriend, but I badly want this. So this is the perfect example of a product that seems to be performing very well, not only from a standpoint of going viral, but also from a standpoint of people wanting to purchase the product. Now, scrolling down here, here's another product with 2.6 million views, and it's basically talking about, do not let your boyfriend friends see this device, because when guys get a hold of this device, guess what's gonna happen? And it's gonna show that before and after, and the guy's forearms are now absolutely juiced. And the idea here is that the girl's getting jealous because other girls are gonna be looking at how strong her man became by using this product, right? So very clever little marketing angle. There's tons of marketing angles you can think of when it comes to TikTok organic, but another example of a product done right. And we're talking a bit about high perceived value before. I think with this product, it has a very high perceived value because not only does it improve somebody's aesthetic, does it improve somebody's body, can they add muscle to themselves or to their frame, but it's also a tech product. You see, it shows you exactly how strong your grip is, and you can keep track of your progress and improve that, which immediately in people's mind, any kind of tech product instantly has a much higher perceived value. And part of this video shows those earlier versions of the grip strength trainers that you guys have probably seen going viral and selling, and saying, hey, look, this one's so much better because of these features. And so this just serves as another amazing example of something you can do with pretty much any product. Like, let's say the original back posture corrector, you know, that big kind of harness thing that you wear. Well, now there's actually a new version out, which I saw the other day, and it's this tiny little thing you put in the middle of your back, and it vibrates every time your posture is going bad, right? And so it's these kind of innovations, iterations, and improvements on existing products that we know already sell really well that will take it to the next level. So anytime you see a product that's selling well, you can always think, what if I could do this to it? What if I could do that to it? And then you want to check out there and see if anybody's already made those enhancements and improvements. And if they haven't, and you have capital, maybe you could go on to build that brand yourself. But if they have, then chances are it's an even better product to sell, just like this one right here. Now here's another product that's going pretty viral, 30 million views. It's basically just some sort of cup holder that keeps your liquids cold, keeps them warm, whatever you want, and you can control the temperature and put this right in your car. So it's a very cool product. I think they've done a very good video in terms of marketing it. The hook is very interesting because who throws ice just in the middle of their car like that to keep their drinks cool? So it instantly kind of captures you, and you say, hey, what the heck's going on here? And you say, whoa, this is crazy. And they're really showing you that before and after transformation. Now the next product here going pretty viral too, 500,000 views, tons of likes, comments, people in the comments saying, I need this, and it's the perfect comb for your pets. So again, a lot of these products that we're seeing going viral right now are similar to products that were big dropshipping products in earlier years, but they're new and improved versions that do something better. They have a new feature, right? And so I think with dropshipping, over time, you'll see that the best products are truly problem-solving products, but they never really go away. Think about it. People are always gonna have bad posture. So you just have to figure out the next thing that you can sell them to improve their posture. And whether that means one minor tweak to what already sold well 2 years ago or a completely different product, either way, because it's targeting the same problem that so many people have, if you can make viral ad creatives and do a good job like all these ones right here, then there's no reason why you can't have success with that store. So let's say you like some of these products. The next step that you have to do is go over to their account. You can see how many followers they have, how many likes they have. You can even see their website right here and see all the different videos that they have going viral and get an estimate on how much they're actually selling. Now, if you go over to their website, this is where you can see the exact product. You can simply reverse image search some of these images on AliExpress, and you'll be able to see if that product exists and if it's in the dropshipping market, which I can pretty much guarantee you about 95% of the products using this method will be available for you to sell as well. Now, another thing that I want to move into this is Google Trends. So Google Trends allows you to search up what is currently trending, what people are searching for, or what's hot right now. So for example, we just looked at a humidifier. Let's type in the word humidifier and see how the current search results are coming in for this product. So as you can see right now, humidifier is on a bit of a spike up, especially considering we're going into winter. So it's weird, but what it means is basically the market and more people are becoming aware of humidifiers and might potentially want to buy them for their house. So as you can see, when we search up humidifier, you can see it's kind of trending up a little bit, especially in the past few weeks, which makes sense because we're heading into winter. And if you look last year, you can see humidifiers started to really become in demand around November and December. So now would be the perfect time to start thinking about selling a product like the one we just reviewed on TikTok. And we validated that the demand is only going up for this product at this point in the year. Now, of course, you can take this a step further, and instead of just looking at particular products, you can even look at entire markets. So let's say you were selling a kitchen product. Let's type in kitchenware and see how that's performed over the past 5 years. So you can see every single year around the new year, I guess everybody's cooking, everybody's baking, everybody wants to host people over for Christmas. Tons of people are looking to upgrade their kitchen. They're looking to buy new kitchen equipment and to elevate their cooking skills. So again, another powerful, completely free tool that you guys can use to validate demand out there for both current products and markets that you're looking at tapping into. So now that you guys have a good idea on how to use the TikTok free method, let's talk a little bit about Facebook. I like to use the Facebook ad library, which again is 100% free. You just go on the internet, facebook.com/ads/library, and you'll find a page like this. They also have filters as well, so you can choose what platform people are currently running the ads to. I like to click Facebook and Instagram. You can even choose the language, set that to English if you wish. And then for media type, you can choose if you want to look at image ads, video ads, or whatever you're thinking of running. This is good for both competitor research in your market, but also for finding new products. Of course, you want to look at active ads, and you can even select the dates that they started getting impressions on. So let's just go ahead and apply those filters, and then we can put any keyword you want in the top search bar here. So for now, I just put shop now, so we can get product-based ads. And then at the top here, I've chose US as the country. As we scroll down, we can see there's some custom-made rings selling right now. We can see there's some jewelry. They have earrings, bracelets. I think this is even a book, which is kind of interesting if you are interested in going that route. There are tons of websites like the plrstore.com where you can actually purchase the license to books and ebooks and all these sorts of things that wouldn't have any sort of fulfillment costs, which is also known as digital dropshipping. So it's another great option for you to start out with. And if you can find something and market it well and don't have to pay for fulfillment, then that could potentially leave you with a lot more profit. As we can see here, there's some tote bags. There's even some larger, higher ticket items like sofas. Now with Facebook, you might get a lot of larger brands as opposed to TikTok. You know, you're used to dropshipping, but regardless, it's still a great method to use. In fact, this product looks pretty cool right here. It's some kind of pest control net. So if I was interested, I would click shop now. I would go to their website. I'd reverse image search on AliExpress. Kind of a very similar process that I already told you. I'd check out what's trending on Google Trends. I'd maybe even use another software like Shop Hunter to get real-time data into their sales. And then I would start doing competitor research in that market. And if I validated all of these things, and if I have a list of, let's say, 10 products in the spreadsheet, and I've decided that's the product I want to test first, then I'll begin with everything else. So now that you know about those methods, let me show you how to use some paid software. So there's a lot of ad spying tools out there, like Mynea, like Drop I Spy. Now I'm going to use Mynea as an example because I'm actually friends with the owners, which is pretty cool, and they hooked me up with this account. So as you can see, you can go to Facebook, you can go to Pinterest, you can go to TikTok. Let's go to TikTok, and they already have these filters set up for you, like Q4 winners of 2023, to show you what sold really well at this time last year. You can go to weekly winners, so what videos are currently performing the best right now. You can go to best of the month, seasonal cash machines, or just overall recent dropshipping products. And of course, on the left side, you can filter by likes, comments, plays, platforms, all sorts of different things. But right off the bat, you guys can see quite a few cool products. This is some sort of red light skin therapy device, which has been trending like crazy lately. And as you can see, this girl is just rubbing it on her face, and it's got pretty much 1 million views on this ad, which means that they've been running it for a little while, scaling it up, and they're probably seeing some good results with it. As we keep scrolling, we can see some very cool bath mats where you step on it and you can wash your feet. We can see some hunting rifles and hunting scopes. Funny enough, I actually sold this to the US market a couple years back, and we're doing very, very well with it. I see this kind of shower product that has all sorts of different cool features in it, which is sort of cool. And look at this cat bed. That's very interesting, very good for traveling, very good for people who maybe live in different homes and they want to take this around, but also just really cool, like a conversation starter. And I mean, it shows. It's got 12.3 million views. So if we go ahead and click on this, the cool thing about using these paid software tools that compile all the winning ads for you is it also takes you to find suppliers by just clicking on this button here. It takes you to see the shop, so the people who are currently selling it and who posted this ad on TikTok, and it even takes you to see the ad. So if we're to click any of these buttons, we can easily get much more information about the product and then go ahead and add it to our spreadsheet and decide if we want to sell it. Of course, they also have tons of other tools. So on Magic Search, you can do competitor research by simply entering a competitor's domain, and you can find all the shops selling that product. Just keep an eye on all your competition. You can go to Creative Finder, so you just upload an image and it'll automatically show you if there's anybody running that image or similar related content on Facebook, TikTok, and Pinterest. There's a few other features, but Success Radar is one of their new ones that I've been finding quite cool as well. And basically what they do here is they compile all the top products based on a list of their own metrics that they're judging it on. It's called the Mynea score. So if we go over here, it says the Mynea score is calculated based on product engagement and its saturation. It enables to spot trending but unsaturated products. The best products are between 70 to 85. So what it's basically saying here is, although this product's a 90 and it's moving the most, it means that it might be a little bit too saturated. Too many people are selling it. There's too many people taking advantage of it. And although yes, it's selling really well, and if you come in with the right creatives, you can totally make it work. What might be better is to scroll down into some that are in between the 60 or 75, like around here, which means that yes, it has a lot of demand. It's selling very well, but also it's relatively new. It's relatively unsaturated. There's not a whole lot of competition or dropshippers selling this product right now. And so these are some amazing products to be looking at selling right now. So that's pretty much it. That's how I find products. I use a combination of different tools and resources and house them
all back inside my spreadsheets. But let's show you guys what I've found as of recently. So recently there's this red light therapy eye mask. And remember I was saying that red light is completely trending right now. There's all these biohackers and self-optimizers and looks maxers. And so products like this are going crazy. As you can see, there's a massive markup on it too. You know, we could sell this thing for around $200, make about $167 in gross profit per sale because it only costs $30, which means that we have a lot of money to potentially spend on paid ads to see a break-even cost per acquisition. So if we go over to the competitor link, we can get a good idea on how the competitors are selling it. And then if I go to AliExpress, I'll show you guys that roughly the product cost here is about $35 Canadian, which is under $30 USD. And as you can see, it's a red light therapy that removes wrinkles, eye bags, provides relief through vibration and massage. And it just looks very cool and futuristic. It has an extremely high perceived value as well because, you know, in most consumers' mind, a product like this, they would need to go and spend a couple $100s at a spa to use for a couple hours. But in this case, all they have to do is pay one payment up front, take this product home and use it every single day or as much as they possibly want. So it's definitely a big perceived value there. Again, another sort of tech or electronic product where it doesn't seem so easy to manufacture, so people instantly associate it with a lot more. And here's this brand called SolarWave. They've done a great job of making everything look clean and really branded. They called it the Radiant Renewal Eye Recovery Pro, and they're selling it for $285. They're using a supplier just like we do, and we'll go over that when we get into the supplier section, that can actually customize your own logo and packaging, which is why they have their name brand at the top of the product. But in reality, it's the exact same product that we were just looking at. It's just slightly customized using the right supplier. They've done a good job here of highlighting the key features and benefits. They have a simple drop-down menu that goes into everything somebody would need to know when purchasing a product like this. Now, I talk about simplicity a lot, but on a slightly more higher ticket or expensive product, what you need to do is you need to provide people with a bit more information, because people aren't usually buying a $300 product on impulse. And if they are, they're at least gonna wanna read a little bit more features and specifications of this product before they go ahead and drop their hard-earned money on it. And these guys have done an excellent job of keeping the website as frictionless, simple, and seamless as possible, yet still providing as much information so that the buyer can make an informed and educated decision. And the way that they did that is by not cluttering up the entire page, again, by using this drop-down feature and highlighting the most key things so that our eyes are drawn to that as opposed to all of the paragraphs underneath. And then as you can see, they have some award-winning skincare banner here. It's been shown in a couple of different articles. Down here, powerful treatment made easy, and it's showing all the different ways that you can use it, or the simple 3-step process. And then they even have a video on here, which again, an explainer video is great for products of this price point, or if you decide to sell it at $300 because people want to make a slightly more informed buying decision. Again, I really like the images they've used, the graphics, everything they've done with this website, and it really gives it that branded feel. Top it all off, they have other products on their site like face masks and skin wands, which are also very trending dropshipping products. And the reason why they've done this is to increase their average order value as much as possible. They know that somebody coming and buying this product might also be interested in these other products because they're very, very similar, but for different muscles or different parts of your face and body. And so what better way to increase the amount of money spent with every single customer that comes in from your ads than to add other related cross sells and similar products. Another really cool tab they have here is the before and afters. So especially with beauty products, before and afters sell really well. And you can see all these crazy testimonials of people using the product. And just these enhancements they've made to the landing page and the website alone, I would argue would drastically increase their conversion rate compared to somebody who just threw up a simple landing page in a simple store, because of the fact that it's more of a high tier product. If it's a super cheap $30 product, it doesn't even make sense to do all of this, especially in the beginning, because your conversion rate might even decrease. People don't want to feel overwhelmed. When they're buying a $30 product, they want to be caught on impulse. That's something to really keep in mind too, is the pricing of your product and how you're going to go ahead and build out your landing page and your website around that. Anyways, now that you guys know how I go through these products, I won't go through all of them on the sheet, but you know what I do for you guys? I'll have my product research team make a brand new spreadsheet, start loading it up with products every single month, just as we do with this one, and I'll give it to you for 100% free, which will also be down below in the description with all the resources. So go get your hands on that, smash a huge thumbs up for all the work I'm putting into this. And that's pretty much it for this tutorial, which only took me about 15 to 20 minutes, which means that that's a perfect amount of time that you can start building into your schedule every single day to set aside a little bit of time and do your product research. This is gonna make a big difference when you add this up over 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You're gonna have tons of products ready to go at your disposal inside of a sheet, and you'll also train your eye to get better and better at looking for the right kinds of products. products until the point where it's just second nature and your intuition is so good and you're able to hit winning product after winning product. Anyways, on to the next section. Now it's time to move on to website creation. So once you have your product figured out, you have an idea of the triggers that you're gonna hit on, the content that you're gonna create, the copywriting that you're gonna come up with, well, now it's time to pull everything together to build that Shopify site that's gonna be the transaction point between your customers and your supplier, to drive traffic to the place where you're actually gonna have people pull out their credit cards and purchase the product that you've listed up for them to buy. So we'll talk about why having a good website is important. I'll show you some examples and how to build a high converting website from scratch yourself. And don't worry, it's not as difficult as it seems. In 2025, all barriers to entry with website creation have been removed. You can set up a website in literally a matter of 10 minutes. So number one, why having a good website is important? Well, it's 2025. You can't get away with having a crappy website. Customers today are smart and diligent. Why would somebody buy from a business that can't even portray themselves with a good presence online? Now, the benefits of having a trustworthy website, well, there are countless, but generally what you're after is a high conversion rate, which is basically just the percentage of people who bought relative to the percentage of people who just landed on your store. So if 100 people land on your store and one person bought, that's a 1% conversion rate. You want to improve that as much as possible. Generally, with any offer, with any product you're selling online, there's two ways to scale up and make more money. Of course, you have average order value increases, lifetime value, you have bundles, upsells, cross-sells, all this stuff we'll talk about later. But the main two ways to scale is number one, drive more traffic, get more customers with purchase intent in front of your offer and product. But number two, it's increase your conversion rate. So increase the amount of people who are actually purchasing as opposed to who are leaving your website. And even increasing your conversion rate by a tiny fraction of a percentage can make a huge difference in revenue for your company in the long run. And that's why the biggest companies in the world are still split testing. If you visit websites like Apple, you'll notice that their homepage is always being refined. They're always trying new images, new videos. They're always testing new things to see if they can slightly increase their conversion rates, which means a massive amount of revenue for them at their current scale. Now, having a trustworthy website will also give you the ability to charge more for your products, and it'll also give you more longevity when hoping to turn your dropshipping success into a longer term brand. So firstly, how to build a high converting website. Again, much like copywriting, keep things stupid simple. Most people read at a 3rd to 5th grade level. If the product can sell itself through images and creatives, which hopefully you've listened to me earlier in product research and it can, and that means there's no need for large paragraphs that nobody wants to read and all this scrolling. What you want is a few key benefits highlighted with some amazing images that can tell 1,000 words just by looking at them. And that way you're gonna have people wanting to buy your product in an instant and removing as much friction as possible in the buying process, which is critical. You want to condense the product page. Again, if people have to scroll so long to receive basic information, they won't buy it. Consider putting a small drop-down menu with the 3 most important things people need to know about your product before purchasing, instead of having it all the way at the bottom of your product page. And remember, if something takes 2 lines when it should only take 1, then it's not good copy. Your job here is to refine the product page, make it as simple and seamless as possible for somebody to take the desired action, which is simply to purchase your product. Now, when it comes to colors and variants, you should have a congruent color scheme across your store that sort of matches up with the product you're selling, the ads, and you want to give people that branded feel. So you can always use a color swatch app, which are for free on Google, or something like Glow Variant is a good one, to see exactly what color code you're using on your website, and then you can use that throughout the product page, throughout the website, throughout your ads, and so on and so forth. And another key here is to choose colors that work with the product. So if I was selling, let's say, some makeup or beauty related products, some colors that come to mind for me would be like beige, white, pink, baby pink, these kind of more feminine colors that go along with your target market and building that brand around the product that you're trying to sell. Same thing goes for aesthetics. So make sure the logo, the buttons, the footer, the announcement bars, colors are all congruent and fit together in a color scheme that makes sense with your product. Try to build a beautiful aesthetic for your website and for your overall brand that you know later down the line could be something recognizable for your brand, and that people will immediately start to associate that color scheme and those colors and those feelings with the product that you are selling and what you are providing for them. Now with images, you want to make sure they're all the same size. Nobody wants to scroll through a landing page with a bunch of wonky, cluttered images that are all different sizes and giving you a headache to look at. So you want to use and test lifestyle images and also studio images. And what I mean by that is, again, let's say you're selling a camera. Well, let's get some shots of you using the camera in action. Let's also get some shots of the camera by itself in more of a studio photo style. And let's split test. Let's see how they perform on your product page as your product images, but also on your copywriting as well. Reviews. So make sure all reviews look legit. Reviews have become more and more important because nowadays, people can easily tell if there's 0 reviews, there's nothing going on. They're like, oh, it's probably some scam, it's probably a dropshipping site, and nobody buys from here, why should I buy? But if they see reviews, they think, wow, this is a real brand with a good presence, look how many happy customers. And the key here is to make the reviews so good, especially the top ones, that they know that it's coming from real people, even if it's not. So what I mean by this is have high quality pictures and actually have some text that talks about your experience with the product, with receiving the product, and so on and so forth. Pretty simple, but all of this stuff, you got to put yourself in the perspective of the buyer and be like, well, would I buy from somebody that's never been bought from before? Would I trust this vendor if they don't have any reviews? And now we'll go over some website examples. So here are just a couple I have on screen now: PupJet, Acemend, Magic Paws. Great websites that started off as dropshipping and then grew bigger and bigger. And they've done an excellent job of building the style around the product and really turning it into a brand. Now, before I get into some more examples, we first have to talk about the easiest way to get started. You can have your dropshipping site in 2025 ready to go in less than 10 minutes. And I know that sounds crazy, but over the past 2 years, my team and I have built an AI dropshipping software that'll build you a custom-made store in less than 10 minutes. In fact, you can choose what niche you want this product in, and we'll set all the color schemes, the themes, to an appropriate style for products in that niche. And then to take it a step further, our product research team has hand-selected products that we'll be adding to that store for you. So these are the best moving products right now that are gonna give you the best chance of having success as a new dropshipper. And all of this in less than 10 minutes for 100% free. I'm really laying everything on the line for you guys, telling you everything I know and providing all of my resources for 100% free. So make sure you guys click the link down below in the description, get your store, and smash that like button while you're at it, because I've truly poured my heart and soul and everything I have into this video and all these resources for you guys 100% free. Now, if you're wondering how I'm able to do this and how I'm able to spend tens of thousands of dollars creating this video, tens of thousands of dollars a month on building softwares and resources for you guys to use for free, it's because I'm an official commerce coach at Shopify, which means technically I'm an employee or I'm hired by Shopify to promote valuable content teaching people how to use their platform to incentivize long-term users. Now, Shopify pays me for this, which is a crazy win-win scenario because you guys get everything imaginable for free. Like, I wish I had an opportunity to take on all this stuff when I started out. I'd be 100 times further ahead now if I had that. So seriously, take advantage. It's no money out of your pocket. Shopify is paying me to provide all of this to you guys for free, and we'll get into how to use that in just a moment. Now, if you're wanting to do everything from scratch, you want to learn how to build the website from the ground up yourself from a blank theme, then also Shopify has given me a partner link where you can get the platform for just $1 a month. So that'll be down below in the description as well. And so go ahead and take advantage of that. So now it's time that I take you through exactly how to build your first website on Shopify. And like I said, my AI down below in the description will do all of this for you in less than 10 minutes. So let me show you exactly how it works and why you need to start this way. So once you've clicked on the link, all you have to do is go ahead and click Build My Free Store. What you want to do is put your information in, and ideally your best email or the email that you want your Shopify store to be on. All right, so the next step is going to take us through picking between 6 different niches. I'm just going to go ahead and click Home and Outdoors, and then you want to pick a color for your store. So I'm going to choose black. Then you want to go ahead and pick a banner. So this part doesn't really matter all that much because you're likely going to be changing these images out anyway. But I'm going to go ahead and click this one. And then the next step is really important because here's where we actually create the Shopify account so the AI can set everything up. What we're gonna do is click on this register on Shopify button below, just like so. It's gonna take us over to Shopify, and this is the custom landing page that we also have for you guys. We're gonna be getting unique deals like getting your first month for $1 and earning up to $10,000 in credits. I'm a certified commerce coach, and Shopify is always providing me with the best possible offers to give to you guys. So whether you wanna use the AI or go off completely on your own and start your own Shopify store from scratch without the help of the AI, regardless, you should use my Shopify link, which will be down below in the description, because it'll allow you to access good deals like this. With that being said, it does support me a lot because that's how I'm able to make my money and continually reinvest into creating valuable content and resources for you guys as well. But don't worry, Shopify pays me and it's nothing out of your pocket. If anything, you guys are just getting better and better deals. So go over here and then put in, once again, your best email that you want your Shopify account to be on, and go ahead and click Start Free Trial. Then Shopify is going to ask you some basic questions. To be honest, you can just skip all of this because you likely don't have some of it figured out just yet, as you're just starting with your first store. And then simply choose your location. So right now I'm in Canada. Go ahead and click Next. Now, obviously I have a couple of accounts saved on this computer, but I'm gonna go ahead and click Add Account. Click to sign up with the same email, continue. And then you're just gonna see that it's currently building your store. And then boom, that's it. Your Shopify account is set up. So all you wanna do is go back over to the AI Store Builder and then click on Next, which will take you to activating your Zendrop app inside of Shopify. And we'll talk a little bit more about why Zendrop is the best way for you to get started with dropshipping in just a moment. But as you can see, it's gonna prompt you with make sure you've activated your Shopify plan. Otherwise, Shopify will close the account. And don't forget, it's just $1 a month on Shopify. So all you have to do is head back over to your Shopify store, click Select a Plan. Just click on the basic one, which is only $38, but like I said, you're getting it for $1 per month anyway. You can select yearly billing if you want to save a little bit more money as well. If not, then just fill out your information here and simply subscribe to pay that $1. And boom, once you're done that, just go ahead and click I have activated it. And then we'll click Activate Zendrop. And again, this takes about 2 minutes. All you have to do is click on Install. It'll install that Zendrop app directly onto the Shopify store that you already just made. And just like that, you'll be taken to your Zendrop homepage now. But let's go back to the AI Store Builder and click Next. As you can see, your dream store is just minutes away. All we have to do is click Go Live, and the AI will work its magic to build our store. I know I say you can build a store in less than 10 minutes, but this entire process just took me like 4 minutes. So it's pretty crazy how quickly the AI is able to set you up with a new dropshipping store branded from scratch. But of course, we do want to make a few adjustments to the store once it's set live as well, and I'll show you guys that in just a moment. All right, and that's it. Now all we have to do is click Access Shopify and Publish. It's going to take us right over to the settings on the Shopify store where we can uncheck a little ticky box and allow our website to be live. Right here, we simply remove this password, and now our online store is open to everyone. So in theory, we could start driving traffic to this website right now, and if we have good products on there, we'd probably start getting sales. Now, of course, theory is not reality because there are thousands of dropshippers out here competing, and if you just launched this up, you probably wouldn't see the same type of results as opposed to adding your own tweaks and improving the store in ways that I'm about to show you before you start running ads or before you go live. But first, for those of you guys who are completely new, I need to walk you through Shopify and how to use the platform. So over here on the left-hand side is all of the menu items, starting with home. This is gonna be the home page, and they usually just have recommendations on ways that you can improve your site. I'm gonna go ahead and X this because the AI has already done a lot of this work for us. And we'll have some basic analytics popping up here. The orders tab is where you're gonna start to see all of your orders flowing in. You can also create draft orders or custom orders if somebody wants to order in bulk, shipping labels, and then abandoned checkouts is where you're gonna have all the customer information that was checking out with your product and put their information in, but then left. Now this information is super important because all of these people were so close to buying your product, but they didn't. And so what you can do is you can offer them special discounts to their email, to their phone number, and try to really incentivize them to come back and make that purchase with you. Now the products tab is where you're gonna have all of your products listed, and the AI actually went ahead and loaded us up with some of the top winning products right now on Zendrop. Now, of course, if you guys don't want any of these products on your store, it's very easy to turn them off. You just click into the product and then turn it off so it's no longer visible on your website. Collections is where you can create specific collections of products. So if you have a general store and you want to sell pet products and you want to sell home goods, you might want to have them inside of one collection so people can scroll that collection. Inventory is later when you can start to keep track of your inventory orders, your purchase orders, transfers, and then gift cards. Gift cards is where you can add credit for your store and then sell these or give these out to customers or prospects. The customers tab is going to keep track of all your customer information, and then you can even further segment them out depending on particular actions they've taken. like email subscribers, customers who have purchased at least once, and so on and so forth, to make more powerful audiences to retarget, to hit with email flows, and so on and so forth, to encourage them to come back and buy more. Content is where you're gonna see all of the images, videos, media that you're adding to your website. It's all gonna be stored in one place. Finance is basically just to ensure that Shopify Payments is activated, which means that you can actually accept payments on your store. Analytics is where you're gonna see more enhanced reporting and reviews on exactly what's going on in your store. So for example, today we just opened the store, so obviously we have $0 in sales. Nobody's been online yet. We have no ads to carts and so on and so forth. But as we grow and as we continue to make sales, you'll start to see numbers populating all throughout the analytics tabs, the reporting tabs, and then maybe something you guys have seen on social media, which is the live view. It shows you the world and exactly where people are currently on your website, no matter their geographical location. It'll show you how many people are online on your store right now, how much sales you've done within a 24-hour period or for that day specifically, the top locations or the top countries that people are accessing your website from, customers, so people who've actually purchased, and then down here, customer behavior. So currently, if there's somebody who has a product in your cart, it'll show you that you have one active cart, which is pretty cool because you can watch them follow along the process all the way until they've purchased. This is where we can add different marketing channels like Pinterest and Snapchat ads and easily set up the app in the Pixel so that we can track and share all the data with these different marketing platforms. It'll also show you some of your campaigns and automations. And down here is discounts. If you want to create discount codes or coupons for maybe friends or family or special offers for your customers that didn't follow through with the purchase, this is the place to do it. And then most importantly, down here we have sales channels. So point of sale, we don't really have to worry about this because we're selling entirely online. So what we want to do is go to online store. Over here, we have a few different tabs. We have themes, blog posts, pages, navigations, and preferences. Blog posts isn't super necessary. Pages is simply where we add other pages to our website, like a contact us page or a track my order page. Now, as you can see, the AI store builder has already gone ahead and set up the contact page for us. And it's pretty much all we need in the beginning. Now, if we go over to themes, this is where we can add different themes. As you can see, Zendrop already incorporates the theme when we activate the Zendrop plan as well. So it's already coming with a pretty sweet theme that's been tested by thousands of dropshippers and has been proven to work. Down here, you'll find popular free themes that you could also switch to or give a try out if you want to refresh the website look. And then down in the navigation is where you can create your menus. So the main menu items at the top of your website, like home, shop, and contact, will be here. And then at the footer, at the very bottom of your website, you can add different things to your menu, like search. Now, inside of preferences, you have stuff like title and meta description, so how your website's going to show up on a Google search, social sharing images, Google Analytics, setting up your Facebook pixel, password protection if you want your store to only be accessed by specific people for a certain period of time, and then some spam protection stuff as well. And that's pretty much it. So now that you guys know the fundamentals and the ropes and how to use Shopify, here is where you can start to customize your store. Inside of online store and themes, this is the current store that's live. It's going to show you it right in this tab. And if you go ahead and click customize, it's going to take you to your website. Now, this is the homepage so far. So do you remember we clicked on home, goods, and decor? That's why the images kind of fit that branding, and the overall style and the colors that we chose, as well as the products, have already been imported and set up on our store directly. Now look, the AI store is crazy. The fact that you can set this up in 5 minutes is truly game-changing, but it's not perfect, and it'll probably take quite a while to make it perfect. So right now, you do have to invest a little bit of time once you get your store to get it to the next level and to get it ready for selling. Because a lot of the text that's currently on here is somewhat generic, like top quality product. We create and curate amazing products, best sellers, and while all of this kind of text and copywriting is great, it's gonna immediately scream dropshipping and spammy to the customer. So you should go through first all of the copywriting, then all of the images, and then you could play around with customizing the colors on the theme itself to make this website really stand apart from everybody else's. But as you can see, everything to customize your site is on the left-hand side here. It's also super intuitive. You can just click on any element of the website and it'll immediately take you to the place to change that. For example, I just clicked on the main image, and then over here, I can just click explore free images and immediately look at so many different images that I could swap out for that basic generic one that's already on there, and then go ahead and click save, and it'll save all of my progress. But really, where you guys should be spending your time on is the product page. So you should figure out what product that you want to sell and then spend most of your time there. It should take you no more than 15 or 20 minutes to clean up the homepage and to make the site look pretty and branded, and then it's time to start focusing on that product page. And at the top of your Shopify store builder, here's where you can easily filter through all the different pages, products, collections, so you can start customizing different aspects of your website. Super easy, super intuitive, and you guys should really play around with it, mix and match all sorts of different colors, and really make your website and your brand feel unique and feel your own. Now, fulfillment. So we talked about fulfillment when testing. We talked about 3 to 5 day shipping and 3PLs. All right, so if you guys already had a product in mind that you wanted to get onto your store, or you didn't like any of the products that we provided you with the AI Store Builder, now I'm gonna show you exactly how to add a product to your store, how to make it stand out so it'll actually convert and sell. Most importantly, how to actually work with the right supplier and fulfill the orders. So first things first, I already touched on Zendrop. Zendrop will be your all-in-one supplier and everything you need to kick off your dropshipping career. If you go to the bottom of your Shopify store and you click on apps and then click on Zendrop, it'll take you back to the Zendrop dashboard that you were at before. And on this dashboard, you'll see everything that you need right in front of you. So under My Products here, it'll show you all the products in your import list. And as you can see, Zendrop's already recommending us some top products that within one click, we could add to our store. The orders tab will show us all the orders. And then down here, we have a bunch of different tools like trending products. Inside of trending products, Zendrop will show you all of the products currently selling the best. And it's kind of like getting insider information because they know what thousands of dropshippers around the world are selling, and they have back-end order data to see what's selling the best. So this is a literal cheat code for adding the right products to your store that you know will convert. And every single day, Zendrop is constantly adding new products to this, making this not only one of the easiest ways to find winning products, but the easiest way to find the right product within one click, import it to your store, and start selling right away. If that's not enough, just go over to the Find Products tab at the top here, and you can also filter by ships from the US, ships from China, or ships from anywhere. Ships from the US is great if you're selling in the US directly or for TikTok shops. Now, some of the products might be a little bit more expensive because they're already housed in the US, some of them even manufactured in the US, but it's great that you have the option to filter. Then inside of categories as well, it's great to come down to the niche that you're already selling in, click on it, and then see if there's any other products that you want to add to your store. They even let you filter by the supplier itself. So Zendrop has their own 3PL in the United States, which means they can get you 2 to 5 day shipping in the US if you're a high volume seller. They also have a select program for if you're getting at least 10 orders a day, you'll get custom quotes directly from a private agent at Zendrop that'll help allow you to scale your dropshipping store even farther. And I'll show you how easy it is to add a product to your store. So let's say you like these diffuser scents that you can put around your house. All you have to do is click on that product. Down here, it actually integrates with another software called Mynea, which I talked earlier about when we were talking about winning products. So you can easily go and find ads and competitors. But if you want to throw it straight on your store, all you have to do is click Add to My Products. And then if you go back over to your Shopify store under your Products tab, that's where you'll see that product. All you have to do is click Add to My Products, and then if you go over here to My Products, you just click Review and Publish, and within one click, Publish to My Store here, all of this will already be on your Shopify store, ready to go live. And the craziest thing is, Zendrop will work with you to sell practically any product you can find. I'll show you an example right now. If I went over to AliExpress and typed in red eye light bag, you can see so many of these different trending products that I myself was actually thinking about selling recently. And then if I go over to Zendrop, all I have to do is type in eye massager, and I can see countless different variations of these sorts of products. And it's going to tell me exactly how much it'll cost to fulfill it as well. Now, if for whatever reason you come across a product that you cannot find on Zendrop, that's why they have 24/7 support, and they'll always help you for importing new products that they don't even have. But like I said, it's extremely rare because they have thousands and thousands of products already listed and ready to go. Now, when you do sign up with Zendrop, they also have a very cool tool called Zendrop AI. So if I go ahead and click on that and then click Authorize, it'll allow me to generate in a couple of seconds ad copy for any of the products on my website. In addition, they have this expert bot over here on the right-hand side, which is basically a ChatGPT that's a wizard in e-commerce and knows the solution to practically any question that you might have in your dropshipping journey. They also have Zendrop Academy, which is basically ongoing education and support as you continue to scale your dropshipping stores. And they've now recently launched Print on Demand, which allows you to take any kind of high-quality blank backpacks, pants, t-shirts, socks, you name it, and print your brand's logo directly onto that and then sell it on your website, all within a couple of clicks. It's pretty insane. Now, of course, Zendrop fulfills all of your orders automatically. So as soon as your products start getting sales on Shopify, you don't have to worry about the product reaching the end consumer. They're already doing the work that they've been doing for years on the back end to quality control that product, triple check it, and then release it from their own warehouses in China directly to your customer with the fastest shipping and the best prices. Without you having to do anything, your store can start to effectively run on autopilot with the help of with Zendrop. Over here on the right hand side at the very top, it's very easy under billing to set up your payments, and you can pay by credit card, by wire. You can top up your balance on Zendrop and easily pay for the items that you've sent out. But like I said, they've also got 24/7 support and help centers if you want to contact them and get any assistance through any of these steps. And one of the coolest parts of this whole process is every single order, Zendrop allows you to add a custom thank you card inside of the order, as well as a discount coupon code to incentivize that customer to come back and make another purchase. All of this they do 100% free while still managing to give you guys the best rates in the industry. And it's a no-brainer why they've been growing at an incredible rate and helping thousands of dropshippers around the world scale to hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars with their new stores. On top of all this, I've been a Zendrop partner for some time now, and they've provided me with a special offer to give to you guys, much like TikTok did, much like Shopify did, but even better, they're giving you guys $200 in free order credits straight off the rip so that you can get the ball rolling with your store for practically 100% free. I mean, you're paying $1 for Shopify, you're getting $200 free in orders sent out from Zendrop, you're getting free ad credits over at TikTok if you want to run paid ads, and you're building your entire website in less than 10 minutes for free using the AI. There has literally never been a better time to start Shopify dropshipping than now, and I'm laying out all of the resources and the exact step-by-step blueprint that you need to take action. So make sure you guys take full advantage of this offer. The links will be down below in the description, but most importantly, start signing up for that store builder and get the ball rolling, get some momentum under you, get that first store set up. It only takes 5 minutes, and from there, just continue to learn, continue to grow, and sooner or later, you'll have a successful store off the ground. Now, just in case you decided to build your own store from scratch without the help of the AI and you just use the Shopify link, then I want to show you how to get your private supplier by making sure that you install the Zendrop app on Shopify and get access to everything I just mentioned. So all you have to do for that is go down to the apps section and then go over to all recommended apps, which is basically going to take you to this Shopify app store. Click this Shopify app store at the bottom, and then at the top, you're just going to want to type in Zendrop. It's going to take you straight to their page. You're going to go ahead and click install and then hit open, and it's going to take you straight back to that dashboard that we were just at. All right, now it's time to move on to advertising and marketing. So first, we'll do a basic overview, then we'll cover which platform should you choose, Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, so on and so forth, why creative is king today, and so much more. So starting with the basic overview, we've got paid ads. So you've got Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, and you've got TikTok. You also have Pinterest, Snapchat, Taboola, so many other different platforms for different social medias, but the big ones for dropshippers are Meta #1 and TikTok #2. Now, of course, as you build your brand, Google and Google shopping campaigns and potentially YouTube ads and all that stuff can come in later on because it's important to be omnipresent, and we'll touch on that later in this module. For right now, we want to talk about Meta and TikTok, and then maybe we'll talk a bit about Snapchat later as well. So paid ads are efficient in the long term. If you want to build a massive company, it can be very difficult to do so off of just pumping organic content. That being said, there are some affiliate strategies and influencer marketing strategies that take you there without spending a dime on paid traffic or more traditional media buying. But generally, the most effective, the fastest way to scale a long-term brand is with paid ads, and it's quick and easy to mass test products. So we'll get a little bit into that later. Now we've got organic marketing. So with organic marketing, you create content on platforms like TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels to go viral and sell your product. Organic marketing is the best for a beginner starting out with no money because it has an extremely low barrier to entry. Literally, all you need is your iPhone and hopefully the product in hand that you actually plan on selling. With most dropshipping products, you can order that product on Amazon with like 1-day shipping. However, if it's not on Amazon, the best thing to do is talk to your supplier, and I'll mention that later on, and they'll be able to ship the product out to you very, very quickly so that you can start recording. So maybe you have a little bit of money. So which platform should you choose first to start advertising your dropshipping store? Well, if you have more money and less time, so maybe you work a 9 to 5, that pays relatively well, you have some extra money that you're making on the side, and you really want to get into e-com, you want to replace your income, but you don't have much time. Well, I'd recommend going the paid ads route straight from the jump. If you don't have a lot of starting capital, so maybe you're young, maybe you're in high school, maybe you're in university, but you have a lot of spare time on your hands to really dive in and learn the art of making creatives, then go for organic. Not only will you learn so much in this process, but you won't have to spend any money, and all the sales that you are generating are going to have a much higher net margin because you don't have any ad costs associated with it. So I have friends who have sold products to upwards of 6 figures with just organic marketing. But the craziest thing is these friends have taken home more profit than some of my friends who have 7-figure stores with paid ads. And that's because your margins increase a lot when you're not spending any money on ads. So this friend, as an example, on 100K, I think he took home $65,000 or $70,000 just from that one dropshipping store in a very short period of time. So now you heard me mention already that creatives are king in 2025, but why are creatives king? So even in 2024 as well, the single most important factor that determines if your ads are going to perform well, both organic and both on paid, is how well you creatively showcase your product through the video. Now, you want to test as many video creatives and angles as possible to give each product the proper chance to see if it can be a winner and can be scaled up. It's all about attention these days. So if your ad can capture attention rather than being boring, it will be pushed out to more people. Platforms like Meta and TikTok want to keep people as long as they possibly can on their platform. They're in the attention economy. That's how these massive corporations make all of their money, by our eyeballs just feasting on their content 24/7 as they continually serve us up ads. And us advertisers, we're paying for Meta and Google and YouTube and TikTok to grow, but at the same time, we're taking a piece off the table and hopefully making some profit through our ads as well. But the goal is with these ads is to make them in such a way where the user actually ends up leaving the platform and puts money in our pocket, as opposed to staying on and continually puts money in TikTok or Instagram's pocket. And there's a million ways to do that, but you want to craft the most compelling videos as possible that typically really tug on people's emotional or heartstrings. If somebody just sees a product and you're just shoving the features, the technicalities, and the specifications of what you're selling down their throats, they're probably not going to buy it. But if you're able to convey a story in such a short period of time and make people ride a little bit of an emotional roller coaster, a great way to do this is with beauty products, right? You see before and afters all the time. People are looking at the before body going, shit, you know, my stomach's getting a little big, I kind of look like this, and they're thinking, wow, if I take this one pill, if I do this one magic trick, I'll look like this. So it's really emotionally triggering them. It's taking them out of the dopamine sucking zombie mindset they're in scrolling and allowing them to click on that ad, and then they start to enter a new frame of mind, and hopefully with your landing page, you can capture that sale. But really the key here is, again, making sure you have a product that can be marketed in many different angles creatively, and shoot as much content as possible with that product and make as many ads as possible. And that's why content is king moving forward. So now these days, who you target is determined not only by the ad setup that you do, but more or less with the creative that you actually produce. So a lot of people don't know this, but the algorithms on Facebook and on TikTok have become so complex and so advanced that running ads today is not like how it was 7 years ago, where you were hyper targeting all these specific details about the individual that you want to see your ad. But now the algorithm does it all for you, and it does it by matching up users' behaviors, interests, and preferences. In order for it to do that, it needs to be able to have a good picture of what you're selling based on your creative, for it to then feed it to the right target audience to hopefully start getting sales right away. So again, your creative will determine your audience. And an example that I like to use all the time is, if you use a hot girl in your video, people will watch for longer. It's the truth. We've split tested it many times, but it's a double-edged sword. You have to be careful, because if you have a product that has nothing to do with a hot girl, but the hot girl is there promoting the product, then what happens is Facebook or TikTok will serve up that ad to all the people that are most likely to watch that video and interact with it, but they might not be interested in the product at all. So now you're reaching a whole different audience, and yes, you're reaching more of those people, but you're not converting any sales. These are all important things to be thinking about when you're creating your creative. It has to drive purchase intent, but it also has to interest people and have those eyeballs watching your video for as long as possible. So let's get into a brief Meta and TikTok ads overview. So these days, like I said, media buying isn't complicated. As mentioned before, the majority of your efforts should simply be going into your ad creative or your creative process. The ad setup for Facebook is quite simple. You want to test your products and creatives using broad ad sets and scale using CBOs and increase budgets 20 to 30% as you scale. Now this is very good news for beginners, because basically what I'm saying here is all you need to do is set up a very simple CBO campaign, which basically means that it's allowing Facebook to allocate budget freely throughout your ad sets. Put a couple of ad sets in there with your creatives inside of your ad sets, and leave everything else as broad as possible. This in 2025 is what's going to give you the best chance at reaching the target market and selling. And then when you do start to see results with this structure, all you have to do is increase the ad spend. You know, before we used to scale campaigns horizontally in so many different ways, and the ad structure was always a complete mess. But nowadays, everything is done very, very simply, and that's because of how advanced the algorithms have become. So that means you want to focus on what is most in your control. And what is most in your control? The creative. The one thing you want to do is ensure that you're providing these ad platforms with as many different chances for your video to go viral and make sales. And in order to do that, to keep playing that lottery, you have to keep putting creatives into the machine, which means keep shooting as many videos as possible as your product and loading them into your ads. Now with TikTok, generally you can scale much quicker and harder than you can on Facebook, and Facebook's going to be a bit more of a slower scaling process. However, TikTok tends to be much less consistent than Meta ads. Most people who run ads on Facebook end up doing so for many, many years. But with TikTok, I always see people launching a quick campaign to see if they can make a quick buck on a product and then shutting it down. That's not to say that TikTok ads can't work in the long term, and consistently they definitely can. Just generally from what I've seen across the board, Facebook is more stable and TikTok is more about virality. So because of that, low ticket products generally work better on TikTok ads, and also likely due to the age demographics as well. We have a very large percentage of young people on TikTok, which means less purchasing power, but possibly more purchase intent, which is why we can see low ticket products going viral on TikTok, and then some more mid ticket and high ticket products selling well over the long term on Facebook. That's not to say you shouldn't still test your low ticket products on Facebook, because a lot of the older demographics are still going to be purchasing products that are cheap. But again, general rules of thumb here. Now with your TikTok campaign setup, very, very similar to Facebook, you want to have entirely broad targeting, test with tons and tons of creatives. I'd argue that creatives are even more important on TikTok due to how terribly low people's attention spans are and how much they're craving that next interesting video. And then the method that I've been using for scaling is called surf scaling, which basically means periodically through the day, as you're seeing results coming in, you want to incrementally increase your ad spend or your budget in those campaigns to hopefully drive more sales during those hot periods of the day. And at the end of the day, you simply put the budget right back down to what it was at the beginning and repeat that process again the next day. So the typical structure that I'd have here is $100 CBO for launch with 5 ad sets, all 100% broad, while we test. All right, so I've blabbed on enough about what ad creatives actually work. It's time to show you some real life examples, and I'll even show you a product that we are currently running right now successfully and the ad creatives that we've made for it so far. So firstly, I have a good collection of ads for you. First one here is this pendant that holds early memories of, you know, maybe a child, a loved one, something like that. And you can carry it on your keychain, you can carry it with you, all that you want. It's portable and it has all of those amazing memories right through it. So I wanted to show you this ad first because of how simple and easy it is to make. I mean, this probably took them no longer than 10-15 minutes to shoot and edit by simply just ordering the product into their house. And right away, they're getting good views, good engagement, good likes, lots of good comments. People are even asking when's the delivery time on this, they want it, and so on and so forth. So an excellent example of how if you have a product that practically sells itself, then all you need to do is shoot that product for about 10 seconds. Just show it in the content, pop a little bit of text, the main benefit that it's going to provide for somebody's life after you've picked out the marketing angle for your target audience, and that's literally all it takes. Now I'll show you an amazing ad that I saw on Facebook recently, performing very, very well as well. And this one is in the beauty space. So it's a lip growth tool that plumps your lips, gives it that full effect that a lot of women are going after right now. And the very good thing about this ad is they've done it before and after in the hook right away. So instantly within a second, people who are insecure, people who are, you know, worried about their appearance of their lips and their face are going to see this and see this drastic difference in 1 second, and they're going to be immediately hooked into the rest of the video to see what this product or what this solution is all about. So I'll just let it play now. That hook was amazing, and then it cut very, very quickly within a couple seconds to show all the different times and places that she's using it, and then the effect that she's getting, the end result. Remember, with all these ads, the goal here is to sell the desired outcome, sell the result. Don't sell the features. You know, in this video, not once did this girl mention, oh, this product is made with X and Y ingredients, or even something as simple as, you know, this product fits inside of your bag, this product fits inside of your purse, whatever. All she focused on was the desired result, the outcome that somebody would want. And you literally have to think about that when selling any product. You can't be thinking, I want to sell the product. You have to be thinking, I want to sell the outcome. Because at the end of the day, people don't care what they're buying. Think about it. I mean, I don't care either. If I'm buying, let's say, what am I buying lately? Let's say I'm buying resources, education, a course, or a mentorship, or something that's gonna get me to the next level as an entrepreneur in business, right? I don't care about the model. I don't care about the features and the specifications. I want to know that my business investment on my education and my learning and my growth is going to give me a return, is going to make me money. So if the person on the other end who's presenting me the offer, who's selling me something, can present to me the desired outcome, the result of purchasing whatever it is that they have to offer, and maybe they have a strong guarantee in place as well to really seal the deal, well then I'm all in, because I'm gonna spend my, let's say, $5,000 and hopefully receive a return much greater for many months or many years to come inside of my business and my own operations. Now, if I was buying something personal as well, let's say I came across something that's gonna get me a shredded six-pack, right? I don't care about what the device is. To be honest, it could be anything. I don't care how it's used. I don't care about the features, specifications. At the end of the day, the only reason why I'm buying this thing is for the desired result. So if you can really convey that and strike an emotional chord with your audience in the ad, then you are miles ahead of the game and you're gonna be selling way better than everybody else. On to the next ad. I thought this one was just fantastic. It's a TikTok ad. It says, "Boys, why buy her flowers if she's already mine?" And then it goes men, and then it, kind of shows the example of the man walking in with this one particular product. I'd imagine that this one video with 2 million views probably generated like over $30,000 or $40,000 in revenue. And I know it sounds crazy, but the ad is just that good. So let me let it play. And it's so simple. And also this account is blowing up. They have other videos that are going viral. They're selling this product like crazy right now. But what's working so well, first of all, they're taking existing trends and mixing that into the hook. It's trending right now on social media for, women to be talking about boys versus men, and, what men do in a relationship versus what a boy does, and things like that. It's all over, the general masses For You page. That's what's getting millions and millions of views. So they've taken that narrative and they've found a way to sell their own product through that. And what they've done here is they've shown this guy walking in with the product. They're probably the ones selling it themselves, just filming this in their bedroom. And then it's showing just some very high quality close-up video of the product. And they can do that because this product sells itself. It's very eye-catching. It's very appealing just to look at. And with a hook like that, it's the perfect combination for a video to go viral. And they're running this on TikTok ads, and they're also posting it on organic and generating great results both with organic and paid traffic. So this is a real winner creative, a creative that you post organically that goes viral, and then you mix it up a little bit and throw it onto the paid ads platform, and you already see great results. That's how you know the concept hits, the idea hits, you're hitting the right target market, you have proof of concept, the product is amazing, and from here it should be smooth scaling with your store and with your brand until tons more competitors enter the market, and long term you're going to have to start raising those competitive barriers to entry. But as a beginner dropshipper, this is exactly what you're going for, and it's the perfect example that I could have shown you guys. And on to another Facebook ad that I found. I absolutely love this one. I think I'm a bit biased because I also face this sort of problem, and low-key, like, I'm almost compelled to buy this from watching this, and I'll watch it one more time so you guys can see what's going on. But the hook is saying blah blah blah, you got this annoying space in your bed, and it's basically really just targeting people who have a problem with this. It's showing the exact problem, and then it's showing the exact result. And the ad is that simple, but what they've done is they've changed the clip every 2 seconds to keep us engaged, keep us wondering what's going to happen next, what's the next thing they're throwing down that kind of crack in the bed. And again, another perfect example of a product that is such a great problem solver for most people. It's also definitely inexpensive, which is good. You want to look for a product that's cheap and relatively light and easy to ship as well. And I'd imagine these guys are making a killing. Now, another ad that I found, again, in the beauty space, you can't hear the audio right now, but basically it's like a TikTok video where this girl is saying this product is going so viral, they just restocked, of course she had to get some, and she's gonna see what it's like in the morning. So again, before and afters go crazy, especially on beauty related products, fitness, health related products, things that people have a lot of insecurities towards. And as you can see, she's kind of just rambling on about how she's about to go to bed with this, and then in the morning she takes off the mask and she's got this clear glass-like skin. And I even see like my own girlfriend in bed next to me watching these videos 24/7. So again, that goes to show you that these kinds of videos that you're seeing on your For You page are going completely viral and are also great to take over to paid ads platforms like Meta and like TikTok. And that's how this company is seeing such good results. They've likely went out and hired tons of UGC creators to make similar ads like this. All right, and so here's another Facebook ad that I found, which is experience effortless hair removal without the pain. And these products have been going around for a while. So again, just more iterations, more advancements, more adaptations to these kind of original IPL, like laser hair removal stuff. And they're releasing so many different products, but this ad has done an excellent job of conveying so much in such a short period of time that by the end of these 42 seconds, likely a consumer has all the information they need to know about buying this product and why they should continue with their purchase. Because first, it highlights somebody very, very shocked using it. Then it's showing them using it in different parts of their body. Then it's showing the actual science behind the product. Then it's showing more irritation, more problem solving, and then it's showing some amazing results, and then talking about how it's pain-free, clear skin, really selling all those key benefits. And it's no wonder why the ad's performing very well. They've been able to do so much with such a short period of time and still make it cohesive and still have every couple seconds keep you engaged and enticed into this product. So we've reviewed a lot of beauty products on ads, and if you're starting to pick up what I'm putting down here, what I'm basically saying is one of the best niches to sell products in, and the best niches that gives you infinite angles to create content and creatives with, is the beauty niche, or better yet, even broader, the insecurity exploiting niche. So this includes men's products, this includes health products, this includes little things like tummy shapers or things that you wear underneath your body. It also includes products that you use on your face, right? You got to think, what are people's deepest insecurities and emotional triggers? And a lot of them revolve around how a person looks, especially for women. For men, there's many other industries generally, like obtaining financial security and being able to build a family, and all these things that are a really big priority, a really big insecurity, and a big stress for a lot of males. But for women, and also for some males of course too, a huge insecurity is how they look. And there's so many amazing dropshipping products that focus on how people look and the before and after results you can get from using them. So probably one of the best, if not the number one niche to be looking at products, because of the fact that you can make so many ads that are going to go viral on organic and on paid, and that clear before and after is just an amazing hook and such a great transformative video that's going to convert over and over again. So my team and I have been using this exact same strategy with ads for the past couple of years, and although the ad that I'm going to show you right now doesn't necessarily exploit people's insecurity based on how they look, it follows a similar idea, and I'll show you guys what we've been running. So here is a folder of ad creatives that I've actually got my girlfriend to spearhead as the main UGC creator, and I'll open some of these ads so you guys can take a look at it. So basically, I know you probably can't hear the audio right now, but what she's doing here is she's explaining the problem, how she has this nice bag and she's always putting it on the floor, on the oily tables, on the dirty chairs. She's also worried about people stealing it. And then she's selling the solution with this simple bag hook that attaches to your bag and hangs itself on pretty much any table. And so it's a very raw, like UGC style video that can perform on TikTok as well as on Facebook. And we have so many other variants of this. And then we have some trendy ones as well, where we're using trending music. We're following existing trends, like what's in my bag, and sorts of different hooks like that, which then leads to this bag holder, of course, and then shows you, using that bag holder yet again. But at the end of the day, the main thing that we're focusing on here is that before and after. So showing that before having this product in your life, maybe you're gonna be worried, anxious, stressed about people stealing your stuff, hijacking your bag, or your expensive bag getting dirty, being on the floor, getting oily on the table, and you want it in your sight at all times, right next to you, clean and safe, and that's why you're using this bag holder. And so really focusing on the same structure, even though it's a slightly different product, it's not necessarily tapping into the insecurities of how people look, we can still achieve similar results. So in 2025 and moving forward, it really is all about your creative. If you can just become good enough at every part of dropshipping, let's say building the website, let's say media buying, let's say copywriting, but you can focus all your skills and all your time on becoming a master of marketing marketing, creatives, mixing and matching the right clips, creating the right hooks, and conveying that emotional appeal through every single video, then you can become one of the top dropshippers and go on to build a massive brand just through that skill set. I believe it's the most powerful skill set of having an eye for making the right creative that's going to perform. And now more than ever, because the algorithms are so advanced, they're doing all the heavy lifting for you. All that you need to do as a dropshipping brand owner is continually pump the right creatives in, and results should get better and better, which will allow you to scale tremendously over time. So that's it for reviewing some of the ad creatives. More resources will be down below in the description, and let's get on to the next component. All right, so now we're going to be diving into how to set up your campaigns or your advertising launch strategy. Now, of course, with paid advertising, there's a lot of stuff that comes later on when you're scaling. You can build out lookalike audiences. You can pull from the existing customer data that you already have, and you can even retarget customers that have already taken specific actions on your website. And all of this is great, but in the beginning, when you're launching a product, you don't have access to this. And so I need to show you the best and most cost-effective way to launch a new advertising campaign from scratch. Now, the good news here is that it's 2025. And unlike when I started back in 2018, 2019, the ad algorithms have came such a long way. And to be honest with you guys, I have a partnership with TikTok and Snapchat, which means I can give you guys exclusive deals to start running ads, which we'll talk about. But first and foremost, I want to talk about Facebook. I don't have no partnership with Facebook or Meta, so unfortunately I can't give you free ad credits here. But the reason why I want to show you guys Facebook is because Meta, Facebook, whatever you want to call them, they pretty much pioneered this shit. I mean, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, all the other ad platforms, they've really just copy pasted everything that Meta is done. And so if you can really understand how to run ads on Meta, you'll be good to go on pretty much any other platform. Also, Facebook or Meta's advertising algorithm is by far the most advanced. I've seen the most consistent results on my stores year over year from using Facebook, and so have many of my friends. That's not to say that TikTok, Snapchat, and Pinterest can't be successful and can't do very, very well for your brand, especially when it comes to initial test and scaling. But it's just to say that I've been the most successful and I've been the most consistent on Facebook. And if I can show you guys this, it'll give you enough skills to carry out your advertising on multiple platforms. So first and foremost, all you have to do is have a Facebook account, which I'm pretty sure everybody on the planet has one. And then you just type in on Google Ads Manager Facebook, and within a few steps, you'll easily have set up your first ad account and business manager, which will look something like this. Now, this is basically a fresh ad account. The reason why you see some campaigns here is because, look, we're in Q4, so not only are my team and I already running brands and scaling them up, but we're always using fresh ad accounts to test new products. So some of these right here are products that we've been testing over the past couple days, including this one that we're currently testing today. So I'm gonna just use this to show you guys exactly what we do for launch strategy. And as you can see, the proof is in the pudding. We are currently running it. So this is exactly what we do. So basically, all you have to do to set up a campaign just like this is hit the green button here that says create. Then you want to go to sales and you want to click continue. From there, you have an option. You can use the Advantage Plus shopping campaign, which will maximize your performance according to Facebook with the simplified setup, which honestly isn't bad, and I do like testing with it, but for the most part, our tests are all done with a manual setup. I then go ahead and click continue, and don't worry, the manual setup is still super simple as well. And then let's just name this new campaign Test 1, and that's pretty much it. As you can see, the campaign objective is already set to sales. Leave the buying type as auction as it is, and that's really all you have to do at this point in time. Then you'll see it automatically creates you your first ad set. So we'll call this Test Ad Set 1, and inside of this ad set, you want to make sure it's on website, drive sales and conversions to your website, and then all you have to do is connect your Facebook pixel. If you don't have one already, it's super simple. You just click Create New Pixel, and on your Shopify store, you install it under the marketing channels in Facebook, which you guys have already seen when I was showing you around the store. So it's super, super simple. And for now, you don't have to mess with any of this, but except for daily budget. I like to do about $100 USD for a testing budget if I'm launching a new campaign on a fresh product, and you want to set it for midnight so that it gives your ads a full 24 hours to run properly. Never want to start them in the middle of the day because you want to allow the Facebook algorithm to serve it up at the right times to the right customers. Now here's where things get interesting in the locations. So I typically do 2 different test campaigns to start on every product. One of them I test e-packet countries, which is basically just worldwide with some exclusions, which I'll show you in the campaign that we've already set up. And then the next campaign, I like to test the top 5. So USA, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK, because these countries are generally what make up 90% of the sales from e-commerce products anyway. So I like to have 2 separate campaigns going. And the reason for this is because In this day and age, advertising in the US and some of these top countries specifically has become extremely expensive. There are massive corporations and thousands of dropshippers fighting for those ad placements, and so the CPMs are raising higher and higher. Now Q4 is the perfect opportunity to also take advantage of other countries where the ad costs isn't as high. So that's why I like to run 2 campaigns at once, usually $100 each campaign, and that'll give me all the data that I need to know after just 1 or 2 days to know if this product is gonna be a hit or not. And then just below the ad set, here's where you set up the ad. So all you have to do is connect your Facebook page, which you can make in just a few seconds on Facebook. And then down here under manual upload, all you'll have to do is click add media, and you can start uploading your ads from wherever they are saved on your computer. Then you just have to input the link and some key headlines and descriptions about your product. And that's pretty much it. Now I'm gonna show you a live example of how we've actually done this to give you guys a bit more detail. So inside of this current campaign that we're running, I've basically duplicated this ad set 10 times. And in every single ad set, I have a different ad. So the key here is to test as many ads out as possible when testing products. And we were able to come up with so many ads because for this product in particular, there was so much content of it already online. So as you can see, we made a quick Facebook page, connected it here, went to manual upload, single image or video, and then inserted our ad. Then as you can see here, I've been using text generation AI lately, which basically allows the Facebook algorithm to serve up what they feel is best for that individual customer. And we've given them a bunch of different text variations. Get your inland ridge today, effortless car cleaning anywhere, 4-in-1 car vacuum, and just given sort of different key headlines, taglines, or benefit-driven text about the product, and then some kind of description like 10,000 plus happy customers. Always make sure your call to action is shop now for products, and then make sure your website URL and your destination URL takes them to the landing page of that product. Besides that, guys, it's literally that easy to set up ads. Everything is pretty much already done for you in today's day and age. And as you can see, we've just duplicated this 10 times and used one different ad inside of each ad set. That's the current strategy that we're using pretty much every single product test. Sometimes it varies a little bit if the product is very, very niche down, or for whatever reason we don't test USA and Canada and we just test the ePacket countries. But as you can see, this is pretty much the worldwide campaign with some exclusions. In our free course down below in the description, when you guys sign in, you'll have access to all these resources such as the list that show you exactly which countries to target. So make sure you take full advantage of that after this video. But this is just to show you guys the general ad setup and how easy it really is to start running ads. Now, once you have your ad campaign all set up, all launched, as you can see, these ones are actively testing today. I'm gonna show you guys how to read the data and how to understand what you're actually looking at. So first thing that you wanna do is set up your own columns. I've customized mine and called it ecom, but all you have to do here is click create new preset, and it'll take you to this section where you can go ahead and select each metric that you wanna look at. I'm just gonna show you all the metrics that I currently have selected and why I look at them and why I think that they're important. So starting with the first tab here, we have results, which is obviously just showing us what we're looking for. We're looking for purchases. So as we can see, this one ad set with the one ad already has 2 purchases today, and we've only launched this campaign at $50, which means that this ad set is getting a $15 cost per result, which is pretty good so far. The reach and frequency just shows you, well, the average number of times each account center saw your ad, and the reach will show you basically how many people your ad is reaching. Then we have amount spent, so you can keep track of how much money you're spending on each individual ad set. And then we have CPM, or cost per mil. So this is basically how much we're paying Facebook to put our ad in front of 1,000 eyeballs. And so as you can see, it's pretty good on this campaign across the board. We're seeing about $5 to $10 CPMs. Now, of course, this heavily depends on your product, and your CPM is influenced by a bunch of different factors that are always fluctuating. So it's extremely hard to pinpoint this and to try to work on this. But the best way that you can do so is to always feed your test with new creatives. Give the ad platform as many creatives as possible and see if those CPMs drop, and you can start getting cheaper traffic. Now, the next things I like to look at are link clicks, which is basically how many clicks that ad has driven towards your website, and then cost per click as well. So on average, how much are you paying for each click? And as you can see, I like to look at anything under $1 as generally pretty good on Facebook for most product tests these days. So this product test is doing pretty well so far. Then we have CTR. And again, what I'm looking for as a good benchmark here is anywhere from 2% up. Well, if you're looking at 2.5 or 3% or higher, that's a pretty solid indication that the ad you've made is relatively engaging and people are clicking on that. A 3% CTR basically just means that out of every 100 people that saw your ad, 3% of the people got more interested and decided to click on it or take some sort of action. So most of the ad sets have a pretty good result for CTR here, which is leading to an overall pretty cheap cost per click. Again, anything under $1 for cost per click is pretty good. good. And these metrics I like to look at sort of all together. Now, the next metrics, of course, that we have to look at are your add to carts, your checkouts, and then finally your purchase and your purchase ROAS. Your purchase ROAS, which basically just means return on ad spend, calculates for every $1 you spend in ads, how much money are you making back? And on this ad set here, we can see, because we already got 2 sales, we're getting $5.63 for every $1 we put in, which so far is a pretty good indication that this has a great chance of becoming profitable and we can continue to scale this up. The overall unique CTR on this ad set is really good as well. A lot of video plays at 100%, which is another good metric to look at. But overall, if you just stick to the metrics I mentioned, you'll have a good idea of how your ads are performing. Now, when you start to see more data coming in, your add to carts will pick up your checkouts and hopefully your purchases as well. What I usually like to look for as a good benchmark or ratio is roughly 5 to 10% of the people who visit your website should be adding a product to their cart. For example, if we have 100 website visitors, I'm looking for at least 5 to 10 of those people to be browsing things in their cart, to be interested of taking that next step. Now, when it comes to the cart, for every single person who has a product in their cart, a good benchmark is at least 50% of those people should reach the next step and actually start checking out. And then once they've initiated the checkout, I'd say anywhere from 40 to 80% is a good benchmark in terms of people who should be actually purchasing that product. So what I'm saying here is if you have 10 add to carts, you should be looking for at least 5 checkouts initiated. And if you have 5 checkouts initiated, you should be looking for at least 3 purchases. And overall, those are just good benchmarks, but your intuition and experience will grow as you run more ads. And I could sit here and get super technical because I love numbers and statistics and talk about ads forever. And I've said this before and I'll say it again because I really want to drill it home, is don't be so afraid of this stuff. The most important thing is that you jump in and you'll build that intuition and experience as you go. Simply set up a simple launch campaign, and then once you have some data after a day or 2 of it running, dive into all the metrics, become a little bit of a psychoanalyst, and try to figure out how to take your campaigns to the next level and what needs to be done on your website or on your ads in order to make those fixes. For example, if we have a low CTR, that probably means our ad isn't super engaging, so we should go back to the drawing board on the ads. If we have low checkouts initiated that aren't really hitting my benchmarks, then that means that something in our checkout process isn't right. It's not building enough trust. Maybe we're scaring people away with too expensive shipping. So you have to sort of get an idea of what's going wrong in your funnel, and reviewing your ad metrics after every test and every day will allow you to diagnose the problem and then further split test and work on it until you become successful. But again, guys, anyone who sells you on some crazy Facebook ad strategy and tells you that you have to buy their masterclass in order to be successful and nobody's doing this right now, 99% of that stuff is bullshit unless they figured out some sort of loophole or hack, which I doubt they have because I probably would have figured it out too, to be honest. The truth is your offer, your creative, and your landing page, and of course your product matters 10 times more, and the media buying will come easy once you have everything right. And then with a few small tweaks and being able to read the data, you'll be able to continually improve and hopefully see more and more success until you're break even and then profitable. And inside of our free communities as well, I pay my coaches tens of thousands of dollars a month to mentor you guys one-on-one and actually dive into your ad accounts and diagnose what's going wrong and help you reach the next level. So if you're completely brand new to this stuff, you've watched this video, you've watched my more in-depth videos on running ads as well, and you're still sitting there scratching your head going, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Well, then we already have all the resources and all the help available for you guys for 100% free, which again, hit those links up down in the description because we'll be able to help you with pretty much anything when it comes to e-com. I've been doing this shit for over 5 years and I've built out a really solid team by my side that can diagnose any issue for you guys and take your brand to the next level. Now, with all that being said, very similar to Facebook, this is what the TikTok Ads Manager looks like. And I told you guys, everything's a copy paste of Meta. So if you guys can get used to Meta, then this stuff will come easy. Or you can start with TikTok, you can start with Snapchat and so on and so forth. And those skills that you're building as a media buyer will transfer over to every platform. Now, Google can be a little bit more tricky because it is quite a bit different from Facebook, Pinterest, TikTok, and Snapchat. But again, our team also has comprehensive guides on that. So if you want to check that out later on in your journey, again, all the resource links are down below in the description. But as you can see, this account recently got penalized because we were running a product test and it did not like one of our campaigns. So I'll have to put an appeal through at TikTok and get this account fixed up or open a new one to continue the test, which by the way, surprise, surprise, we're testing the 4-in-1 makeup pen. Pretty good product I recommend during this time for you guys to test out as well. But but literally everything's the exact same. Instead of ad set, they call it ad group. And our structure is very, very similar to Facebook. We keep everything super wide open and super broad with targeting on TikTok. But the most important thing that I have for you guys here today is a special offer from TikTok. So I'm really encouraging you guys to set up your TikTok ad account. You don't have to start using it right away, but at least fund it, because what's gonna happen is as soon as you fund your TikTok account, TikTok will give you access to the promo. So long as you sign up with a new email that you don't have a TikTok ad account on and you're using the link below in the description. This promo will give you double the money that you spent on ads straight back to you in ad credits, which is absolutely wild. So for example, if you spend $1,200, TikTok will give you a free $2,400, which basically means that with every single product test, if you're getting a 1 ROAS or $1 back for every dollar you're putting in, that would actually be a 3x ROAS. So $3 back for every dollar you're putting in because of the coupon. Now, I have a little secret for you guys. It's called the TikTok glitch method. And I don't know if TikTok is gonna get pissed off for me talking about this, but basically this is the craziest way that I've been seeing beginners make, upwards of $10,000 in their first few weeks with dropshipping. This pretty much guarantees your success, even if your product isn't good, even if your ads aren't good, because like I said, if you're just getting a 1x return on ad spend, which is very easy to do on pretty much any product, then you're basically getting 3x return on ad spend and you'll be profitable right off the rip. Now, of course, this promo only goes up to $2,400 in your first month. So all you have to do is account cycle. Set up a new email and a new TikTok account every single month to claim that promo and continue running the same product that's working on the new account, or keep testing new products. And I guarantee you most of them are gonna be profitable with this crazy hack. So I don't wanna talk too much about it and exactly how it works on this big video, but we have it inside of our free communities, the full method step by step for you guys to take advantage of. And it's truly changing a lot of people's lives right now because it's giving them that initial success with e-com they need and allowing them to build their startup capital so much faster that they can then use to scale their brand. So definitely go check that out. I swear on my life right now, guys, it's like the #1 opportunity for a beginner to get started and make money online today. It's that crazy. And I've explained most of it to you already, except for some few technical things. So make sure you go down below and set up your TikTok ads account, which will give you that crazy promo. Now, something even crazier is Snapchat reached out to me. They wanted to partner with me and they're doing the same deal. So we'll also have a link down below in the description for Snapchat ads. You'll get taken to a page just like this. Within a few steps, you'll be able to set up your first ad account with them and you'll actually get a promo for ad credits back into your account, which is pretty crazy and allows you to basically get paid for testing your dropshipping products. And not only that, but if you pair that with the supplier deal I'm giving you guys, where you get $200 in free order credits with Zendrop, plus the free stores that we have for you guys, literally you could get started with paid ads basically for free or basically getting paid to do it. You're basically starting e-com with 0 financial barriers to entry. This YouTube video alone took me like almost a year to create, and I'm putting everything I have into it for you guys, including with all the resources that I have jam-packed into the description of this video. Truly change your life. So while you're down there, smash that like button for me because it means the world to me to know that this video is getting out to more people and everything that I've worked so hard on is truly going to impact and change lives. With that being said, guys, it's been like 25 minutes already of talking about the ad setup, and I didn't want to go too much more in detail than this because I don't want to overwhelm you with something that is less important. The whole goal of this video is to give you guys a more clear vision and focus. I know when I started, I hated watching YouTube videos that overwhelmed me with so much that I didn't know yet. I needed to know exactly how to get started, and this video is the perfect guide. Again, if you want help scaling and hitting the next level, this video is not the guide for you. If you're already making, $20,000, $30,000 a month plus, then that's why we have all the resources down in the description as well for you to take further action. So anyways, that's it for the initial ad setup. Let's move on to the next part. All right, so now let's touch on other advertising methods. Like I said, it's best to master either Meta or TikTok ads first because they'll have the highest ROI for you starting out with e-com. But once you have Meta and TikTok running, you should branch out into other ad channels like Google, Pinterest, or Snapchat. Now, most importantly, for those of you who are starting out, very, very little funds or even $0, the organic guide. So finding the right organic product or the product that's gonna go viral without spending money on ads and deciding when it's time to move into paid ads. So obviously the goal with organic is to make as much money as possible, ideally a lot of that profit because you're not spending money on ads, and then take money and move it into the ad platforms and try to scale up more consistently over time. So number one, finding the right product. Now, organic products generally differ from products that work best with paid ads. These are products that are extremely viral. So ideally they're super unique, super flashy, catch people off guard in the first second or two just from looking at the video, but are extremely easy to market. So like I said, you'll need to make dozens and dozens of videos for the products that you select. So you need to make sure that it's easy to do so and easy to get some of those videos go viral, and generally low ticket. Customers on TikTok, which is where you're gonna be posting most of the organic content, have less buying power than those on Meta or Google. So products that are generally $30 or less will work best when it comes to the organic method. Now, the product research strategy here is to find a unique product that matches the criteria through scrolling TikTok and looking at competitors. You want this product to be fairly recent within this month so that you know that it's still going viral and it's not some dead trend that was working 2 years ago. Products come and go very quickly on organic, so you need to be the first or one of the first to market. This is very, very important because a lot of social media is based on trends, and what's trending one month might not be trending the next month. So if you can capitalize on an existing trend or an existing product that everyone's talking about, sell it as much as possible through free traffic, and then use that money to go over to paid ads and find a more consistent way to scale it even when the trend isn't as popping, that would be your goal. So generally the steps here are as follows. First thing that you want to do is order the product. When it comes to paid ads, you can take some content from online and turn them into ads in the beginning. But when it comes to organic, the content that's already online of the product probably isn't going to be good enough to go viral because otherwise it would have already went viral. Like I said, you want to be one of the first to market it. So the best thing to do here is to order the product yourself and start creating viral videos with it. Now, like I said, you can usually find any product on Amazon in 1-day shipping, but if you can't, don't just stop because that might mean that the product is even more unique and exclusive. And the best thing to do is ask your supplier if they can ship it to you with DHL shipping, which is generally a couple days to North America, so you can get your hands on the product fast and start filming creatives. Then you need a posting strategy. I like to keep things very simple. I actually do this for my personal brand as well, and that's posting content about 3 times a day on short form platforms. So you can create a TikTok account and an Instagram account, make 3 videos a day and release them at different times throughout the day and see how they perform. Now, when you're starting to see some success and you want to go all in on your organic strategy, once you reach 1,000 followers, create your store and double down on the product. So in the beginning, you don't necessarily have to build a website or even set everything up. You just want to see if the product has some life, if it's going to do well. So you start creating a little bit of videos around that product or around the trend or even in the industry you're in. And if you're seeing some followers come in, some views come in, then you know, okay, now it's time for me to build a beautiful landing page, a website, and go all in on promoting this product. And one of the best sneaky strategies to do here is, let's say you have a TikTok account and you've posted a few viral videos, but they're not really driving purchase intent. You're going to have a lot of comments on these viral videos. Then you have to reply to these comments and create more of a direct selling video for that product. And what it's going to do, it's going to retarget all the people who came in and watched that viral video, and it's going to push them over the edge to want to go check out your website and purchase your product. This is a strategy that countless brands are employing right now with their organic on TikTok, and it's performing very, very well. All right, so now it's time to talk about taking this organic operation up a notch. When should you move into paid ads? Well, once you validate that the product is working, focus on building up capital first. After a few weeks, you can start running some paid ad tests with some of your existing content. The real powerhouse here is the fact that you've already created so much content for your product and you already know what works. You already know what's capturing attention, what's bringing sales. So all you have to do is mix these ad creatives into your paid advertising campaigns, and the results should work a lot better than if you just started with a brand new product test on paid ads and you never went the organic route first. So another big advantage to validating the proof of concept, the market, the product itself, and making sure you're getting sales before you start spending money on ads. Now, another super important part of your creative process, also your website, your ad campaigns, it kind of relates to everything, is not only how you shoot your videos, but your copywriting. What words are you using? What ways are you incentivizing people through language to actually go ahead and purchase your product? How to use AI and where to learn these skills. So first of all, why is copywriting important? Well, it's the actual text and copy on your website. You're also using that in your ads and countless other places. Copy is what makes people feel emotions about your product and gives them a reason to buy. Where can you learn? Well, there's traditional education. So university courses, books like Cashvertising, Copywriter's Handbook, and Over Deliver are great books to start with. There's also reading reviews. So read reviews about the product on Amazon to get a deeper understanding of the product, people's needs and wants, and that'll allow you to craft more compelling copy and to sell the benefit and not just the features. This is the overarching rule of copywriting when it comes to a product. You're not selling the features and specifications. I could care less about the amount of megapixels inside of this camera, but I want to know the benefits. I want to know the outcome. I want to know the desired result of me spending my hard-earned money on a product like this. And through powerful, compelling copywriting, you can convey that message to your target market. Another great place to learn is online. There are many free and paid resources. There's Reddit threads, there's Twitter, there's even just scrolling social media and getting a feel for what people are writing in their own personal brands and their own content that's really hitting on those emotional triggers and driving people to further make an action with that individual. The main framework I like to follow with copywriting is called Keep It Stupid Simple, or KISS. So we'll now go over some live examples of stores that my team and I are launching and the exact copyright that we are using and why. So by now, you're starting to understand the fundamentals and the basics of getting your first dropshipping store off the ground. What would it actually take to have some real success? Well, I wanted to show you guys that. So what I did is I ran up a brand new dropshipping store to over $50,000 just in the past couple weeks to show you guys exactly what it takes to find success with this business model. And as you can see, now we're looking at an actual analytics dashboard that has some real results. So you can see over 1,000 orders in the past couple weeks here alone, 59,000 store sessions, a conversion rate of 1.65%, which I could improve over time. And actually, I'm gonna continue scaling this product. There's a few things that I wanna change before we continue to scale up again. But just a few days ago, we were doing over $7,000 USD per day, and it only took us 1 week of aggressive scaling to get there. And just for some more proof, as you guys can see, here's all the orders coming in. These are real people, most of them in the United States, but we also targeted a few other countries as well. And firstly, we haven't really touched on any apps other than Zendrop, which is what you need to get started. But after that, there are a bunch of different apps that can help you scale. The next apps that are the most important for you will be Areviews, which is basically a reviews importer that allows you in seconds to add so many different reviews and more trust to your website and your product pages, which I'll show you in a moment. And then another really important app here is Omnisend for email marketing. So the best thing about Omnisend and why I've switched over from other email service providers is simply because they have the best customer support, the most affordable rates, and they have the easiest and cleanest system to use. This is my dashboard here. Inside of the audience tab, you can see all the different contacts and subscribers that I'll have for each new store. Because this is a new store, we barely have any email subscribers. It's only been a couple of weeks, guys. But on larger stores, you'll start to build a much bigger audience. And then very easily from here, you can create email campaigns and automations in just a few clicks. They also make it extremely easy to integrate with Shopify. All you have to do is go to the Shopify App Store, type in Omnisend, and then go ahead and click install. And in one click, it's gonna pair Omnisend with your Shopify store, load all of your contacts from Shopify up, and you'll be ready to start tapping into email marketing and all the extra revenue you can start bringing in from all those customers that abandoned your checkout or are waiting to grab a good deal and purchase your product. And like I said, in recent times, I've migrated over from all the other email service providers I've used to Omnisend for every single new store that I run up. On top of that, Omnisend has assured me that if I integrated them inside of my e-commerce team and shared them with my community, they'll keep it 100% free for you guys to open up a new account and start using Omnisend. Of course, you're gonna need to pay a small amount as you start getting email contacts and send out more email flows. But like I said, they have the most affordable rates. So if you're interested, I'll leave the link down below in the description to Omnisend as well. Now, besides reviews and email marketing, a few other important apps to cover is Reconvert. So Reconvert basically adds an additional sales page after somebody has already purchased, offering them discounts, offering them other products, and really trying to bring them back to your store so you can increase that average order value as high as possible and make the most on every dollar you spend on paid ads. On top of that, self-explanatory, but we have a currency converter, Triple Whale to track our profits, and a couple other things dependent on the product that aren't as important, but those are the few that you should definitely be looking at when starting to scale. And of course, as you can see, those are the apps we've actually used to help us generate the results that we have. Now, most importantly, let's show you what a good website looks like that's actually converting. And yes, I'm gonna reveal my product right now, so hopefully you guys won't steal it from me. But as you can see, we've been selling this jellyfish lamp. Now, it's came a bit of a decent way from the original AI store. I mean, we blacked out the theme, we changed the logos, we brought in different images, and we just cleaned it up and gave it a much more branded feel. As you can see, reviews are super important in today's day and age, and we have some quality reviews with good pictures and well thought out text, most of them being 5-star, but sprinkle in a couple others just so people don't think that they're all fake. And then above here, I usually like to have some drop down frequently asked questions. As you can see, a lot of stuff we've already touched on, just super simple, benefit driven text. Nothing too crazy, very easy on the eyes, very easy for people to read what's important, and then a couple clean images and GIFs showing the product in use. And that's literally it. Now we are managing to get a pretty high average order value on these suckers because of this. You know, when we first started this store, we were thinking that people wouldn't want to buy the exact same product twice. So we were thinking on a lot of ways that we could increase our average order value, but we decided to just test this out. And to our surprise, a lot of people were buying 2 or maybe even 3 of these lamps. And we then realized that the reason for that was, well, one, they could be buying it as gifts, but it's more likely that people have 2 sides to their bed. And a lot of people like symmetry. They like the aesthetic to be clean. They don't like stuff out of place and out of order. And so a lot of our customers actually told us that they're buying 2 lamps, one on either side of their bed. So it makes sense. And then also, of course, people want to gift it. People want to place them in other rooms. So these quantity upsells actually started to make a big difference and started to make us much more profitable, which takes me to my next point that I want to talk about, which is the offer. The offer is so important. As you guys can see right now, we're testing a new offer called Fall Sale is Live. We basically have these quantity breaks where we make it cheaper and cheaper for the person to purchase more lamps. And then of course we have an additional save 50%. Because we have all this stuff in place and congruent sales across the ads, the home banner, and more, it proves to be more effective. What I'd recommend for you guys is to always split test your offer as much as you're split testing your product images, as much as you're split testing your ads even, because the offer is one of the most important things. And chances are, if you just use a standard offer, you don't have any urgency, scarcity, you don't entice people with some kind of sale, some kind of buy one, get one free, quantity breaks, upsells, buy one, get 2 free. There's a million different offers you can think of, and you're just gonna have to test them over and over again to see what resonates and what hits the hardest with your target market. Once you've landed on a winning offer, you can continue to scale that up, but keep split testing offers here and there to see if your audience will respond better to something else and more sales will start rolling through. While also keeping in mind cross sells, bundles, and upsells to increase that average order value, which is something we're yet to do on the store. And the fact that we've already been quite profitable over the past couple of weeks makes us really excited, because when we start adding in other products and building out this store further, we know we can become even more profitable. And we're already sitting at around 20 to 25% profit margins, which isn't bad considering we just started this store and scaled it up to over $50,000. So I could give you guys all the theory in the world, but at the end of the day, one of the best ways to actually go about learning this stuff is to look at some real life examples or some brands that are doing very well. And the first one that I have here is OxyBio, and I want you guys to take a good look at this landing page. The overall website and the landing page really makes you feel like you just landed on a professional brand. Even though these guys started out dropshipping and they've started to scale, right from the beginning, they've made it appear that they have a professional brand and they've been doing this for years. That's the kind of trust that you want to bring to your potential customers, and you can see that they've done an amazing job by having such high quality reviews. That's one of the most important things today, and they've got over 10,000 reviews with some amazing pictures and some high quality text on all of them. Similarly to what I was showing you guys when you build out your own landing pages, for products like this, it's really good to have frequently asked questions for some of the most important questions that your clients might be asking. And over time, you'll start to figure out what these questions are when more and more customers start hitting your inbox with specific questions around the product. You'll be able to see feedback on your ads in the comments below and just see what your customers are wanting to know about your product. As you guys can see, they've done a good job of choosing a handful of questions that really would give the potential customer everything they need to know before going forward and making a purchase with this product. And I really like what they've done here with this little comparison tab between their brand and other knockoffs or other competitors on the market. And they've really differentiated themselves and shown the competitive advantage they have as opposed to anybody else who's selling a similar product. Now, as you start to scale with dropshipping, you can then start to brand your products. And they've done an excellent job of that right here. As you guys can see, they've put their logos and their branding on the products as well as the packaging for the product itself. And I'd even imagine that when the box arrives at your house, you'd probably have a little bit more than just the box itself. It'd probably come with an instruction manual and some other little goodies as well to really give you a strong user experience. And that's what you should be looking to create when taking your dropshipping store up to the next level and turning it into a brand. They have tons of high quality custom content, and that's a very common theme you'll see amongst some of the best landing pages, the best products, and the best best stores. They're not using the generic images from AliExpress or from Google search. They've taken the extra time to make their own content at home. Even if these are the people selling the product themselves, they've made it look like they've hired professionals, they've hired actors, and they've taken things to another level with their brand. Now, of course, a lot of the copywriting and a lot of the comparisons, the before and afters, depend on the product itself. But generally on a product like this one that has a high perceived value and is really supposed to make a difference in your life, you want to provide a little bit more information rather than less. Because if somebody's going to buy this, they want to know that they're going to be getting the desired result that they're looking for. And it's images like these with the clear before and after comparisons, and even the scientific graphics as well, that illustrate exactly how you're going to increase your lung capacity, have less fatigue, better sleep, and lower stress through using their product. As you can see, they also have the quantity break discounts here. If you buy more than one product, not only are you saving money, but you're also getting free shipping as well. And they've even highlighted the buy two of them as the most popular option to incentivize people to buy two instead of one, thus increasing their average order value and making them more profitable. So overall, this is a pretty great example of a landing page at the level that you would need to take yours to in order to scale to those six-figure months and beyond. Now, another website that I have in a completely different niche here is called North Carry. And these guys are kind of in the outdoor traveling or backpacking niche. And one thing that they've done differently is they've, one, offered a lot of the products in different colors and different variants, but two, they have a good mix of studio photos as well as lifestyle photos for their product images. Because this shows people exactly what they're gonna get, the product itself. It also shows people the product in use. So they can start to imagine how they would look with this product and the type of functionalities it's gonna bring into their life as well. Again, you can see 5 stars with over 5,000 reviews. They've put a lot of effort into bringing in high quality reviews and probably put the top ones at the top of the landing page as well to really push those customers over the edge. Because when you think about it, you know, if you're browsing a website and you're buying a product, and same goes for me, I'm not gonna scroll through 5,000 reviews. I just like to see that there's a lot of reviews there. It builds trust with me, and I'll probably look at the top few. So you wanna make sure you guys are showcasing the top 5 or top 10 reviews right there on the product page without people having to scroll to different pages, and make sure those reviews are of the highest quality. Again, they have frequently asked questions here as well, and because this product requires a little bit less explanation than the previous one we looked at, they focused more on key taglines and benefit-driven copy, and just having a couple really high-quality custom images, and again, another comparison between their product and somebody else's product to really show you the difference that you're gonna get when you purchase an item with North Carry. Now on to the next product. This is a website in the beauty space, and as you guys can see here, they've done a good job of bundling in different products. So it's very easy for you to come on this site, you know, initially want to buy a full body razor, and then easily add body scrubs to your cart, a skin exfoliation glove, because they know that somebody who's already interested in this kind of product will likely be interested in these other products as well. And what better way to offer it to you than to put it all together in one bundle and even offer you a cheaper price if you're willing to add these additional products into the bundle. But if you notice one thing about all these sites, that really helps to build trust and make you feel like you're on a branded site as opposed to just a dropshipping site that was set up in minutes. Again, with the high quality reviews, and because this product is pretty self-explanatory as well, they have a few technical details in the drop down, but they've really focused on that benefit driven copy and a couple of high quality images as well. Another common theme you're seeing between all of these websites doing extremely well right now is the before and after, or the comparison with other competitors. So you can see with Livora, you're getting painless, waterproof, affordable, reusable, and an easy to use device, versus the others, you're simply not getting some of those same functionalities and features. Besides that, the website's pretty simple. It's got the basic contact, track your order page, and shop, just like a website that you'd have set up in a few minutes. But I think the key thing here when looking at a lot of these websites doing very well is that they've really removed as much friction as possible from the buying process. They've focused on a few things that are super important, like testimonials, reviews, and high quality content. They haven't hit you with massive paragraphs that nobody wants to read. At the end of the day, your job when creating a landing page is to get customers to that checkout as quickly as possible. And in the beginning, I'm not a big fan of having pop-up spin the wheels and all this kind of urgency or scarcity crap, because at the end of the day, you don't have a massive customer list. You don't have all of this data. You haven't built up your brand yet. So why would anybody be interested in spinning that wheel for some kind of special item or some kind of freebie? Because they don't trust you enough yet. Your whole purpose of launching this store and this new landing page is to get people from point A to point B as fast as possible. Once you've done that and you've collected the customer's information, that's when you can later follow up with them via email, and you can give them all kinds of special offers, unique discounts, and encourage them to come back and be a repeat client. But in the beginning, if you haven't won them over, if you haven't sold them them a great product and provided them a good experience just yet, then why would anybody care about all this stuff? And I think a lot of you guys get confused and you try to do way too much too early on because bigger brands are doing so. But you have to remember that bigger brands aren't operating the same way as dropshippers. You got to think, if somebody's already in the frame of mind to buy a product, they'll go to a bigger brand, a brand that they trust. You know, if I was in the frame of mind to buy a phone, I would go to Apple. And when I went to Apple, I would love it if I got hit with some kind of exclusive deal or discount because I already know, trust, and love the brand. But if I simply got an ad and they were trying to catch me on impulse, I would be way too overwhelmed if all these pop-up wheels started coming up on my screen, and I would probably just end up leaving. So until you've won that customer over, the name of the game is removing as much friction as possible and making it super easy to go from point A to point B. And one of the ways a lot of these websites do this is simple drop-down menus when choosing the variants and not offering way too many variants at once. Again, you don't want to overwhelm and confuse the customer. You just want to provide them with a great product, and then you can start building the brand further out from there. So how can ChatGPT fit into all of this as well? Well, let me be clear. You don't want to solely rely on ChatGPT because it won't sound all that natural, especially if you use it for your entire store. That being said, you can use ChatGPT to generate you ideas and combine them with your own ideas. And there's a million use cases for this. Try typing on ChatGPT, find me 10 viral hooks to use when selling this product. Try loading it up with a few reviews from Amazon and say, can you please take these reviews and figure out the main reason people are buying this product or why they would want to. And they'll give you some ideas to help with your copywriting. Now, there's really endless things you can ask ChatGPT, but my point here is that you just don't want to ask it simple prompts and copy and paste that directly into everything you're doing because you're gonna get robotic results. If you want human results, humans want to listen to other humans. They want you to know that you feel their pain, you feel what they're going through, and you're providing them a solution. And so the only way to do that, I believe, as of now, is to use human language, but use ChatGPT to give you all the data and insights in order to create that. So that's why I'd say, depending on your current skill set, leverage AI more if you need more assistance on all this stuff. But if you've sharpened your copywriting expertise enough, and then use AI to help you generate ideas and look for ways to improve your copywriting, but you should write it from your own expertise instead of just copy and pasting. You can also use ChatGPT to help you script the text inside of your ads and on your ads itself. All right, so moving on to talk a little bit about affiliate marketing. So first of all, what is affiliate marketing for your dropshipping store and how would you actually go about using it? And secondly, affiliate marketing has the potential to explode your sales and your success. So you want to pay attention for this one. Number one, what is affiliate marketing? So affiliate marketing is the type of marketing in which you reward your affiliates for each customer brought in. So let's say I'm selling a product and I'm telling you, hey, if you want to create some content for me on your TikTok and Instagram, all you have to do is put a link in the bio, and every time you make a sale, I will pay you 20% or whatever agreed upon percentage we make for selling that product. And so this is an excellent way for creators, influencers, people who are good on camera to grow a crazy income stream for themselves while you're able to profit on every single item that somebody purchases through one of these creators. Now, why it's so good to do this is because it's not like paid ads where you're risking spending a lot of money and not getting a sale, because affiliate marketing is you only have to pay the affiliate when they bring in a sale. So therefore, you don't have to risk spending any money up front. That affiliate is already going to make you the money, and then you simply pay them the percentage because they brought you that customer. So affiliates can sign up to promote your services or your product, and they can earn a commission for each sale that comes from them. And affiliate marketing can help you gain massive momentum for your new business. So with dropshipping in particular, the best app that I've found is called Social Snowball. And Social Snowball on the Shopify App Store is an app that lets you set up an affiliate portal directly inside of Shopify. This will take care of simply generating links for all your different affiliates to use, managing all of the affiliates for your brand, and paying them directly when sales come in for your business. And now another good practice here is to build SOPs. So if you're experienced yourself with creating ads and you know what's going to work well and what's going to sell your product, then you should build some SOPs and create guides for your affiliates on how to make high converting videos so that they can promote your products even better and you guys can both make money. It's a win-win scenario here. And lastly, once you have all this set up, it's time to push it to as many creators as possible. Ideally, you want to hire someone someone long-term to scout out new affiliates and new recruits and bring them in and keep exponentially scaling the program. And you're only making more and more money with every single affiliate on board pushing content. Not to mention another crazy advantage is that you can use all of that content for your ads, for your website, for various other purposes, and you're getting it for free from all of your affiliates. So it truly is quite a crazy system when you have affiliates who want to do this for you. Now with influencer marketing, things get a little bit different. So influencer marketing is basically a form of marketing where you can collaborate with viral influencers or even celebrities on social media, typically for a flat rate, though you can also structure it on commissions or affiliate or however you like. But the reason why I say flat rate is because usually celebrities or larger influencers get tons of messages to become an affiliate because obviously it's well worth it for their brand if they're bringing in tons and tons of exposure. And so these people are just like, another person wants to make me an affiliate, I'm good. They won't even answer you. But if you can afford their rates, whatever their rates are, maybe they have rates, maybe they don't, maybe you just negotiate with them. Typically you can pay upfront for them to create content with your product, and then you'll make money on all the sales that come in. But also the big key here is that you can use that content as massive social proof on your website. You can use it in your ads, and particularly if it's somebody really famous or really viral, then that's even better. And it's giving you a massive increase in social proof and giving you tons of chances to perform well with that piece of content in various other ways. So influencer marketing can be very powerful because the influencer's audience base is more likely to trust your brand and product if their favorite influencer endorses it. So how to find influencers? Well, you can find them anywhere: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. But first think about where your customers are spending their time online. If you're already having some success on TikTok, then maybe you should stick to TikTok. If you're already having some success on Facebook, maybe you should look on Facebook and find some Instagram influencers. So then you're gonna want to go there and search for figures of authority in that niche. Once you've located your influencers, it's time to reach out to them with a proposal to start working together. All right, on to the next component, which is scaling your store. So preparing to scale, chargebacks and payment processors, when to go omnichannel, and eventually building a 7-figure brand and beyond. So before you scale, you want to verify the reliability of your supplier and double check the product quality. You want to automate customer support by building a dedicated team, hiring those virtual assistants as we talked about earlier, and doubling down on having a creative process or system that constantly brings you in new content and new creatives for your product. An affiliate system is a very good way to always have this content coming in. But first, let's talk about managing chargebacks, because we haven't spoke on that yet. Basically, how not to get effed over. You want to keep your customer service on point and your customers happy. Everything here revolves around just keeping your customers happy, giving them a good user experience. That's it. Now, if your chargeback or dispute rate increases to over 2%, over 3%, and grows, you might start to have some serious issues. At first, you might face holds, so the payment processor will actually hold a portion of your income, which is very, very difficult for cash flow reasons, especially when you're trying to scale and you don't have millions of dollars in the bank. And then beyond that, they can just straight up shut down your account. They can hold your money for extended periods of time. So to make sure you don't get caught up in any of these positions, if you see your dispute rate rising, then it might be time to look at getting a high-risk merchant when necessary. There's tons of people talking about these payment processors on Twitter. I'm sure you'll be able to find one online relatively easily. But to avoid that route altogether, number one, you don't want to sell crap products that break on delivery. And number two, you want to ensure that you're working with the right supplier, which is why I touched so much on the supplier section earlier, because if you're using Zendrop, if you're using a supplier that triple checks their products for quality and ensures that it's never showing up damaged, it's always showing up on time, it's never broken, then you shouldn't have to worry too much about disputes. And if your customer support agent is trained well to handle any inquiries that customers may have, or even give people bonuses, give people coupon codes for future purchases, just really making your customers feel happy and a part of the brand, then again, these are all things that can ensure your dispute rate stays down and you don't get screwed over. Another thing you want to do while you're scaling is you want to consider going omnichannel. So I touched on this earlier, but having omnipresence basically means that you are in so many different areas, or you have so many different touch points with your customers. So, you know, big companies like Red Bull, they host live events. Other companies do seminars. I'm not talking about that stuff when it comes to dropshipping. Maybe in the future you can get into those sorts of touch points as well, but I'm talking about email marketing, I'm talking about SMS marketing, I'm talking about Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Snapchat ads, as many different platforms as possible so that you can find customers who like to hang out in all these different places. And that way you're always in the back of people's minds as well. If a loyal customer of yours follows you on Instagram and on Twitter, then one day they open up Instagram, oh, they see you again. They open up Twitter, they see you again. And after a few touch points, you're always gonna be in the back of their mind, and they're much more likely to think, oh, I need to buy that product from so-and-so, and they're gonna go to your website and buy it. So it's really just about connecting with people in as many different mediums as possible. This is super important for brand recognition. Building more brand recognition will help you stand out in the market and ultimately attract new customers. They say it takes people about 7 times to see your product, your service, your ad, your business to convert. With dropshipping, obviously we're trying to do that in one. The whole goal is to make people buy on impulse. But as you're starting to scale into a brand, you got to keep in mind, especially as your prices raise, that people need to make educated, informed decisions before just spending their hard-earned money with you. And so typically you're going to need to connect with them on multiple different touch points before they're ready to be pushed over the edge and purchase your product. So on average, it takes 7 touch points. Let's try to hit as many of those as possible and try to keep our customers always thinking about us, or our potential customers ready to buy. Now, another thing to keep in mind when taking your dropshipping store into a brand is that you want to focus on the product and the customer experience more than anything. So everything we talked about with scaling is great, but when it comes to building that 7-figure brand and beyond, you should really be thinking outside of the box at this point. How is your packaging? How does the customer feel when they receive your product? You know, when we receive an iPhone and we open it and we're taking off that screen protector, just that feeling right there is something that's so memorable and so enjoyable about our customer experience that it addicts us to Apple. It makes us want to go back and purchase that new product next year. So all these things are super important to keep in mind. You know, later down the line with your dropshipping store, you're not confined to just selling that product or the other few products that you found from your supplier. Rather, once you have money, your business is doing well, this is where you can really transfer from dropshipping to an established e-commerce brand. And to do so, you can innovate on your existing product. You can take the product, you can start designing new mock-ups or new iterations on how you're going to improve it, new features. Maybe you want to make a version 2.0 of your product, and all of a sudden right then and there, you're no longer a dropshipper. You're just a full-fledged brand owner because you're out here creating products, you're out here innovating, you're out here hiring teams of people to do research and come up with new ways to improve your existing offerings and improve that customer experience. And I know this stuff will come a lot later for you guys, but it's important to just keep it in mind now. So again, going omni-channel and building that strong brand presence, iterating on the product, focusing on the user experience from everything down to customer support, all the way to packaging and how your product shows up, how it feels, how it looks, ultimately how someone's gonna feel when they go through the entire process of shopping with you, of receiving their order, and then going on to use the product that you sold them. And of course, building teams and automating. Okay, so now the last thing that we need to touch base on is maybe you've built that 7-figure brand, maybe you've taken it higher, or maybe you built the entire business in the first place from scratch with the idea that you wanted to sell it in a couple years. And so this is called doing an exit. And so when you should sell your store or the different methods of selling are some things that I'm gonna touch on quickly. So I'd say at least 8 months of consistent growth and likely 2 to 3 years of actually operating the business would be a good time to consider selling it if you want to. Anything before that, if you don't have consistent growth, if you don't have at least 2 years under your belt of operating this business, people are gonna look at it as a trend, as a fad, as a quick buck, and they're not gonna wanna invest. They're not gonna wanna buy your business because they feel like you just got lucky and you made a quick buck running up this product. People wanna buy something that they know can make them money residually forever, and that brand can grow into something much bigger with their expertise, with their skill set. Maybe they're gonna hire a CEO, maybe they wanna kick back. And so a lot of people who build businesses to exit, from the beginning, they're focusing on how can I make this as automated and as easy as possible for a new owner to take on in the future and have a passive income stream for themselves while the brand is still growing. And they're setting up all these things in place to make their store more attractive to a potential buyer. So a couple of reasons why you should sell your store is maybe if you have a team in place to continue growing the business, but you need capital up front for a new investment you're gonna make or a new business you wanna start that isn't related to it. People change their mind. Maybe you wanna do something else, right? So that would be a good point in time for you to be like, all right, I wanna get my hands out of this. I wanna sell it. I want my cash. I wanna do something else, right? Also, maybe you no longer want to run the business anymore. Maybe, yes, you are the CEO, you're focusing on a lot of operations day to day, but you're like pulling your hair out and you're like, damn, like I need a break. I need a couple years to go and kick back on a beach. I've made a few $1,000,000, especially after I exit this brand. I'm good. Sure, then maybe that's where you're at and you wanna sell it. Nothing wrong with that. There's a million reasons as to why you might wanna sell your brand when you reach this point, and there's a million reasons as to why somebody might wanna buy it. So these are all things to keep in mind, and when it gets to this point, there's a few different things that can help. So I actually sold one of my first first dropshipping stores ever on Flippa. They featured my store on a massive email campaign to hundreds of thousands of users. They placed me in right on the home screen of their page. Of course, I paid for it a bit, but I started getting lots of inquiries and I settled on a deal with somebody. And so Flippa, an exchange marketplace, and these type of websites that allow you to easily transact with potential people looking to buy and you selling is a good option. But also going directly through a broker will help you sell your business and find a buyer could be a good option as well. It's a pretty hands-off process because they take care of a lot of it for you, but generally they take a higher percentage from that sale than an online marketplace like Flippa or Exchange. So that's something to keep in mind there as well. You could also go out and find a buyer yourself. Now, you'd really have to make sure you have a good lawyer in place, you have the right contracts, and you're finding the right way to satisfy both parties, maybe using escrow so the money doesn't get released until you've done your end of the job and you can make buyer feel safe and trust you as well. There's really a lot of things that go into this, and this video isn't meant to be walking you guys through how to exit a brand. It's just to give you an idea of what could come later down the line for you in the future. That's pretty much it for the dropshipping module of the Gen Z Millionaires Playbook, but don't go anywhere because we have crazy modules coming next that'll teach you everything you need to know about making millions of dollars at a young age in the online world. Now, just to recap, on screen now are the sections throughout this module. So if you want to go back, if you want to take notes, if you want to save or send any of these sub modules to anybody out there, friends and family, it'd be greatly appreciated. Take a screenshot, remember each part of this section. Also comment down below something that you learned from this module. Smash a huge thumbs up because I've really put everything on the line for this video for you guys. And don't forget to take advantage of all the resources. Everything you'll need will be down below in the description, as well as the perfect pairing and companion for this video, which is full documents, PDFs, guides, walkthroughs, everything you could imagine to find success with dropshipping and in the online world in general. With that being said, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you in the next module. Peace. Welcome to the module on starting an agency or becoming a freelancer. And this is actually one of my favorite things to talk about because this is how I got my start in online business. See, when I was just 18 years old, I didn't really have any kind of skills, any money, fancy degree, special talent, anything like that. And so what I did was I started reaching out to local clients in my area. And these are people, from restaurants to gyms to pubs to yoga studios and what have you. And I offered to do a little bit of work for them in various different forms, with the main goal being to improve their business in some way, shape, or form. Now, I'll tell you a little bit more about what I focused in on and what I think is the best route for you guys starting out in just a moment here. Before we get started, I want to mention that this is one of those business models that is extremely scalable, which is why I'm talking about both freelancing and starting an agency, because truth is, you can start freelancing from probably the age of like 13, 14, behind your computer screen at home. And then over time, you can start to turn that into an agency if you want to scale it higher and higher, onboard more clients, and start to build a team around you so that you can do more work. So you really have a lot of flexibility and a lot of options with this business model. And it's perfect for somebody who wants to build a solid source of cash flow coming in every single month,
or somebody starting from complete scratch who doesn't really have any skills built up. Additionally, there's also a new thing called drop servicing, which is very similar to drop shipping. And in this case, instead of drop shipping physical products, what you're doing is, in a sense, drop shipping services for other businesses. Let's say that I approach a local gym and I say I'm gonna get them more clients by running lead generation campaigns on Facebook. Now, I don't actually have to know how to run a lead generation campaign on Facebook, which is so crazy. I can turn to Upwork, Fiverr, somebody in my network, and quite easily find somebody in a matter of hours who's able to fulfill that job. And then all I'm doing is I'm connecting the client with the person who's able to do the job, and I'm keeping all that profit in between, much like you would when dropshipping a physical product. But now that you have a little bit of an idea about what all this agency stuff is, let's just dive straight into it. So in short, again, an agency is a business where you are solving a specific problem somebody is having within their business, where you essentially become a service provider to any business. So you can build your agency around anything. And like I said, you can actually start by freelancing and doing this work for somebody first. And then over time, you can start to hire a team and start to do it at scale, or you can take the drop servicing approach. Keep that in mind when I go over everything in this module. So your services could be Facebook ads, Google ads, TikTok ads, influencer marketing, UGC marketing, copywriting, email marketing, cold emailing, cold calling, sales. I mean, the list really goes on in terms of what type of service you can provide for a business. And over time, you can start to offer multiple different services. You can put together packages, you can add in all sorts of upsells. But in the beginning, I would recommend niching down and selecting one area to get really, really good at, so you can start to be the go-to person in the space, at least in your city or your area, for whatever it is that a potential client needs done. My first business was actually a lead generation agency. So at NCL Marketing, we helped local businesses get more leads by running Facebook lead gen campaigns and Google search ads. Now, I successfully ran and hired classmates in my university to scale to over $20,000 per month in revenue in less than 6 months. So if you're trying to get to 6 figures a year, I do believe that starting an agency or freelancing is one of the fastest ways to do so. And it's perfect because you can still be in school, you can be in a full-time job, and you can do all of this on the side. Not only that, but if you take the drop servicing approach, like I said earlier, you don't actually have to have the skills or get in the trenches and do the work. You're simply connecting somebody who wants to make a bit of money for using their skill set and a client who really needs help solving a specific problem within their business. And then what we did at the agency is over time, we started adding in more services. Services that at the time, I didn't even know how to fulfill myself. But because I started hiring other students to work with me, and I also started looking online to find people who could do specific things, we're able to expand our services quite a bit and increase our average order value or our lifetime value of every single client that we had. Some of the other services that we offered was social media management. So we'd set up Instagram pages, Facebook pages, we'd start a posting schedule. We'd even go into the physical locations in some cases and shoot content, photos and videos of their products, of their services, and we'd apply that on their website. We'd put that on their social media content. Another thing that we did was website management. We also did website creation and web development. And a lot of these services are actually ongoing. So we're able to retain our clients at significant amounts of money every single month. I think the average payment we received from a client was around $2,500 to $3,000 every single month. And typically the way that I ran the agency at the time was about 50% of all revenues went straight in our pockets. Now, of course, when it comes to the structure of how you want to profit off of your agency, there's so many different approaches. A lot of people will do a percentage of ad spend. So however much that client is spending on ads, if you're running ads for them, maybe 20%, 30% of their ad spend goes directly to the agency to take home as profits. Some people do, 50% of revenue, 30% of revenue, whatever it may be. And I think you just have to figure out what works best with your business and what makes the most sense when pitching an offer to a client. One thing that worked very well for me at the time, starting out at 18 years old with no skills, no real experience under my belt, was calling all of these clients and telling them, hey, look, I'm an 18-year-old student at university, I'm in business school, and I'll work extremely hard for you, and I'll do so for free, right? So give me 2 weeks to see how many leads I can drive towards your business, how much of an impact that I can make for you, and you don't have to pay a dime this entire time. And in some cases, I would actually spend money out of my own pocket to run ads for these businesses. It was just a couple $100 at the most, but that went such a long way, especially when they realized it. And then I was more likely to actually sign on the client at the end of the 2-week free trial or period. And in fact, I didn't have a single client who said no to working with me after I offered to work with them for 2 weeks. And then I didn't have a single client either that decided not to continue working with me and start paying me after the 2 weeks. So it's pretty crazy how you can change your pitch
niche and your angle and use your strengths and skill sets in your favor. For me, I used the fact that I was young, I was hungry, I was a student, and I was willing to do all of this for free as my unique advantage to start stacking up way more clients than even some of the larger, more established agencies in the area were able to obtain. Now, before we go any further, I'm just gonna go over a little table of contents for the rest of this module. So number one, we'll be talking about picking what service to offer and how you should know what you should be selling. Number two, we're gonna talk about building your offer or offer structures. Three, we're gonna talk about pricing. Four, different selling tactics. So again, the angles, the way that you approach each client in order to actually secure that deal and start taking home the money. Number five, client acquisition. So a little bit deeper into how I'm actually going about acquiring these clients into my agency or getting to do freelance work for them. Six, client retention. So once you have the client, what do you do now? How do you actually keep it? How do you build that relationship, right? Seven, hiring. So let's say you started to have a little bit of a successful operation on your own as a freelancer and you want to start to expand and really grow your agency. Well, now a whole lot of other moving parts come into play and it becomes more of a team management and systematic way of thinking than it would be before, as to where you're simply just reaching out to as many people as possible and trying to get deals through the door. And then lastly, we have scaling. So again, all the systems, processes, SOPs that you need to have in place in order to go ahead and build this business up to multiple 5 figures a month, potentially even 6 figures a month, if you're ambitious. So firstly, picking what service to offer. Essentially, it all comes down to solving a problem that people need fixed. And how do you do this? By identifying the demand. So right now, there's a couple great examples. Content editing. So the content creation market is constantly growing. And if you simply just open up any social media platform, you'll see that they're now prioritizing short form content. You got Instagram Reels, you got TikTok, even have short form on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Pretty much every platform is starting to incorporate some aspect of actual visual content creation. And therefore, there's huge demand for content creators all around the world who want to hire people to help them with editing, script writing, ideation, shooting content itself. And so there's so many amazing opportunities in this space right now to go ahead and help out individuals starting a personal brand, as well as companies trying to grow their social media presence. I also have email marketing. And I think, again, email marketing is another amazing opportunity right now because so many people have moved away from email marketing and they think that, email marketing's old, it's dead. They want to be on the forefront of content editing and all this stuff. But the statistics don't lie, the numbers don't lie. Email marketing is here and it's here to stay. It's, stood the test of time, and it usually brings in a substantial amount of revenue, especially to long-standing brands. Typically anywhere from 15 all the way to 35% of a brand's revenue can come from email marketing. And so not only are they used by e-commerce brands, but they're used by creators with a personal brand, traditional brick and mortar businesses. And there's always a need for collecting customer data, building an email list, setting up automated flows, and retargeting all of those people to increase your average order value and lifetime value of every single customer that interacts with your business. And a lot of times email marketing is the edge in terms of how businesses compete against each other, become profitable, and are able to put more money back into their advertisements to outcompete for market share and continue to scale up their business. So another super important aspect of any business that pretty much everyone would look to fulfill or outsource pretty quickly. I know I do when I start a company. Email marketing is not something I personally want to be doing, sitting behind my computer every single day writing emails. And it's also probably one of the easiest things that I can go ahead and outsource to an agency or to a freelancer relatively quickly. And number two, you want to validate your offer. So once you've decided on something, maybe it was one of the 2 examples that I just recommended, you want to go ahead and start conducting competitor research. So what are the other people in your space offering? If you're going to operate within your own city, within your own country, or if you want to go out globally, that's a consideration as well. And are these companies successfully generating revenue? So what clients are they working with? How much are they making? And usually a lot of companies, and usually a lot of agencies will show you on their website directly the work that they've done, to have a little portfolio for themselves. So get a better idea into what they're actually doing, what services they're offering, and you can even hop on a discovery call with them or, pretend almost that you're a business interested in working with them to kind of go through their funnel and dissect what they're doing that's working so well for them to bring in clients, and then simply replicate that again, just like you would with a dropshipping product or an e-commerce store, but also think, what can you do better? What unique angle can you take? How can you stand out when you're trying to acquire the same client that other agency that's already already bigger and more established in your space currently is. Now, like I was saying before, as a beginner agency owner or a freelancer, do not offer everything right out of the gate and spread too thin. It's much, much easier to focus on one thing, and then you can expand outwards once you've already proven yourself, once you've already provided value to that client, once you've already built up amazing case studies for your company, testimonials, and it's very easy to show that you're amazing at what you do. At that point, you can start thinking about expanding. And so, for me, when I was running Facebook lead gen campaigns, it naturally came about that after I started to see a little bit of success for my clients, within a couple of weeks, I was starting to say, hey, we could probably see even more success by building you out a new website, one that's more dynamic, one that offers e-commerce, so people can actually buy things directly from your website instead of just your storefront. And what do you know? 9 times out of 10, from little recommendations like that, the client you're already working with, granted you're doing a good job, is gonna be like, can you just do this for me? Or how can I start this? And then that's simply where you can add on additional services to what you're already selling. And that is the best way to go about it. But if you pitch people on too many things at once, right out of the gate, unless you're super well established and you're cleaning up clients left, right, and center, people are gonna become overwhelmed. They're gonna get confused. They're gonna worry about the risk of investing too much and taking too big of a chance in somebody who's relatively new. And so definitely my recommendation is to focus on one avenue and one vehicle out the gate, and then scale up over time once you've already delivered on your first promise. And keep in mind, by the time that you are starting to expand your services, you're gonna need to delegate in order to elevate, which basically means that you're probably gonna need to start bringing in other people, other talent, hiring, because how are you single-handedly gonna be building somebody a website, running their social media platforms, scaling their advertising campaigns, and then potentially doing this for multiple clients at once? It's just not physically possible for one person to be doing all of this work. That's when you're gonna need to start thinking about bringing in other people to expand your operation further. But we'll talk more on that later. So now on to the next step. We have to talk about building out your offer. So with a product or service offering, before crafting your offer, you must identify 4 elements of your target market. The 4 are generally pain, purchasing power, accessibility to the target, and a growing market, right? If you can check off all of these things, then you're in a very, very good place to start crafting your offer. So what pain points are these potential clients of mine facing? How much purchasing power do these clients have? And does that align with kind of what I'm thinking about offering them? Do I have accessibility to my targets? And is it a growing market or growing space that I'm in? And I made the same mistake working with clients a few years back that were kind of in a dying industry. One of them was actually a demossing company. And I guess it wasn't really dying, like people would always need this sort of work done on their roof. But in this case, this individual was sort of running his own company on the side, and there was a large monopoly in the city that already had pretty much 100% of the market share. And it was very, very difficult for us to even land, a handful of clients competing against that. So the industry itself, it wasn't super accessible. There was very, very high barriers to entry. The client, he had a little bit of money and he could pay me, but it was extremely difficult to deliver on the promises that I was making, and therefore to keep the clients and retain and continue to make money and ideally scale over time, it became very, very complex. And that's one important thing that I want to touch on as well, is if you have a great relationship with clients and you're over delivering, you're doing very, very well for them, then you can start to ask about getting on some form of a profit share or starting to make a little bit of money as they're making money as well. And now let me be really, really clear here. You should not be asking for this out the gate. You should not be coming in and saying, let me take X percentage of your business every single month. You shouldn't even be saying, let me take X percentage profit or revenue of the money that I'll generate in working for you, because the trust isn't there yet. But like I said, once you've over delivered on your promise, on your service, then you can start to discuss about scaling deeper with that one client instead of scaling wider with many, many clients. And that is always my preferred way to go. When my agency crossed $20,000 a month, what was funny is we had actually just cut a few clients that we were working with. So at one point we were working with 9 or 10 clients, and it was probably making us around $15,000 a month in revenue. And then we cut a couple of those clients who, were just having difficulties paying us. They were all over the place. They were hard to reach. They were hard to work with. And so we cut ties with them. And then what happened is we decided to, scale deeper with some of the existing clients that we had. And then one of our clients, we actually took to over $10,000 a month. We started building out a sales team for, and this business was marijuana licensing, right? So we found a unique avenue with one specific client. We're generating them great results. And we said to them, hey, for every single license that we sell, we'd like to take a small percentage of it. And this does not mean a percentage of your entire company. This simply means a percentage of the sales from the new clients that we bring in from our marketing efforts. And they said, yeah, no problem. Let's scale this to the moon. And a few months later, we were doing over $20,000 a month with just that one client. And we were cutting even more clients that we're working with in the agency to continue scaling deeper and deeper with that client. And that client today is one of my good friends. He's done exceptionally well with his business. And it's been a blessing to see how things have evolved since back then. He now owns a huge facility out here actually in Victoria. All right, so now I'll go a little bit deeper into each one of these aspects. Number one, we have the specific pain of your target market. Some great examples of this for a business would be not knowing how to write well, not knowing how to use an email software, not knowing how to build a website, not knowing how to run social media, how to make an Instagram post, not knowing how to create content inside of your location, whether it be a restaurant, a gym, so on and so forth. And there's also things that are a little bit more broad. Maybe somebody wants to start something in their college dorm room, right? But the issue is they're broke in college. They don't have the skills, they don't have the knowledge. So maybe you can sell them a mini course, so you can teach them on how to do that as well within your agency. Maybe somebody's overweight, so maybe you need to sell them a fitness product. I guess this goes a little bit more into e-commerce, but there's also digital products. There's all sorts of things. You can go to a website called theplrstore.com and actually buy licenses to existing digital products and then simply resell those to people. And this is also a great value add if you run an agency, if you run an e-commerce store. It's very easy to integrate these little things that go a really long way. You can offer them for free. You can do the free plus shipping method. You can have it as an order bump and make a little bit more money. You can have it as an upsell. And there's so many different ways that you can throw in little complementary products like this to increase your average order value, to make more money off of every single client or every single order. Like I said, just such an easy way. And number two, we have customer purchasing power. So can your ideal customer actually afford your service or your product, right? So let's say you're starting a web development agency and you decide that kids in college should build a resume on their website that they can showcase to, potential employers, right? Do kids in college have $1,000, $2,000 at their disposal to go ahead and purchase a website to be developed by you? Probably not, but who does? Well, any kind of established business that is willing to reinvest in themselves to grow. Probably not individuals, probably not people who are working part-time jobs and in class just to scrape by and put food on their plate every day. These are people who are out here in the world building real things and are okay with spending a little bit of money into that business to hopefully see a greater return in the future. If you don't align your customer purchasing power with your offer, then your service or product will be meaningless because nobody can afford to buy it no matter how good it is. Number three, accessibility to your target. So is it difficult to target your ideal customer if they're not online? Because the internet allows you to target pretty much any market with little or no upfront investment. There's cold emailing. You can email people on LinkedIn. You can direct message people on Instagram. You can pretty much traverse any social media platform and gain access to somebody's email handle, right? So very easy to know of different brands' presence, and it's pretty hard. It's pretty challenging if you're not really looking online for your clients. That being said, when I first started, what I was doing was cold calling every single business in my local area. And the reason why I did this is because I wanted to go in person with my laptop, a PowerPoint presentation, and run them through exactly what I was going to do for them in the 2 weeks of free work that I would be doing. And what I did was I went to the Google Business Directory for my city and I downloaded an Excel file with every single business and their phone number. And I did a little bit of research before calling. I went on their website, I looked around, I kind of checked out their pain points, and I obviously validated the businesses that I was going to call and put them in their own spreadsheet, and then kind of canceled out the ones that my offer didn't really make sense for. And then every single day, I remember I would rush home from class and I would start hitting the list. I would start hitting the phones. And what I learned from this was, well, over time, I learned I need to change my approach. I need to start using the student approach, using the I'm young and hungry. When I was starting, I thought that pretending that I was, this big business and I had done these crazy numbers was the way to go. Really, I think a lot of people sympathize with me starting out from scratch. And, these are entrepreneurs themselves. These are people in managerial positions, and they really love to see, a young kid out here working, hustling, trying to make something of himself. What's funny is if people reach out to me now, and they do free work for me, and they're an 18-year-old kid and they build something for me and send it over, I'm so much more likely to hire them or work with them than I am from somebody else approaching me and just shoving their accomplishments in my face and telling me they're this and telling me they're that, because there's so many fakers out there online, and you don't know how to separate the real from the fake too many times, because people are getting really, really good at how they portray themselves. I'm sure there's entire educational courses and videos out there that show people exactly how to essentially fake the business results they have, the lifestyle they have, the income they've generated, and all these sorts of things, which makes it extremely difficult to know who to work with. And eventually, if you start advertising and start trying to generate inbound leads for your agency or your service that you're offering as well, selling a $5,000 full stack web development and Facebook lead gen campaigns offer to kids on TikTok probably wouldn't convert very well, but they're much more likely to convert on a $30 a month offer, like a community showing people how to run TikTok ads or how to run their own lead gen campaigns. Now, next you want to look at a growing market. So your target market is saturated if 13-year-old kids are making courses about your product or service. And that's kind of a general rule that I like to look at. Now with all these different social media platforms and so many people creating content on so many topics, if we're seeing 1 million people talking about it, selling it, there's some massive people in the space, then chances are it's not the best space to dive into deeply as a freelancer or an agency. And there's probably something a little bit more niche, a little bit more hidden that could be more of a gem and make you a lot more money. That being said, sometimes that isn't the case, because there are services that are always in demand, like SMMA. If you don't know what SMMA is, it's a social media marketing agency. So it's kind of what we talked about earlier, where you're essentially offering social media related services like running an Instagram, a Facebook, running advertising campaigns off these platforms to generate more business for your client. Now, next, it'll be super important for you to understand your customers' goals and behaviors. Number one, the dream outcome. You need to know the dream outcome of your target market or your ideal customer persona. Know their destination, and it will make it much easier for you to actually help them get there. Example, again, do they want to be good at writing? Do they want to have a beautiful website? Do they want to lose weight? Do they want financial freedom? Do they want a crazy lifestyle? Do they want to learn how to start going on dates? There's 1 million different industries and 1 million different things that you could think of as a service provider, but you need to get crystal clear on the number one pain point that you are solving for your ideal customer. Now, the next thing that you need to know, or at least have a rough idea on, is the likelihood of achievement. People want to pay for certainty, and the more likely you are to deliver on your guarantees or your promises, the more people are going to be willing to pay. I mean, just think about, let's say, the fitness space. If you're selling something that is super gimmicky and is telling people they're going to get six-pack abs, but they never do, chances are you might be able to run a hot viral infomercial or campaign that's going to allow you to sell some units pretty quickly, but over time people are going to catch on, nobody's going to bite, and your business is going to tank. Same thing with running an agency, right? Client retention is so important because you make money when your clients make money, or at least that's the goal over time, to scale up with your clients. And if you're only signing a client for 1 month or a 1 week free trial, and then the client is pissing off after that, well, then you really haven't done much, haven't you? And you're surely not going to be trending in the right direction when that client drops off. So remember, if they doubt your offer, they won't buy it. You need to position yourself with certainty, with authenticity, ideally over time, showcase the results that you have, show the case studies, and so on and so forth. In the beginning, like I said, you're just going to have to go out there. You're just going to have to do it. You're going to have to give it your best shot. And then from there, hopefully you find success for your clients. If not, maybe think about the drop servicing approach to ensure that you're hiring the right person who can find success for your clients. And from there, start to build up little testimonials, little case studies, little presentations of the different achievements that you've done for the clients that you've worked with. And if you're selling, you need to practice what you preach, and you'll learn this over time as you scale up your agency. But in the beginning, like I said, you just got to go for it. You got to shoot your shot, and you'll learn along the way. Now, how to build more certainty. So you can start to build up massive social proof by running social media accounts for your business or even for your personal brand, aka yourself. So if you go to my Instagram, you'll see highlights that date back to probably 3 or 4 years ago that showcase, some of my early successes with e-commerce, with the agency model, with affiliate marketing, with info products, all the different online business models that I've scaled. I've always showcased at least some form of highlights of my achievements. You can see $1 million ClickFunnels plaque back there. You can see a YouTube plaque back there. And all these sorts of things are working to build up my social proof and my credibility, showing that I am who I claim that I am. I work hard and I get to achieve cool things like what you see behind me on the wall. And thus, therefore, I build a lot more trust with all of you guys behind the screen. You'll actually show up, you'll watch my video, you'll listen to what I have to say. And of course, I get to make a bit of money off that too, because if you go down to the links below, you use some of my affiliate links, you use my store builder, which I'm a partner with for Shopify. Like I said, all of this is free value to you, but of course I'm incentivized. I make a little bit of money on it as well. And if I didn't have that social proofing, it'd be so much more difficult for you guys to actually listen to me and to take action on what it is that I'm telling you and what I have to offer. But like I said, I had to start somewhere too 5 years ago. You guys are starting from complete scratch. Just take your swing over and over and over again until you get your first success story, and then let that success story pave the way for your social proofing. Start posting that everywhere: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Be proud of your achievements, what you've done, and shine a light on them so others can know as well. And then thus they'll be more likely to listen to you, to do business with you, to sign as a client for your agency, right? Now, there's also offering different guarantees. You have to be careful with this one because obviously you don't want to, make any income claims or guarantees that are out of your control. But, a good guarantee that I used to make was, we'll do X amount in business for you within the next, X amount of days. And if not, we'll give you your money back. Now, of course, we told them that we can't give them their money back on advertising expenses, but money back in terms of everything else that covers our overhead as an agency, the profit that we're making, and so on and so forth. Now, we never had to actually use this, even in the cases where we didn't deliver exactly what was promised, because guess what? They continued to sign on for the following month. They saw the growth, they saw the progression, and then in the following month, we hit it out of the park and we started to scale up that client quite nicely. So it's just nice to have these guarantees in place, because people are gonna feel a lot more comfortable in terms of getting pushed over that edge to actually take a chance on working with you. And beyond that, continually educating yourself, practicing what you preach, and improving how you are selling, how you are communicating, how you're pitching. And all of these things are gonna go a long way. Even just your mannerisms. Are you sitting upright with good posture? Are you looking your ideal customer, your prospect, directly in the eye? What are you wearing? Have you showed up polished? How's your hygiene? How's your teeth? Like, all of the tiny little details, I promise you they don't go unnoticed. At the end of the day, business is all interpersonal. It's all relationships. If somebody gets a bad feeling from you because you didn't put on deodorant that morning, then that could potentially cost you a $5,000 a month client. Or later down your journey, it can cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars simply by not showing up with a smile on your face, ready to go for the day and looking the part as well. Now, I'm sure you heard of Alex Hormozi. In his book, $100 Million Offers, which was a great read, I learned a lot about various principles, and one of them that really stuck out to me was, is there a time delay in the offer that you're making? So essentially, the less time that you take to help people achieve their desired outcome, their dream outcome, exactly what they want in working with you, the more likely they'll be willing to buy your offer. And a shorter time duration can actually lead to you charging more, can lead to you acquiring more clients. Like, hypothetically, let's say there was some kind of pill that you could take and instantly have a shredded six-pack abs and massive bulging biceps. I mean, that already might exist, maybe. But my point being, these pills would be extremely expensive because they've cut the time delay of going to the gym for a year and eating clean and eating healthy and all the effort associated with that to get the desired outcome for many people, which is, a well-built, a well-developed physique. But generally, the shorter the time delay, the less effort from the person on the other side, stronger the offer. For example, I'll get you 50,000 followers in just 90 days. I think that's a pretty strong offer for a content creator, somebody who's going to go ahead and create Instagram Reels or edit your TikToks for you. Of course, if you don't deliver on that, you should have something in place to make that guarantee even stronger, like I'll give you every single penny back. And we touched on it a little bit, but again, effort and sacrifice. So if you can reduce your clients' efforts and sacrifices to a very minimal point, then you'll be able to charge more, you'll be able to acquire clients easier and build a stronger offer that will actually convert. So when it comes to losing weight, it's generally impossible without a client putting in effort. If you can start to reduce that effort by maybe adding some supplementation to your weight loss package, maybe adding some sort of machine that can stimulate muscles and burn fat while you sleep, who knows? If you can decrease the effort and sacrifice on the client's part, then you're gonna make more money, you're gonna have a stronger offer, your business is going to be more successful, bottom line. Now, with something like email marketing, you can essentially make the client's effort next to zero. You can tell them that all they have to do is send over a couple of logins. You can set up automated flows on Zapier, connect it to their CRM, connect that CRM to the email marketing software, start to build up automated flows so that the individual doesn't even have to touch the softwares or go into any of these platforms. And you'll have this working like clockwork and delivering on your guarantees. So next we have pricing. And generally there's a couple different ways that you can go ahead and price your product. So on the left, we have offers that are low priced, but with exceptionally high value. So for example, I'll sell my entire e-commerce course, community, and tools for $197. Everything that I've learned in the past 5 years, plus access to all of my softwares, plus access to all of my team, plus access to every single resource that you'll need to be successful for just $200. And the value on that is, I say here 10 times what you pay, but realistically, it's 1,000 times what you pay. Now, I'm not actually offering a course for $197 because I'm offering it all for free, which is absolutely crazy. But the free offers as well is something to think about. Maybe you can give something for free to a client originally to build that trust with you. And then later that client is going to want to scale up. They're going to want to buy a better package with you. They're going to want to buy into you because they got so much value from you for free. It almost taps into that principle of reciprocity where they feel like they owe you. They feel like they need to buy something since they got all of that for free. Now, the next kind of pricing structure we have here is high price, high value. This is generally where you want to be. But reminder, this does not mean that you can price something astronomically high just because you're doing a great job or delivering on your product or service. This means the value in which the client is receiving still has to be higher than the price that they're paying. Otherwise, why would they do it in the first place? But when I say high price, high value, it generally means, things like ghostwriting or email marketing. Business owners will generally pay top dollar because they have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, millions of leads that they need to convert, they need to follow up with. And even the smallest increment change in percentage of revenue could mean a lot of money in this potential business owner's pocket, in which you could take a percentage of as well, could charge a very, very hefty amount monthly for these kinds of services as well. Next, we have sales trickery. This doesn't necessarily mean that you need to become a snake oil salesman, but it does mean that you need to employ a few tactics that are going to help you out, especially early on with closing your first few clients in your agency or starting to do some work for somebody. So first thing we have here is scarcity. So this is one of the most effective ways across the board to get sales. And that's essentially when people know that there are limited spots available, or they feel the urge to get in now because they're going to miss their opportunity and get FOMO if they don't. So generally people will say, there are X spots remaining, there are X amount of people left that I can work with. We're only taking on X amount of people over the next X amount of time period, right? And so of course, this is stronger if it's actually true. And in my agency, when I used to have a pitch with a new client, I would tell them the truth. But the truth is, we started to scale up rapidly and we were working with too many clients that we could handle. And I would tell them, look, we can only onboard one client within the next 6 months. And right now we have about 5 or 6 prospects. And we're trying to decide which one is the best fit for us and which one we're gonna have the best partnership moving forward with. And instantly in saying that, it changed the game on my pitch. Now, if I wasn't actually authentic about it, then it could still change the game, but the other person might be able to see through it. You probably didn't deliver it in the same way, and there might be some issues there. But because it was authentic, that was genuinely the truth, this client essentially started pitching me on why I should work with them as opposed to anybody else. And it's weird because I noticed right in front of me that these interviews or these discovery calls we would have with prospective clients got flipped. And all of a sudden, they were the one trying to sell me. They were the one begging for me to come in and do work for them. And now with most businesses that I'm running, especially if it's attached to my personal brand in any kind of way, I have so many inbound leads, so many people knocking at my door, pitching me on why they should give me their money because I can't work with everybody. So that's a very, very powerful position to be in. And it's one that you can get to from building massive social proof, from delivering on your promises, from building a great business, and eventually letting people know and employing this scarcity tactic over time. An example here where it's used all the time is on Expedia with hotels. If you notice, it always says we have 2 left at 45% off. Here's the price. Now, I don't really know the truth about this. I'm sure sometimes it probably is true, but in many, many cases, I've actually called the hotel and asked them for their rates after checking Expedia. and they've literally had like 20 or 30 rooms available when Expedia said that they only have 2. Now, it might mean that Expedia only has access to 2 more rooms, so they're not necessarily lying about only having 2 spots left, but it is a bit misleading because when I call the hotel themselves, they have 20 other rooms, and it's actually, you know, even cheaper than what's being offered here on Expedia. But this is just another great example of a company that's done a very, very good job at employing scarcity, and it works time and time again with all of their clients. Now, another tactic we have here is urgency. So I've used this dozens of times, pretty much every time I'm running an e-commerce store selling a physical product, and I've noticed a massive boost in my conversion rate. It's also worked on me as a consumer when buying some of my favorite products, whether it be skincare products, clothing items, and things like that. But this is basically when, instead of saying, you know, you have X amount of spots remaining, it's you have X amount of time remaining in order to claim this offer. And usually it's in the form of, in 1 week, we're raising prices. In 1 week, we're going back to the original price. 3-day flash sale, 24-hour flash sale. You know, we're able to offer this to you, but only for the next 7 days. So all of these tactics are employed to encourage to push people over the line much, much faster than simply leaving your offer on the table for however long, because then that person might get cold feet and they might decide they don't want to work with you, or they might spend too much time shopping around and find a better fit for them instead of you just getting them in the door and closing them on that deal right then and there. Now, we also have bonuses, and this is super important because bonuses are truly what makes your offer irresistible. They're the little freebies, they're the little value adds, they're the little things that go a mile for the customer on the other end. One time when I was scaling an e-commerce store, I started working with an agency, and I remember actually the owner of that agency, he sent me an individual package from his clothing brand with tons of different items. And although it was unrelated to the actual agency itself, it went a super long way in terms of building a great relationship with me right off the bat. And even though over time working with that agency kind of went sour and we didn't get the results we were expecting to, I still left them a great review, and I still had a good relationship with the individual to this day because he went that extra mile and he sent me something from his own personal clothing brand unrelated to his agency. And it was that one small thing that made me really like the guy, regardless of what happened in terms of working with him later down the line. Now, of course, you can also start to bring the bonuses into the offer where it makes even more sense. Like, for example, if you sign up for my AI store builder down below, which is free, you'll not only get your dropshipping store, but then after, we'll give you a community filled with like-minded individuals and every single resource that you need to be successful with e-commerce. And then from there, once you get in the community, you realize there's a whole lot more. You start getting weekly calls, you start getting support, you start getting all this stuff for free to the point where you're like, oh my God, people are usually charging thousands and thousands of dollars for this, and this guy just keeps giving me more bonuses. And then that way, if I do ever decide to sell something or launch something in my community where I'm teaching e-com, people are so ready to buy it because they've received so much value from me. But obviously this can be applied in a paid sense as well. If you're charging $2,000 a month for your agency services, you can go ahead and tack on a free website built by your web developer that maybe you're paying $100 for on Fiverr or whatever it may be. But even these small gestures, even if they're not necessarily needed, they go a really, really long way in terms of relationship building, in terms of satisfying the client on the other end, and in terms of likelihood of them coming back, continuing to work with you, continuing to pay you, continuing to scale deeply with you. And a few different examples of some bonuses here could be little courses you throw together, little inner circle communities. They could be Notion templates, it could be video guides, they could be SOPs, frameworks, anything that could help that business, again, do what they do best and help them, of course, solve any unique pain points come across. And lastly, we have guarantees here. Talked a little bit about them before, but they're one of the most effective ways to make sales. 30-day money-back guarantee is very common. I've used that on countless different products that I ran and even countless different clients that I worked with in my original agency. So this comes in the form of like, we'll work with you until you get the results or your money back, or again, 30 days, 14 days, 2 months, 3 months, whatever it may be. And then that way your customer feels a lot more secure and you know you're gonna deliver. And honestly, it's very healthy to put yourself in this position too, because you should be delivering for your clients. And if you're worried about not delivering, by slapping this guarantee on, I guarantee you your back's gonna be against the wall and you're gonna be grinding to deliver this service to the best of your ability and likely over-deliver in the process as well, which is gonna lead to a lot more opportunity and a lot more money in the pocket of your agency simply from adding this guarantee to your offer. All right, now let's talk about client acquisition. So the client acquisition is the process of getting new clients into the door and closing them. This is one of the most important things that comes with running any agency, because if you don't have a client, you don't have an agency. The more seamless this is and the cheaper your client acquisition process is, the better. So how do you acquire clients? Well, there's generally two ways. You got outbound marketing and you got inbound marketing. Outbound marketing is when you're reaching out to clients manually. So maybe you're hitting the phones, you're cold calling, maybe you're cold emailing, maybe you're sending out Instagram DMs, maybe you're sending out Loom videos to emails, maybe you're LinkedIn messaging people, maybe you're literally door knocking. And this is all forms of outbound marketing where you are approaching your target audience or your ideal customer and you're pitching them on why they should work with you, why they should buy your product or your service. Now, inbound marketing is when the lead comes directly to you. So creators typically have leverage, people who are posting on social media, people who are in the media, people who are attracting lots of buzz, lots of hype towards their business. And this is a better method for client acquisition in terms of getting higher quality traffic, warmer leads that are more likely to convert easier, and it can generally be cheaper and make selling more seamless. Now, depending on what industry you're in, depending on what agency you're operating, probably want to use a mixture of both. And usually in the beginning, you're going to start with outbound marketing, and over time, that's going to switch to inbound marketing more and more until the point where eventually outbound marketing might be entirely obsolete, or you'll have, its own designated team for it. And a lot of your efforts will be inbound with affiliates, with referrals, with social media posting, with word of mouth, and people just coming directly to work with you. And those are generally more powerful sources of organic growth and clients versus outbound marketing. Usually you're spending your own money, a ton of time to get out there in the field, in the trenches, grinding and securing those clients. So now let's talk a little bit about outbound marketing that I have some expertise in. First is cold calling. So I generally use this for local lead generation. And this is where, like I said, Google Business Directory got every business in my city straight from the internet, and I would call them and pitch my service. Now this is a volume game. So you'll get a lot of no's, a lot of angry people, a lot of people saying honestly hurtful and disrespectful things, but this really builds your character. This builds you as an entrepreneur. You have to develop thick skin. You're going to go through struggles. You're going to go through challenges. You're going to go through people hating on you. You're going to go through jealous people. You're going to see it all. And in the early days for me, when I was first starting my agency, I took a lot of flack on the phones. And I think that's what helped mold my character today. And now, things don't really affect me, even if I have thousands of people commenting on social media that they hate me, they want to kill me, because I've been through it already. And the first way that I went through it was over the phones. Now, the main point of cold calling is to get the lead in the door, to warm them up, right? So ideally, you want to get their information, email, text, you want to follow up with them. And if you're lucky, you've already booked a follow-up call, an in-person meeting, or something of that nature through the phone directly. When I was cold calling, typically what I was doing is I was picking up the phone, I was asking to speak to a manager, an owner, somebody who's in charge of kind of the department, the marketing, lead generation department that I was trying to pitch my services in. And then once I got the right person on the phone, I would essentially ask them if they have 57 seconds. Why it's super important to set a certain amount of time is because they feel like if they say yes to you, they owe you that time, they have to hear you out, and they're much more likely to actually take what you have in, synthesize it, and see if there's a way that you can work together. So I'd say, hey, do you have 57 seconds where I can share some ideas with you? And then they'd, typically say, yeah, fire away. Or maybe they'd say, no, I don't, I'm actually really busy. And if they say, no, I don't, that's a great opportunity for you to slide in and be like, well, do you mind if I call you back in 2 hours? Do you mind if I call you back in a couple of days? Then you can kind of set a different time, and they'll be much more likely to actually listen to you because they bought into your time at that point. But if they say yes, then you can kind of proceed. And that's when you give them a really brief rundown pitch of what you can do for them, what your offer is. Take a chance on me. I'm a student. I'll work exceptionally hard for you for 2 weeks. I want to prove to myself, I want to prove to you, I want to prove to everyone around me that I'm an amazing marketer and I can do this lead generation thing for you and generate a lot of inbound leads for your business, right? Whatever your pitch may be. That was kind of similar to mine. They might go, yeah, that sounds interesting. And they might have some kind of objection. And then, because you're just briefly on the phone and you've only asked them for a minute of your time, you don't want to drag this call super long, and they're probably busy. They're likely a business owner or in a managerial position. So you say, what, I would love to explain in detail why don't I come in? I can come directly to you. Does this day work? Does that day work? And I'll show you everything that we can do. I'll show you presentation. I'll show you this, I'll show you that. And then you can do a deep dive into their business. You can come strapped and ready to handle any kind of objection that gets thrown at you. You can put together a very powerful presentation. That's when you'll start really seeing success in terms of pushing the client over the edge. But the cold calling is just the initial step to warm up the lead, get them ready for what it is that you're actually going to offer to them. The idea here is you're not closing someone directly on the phone. You're simply setting up a future time to have a proper official meeting where you hopefully get something in paper and get it going. So another tip here is to ensure you lead with value. So you solve the business owner's issue on the call and then lead them to book a call, right? You're not solving your own issue of being broke and starting an agency and begging them to give you their hard-earned money, but you're leading with what exactly you can do for them and how it's going to benefit them. And you put yourself in their shoes, and let's use me as an example. If you're pitching me on something and you come to me and you say, look, I noticed you're running this business. Well, what if I told you that I can guarantee that you'll make an extra $100,000 in the next 30 days in pure profit by implementing my system, which only costs you $20,000 to buy my system, right? And then you said to me, and if not, 100% money back. Well, that offer is so dang good that anyone would take it. And of course, the only thing I'd be aware of is this a scam? And then I'd have to do a bit more due diligence. But if the offer is that strong, and like I told you before, let's build out an offer before we even get to this point that is so desirable that it's simply a no-brainer for you to take it, then you will be a success, right? So ensure you lead with value, have a killer offer ready to go. Do not hard sell it just yet, as that's the quickest way to lose the lead, is the quickest way for the lead to start to believe that you're a scam and all that. Because remember, you're not selling your services on the call, you're simply warming them up with what it is that you can do and getting your foot in the door and then scheduling a proper time to sit down, go over everything, and hopefully get something locked in. Now next, we got cold email. So the first thing you need to do here is start acquiring different email lists. You'll find emails in the link in bio, typically of creators of businesses on their Instagram or their social media platforms. You can also find emails to local businesses directly on Google. Now you can use websites like Apollo.io to buy specific segments to cold blast, in the real estate sector, doctors, lawyers, what have you, whatever your target market is. Chances are you'll be able to find it on websites like Apollo. There's a few others if you search it on Google, you'll be able to come across them. Now it's a volume game with cold email. There'll be tons of no replies. Now, I'll be honest, this isn't really my area of expertise. I do know it works quite well for many different friends of mine that I have and other connects that I've made through business, but a lot of people actually don't like cold email because it can come across as extremely spammy. There's also a lot of relatively shady, gray hat, almost black hat people in the space as a whole, and it becomes quite difficult to completely hard sell on extremely cold traffic. And the cold email is like probably the coldest form of traffic, which means that each individual is the least likely to, want to take a further step and start working with you because they have no idea who you are. You're just some random email that probably showed up in their spam inbox or their trash inbox. They probably just want to get rid of you. You're like, a fly on the wall or a buzzing bee in their ear or a bit of a headache. I'm sure you guys have experienced random emails coming to your inbox. You're like, what the heck is this? Well, that's a cold email. And so that's why I said that it's a volume game, because you might get lucky. If you're sending out millions of cold emails a day, I'm sure something will land, but it's generally not my preferred method. Although if you do want to explore it, it's really important to have a good subject line and a good preview text as well. You can embed, a Loom video explaining how you'll help in the niche solve the problem that they're having. And then you can send a direct call to action like a Calendly, or you can have something a little bit more passive and try to get them to at least email you back to become a slightly warmer lead before you carry on the conversation further, and then offer them to book into a call or to set up another time to meet with that prospect. Next, we have paid ads. So, one of the greatest ways to leverage this is by doing lead generation campaigns where you set up a form that you allow the lead to fill out. It's typically a qualification form, so it'll have a few different questions. And then that way you'll get all of the responses. You'll be able to instantly see which leads are qualified or answered correctly to the questions. So for example, if you're creating a lead generation campaign on Facebook and you wanted people to buy into your web development services and you knew your services ranged from $2,000 to $5,000, you could say as one of the questions on the forms, how much are you willing to invest into your business? And then the different answers on the poll or on the form could be like $0, $1,000, $3,000, 10,000 plus. And then that way, you know the leads that have selected 10,000 plus or $3,000 are qualified or good leads for you to go ahead and contact. And that way, the people who selected $0, you don't have to waste any of your time because they're not meeting your criteria in the first place. Meta lead gen campaigns can be a great way to qualify leads and get warm leads on the phone with you. Now also Google search ads, so you can pay to rank your website when you're a bit more established as an agency at the top of Google when people search for it. And a nice thing about Google is it's pay per click, so you're only spending money on people who are clicking directly on your ad or directly on your website. And this is important because you can showcase everything that a potential client needs to know within the preview text and the main headline of the search. So as you can see in this example here, when someone types in plumber near me and your ad comes up, they're instantly seeing 24/7 same-day plumbing services available today, repairs, installs, clogs, or leaks, which means that they have all the information they need to know to make an informed purchasing decision with you within a matter of seconds. And so if they see all that information, they decide to click on your website, that click is extremely valuable because in a matter of seconds, that traffic has gone from cold to very, very warm because, well, number one, you know they kind of need your services because otherwise why would they search up plumber near me? Two, they've seen quite a lot of information about what it is that you can offer them and they've chosen to actually click and take further action with you. And so at that point, as long as you have a solid website, you're very, very likely to actually have them coming to you as an inbound lead, and they're much, much warmer that way. And Google search ads are generally very, very good for service-based businesses. And you can target, of course, people in your local area this way, and you're only paying per click. Now to recap, inbound marketing is when a lead comes to you already interested in what you have or what you're offering to make selling more seamless for you, and almost flipping it to the point where that individual or that business entity is lucky to be able to work with you and they should prove themselves to you. And so a very, very powerful method for this lately has been Instagram stories. And this is for both businesses and personal brands or creators. And this can be one of the best ways to get leads in the door. So if you already have an engaged audience or people that follow you regularly, keep up with your content, keep up with what you're doing, you can easily direct them to something by using a swipe up in a story or adding a link directly in your story if you have over 10,000 followers. And this is optimal for directing people to a free resource or an opt-in page to collect somebody's information, a lead form, a low to mid-ticket landing page. Even if you're posting a lot on Instagram and you're warming up your leads regularly, then you could probably sell directly off of an Instagram story. But it is very, very good for capturing lead information and then following up with clients further on. So you can see on my Instagram stories here and there, I'm posting the different free offerings or the free resources that I have to provide. And that way we're capturing the leads information and then we're following up with them and actually offering them, like I said, all the resources that I have for free. But later on, if we did want to pitch something to them, we know that they're interested. We know they've collected our free resources. We know they've taken action, they've used, and they've got a lot of value from what we've offered them. And thus that individual is much, much more likely to buy into something that I want to sell them later down the line. And I can access that directly through my CRM. I can follow up with them on email flows and have all these different touch points with a potential client of mine. And it just becomes a very, very effective flywheel, an effective way to sell to potential clients and business owners alike. Next, we have links in bio. So new people seeing your content every day, naturally they'll check out your profile or their YouTube video description or whatever social medias you're posting on for your brand. And plugging in your Calendly link as well can get you hundreds of booked calls, especially if you have viral videos with a strong call to action, telling people to go to that Calendly and book in a discovery call or book in to learn more about your services. And for example, my YouTube generates me minimum multiple thousands of new leads every single month. And by lead, I mean people who take action. Free resources of mine, and I collect their name, email, phone number, things of that nature. Next, we have sales calls. And this is the make or break of getting your first new client. So this is when you're actually hopping on the phone, you're actually hopping on that Zoom meeting, you're showing up in person, you're trying to get the client over the edge and take a chance in working with you. So it's imperative that you qualify the lead prior to actually booking this in, because one, you don't want to waste your time or potentially your team's time. And number two, you definitely don't want to waste their time, because that's going to piss them off if it's not a right fit at all. And you came in, you didn't do your due diligence, you didn't do your homework, you didn't check out their website, you didn't see what pain points they need solving, and if your offer is actually going to resonate and hit hit with them, then really you just wasted everybody's time. And so when I say qualify the lead, it's like things that I was talking about earlier. See exactly what they need. Can they afford it? Are they in the right position where they want to invest in something like this right now? Will this have a significant impact, or will this be able to help them out? Is it accessible? So on and so forth. And have an idea of what you want to go over in this call. Some people will be a hard sell and some people will be much more eager to pay you. Some people will have a lot of objections. It really is an art, and sales is something that you could never truly master. You could read thousands of books on it. You could go through sales training. You could take speaking courses. You can do everything that you can to try to master the art and become a better seller. And I guarantee you that type of stuff is all going to pay off for you, because it truly is one of the most valuable skills in the world. And it applies to not just business, not just closing clients in your agency, but pretty much every single aspect of your life. So my recommendation here again is to just dive in head first and give it your best shot right out of the gate. You might not be sales pro, you might not have all your tactics down, but you will learn over time, and you'll commit to showing up, to improving, and to getting better and better, because you don't want to let these chances slip away from you. I promise you, if there's thousands of dollars on the line with a potential client and you screw up, you're going to do your homework, you're going to pick up a book, you're going to learn about what you did wrong so that next time you ace that call and you ideally close that client. But again, do remember it is a numbers game, so you're not going to close every single call that you get on, and over time you'll start to get data on this. And even if you can make marginal improvements in your sales abilities and in your future sales team's abilities for your agency as well, then you'll be trending in the right direction. You'll be doing a good job. All right, so I'm not going to go into a massive sales training here, but during the call, it's difficult to try and plan how the call is going to go to a T, because everybody's different. Everybody's going to be sharing their own input, their own stories, their own reasons for why they jumped on the call, why they wanted to work with you. And again, like I said, it's an art. So every call is going to go in some sort of different direction. But a really key point that I have for you guys early on is always collect payment on the call and never off. One, because there'll be a lot of technical difficulties. You know, people will want to use different cards, different forms of payments. You need to be there to ensure that process goes smoothly, because nobody wants the hassle of having to deal with a very, very difficult form of payment or a very, very difficult way to pay someone, and they'll just give up at the last second because you didn't help them out with that process at all. So that's important, but also to ensure that, they don't end up getting cold feet later on or rethink it when it comes down to making the payments. And it's much harder for them after they've committed to you to see you face to face and to just, not pay you. They're obviously gonna pay you if you can convince them that they have to do it there with you on call or when you're in person, things like that. Now, on these calls, you wanna sell the result, the outcome, the benefit, not the service itself. So as a business owner, right, I don't really care, to be honest, what you're gonna do for me. I care about how it's gonna benefit me. So if you're coming in here and you're telling me, look, I'm gonna put $100,000 in profit in your pocket in the next 30 days and you're only paying me 20. I'm like, yep, done, sold. I don't even care what it is exactly that you're gonna do. I don't need to know the specifics, technicalities. I wanna make money. I want my business to grow. You can help me with that. Let's work. At the end of the day, it's very, very simple. If your offer is irresistible, it'll sell itself. If you have massive social proofing, you'll sell yourself without even trying. And these calls are gonna be smoother and smoother. But yeah, there will be times when you need to hard sell. You need to pitch a little bit. You need to showcase yourself, your services. They're going to ask a lot of questions. That is where you can talk more about the specifics, especially if it's somebody who wants to be hands-on. They want to know about each aspect of what you're doing for them. That's when you can kind of get more detailed with objection handling and with them asking specific questions, or you can even ask them, is there anything you want to know in specific before we move forward with this? And then you can kind of drill into those specific subjects. But if you're just generally talking, you're just generally pitching, no point of going hyper specific down exactly, what words you're going to use on your landing page form of your lead generation campaign, right? It's just irrelevant. They want to know how their business can grow, how you're going to help with that, and what the offer is, plain and simple. So with client onboarding, and this really does go a long way. It impacts the perceived value of your service. It is good to have contracts in place. You can use simple website like PandaDoc or DocuSign, onboarding forms for post payments, gathering info from your client, creative assets, everything that you need to fulfill the service as much as possible. You can automate this with tools like Zapier to be even more professional and time saving. It's also really nice to have welcome packages, again, bonuses, custom made videos for the individual clients. You can really take this as far as you want, but really try to personalize the experience to each and every client, especially when you're starting out as a brand new agency. This is how the optimal onboarding flow should look for you guys. Client pays, contract sent immediately via email, client signs. All this can be done on the call as well. or you can schedule a follow-up call for all the onboarding stuff, but I like to get it over with literally like right after they pay. Onboard to the Slack channel, onboarding document or welcome package sent in the Slack channel. Client fills that out, Slack notification to go ahead and tell you that that's been completed, that's been done. There's sort of other automated flows and automated zaps that you can set up to ensure this process is smooth. And obviously there's a lot of different things you can tweak and you can add within this, but generally this is how your onboarding flow should look in a nutshell. Now, key here is really, really good communication, from delivering the service to keeping the clients to the day in, day out, daily grind of working together. I like to use Slack for team communication. It's probably the go-to for most agencies. A really good thing to get in the habit of is daily updates. Even if it's just 1 to 2 sentences, it goes a long way, gives people peace of mind, makes you feel like, they didn't just pay you and then you took off. It lets clients know that things are moving forward and things are running efficiently. Even if they're not, you should still send the daily updates, keep people in the loop, make them feel good about their investment and their purchase with you at the end of the day. You should also run at least 1 weekly call with your clients if they're interested. A lot of times you'll have clients who are like, I don't really need to, but you can still leave the option open to them. You can say, hey, look, every single Monday, if you're flexible around this time, I'd like to set up a call, and you don't have to come. I'd appreciate it if you just pinged me, even 30 minutes before and let me know if you're gonna be there or not. But that way they feel like there's always an open line of communication with you. They feel like they're always able to reach you. They're always able to jump on a call with you. And I promise you that's gonna go a long way. And then in those calls as well, you can let the client know about any roadblocks, wins, losses, issues. Don't try and hide things, be transparent, be authentic. And this is gonna go a long way. And even if you're not seeing the success that you want early on, as long as the client sees that you are showing up, you are grinding, you are working harder than everybody else, they're going to be much more likely to continue on with you. And then they will start to believe in your vision as much as you believe in it. And then the results will show for themselves over time. I'm sure there won't be any issues in terms of a client deciding to work with you. Now, I know I sound like a broken record here because I've said it about 1 million times, but you need to focus on keeping the clients and not getting new ones. It is, in my opinion, hands down, always better to scale deeply with one client than many, many clients. So don't look for your next client if you aren't satisfying the needs of your first client, if you aren't doubling down, over-delivering, getting them the results they're looking for, scaling up, offering them new things, offering, advice and how you can provide even more value and more impact for them. Chances are you're gonna make much more money working with a smaller amount of clients at a much bigger scale than 30 clients that are all over the place, very, very small amounts. I'd take 1 client all day that I'm scaling to 6-figure months with, then take 30 clients that I'm only receiving $1,000 a month from each client, right? So very, very common issue for agency owners is that they always try and get that next $2,000 a month without ever over delivering or even delivering in the first place for the first client they sign. They're always so hungry to get to the next client. They waste all their time on client acquisition when if they had just done the things that they promised to do really, really well for 1 client, 1, they'd probably make a lot more money, and 2, they'd probably get crazy referrals from that client. They'd get a crazy case study that would allow them to generate so many more inbound leads than always chasing up the next client. So focus on keeping your clients happy, starting with client number 1, and things will just start to pan out for you after you get that first client. And again, over delivery on your service, increase your perceived value of your agency as much as possible. It's better for brand image. It increases the chance of referrals. It decreases your client churn rate. And it's imperative that you don't ask for extra pay. You do extra for free and you let the extra pay come to you over time. So an example here would be you're running an email marketing agency. Well, you over deliver by going out of your way to offer to run SMS marketing entirely free. And the client will be so shocked, they'll want to pay you more naturally. Again, reciprocity. From there, they'll want to start cutting you in on better deals. And over time, you can start to ask for better and better deals. You can ask for increase in pay. You can ask for a percentage of the revenue that you're generating. But like I said, only after you've over delivered will these other doors start opening up for you. And next we got hiring. So generally positions to hire for pretty early on would be a client success manager. So somebody who's staying actively communicating with the client on the other end in the Slack channels, on calls, daily updates, providing overviews, weekly performance insights, monthly performance insights, putting out any fires, things of this nature. You have an onboarding assistant or VA, somebody helps out with setting all those processes in place, with taking emails, with doing any of your outbound marketing efforts, with all sorts of things a VA can be helpful for, and even helping you out with the delivery of the service itself, and however that looks. And then eventually you can have a team leader to manage other employees, chief of operations, CMO, whatever you really need as you start to scale. Somebody who's kind of responsible for, your team of VAs, your team of workers who are doing the drop servicing. If you take more of that approach and you're not in the trenches doing it yourself, and if you scale up over time, you won't be anyway, so you'll start to need these people in place. But again, you cannot scale an agency without delegating tasks at some point, so you must delegate to elevate. There's also probably some AI tools that can help automate a lot of your processes, and things that I mentioned earlier like Zapier that can put together a lot of automated workflows to save you time and to save you money from hiring too many VAs early on. The hiring funnels that I like to go for when finding good talent is one, I have a community. If you have any kind of audience or community, maybe you have Facebook friends, maybe you have an Instagram presence, maybe you have a LinkedIn, to post up stories, content, let people know that they can reach out to you, send them hiring forms, post hiring forms, have a website where you post and direct traffic to. Next, you got Fiverr and Upwork, onlinejobs.ph for looking for a cheaper workforce from other countries. Pro here is there's countless employees. There's always tons of freelancers listing themselves up for their services, and you can find experts in any field. And the con would be integrating the employee into your platform, because it is generally difficult to take them off of the platform, as these are gig platforms, which means that you should hire them directly on the websites. But if you get a bit sneaky with the language that you use when you message them, you can take them off. You can find a way to get their phone number, their email, and you can bring them into your own team, your own Slack channels, and start working with them directly as your employee instead of just hiring them from Fiverr to fulfill a gig. And then qualifying employees. So very, very similar to how you'd qualify clients, except this time you're asking things like previous experience, why they should work for you, their expected compensation, the hours that they can work, anything else that you feel necessary. Maybe you can schedule a hiring call, or if you're comfortable, you can just go off of a form and a brief introduction. Now, next we got scaling your agency. Let's keep this one very simple. You want to work on the business and not in the business, because if you get caught up building people's websites all day, you'll never be able to expand. This is figuring out what your highest leverage activities are, like automating operations, sales, onboarding, fulfillment, lead generation. You need a hand in every aspect to make sure it's flowing smoothly, but you can't do it all. So start to hire out for different aspects of the business and start to focus on what you do best and what's going to move the business forward and grow it the fastest way possible. Do monthly audits of the systems that you have to ensure the operations are running smoothly, the people are in the right places, you have open lines of communication with each employee to ensure that issues are addressed as they arise. And naturally, you will figure out the most needle moving activities in the business and the things that you need to do to progress it a lot further on, a lot faster. And eventually, systems are going to be the key to your agency. So let's just go over a brief diagram here. Again, we talked about the client being onboarded, the onboarding form complete, an audit, film a Loom or an advisory, send a Loom, welcome package, all these sorts of things. And this is a bit more catered to an email marketing agency in specific, but again, you can apply that or extrapolate that out to pretty much any industry, any type of agency. But in phase one, the setup will begin. Phase two, the implementation begins. Phase three, the systems are up and running and live. And phase four, the systems are actually starting to scale and you're growing your agency. And that's really just how things look in a nutshell. But overall, over this past module, I feel like I've given you guys all the tools, keys, and resources necessary to go out there and start your first agency, or at least start working for somebody as a freelancer and then building up over time. And I know a lot of this is overwhelming. There's so much, and quite honestly, I could ramble on this topic for hours and hours. But the key here is to just start, is to dive in head first, take what you've learned from today. Hopefully you wrote down some notes. Hopefully you have a good idea of where you want to start, an offer that you want to craft, a service that you want to provide. Take it, run with it. You'll learn as you go. You'll research as you go. I promise you, it's not as scary as you think to get the ball rolling. Really, all you have to do is focus on getting that first client and focus on building a good relationship. At the end of the day, that is the most important thing in business. Business is all about people and systems, but to be honest, mostly people and how you treat one another. So sign that first client, treat them very, very well, work extremely hard, and let the results speak for themselves. Build yourself a case study, rinse and repeat, and I promise you, you'll have a successful agency in no time. So anyways, I'll throw up a quick screen here of the recap. So if you want to go back, we'll have all the chapters on the screen as well for each little sub module within this entire section. That's pretty much it for the agency and freelancing portion of this guide video. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning into this one. Make sure you send it to family and friend as well, or somebody who's interested in getting started with an agency, because this truly is the beginner's roadmap and everything that you should know before starting this online business. Thank you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, I've got it all figured out, bro. I know exactly what I need to do to get to the next level. Let's do this thing. Okay? All right, sounds good. Talk to you later. Yo, what's up, bro? How you doing? Welcome back. So, I got some crazy stuff to go over.
Strippers and blood.
All right, well, better get to it. Let's find it out then. All right, guys, so welcome to the module on diversifying and preserving your wealth. Now, this module is not intended to be financial advice. So first and foremost, I've made lots of investments over the past couple of years. I've done well on some of them. I've lost a lot of money in a very short period of time. And I have other investments that I'm not planning on touching for a very long period of time as well. Now, the information that I'm about to share with you is not just coming from me. I've also had countless calls with my accountants, my tax specialists, other friends who are around my income level, and even mentors of mine who are making similar investments or doing different things with their money. And although I feel that this comprehensive guide right here is going to be the perfect thing for you to do when you start actually making some money, I can't personally guarantee that this is the best route. And I'm not claiming it to be the smartest route or the best thing to do with your money when you're making it either. I'm simply telling you what I've learned over the years, what I've started to do when I started to make a little bit of money and a lot more, and how that's helped me and changed my financial position as an entrepreneur over the past 5 years. So without any further ado, as we all know, it's not how much money you can make, but it's how much you can keep. And that's exactly what this module is designed to do. It's to help you keep your money and grow it over the long run. One more thing to point out is if you're already making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, or you're already a multi-millionaire, this advice probably won't be super helpful for you. Rather, it's better for people who are anywhere from starting out and making their first few $1,000s a month to my current financial position, which is making a few $1 million a year and having some leftover money to allocate into investments for your future. So firstly here, we have when and how to save, invest, earn, and spend your money. First thing that I want to talk about is categories of spending. So generally, you have two categories. You have personal expenditures and you have your business expenditures. So with personal, these are things that you buy for your own personal pleasure or within your life that doesn't necessarily affect your business whatsoever. And these items or these purchases might add value to your life, but they don't contribute to your business or your wealth or your financial position as an individual whatsoever. So these are typically vacations, cars, luxury items, mostly, and good cuisine. The reason why I say mostly for luxury items and cars is that if you're really involved in a specific industry, take vehicles, you can actually make money on buying and selling vehicles, but that's not the purpose of why I have vehicles in the personal expenditures here. I'm simply saying that 99% of the time when you purchase that new vehicle, it's a depreciating asset. Yes, it will still hold some value. At the end of the day, you're purchasing that vehicle because you like it, you want to drive it, and it adds value to your personal life rather than for your business. Now, on the business side of things, these are things that contribute to the growth of your business. So employees, mentors, education, equipment, or anything that you might be able to write off as a business expense or that contributes directly to the growth of your business. Now, most importantly here, whether you're spending personally or on your business, I do want to point out that everything has an ROI. And this is a mindset that I adopted a few years ago, and it's helped me tremendously throughout my career. And the best example I can give you here is, let's say I'm spending some money on some high quality food. Instead of going to the convenience store near me and picking up some ramen noodles and a sandwich because it's cheap and convenient. That high quality food in turn is gonna give me more energy, and it's gonna allow me to be more productive and focused when I'm working on the business. So even though it's technically a personal expense, if you look at everything in a sense that it does have some ROI on you or on your business, then you're gonna be much better off, and that mindset is gonna help guide you when making financial decisions. So firstly, I wanna clear up some stuff about write-offs because I think a lot of beginner entrepreneurs or people starting out, they don't really understand how this works. And I'm just gonna go over this at a very high level. But basically, let's say that your business has about $40,000 in retained earnings, or that your taxable income for your business is $40,000 at the end of the year. Now, looking over some of your expenses, which could be work equipment, subscriptions, flights, or even a computer expense, we can actually deduct from your taxable income, making your net taxable income cheaper
aka you're paying less on taxes. So in this example, if your business has generated $40,000 in profit at the end of the year, if you subtract your expenses, in this case, a computer expense, you'll be left with $38,000 in net taxable income. And what that basically means is, no, you don't get a computer for free. You're still spending your business's money to acquire that computer. But what's happening here is the government is saying, hey, give me a piece of your $38,000 now instead of your $40,000. So essentially the amount you're gonna pay on taxes is gonna be reduced because of your business expenses. And that's what a write-off is. It's not simply getting free shit because you have a business. Now, like I said, that's just at a very, very high level. You wanna speak to your accountant for regional rules. Depending on what country you're in, there's gonna be so many different categories as to what can fall under a business write-off or a business expense, rather than what has to be kept personally and outside of your business. So this is something that we'll touch on a little bit later, but when you're getting to the point when you're generating hundreds of thousands of dollars with your business, the best route most likely for you will be to get yourself a killer accountant on your side. So now let's jump into investment vehicles. So the first one that I want to talk about is public equities. So this comes in the form of index funds, ETFs, also investing in individual companies that are public. On the right-hand side here, you can see Meta, Google, and Amazon, actually some of the holdings that I have. Now, the S&P 500 index average annualized return is usually somewhere between 9 to 10%, which means on average, every single year, it will return roughly 9 to 10% as a store of value. Now, after you adjust this for inflation, this might fall to somewhere between 6 to 8%. Now, of course, there's some years where you're gonna have a recession, the economy is gonna be weak, you might even go down drastically in your portfolio's performance. When I'm talking about the average here, I'm talking about taking the historical value of the S&P 500 over many, many decades of years. And there's tons of different index funds out there. Now, if you don't know what an index fund is, let me just clear that up. So my example here is with the S&P 500, which is one of the most popular index funds. You've probably heard about it before. And essentially what that does is it tracks the US stock market and picks out the 500 highest valued companies and puts them in one basket. Therefore, when you're investing into the S&P 500, you're technically investing a very small amount into Meta, Google, Amazon, and 497 other companies, all compiled into one. Going the route of investing in index funds is generally safer and a better bet than buying in directly to an individual company, because of course, if that company were to go bankrupt, you lose your entire position, versus if a company in the S&P 500 went bankrupt, you'd only lose a micro fraction of your position, or you'd be affected in such a small way because of that. That being said, I personally invest into the S&P 500, but I also invest into individual companies. The reason for this is that you can see greater returns or greater growth by investing into a company that you feel is going to grow over the next however many years. A great example of this has been the Mag 7 or the Magnificent 7 stocks, which is basically your big guys like Meta, Google, and Amazon. And these stocks have been far outperforming the rest of the market. Now, luckily for me, when I first started investing, I started investing in these companies, particularly Apple, because I believed in the long-term vision and where they were going. Now, again, this is not financial advice, but my personal strategy here is if I'm investing into a company, I'm simply thinking, is this a company that I believe in? Now, I know some people are going to be like, well, you should probably take a look at the financials. You should probably see if the company is currently undervalued or overvalued based on a number of different metrics. The reason why I like to do things this way is because I'm young. I have a lot of time in the market, which means that it's okay if I'm currently buying a slightly overvalued stock. I mean, obviously, I prefer to purchase Meta when it's at an all-time low as opposed to an all-time high, but I believe in a company like Meta for the next, 10, 20, 30, 40 years and so on and so forth. So at this point in time, I don't really care when I'm buying, when I'm looking at these blue chip stocks. And I do recommend that if you are investing in an individual company, you should believe in that company. Otherwise, maybe take your money somewhere else or put it into an index fund. And the next investment vehicle here we have is crypto. So with crypto, you have the ability to make a ton of money in a very short period of time, as we've seen over the past 5 to 10 years. Now, it can be extremely risky. So I don't recommend that you go ahead and dump your entire life savings into it. Now, unless this is your passion, this is your hobby, this is your business, you fully believe in the market. I have friends who are like 95% in on crypto, but I recommend that if you're just doing this to diversify your wealth, you find some key projects you like, you stick to them, and you put money into them, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, if you want more specific tailored info, then you can start looking around to join paid groups that you trust and follow their calls. But again, at a very high level with crypto, I do recommend that you be aggressive with taking your profit because nobody went broke by taking too much profit off the table. And don't FOMO into projects just because they're being talked about on social media. This is the easiest way right now you can probably lose money. So I fell victim to this, I think 2.5 years ago when Terra Luna crashed, if you guys remember that. I put a lot of money into this project because all these influencers were propping it up on social media. And then one night I opened up my portfolio and I saw the project in real time crashing. I saw my position going from multiple 4 figures to practically $0 overnight. And the project had no liquidity, which basically meant that I wasn't able to sell my position. And I was simply watching my position dwindle down to nothing. And let's just say it was an extremely depressing few hours or night for me. Now, next, let's talk about real estate. So real estate is a long-term, larger investment. And generally people do this for a number of reasons. One, I mean, people will purchase real estate if they want a home to live in. 2, they'll purchase real estate for the returns year over year. So typically the real estate market in most markets goes up every single year, and the actual plot of land, the house, the apartment, whatever you bought will appreciate in value each year. But another reason why people purchase real estate is to rent out the property on short-term rentals or websites like Airbnb. Now, there are ways to get started with real estate even if you don't have a lot of money, and there's tons of people online who will coach you through the process of it. For me, real estate as of now hasn't been something I've been super passionate about. It hasn't been something that I've gained a lot of expertise on, which is why I've generally stayed clear of it. And that's another thing I want to touch on as well. It's if you have expertise in a certain area, for example, for me, it's e-commerce, you should look at investing as much of your money as possible back into something within the realm of the area of expertise that you have. So for me, it could be investing into other online e-commerce businesses. It could be partnering up with other individuals and buying into their companies, or simply putting my money into public equities in companies that I believe in, because that way, at least I feel like I have some kind of control and my knowledge is helping me out with that investment. But if you just blindly throw your money into something like real estate, having no idea what you're doing, then you're probably not going to see as great returns as opposed to investing into something that you have a bit more expertise. Now, I guess real estate is kind of a bad example for that because generally when people invest in real estate, it's seen as a safer investment, much safer than crypto, usually seen as safer than public equities as well, because the one thing that we can't create any more of in this world is land. And if you own land, that generally speaking should appreciate year over year for the rest of your life. I mean, obviously in recessions and down periods, you're going to have times where the market may crash, but overall you should be looking at appreciation and gains on your investment with real estate. But a house can also be a liability. So it's something that not a lot of people talk about, but buying a property and then dealing with home insurance, then if you're renting it out, dealing with the tenant insurance, and then maybe that property is tying you down to one specific location in the world, and it's making it harder for you to, let's say, move to another country or to get rid of your residency status because you want to live somewhere else and you want to start a business somewhere else. These are all things to consider when making a land investment, especially in a specific country. And I can't speak for everybody here, but I know for me in Canada, if I were to go ahead and buy property, it would have some implications on my current lifestyle. That being said, I actually am looking at buying property in Canada as well as Dubai. I'm a resident in the UAE. I'll keep you guys updated on one day when I buy my first piece of real estate. I'll probably post that on YouTube and share with you guys the investment and how it went. But to sum things up here, a home can be a liability or it can be an income generating asset. It just depends on how you set things up. And a mortgage for a home is generally seen as good debt. And we'll talk a little bit more about good debt and bad debt later on. Now, just a couple more things to touch on here as far as investment vehicles go. We've got government bonds, gold, GICs, and other less risky asset classes. So these kind of assets are usually used as a hedge against inflation or diversification of larger wealth. So if you have tons of money and you have some allocated to crypto and public equities and real estate and all these places, then chances are you'll probably have a little bit in some less risky asset classes, or maybe you'll have, some money in, let's say, a GIC or a registered savings account. So you can easily move some of that money back to your checking, aka that money is more liquid than, let's say, if you purchased real estate. And having that money in a more liquid position might help you to seize other opportunities in the future if you wanted to, let's say, invest in a company or you needed a lot of cash on hand to build your own startup from scratch. Now, generally, as a young person with minimal funds, these wouldn't be my preferred investment classes, but maybe in the future when I'm looking to diversify my wealth a little bit more, I'll look at some of these less risky asset classes. And the reason why I say that is because I'm 23 years old, and I'm sure a lot of you guys watching this video are pretty young as well, which means we have have so much more time on this earth. If I was 50 or 60 and I wanted a more safe investment because I knew that I was going to take the money out relatively soon and use that money to enjoy the rest of my life, to travel, to spend it on my kids and my grandchildren, then of course I would probably have more of my portfolio diversified into things like bonds, savings accounts, possibly even gold. But knowing that I have so many years, I like to put my money in generally slightly more risky investments, but things that will yield much more growth over a long period of time. Because if I'm investing something now, I'm deciding that I don't need it, likely for the next decade or even longer. I also want to touch on tax-free savings accounts. So in Canada, this is a big thing. In the US, this is a big thing, although it's a slightly different name. But depending on your country, you can set these up through the government. And depending on how much you're being taxed every year, you'll have a percentage of allocation to invest into this tax-free savings account, which basically means you can hold stocks, you can hold gold, you can hold bonds, and you can take out your profits without paying any taxes on them. So this is something that I highly recommend you look into depending on where you live, because it's good to get the ball rolling with it early. For example, for me, as soon as I turned 18, the government allowed me to allocate about $6,000 each year into tax-free savings accounts. And then now that I'm making a lot more income, a certain percentage of my taxable income, I can allocate to a registered retirement savings plan as well, which is also tax-free. So my recommendation for everyone here is to look into this and try to fill up your contribution room every single year, because this is tax-free gains and you're not going to get an opportunity like this anywhere else. I mean, 99% of the time, depending on where you live, when you invest and you make money on your investments, the government's going to come after you yet again and take a piece of what you made on that investment. And we can also talk a little bit about alternative investments. So this is where you're looking for investment opportunities in maybe your hobbies or the interests that you have. A common one is luxury goods. Even back in the day, I used to buy and sell hype clothing, designer clothing. I remember I got access to this bot online, which would allow me to buy Supreme. At the time, Supreme clothes were selling like crazy, and I would buy them for a couple $100 using the bot that I downloaded on my computer. And then when the product got to my house, I would resell it for, in some cases, 4 figures. I would make a lot of profit just from buying those luxury goods. Now with alternative investments, the thing for me is I'd say stay away from them unless you have expertise or it's a passion or hobby of yours. Because if you're simply getting into the streetwear sneaker game just to make a little bit of money, you're probably gonna get discouraged, because there are people whose entire livelihoods are buying and selling sneakers, and they're probably just gonna crush you with that. So when it comes to investing, yet again, the common theme here is invest into what you have expertise in. Some of my friends, they've even invested into CSGO skins and fashion pieces for online characters in their video games, and have made thousands and thousands of dollars doing this. So there's always very unique opportunities for you to make money. I think Gary Vee talks about his collecting cards and all this kind of stuff all the time. And he really has a passion and a hobby for this, which is also why he's been able to make so much money off little side investments. For me, one of the other places that I invest in is watches. I guess the watch that I'm currently wearing right now, I'm simply just wearing it because I like it. I picked it up somewhat recently, but I have a few different watches and I'm planning on growing my collection. And although most of the watches that I have right now, I'm planning on just wearing, I've already scratched them up quite a bit because I really do enjoy nice timepieces. I think in the future, as my collection grows, there might reach a point in time where I'm starting to sell off these pieces, or I'm starting to make money on them and then purchase other ones. But again, another example of something that I have a little bit of knowledge and expertise in. I'm always looking at different groups. I'm chatting with different people who are interested in expensive timepieces. And I could also treat it as an investment class, because most of the watches that I've currently bought have held their value in the past couple of years. So let's talk about investment strategies for you starting out. First, you have dollar cost averaging, or DCAing. This basically means you're continually buying into a certain stock, crypto, or indice, and you're investing equal amounts of money on regular intervals. So basically in this image here, you've decided over the next couple of years, you want to invest $300 every single month to grow your portfolio. So what you're seeing here is the share price of a certain company is fluctuating, but every single month you're actually investing the same amount of dollars into that company. So in January, you bought 10 shares. In February, you bought 30 shares because the share price was discounted. And then in March, share price came up a little bit and you bought 15 shares, and so on and so forth. And over a long period of time, the graph might look somewhat up and down, but you'll be left with a lot of shares in that company, and you'll likely have not bought at the best buying opportunity or when the company was the cheapest. But the good thing about dollar cost averaging is you'll also have not bought at the very peak. So a lot of emotional investors, they like to buy when the market is green and everything's doing well, everything's flying. And then what happens is, a year down the line, they're really stressed because the company's at half the share price that it was last year when you bought in. You've lost half your position, and then you start taking money out, when actually the best time to put money in was when you took your money out. So if you're an emotional investor and you're scared about losing a little bit of money, even though it's unrealized, the best thing to do for you is to start dollar cost averaging, because that way, if you look at your investment over the past couple of years, you're gonna realize that yes, you bought a little bit when it was at all-time highs, but you also bought the dip. And so it averages out to be a good buying position, and over time, chances are your position actually increased rather than decrease. Now, the next option you have here is lump sum buying. So this is buying a lump sum of a certain stock, crypto, or indices at once. So this is typically done when someone feels that a specific investment has reached its lowest point in the market, AKA you feel Meta's really low right now, they're gonna shoot up and your investment's gonna gain a ton in a short period of time. This is a perfect time to empty my bank account and put as much money as possible into this company. Now, the tricky thing here is, like I just mentioned, a lot of people FOMO in when the market is really high, when everything's going well, when all the companies are reaching new all-time highs, and then they get depressed a few months later when there's a recession or the economy comes down a little bit. So I myself have fell into this trap. That's why I'd recommend dollar cost averaging, or sticking to a certain amount of money that you're putting in every single month. But if you feel you want to take advantage of a great market crash, if you feel you have a really good buying opportunity with a specific company that you want, and you have a lot of money set aside to do so, then lump sum buying could be the route for you. Now let's talk about investing in your business. First and foremost, everything that I've just told you, I want you to hold on to that. But this thought here is going to be the most important one, that if you were to walk away with one thing from this module, this is what I want you to walk away with. The best thing that you can possibly invest in is yourself, especially if you're a young person. Investing into your future also might fall under business spending or personal. So you have things like buying mentorships, buying gym memberships, attending networking events or conferences, consuming high quality food, which we talked about before, and education. Because I think 99% of people, they are living in a money scarce mindset. So they're always worried about their income. They're always worried about how much money they have. They're always worried about if they're gonna be able to support themselves and their families in the future. And so they tend to hold on to every last dollar and save it and hoard it, typically in a checkings account. But if I want you guys to learn one thing from this, it's that saving money typically doesn't get you anywhere. The rich don't get rich from saving. The rich get rich from making more money. So if you're starting to make money, the single best thing that you can do for yourself is put that money right back into you so that you can make more. And this comes in the form of, yes, reinvesting back into the business, of course, spending on your business to grow it, but also spending on yourself. So reading books, going to seminars, buying mentorships, getting high quality education that's gonna get you to the next level. Because imagine if, let's say when I was making $30,000 a month, which is good money for, I think I was 19 or 20 at the time. If I just started hoarding onto all of that money and being scared to spend any of it because I was worried about my future, then I would probably still be at $30,000 a month. And yes, I'd be living comfortably, but I would only know what I knew back then, if that makes sense. Rather, when I had that $30,000 a month income coming in, I spent a good chunk of it. In fact, probably almost all of it. The first thing that I did when I had a successful business that was pulling in over $10,000 per month was I took a flight down to LA and I met up with a mentor of mine. That mentor single-handedly helped me go from $30,000 a month to over $100,000 a month with the same business. But had I not took a leap of faith, invested a little bit more money into myself, into my learning, into my education, into my traveling, then I never would have unlocked a whole new possibility for how high my income could go. And I know this mindset can be extremely difficult to grasp. It sounds like it makes a lot of sense when I'm saying it, but if you grew up poor, if you grew up where money was a worry for you, if you grew up in an environment where you always heard your parents fighting over the bills, or maybe you were even deprived of certain necessities in your life, then once you're making $10,000 a month or a comfortable income, you're naturally gonna wanna hold on to as much of it as possible. But I'm telling you guys, this is not how the rich think. This is not how the wealthy think. And this is not how the multi-millionaires and billionaires of the world have got to the position that they're currently in. Money loves money. Money loves speed. and money loves you pulling out your wallet and spending more money to bring money back. And so I think the easiest way to think about it is if you have, let's say, $1,000 and that $1,000 is sitting in your checking account, it's simply rotting away to inflation. And yes, you have some money for an emergency or for a rainy day, but if you spend that $1,000 in the right places, investing in yourself and the future, then you can think of it as you sent out 1,000 tiny soldiers to go out into the world and to bring you back more money. And you can keep doing this at every level. And even for me, sometimes at my level now, I'm in a bit of a scarcity mindset with money where I'm like, well, if I do this, 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 and this, then technically I could retire for the rest of my life comfortably. So I should just stop spending my money. I should cut my expenses. But then I kind of snap out of that and I'm like, wait, I could just increase my income. Why am I so worried about saving my money? As an entrepreneur, we have the freedom, we have the flexibility to simply increase our income and look at the other side of the coin. Now, I think for most people in this video, probably isn't super helpful if you've decided you're not an entrepreneur, you work a 9 to 5, and that's all you ever want to do. Yes, some of this investing stuff might apply, but this particular part here that I'm talking about might not be that helpful, because if you know you're only making $8,000 a month for the rest of your life, then you have limited capability on what you can do, and you probably should plan around that $8,000 a month coming in for the rest of your life. Take care of your future and everything that you want. But for us entrepreneurs, when we start making money, we have to remember that that is not the income level we're going to be making for the rest of our lives. In fact, our goal is to double that every year, or whatever your goal is. Maybe your goal is to double that every month. There was a time when I was doubling my income literally every couple weeks, right? So we have to remember the other side of the coin. It's not always how much money can we save, but it's how much money can we make. And oftentimes spending more money will lead to us making more money, so long as we're spending it in the right places. Now let's talk about creating multiple streams of income that complement each other. I'm sure you guys have all heard of like the average millionaire has 7 income streams and kind of all that stuff. So that's why I want to break down some more income streams that can get you to that millionaire status and beyond. But first and foremost, that whole cliche, I just want to dissect that a little bit, because I think a lot of people coming into online business, coming into becoming an entrepreneur and starting their first business, they immediately think, I'm going to need 6 other income streams. I'm going to need, investments over here, another business over here. I want to start this business with my friend here. And they try to do everything at once, and then it all just falls apart. The best piece of advice that I've ever gotten when I was early on in my journey was stick to one thing, focus on one thing and do it very well. Aim to be the best at it. And if you can do that, the other income streams will open up along the way with very, very minimal effort. So when I was saying earlier that money loves money, what I mean is if you have a lot of money, it's going to be so easy for you to get rid of that money, for you to invest it, for you to spend it, for people to come in, and that money's going to make you returns. It's way easier to invest and put your money in the right places than it is to get your income level up in the first place. So when you already have money, it's relatively easy to grow it. And that's why the rich keep getting richer. That's why these kids born into these old money families that have, countless properties and countless businesses, they never really go broke. I mean, maybe in a generation or two, they go broke because they run the entire business empire into the ground. But throughout the span of their life, they never go broke because they have money sitting in a trust fund that is residually making them more money than they can even spend, right? So imagine you have, let's say, $6 million invested in the S&P 500 in a trust fund for your kid. Every single year that your kid is growing up, he's essentially making, what is that, like $600,000 a year in income, or $50,000 a month? And think about it, that kid at 1, 2, 3, 4, what the hell is he spending $50,000 a month on? Nothing. So all that's compounding, and that's growing even more every single year. So the time when that kid is 20, he has a massive, essentially compounding snowball of money that is just continuing to roll that he can never spend. And that's why it's very, very hard even to lose a lot of the wealth that you have when you're at that point. Now, probably most of us watching this video aren't at that point. I'm certainly not at that point yet. Basically, what I'm saying here is focus on one thing, become the best at it, focus on getting your active income up as high as possible, and the other income streams will follow. Your money will start working for you. You'll start placing it in some of the investments that I've already talked about. And when they say the average millionaire has 7 income streams, they're not referring to the average self-made 22-year-old millionaire who started from scratch. They're referring to these old money families that have multiple millions, and they just have their money invested in a diverse basket of places. That's the 7 income streams that they're talking about. But none of these wealthy older people got to that position without mastering one thing and building it up to a high active income point first. But with that being said, I want to talk about certain income streams that complement each other or that you can work on together in the online world. So one of the best ones to talk about here is content creation. It's the easiest segue from one business to another. Content in and of itself is a business. You can make money on it. You can make money on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. You can promote things. You can promote affiliates. You can have sponsorship dollars, right? So if you run a media buying agency, start creating content on the side about media buying. Makes sense, right? If you know how to do X thing, why not scale a business doing that? Why not tell other people how to do that? Why not start your own personal brand around that and meet other people, make more connections, meet mentors? And this is exactly what I did. So after a while of starting my own agency, of starting e-commerce, I decided to get into content creation. I decided to start posting on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram. And through that, I met so many cool people. I met mentors that, again, took me from $30,000 a month to 6 figures a month. Then I started making money. My audience grew even more. And then I'm making high quality videos like this, inspiring and impacting people. People came up to me on the street and told me I changed their life. So there's a million great things, and not just financial benefits, that can come from picking up the camera and showcasing to the world what you've been working on, what you've been doing, the skills that you have, and what you have to provide and offer to the world. And it's one of the easiest segues from one business to another. Now, another massive benefit to building the personal brand is that even if all your current businesses fail, even if your active income goes to zero, if you have a personal brand, opportunities will come your way and you will never go broke. I mean, think about a celebrity, or like, let's say an ex-celebrity who is dead in the water. They had their moment to shine. They had a big acting career. They had a big music career, whatever it was. And people forgot about them. Like, no one really cares. They're not in the spotlight. They're not working on anything new. If these celebrities maintain a massive social media presence and they keep putting out content and nurturing their audience, well, then even if everything else has failed, even if their main mission of, being a musician or being an actor has came to a halt, or they got washed up or failed, chances are they'll still be able to make money. They can turn their social media into a business, or they'll be able to take advantage of so much freebies and free opportunities just from having a social media presence. So that's another reason why I recommend building a personal brand alongside yourself, alongside your life, alongside your business, alongside your career. If there ever comes a point when everything fails for you, you'll still be able to make a little bit of money off of holding that audience in your pocket. Companies will pay you, you'll get sponsorships, you'll get affiliate opportunities, and you'll never go broke just from being somewhat well known. And especially in today's world where, attention is the new currency, and with the attention economy, people are willing to spend a lot of money to get things in front of other people. Now, this takes me back to one of the most important things, which I already touched on a little bit, and that's avoiding shiny object syndrome. So social media in particular will always blast a million different business models and opportunities in front of your face, and shiny object syndrome will burn you. I have yet to see a beginner entrepreneur starting out, and over the past 2 years, I've worked with hundreds of different beginners getting started in e-com and various other online business models. I have yet to see a single one succeed that chose to either start multiple businesses at once or chose to jump from business to business very, very quickly. This, to me, is the #1 predictor of somebody's success starting out. Are they willing to pick one business model and go all in on that one thing until it works? On the flip side, I have never seen somebody who holds the mindset of it's not a matter of if, but when I'll be successful, who holds the mindset of picking one thing and sticking to their grave to make that thing a success. I've never seen somebody who's like that fail. These people simply always get to the top because they push against the universe so hard until the universe finally puts its hands up in the air and goes, all right, we'll give this kid what he wants. He's been trying for 8 years. He's finally cracked the code. He's finally figured out. Give him endless money, give him success to his business, and so on and so forth. So that is the mindset I want all of you guys to embody moving forward. And the easiest way to do that is to stay away from social media, stay away from the shiny object syndrome, stay away from the guy at the bar telling you he has an extremely lucrative investment opportunity for you, and stick to one thing, stick to what you do best, stick to what you're passionate about, and stick to what you know. Then, like I said, over time, that can branch out even further, And that can lead to different skill sets, that can lead to different investment opportunities. You can meet new people and tons of things can happen. But you have to get the ball rolling first to the point where that ball just keeps rolling more and more and you can't stop it. Kind of like what I was talking about earlier with the old money wealth, how the ball just keeps rolling and they have more money than they know what to do with. Another great way to focus in on this is to have one big goal, or at least one big goal at a time. And I think as your life goes on, your big reason why or your goal, it's meant to change. But that doesn't mean that you should be changing it every single day. It means you should be changing it when you get to that point. You can sit back and you can reflect on the journey that you had, and then you can start a new journey, right? So maybe your one big goal could be doing whatever you can to retire your parents. And that's fine. That is a great goal. Figure out whatever you can do to get your hands on that amount of money that's gonna make that dream come true. And then probably when you make that dream come true, you're gonna sit back and you're gonna be like, whoa, so much has happened. I built this business, I did that. I put some money over here, which made me a ton of money. And then you're gonna be thinking, I really have a passion for this. You know, my next goal is I wanna build my clothing brand to $100 million and then exit. And then maybe your next goal after that is you've made so much money and you're 40 years old and you realize that you don't have a wife and kids, you don't have a family. So maybe that's your next goal. And they don't always have to be financial or around business, right? But I think having one big goal at a time is the best way to do it and having tunnel vision towards that goal. Now let's talk about some other information that doesn't get thrown around a lot. So setting up an LLC or a sole prop. This is when you first start your business, you're starting to make some money, you're thinking, shit, I gotta take care of the legal side of things, otherwise the government's probably gonna come after me. What do I do, right? So generally you have a sole prop or a sole proprietorship, which is super easy to set up. You know, there's not really much paperwork or annual filings you have to take care of. It's easy to file taxes through your personal tax returns, and it might even save you some money depending on how much the business profits and what your business expenses are looking like. For me, my natural progression was I started a sole prop, and then about a year later, I started an LLC. However, my business grew a lot in that first year, and I actually wish that I started an LLC earlier, because then that would lead to me paying less money in taxes. So an LLC is a corporate entity where the owner isn't personally liable for the debts or lawsuits held by the business. It's easier to obtain equity in small business loans with an LLC, and you file your taxes separately, which could save you money depending on how much the business profits. So basically what I'm saying here is the biggest difference is a sole prop is kind of like having a mini business within yourself. So the same way you'd be filing your normal tax returns every single year, you'd kind of do that with a sole prop. But the big disadvantage here is you're paying the same amount as you would in personal income tax. So if your business made you $200,000 a year and the $200,000 tax bracket for personal income is 53%, then you'd pay 53% of that $200,000 in profit, which is a lot of money to pay on taxes for your business. Rather, if you started an LLC and let's say the corporate tax rate was 27%, then on that $200,000, you pay 27% in the government and you get to keep the rest of retained earnings in your business to reinvest and likely grow your business a lot faster. Now, the other biggest difference here is with an LLC, you have limited liability, which means people can't sue you directly. So if I just had a sole prop and all my business was done through my sole prop and somebody sued my sole prop, they would be suing me directly and they could come after my personal assets. They could come after my personal property. But with an LLC, people can only touch what's inside your business. Your business is a separate entity to yourself. Now, of course, there's a bunch of other small technical differences, but my recommendation would be start a sole prop up until about, let's say, $10,000 a month, or maybe even a little bit less. And when your business is kind of reaching those points in revenue, then you should start looking at setting up an LLC. But before you even set up an LLC, again, my recommendation is to get a good accountant, which I'll talk a little bit more on the next slides. Now, again, my best recommendation for all of this is to get yourself a good accountant. Because the tax laws and the rules are so dynamic, or there's all these changes every single year, you're not going to be able to stay on top of it all. You're going to be stressed. You're going to be worried about the money coming in. You're going to be worried about the government coming after you. So possibly even hire a bookkeeper as well to communicate with the accountant. And then come tax time, hire a tax specialist to help you file your taxes, especially if you have a complex structure, if you have multiple LLCs, and so on and so forth. People always ask me, they say, when should I do this? That's the biggest question. And I think the earlier the better. My only regret financially has been not getting a good accountant in place with my business way back when. I waited too long. I tried to do everything on my own. And in turn, I lost a lot of money. I thought I was saving a lot of money. But then when I got an accountant and a tax specialist and they pointed so many things out to me, they hopped on calls with me. They took me through the entire process of how they were restructuring my business financially. I ended up saving saving thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every single month. And it's not as expensive as you guys might think. Depending on who you're working with, their hourly rates can range from maybe $30, $40 an hour all the way up to a couple $100s an hour. But usually a bookkeeper is very, very cheap if you want someone to do all of your books. And then the accountants and tax specialists, yes, their hourly rates can be quite expensive, but you don't necessarily need them working tons and tons of hours. The best thing that you should do is book a consult with one of them, chat for an hour or two, and figure out the best route for you moving forward. And trust me guys, I've saved now hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past couple of years just from having the right people in place. Another thing I want to touch on here is credit cards, particularly business credit cards, because a lot of people use them to their advantages. A lot of people end up traveling the world for free. I'm sure you've heard of credit card hackers. I'm sure you've heard of point accumulation from running your own business and spending thousands of dollars a month, and how having the right credit cards in place can actually make you tons of money, save you tons of money, and give you tons of other benefits and perks. Now, I would recommend, if you want to get into credit card hacking and traveling the world for free and all this kind of stuff, you watch specific videos based on what country you live in, because it's very, very different country to country. Unfortunately, I live in Canada and we're a bit handicapped compared to our friends in the US with what we can do with credit cards. For example, I have TD, which is one of the biggest banks in Canada, and I also have American Express. But my American Express cards that I have, their point system in Canada sucks compared to the point system in the US. My friends who are spending the same business expenses as me are making about 4 times as much points on their American Express card as I am. Not to mention, the Canadian American Express doesn't nearly have as many transfer partners for points as the American Express does. And what that means is basically all of the points that I accumulate on my American Express profile, I can't transfer to tons of different airlines. I can't transfer to tons of different hotel partners, but in the US, they can. So what that means is I'm very limited on what I can spend my American Express points on. And then for TD, it's even worse. TD does everything in-house, as do all the other Canadian banks like BMO and RBC. And they have a few small travel partners, so you can, book some travel stuff with your points, but you're not gonna be getting the crazy credit card hacking and travel deals that our friends in America are. Now, I believe America is the best country in the world for credit card hacking. So if you are in the US, again, I'd recommend watching a specific video on all the different cards and the advantages. But for me, I basically just stack my points and then I either turn them back into cash, so I save a little bit of money each year, or I use them to book some travel. But again, I'm not getting the crazy kind of deals that people are getting over in the US. So I just wanted to give you guys a little brief on that. If you are Canadian and you're looking for the best cards, I would probably recommend setting up American Express. And then with TD, I would check out the TD Business Travel Visa, which is a very good card. You get like 6x points on tons of different business expenditures and so on and so forth. But again, these points aren't worth much compared to our friends over in America. So now it's time for me to give you my advice. I've given you guys a briefing on most of this stuff and a high-level overview of what to do when you start making some money. But now I want to give you more specific advice from me and what I've done. So first and foremost, work relentlessly on yourself and on your business. Every dollar apart from necessities, so your house, your food, your water, should fall back into the categories of spending that I was talking about earlier. So high ROI categories, your business, your education, your mentorships, your health, your safety, until you're making a comfortable income of, let's say, $10,000 a month. I know everyone throws that number around, but if you're making $10,000 a month, 6 figures a year on your business, and likely have some tax advantages in there too, you're doing pretty well. You're in a generally comfortable position, unless you're living in some, very, very expensive city like New York. But for most places in the world, that should give you a little bit more room to spend. And that's when you should be looking at getting a really good accountant and tax specialist. Now, next, I'll say this again to really drill it home. Avoid investing in areas that you are not an expert or you are not passionate about really learning and getting into. Because what is the point? Your gains will be much higher in an area where you're gonna have expertise and you're gonna spend that extra time every single day learning about, getting involved with, meeting other people in the space, and making sound investments with your money. So my strategy and what I've done thus far, now this is definitely not financial advice because I've made my fair share of mistakes and I've learned along the way. But yeah, when I was 18, 19, and I started, surpassing that $10,000 a month kind of range, that's when I started thinking, well, I'm living in a comfortable place. I've got good food. I'm able to cover all my business expenses. The business is growing. And I do have a little bit of profit left over every single month that maybe I should invest somewhere else. And let me say, that was my first mistake, because I should have just kept pouring money directly back into what was making me that $10,000 in the first place. And even though I should have just put it all back in. Like, I shouldn't have even thought, oh, okay, let me take out $2,000 a month from my earnings and put that somewhere else. But that's what I did. And what I started doing was I slowly started buying into crypto, into public equities, maybe a couple $100s a month at this point. And that did me well. I was dollar cost averaging in. My positions were generally growing until I started making a lot more money. And, in probably the next year, I jumped from about a $10,000 a month income to six-figure a month income. So when I was making that kind of money, I was then putting $30,000, $40,000 a month into my investments. And usually I was injecting a large amount at once into crypto, into stocks. And I just had this kind of euphoric feeling as my income was growing, my investments were growing, and then boom, recession. And, all my crypto projects crashed, some even crashed to zero. I lost $80,000 in that night with the Terra Luna project. My stock portfolio crashed. Even then I started stressing, and I started spending so much time on my investments that my business was falling a little bit and that my active income was decreasing, and everything was just one big mess. And so had I just kept a level head from the beginning, kept investing back into the main thing, which is the business, and then maybe when I was making a bit more money, had I just picked an amount to comfortably dollar cost average into, instead of just throw massive amounts of cash towards different projects at once that I didn't really have that much information on, I was simply listening to social media influencers online, then I wouldn't have wound up in that position. But anyways, that's what happened. Hit me pretty hard, was a huge learning lesson for myself. And then I kind of stopped investing for like 6 months. So I started sitting on cash, all the cash that I had coming in, and I started formulating a new plan for myself moving forward. And that new plan is basically what I'm following to this day. So again, taking into account that I'm 23 and I have a long career ahead of me, a long career of active income, and I also have a long life ahead of me in terms of many, many years that my money can compound. I want to be in investments that are high growth, but I also don't want to lose my entire position in a day. So somewhere in between a super risky project like Terra Luna and, a much more safe and sound investment like real estate. My portfolio has grown quite well, unrealized gains, of course, over the past couple of years, mostly in the Magnificent Seven, but in a few other high growth tech stocks as well. And then I have some money in some ETFs inside of my tax-free savings accounts, inside of my retirement savings accounts, and inside of some other just trading accounts as well. And most of that is in, the Vanguard or the S&P 500 funds that just carry a large collection of high growth companies. And then I have a smaller percentage of my net worth, I guess, in crypto, only in blue chip projects. So, a small amount in Solana, and then mostly in ETH and Bitcoin. And then if anything, if I'm bored, if I want to have some fun, I'll throw a very, very small amount of money to some more speculative investments. But with that being said, I am reaching a financial position where I'm starting to accumulate a decent amount of wealth in my current business, and I'm looking to expand into other areas. So real estate is on my horizons in the next 6 to 12 months. And then after that, I do want to eventually start getting into venture capitalism as well. And that's always been a bit of a goal of mine. So yeah, I guess I've just been taking it a bit slower, not FOMOing into things, not rushing into things, not getting emotional, and just taking my time and realizing I have a lot of years to go. I have a lot of time in this game. And if I rush it now and I lose everything and I get discouraged, then that's going to affect my longevity in this game. So there you guys have it. That's pretty much at a high level everything that I know about how to keep your money, how to preserve your money, how to diversify your money, how to grow your money. Obviously, I didn't get super technical on a lot of things because a lot of these things are going to be very, very specific to you. They're going to be very specific to your region, your country. And also, I don't want to give you direct orders because then I can be held liable. And like I said, I'm no expert. This is not financial advice. This is simply what I've done, what other people in my network have done at this certain income level, and a good foundation for you to understand a little bit of financial literacy and what could be your plans with the money you have coming in moving forward over the next couple of years. Anyways, guys, that's it for this module. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
I-35 with a top down, quick to tell a hater they should get like me. Seem like everybody wanna be the boss, but it costs and these lames ain't shit like me. Drop a couple bands on the crypto fans, know my shit go. I ain't gotta tell them what it is. Tell them I'm a grown ass man.
Yo, Nate, what's up, man?
Yo, what's good, bro? I was just thinking, like, the whole point of making all this money is to do things differently, to have a crazy lifestyle. And what are we doing living like everybody else? I feel like we should be taking advantage of this money, traveling, having crazy experiences. Like the shit we see on Instagram Reels all the time.
Yeah, man, I get that. So, where would we go?
Dubai.
I-35 with the top down, quick to tell a hater they should get like me. Seem like everybody wanna be the boss, but it costs and these lames ain't shit like me. Drop a couple bands on the crypto fans, know my shit go. I ain't gotta tell them what it is. Tell them I'm a grown ass man, so you'll never fool me with the cap you be selling to the kids. Shorty, we the lords of the land, we wavy. Bad little mama tryna have a nigga baby. In a coupe seat color like gravy. Children of the sun, why these niggas so shady? Boss talk with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flip that. I be chillin' with my shorty, got the crib on karate. Keep up, little baby, that's a kickback. Can't flex on a nigga living hate free, but he say real, but I know that nigga can't be. Pay a nigga up for the late.
All right, so welcome to chapter 4, which is content creation and personal branding. And this chapter is one of my personal favorites. I've also managed to make a lot of money over the past couple of years using the exact principles and strategies that I'm going to teach you inside of this module. So without any further ado, let's just dive straight into it. All right, so firstly here we have a little table of contents, so you can go ahead and skip to whatever section of this program that you find most valuable. But I do highly recommend that you watch the entire thing through because there's going to be hidden gems across every single one of these sections. Number 1, we have the importance of a personal brand, so why you should be starting one and thinking about creating content in the first place. Number 2 is exactly how you're going to craft your unique personal brand that again is completely unique to you and will not be a cookie cutter copy and paste version of what somebody else out there has already created. Number 3, we'll actually dive into the specifics of creating content, and this will include everything from exactly how you're going to get the shots that you want, whether you're going to be creating on YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram, and exactly what equipment that I recommend for you to start with as well. Number 4, we have monetization. So once you got the ball rolling, you started to create content across the various social media channels. One of the most important things, to be quite honest with you, is bringing in money from this content. If you are not monetizing your content, how do you expect that you're going to be able to upgrade and improve over time because you have no funds coming in? But I'm going to show you the exact methods that I've used to make millions of dollars over the past couple of years with content creation. And this is one of the most valuable skills in today's day and age. So this chapter will be extremely crucial for you guys. And then lastly, we have third-party content options for number 5. And when I say third-party, I'm basically referring to leveraging somebody else's ability or talent in content creation to put more money in your pocket. One of the most popular examples of this going around right now, which we'll dive into, is UGC content creation and how massive billion-dollar brands even are taking advantage of this trend to make even more money. All right, so starting off with importance of a personal brand. First and foremost, what is a personal brand? A personal brand is creating a digital identity of yourself to present to the world as if you were a brand. Now let's take one of the biggest hip hop artists and celebrities around right now, Travis Scott. Which product would you expect to see Travis Scott promoting? Would it be this YSL cologne here, or would it be a bike helmet? Now, obviously, you probably thought to yourself, the YSL cologne almost immediately, but why? Well, first you need to understand what words would you use to describe Travis Scott? What is he known for? The ones that I've picked out here is dark, mysterious, and intense. And how do I know this? I know this because of his social media, otherwise known as his personal brand, and the image that he is portraying to the world of himself. You see, therefore, the YSL cologne is in alignment with Travis Scott's personal brand, which means that he'll be able to sell a lot more of that cologne rather than some simple product like a bike helmet. So next, why do you need a personal brand for yourself? Number 1, social proofing and evidence. Well, firstly, we need to understand the couple different types of cognitive biases that is going on when people are viewing your content. Firstly, you have the bandwagon effect, then you have the authority bias, and lastly, the conformity bias. And these 3 are the most important biases to tap into. The bandwagon effect is basically when people will adopt certain behaviors, styles, or attitudes simply because everyone else is doing so. If you see somebody's Instagram post and they have thousands of followers, thousands of likes, you're probably going to like that picture as well. You're probably going to take what information is being conveyed to you as authentic, trusted, or legitimately as possible because, well, everyone else is believing it, so you probably should too. Right? Take the Golden State Warriors in 2015 as an example. You know, in sports, when a team is always winning, more people end up supporting them just because everyone around them is building that hype and supporting the team as well. It's fun to be on the side of the winning team. Remember when Golden State finished the season 73-9? Everyone jumped on the bandwagon and instantly became a fan. Then we have the authority bias. And this is the tendency to attribute greater accuracy to the opinion of a figure or authority. Basically meaning that if somebody is perceived as an authority or an expert in their field or space, we are more likely to take the information they're presenting to us and believe it almost immediately. To put this in perspective, let's take a common example that's probably applied to you at least once in your lifetime. Imagine you have a couple of friends who are really big on health and fitness. They're always hitting the gym. They have great physiques. And so you probably went up to one of these people and you've asked them, how do I lose body fat or build a better physique? You see, the friend who works out and who has consistently gone to the gym for 3 years, even though he has a great physique, he's in shape, he advises you to eat less to help achieve a caloric deficit. After trying this for a couple weeks, you probably got upset, fed up with your results, and instead, maybe you contacted a professional or an authority figure like a doctor. The doctor maybe recommended you to start running. Now, immediately most people will disregard everything that their friend had told them and they'll listen to the doctor and start running. Simply because the doctor has more authority, most people will start running, even though running might not be the most beneficial solution to what they're looking to achieve, which in this case is losing body fat. Lastly, we have the conformity bias, and this is the tendency to change one's beliefs or behaviors to fit in with others. So instead of using your own judgment, your own values, your own set of beliefs, basically, you look at what everyone else is doing around you and you naturally want to conform to them because it feels right. The best example of this I can think of in recent times is wearing a mask in public or on a crowded train. Look, in 2024, we don't have to wear masks anymore, yet a lot of people in certain areas are still wearing masks. And why that is, you might ask? It's because, well, everyone else seemed to be doing it, so you felt more comfortable simply grabbing your mask on your way out or before you stepped on public transit. And a lot of these things happen completely subconsciously. You see, we're not sitting down and critically thinking about our decisions and analyzing why we're putting that mask on in the first place. We're kind of just doing it because everyone else around us is doing it. And in many cases, we're not even aware of the fact that we're doing it. But you see, this isn't necessarily a problem. And conformity is actually extremely important in the evolution and the survival of our species over the past thousands of years. Take social learning, for instance. You know, back in the early days, early humans were observing others, and that helped them acquire new information and behavior on how to act themselves. Picking up new skills by simply watching what others around you are doing is one of the best ways to learn something extremely quickly. There's also safety in numbers. By following the crowd, you often have a much safer strategy and you're bearing a lot less risk than going against the norms. This is why so many people enroll into college without even thinking twice about it, because in most first world countries, it's deemed socially acceptable and almost normal for you to be following that path versus venturing off onto your own. So with all of this in mind, we can use these cognitive biases to see the benefits of our personal brand, starting with building a good reputation. Having a solid personal brand directly links to building a good reputation, and this helps immensely with networking. People already know who you are and what you do, and by bypassing this timely step in networking and evaluating if each other's skill sets can help one another, you can just speed up to the good stuff, or in other words, actually getting what you want out of a valuable connection moving forward. I just have a couple examples of hundreds that I've met over the past couple years, thanks to my personal brand. In these pictures here, you can see a couple of my friends who are worth millions of dollars in various industries, and we've all helped each other grow and learned so much from one another. But of course, if we weren't posting content or building our personal brand in the first place, how would we have ever found each other and began to take those next steps? One of my most important connections over the past couple of years, his name is Jad Kantari, and I've seen him as a mentor figure pretty much since I first started having some real success with e-com. After a little while, I started posting content on TikTok and Instagram, and Jad Kantari actually stumbled across one of my TikToks. From there, he sent me a DM, and I immediately responded back, and he told me to come down to LA. From there, the rest was history, and I was able to take one of my brands from $30,000 a month to over $100,000 a month just from this one connection and implementing all of his strategies and systems that got him to where he is today. The next most important thing is building trust. You see, trust is everything in relationships, especially in business. Being easily identifiable and sharing value online makes you perceived as more trustworthy. I mean, think about it. If you were to meet some guy out at a bar and he would tell you he has a hot opportunity for you to make millions of dollars in crypto, would you believe him? Probably not. But what if that guy shared his Instagram account with you, and on his Instagram, there was proof of his lifestyle, there was videos of the money that he had made in crypto, there was connections in his mutual following, very powerful connections in the industry. All of a sudden, he is a lot more of a trustworthy person based on the things that he's gonna tell you, simply because he's built his social proofing, his personal brand, and his identity for you to look at before even talking to him or taking those next steps and engaging in some form of a deal and working with this person. In the case of Jad, if he hadn't seen my posts on social media, he never would have reached out. And if I reached out to him, he probably wouldn't believe anything that I had to say because there's no proof backing it. So now that we know some of the immediate short-term benefits of having a personal brand, let's get into some of the long-term benefits of why a personal brand is so important. Firstly, we have turning your passion into a business. By enjoying what you do, it is more likely for you to have longevity in it and be able to do this for many years to come. Next, you have a competitive advantage. So separating yourself from your competitors with distinctive branding gives you all the edge when you're trying to sell your own product, somebody else's product, or make money in various other ways, in which we'll talk about later in this section as well. Next, we have organic growth, which is basically bringing in inbound leads instead of outbound leads. And if you're a business owner yourself, or maybe you've heard this in business school, or you've talked to other business owners, you would know the value and importance of having inbound leads to your business as opposed to strictly outbound. Next, we have partnerships, and this could lead to all sorts of collaborations, offers, free gifts, and just improve your life as a whole simply from having a personal brand. Here's an example of a company that rebranded their own passion into a multi-million-dollar business through the power of personal branding. Firstly, they started to amass a following on social media, and it started as a simple 30-day experiment to see if selling spicy honey had a market. After finding that initial validation, the owners realized in order to go viral and clear the inventory, an eye-catching rebrand was needed, and that's when Bushwick Kitchen was born. Not to mention, Instagram is also your virtual business card. In today's world, people judge others based on their Instagram profiles, and that's just the truth of the matter. You can sit around and complain all you want, or you can take advantage of this new opportunity and start building up this social identity card in the way that you best see fit to present to the world. With that out of the way, I'm sure you guys now understand the importance and the value behind a personal brand and having social media to some extent. So now let's get on to the second part, which is exactly how you're gonna build this personal brand. So first thing we need to talk about here is Instagram and the influence that you'll have with a profile on reaching your personal goals in real life. So professionally, Instagram will impact the job offers that you receive. Whether you're an employee or an entrepreneur or you're self-employed, it does not matter. By having an Instagram presence, this will heavily influence what happens next. If you're an employee and you're hunting for, different job positions in various companies, what do you think the recruiting managers are doing in today's day and age? They're scraping all of your profiles online. They're looking your name up on Google. They're coming across your social media. They're seeing what kind of a character and what kind of person are you. And this is really the only way they have to do that as of now. So you need to give people your authentic self, but also present yourself in a way that is beneficial for your goals. Number 2 is socially. So Instagram can also determine the people that you can connect with and ultimately form long-lasting friendships and even relationships with, which is also why largely today Instagram is seen as partly the biggest dating app in the world, because people can showcase themselves, what they look like, how their body looks, their achievements, all of the things that a prospective future partner would want to see before furthering that relationship or agreeing to meet up with someone on a potential first date. Now, the metrics and the analytics on your Instagram profile are public, and that's actually super important as well, because don't think that people are simply scrolling your photos. They're getting an idea of who you are by looking at the metrics on your Instagram, such as your mutuals. Right? If you have a lot of mutuals with someone, you're much more likely to follow back and connect with that person simply because other people in your network have already validated and trusted that person enough with their follow to some extent. Again, going back to the conformity bias, you naturally want to do what everyone else around you is doing, and if everyone else around you is currently following someone,
you'll probably follow them back too. The next is followers. So having a high follower count can attribute to social status in today's day and age. I mean, the most famous person on Instagram, Cristiano Ronaldo, has over 629 million followers, probably more at the time that I'm filming this. And because of his massive presence online of over 1 billion followers across multiple platforms, he is widely regarded as currently the most famous person on the planet. Next, we have engagement, and this one's actually super important because the vast majority of people, they will pay attention to, well, how many likes is this person getting? How many comments? What are the interactions? Are they real looking or are they fake looking? Because as we all know, there's so many services out there that you can buy your likes, you can buy your followers. I'm sure somebody in your network has done this and maybe has 300, 400,000 followers on Instagram and is barely cracking 500 or 1,000 likes. That is a sign of somebody who is actively pursuing a facade in order to make them appear like they have higher engagement and appear like they have higher social status than they actually do. And why you want to avoid that is because you'll essentially look like a fraud to the powerful and valuable connections that you actually wish to make by using Instagram. And lastly, we have aesthetic. So how purposeful, intentional, easily readable, and digestible is your content? You know, going back to the Travis Scott example, you wouldn't imagine him to be promoting YSL cologne and showing his dark and mysterious vibe with all of his outfits and nice stuff, and then all of a sudden start posting, you know, random pictures of him biking in a park advertising a bike helmet. It just doesn't fit, it just doesn't make sense with his aesthetic. And when people follow you, they're following you for a reason. They're expecting a certain type of content. You've portrayed yourself in such a way, and you don't want to constantly flip-flop on the version of yourself that you are presenting to the world. I also want to note that, look, with the fake engagement, the fake likes, comments, followers, all these kinds of things, there are certain times where it might be applicable for you to get that extra social status and boost on your account. For example, you're starting a brand new brand from scratch and you have 0 followers, you have 0 engagement. Again, nobody's gonna trust you, nobody's gonna conform to the content that you're putting out unless you have that social standing, that following, those engagements. But if you don't have it, you can at least fake it in the beginning. Now, where this starts to become an issue is if you are somebody actively trying to grow a personal brand for yourself. Maybe you're a creative, maybe you're in the online education space, such as myself. Whatever it is that you're doing, if you know that you're actively gonna be creating content for a long period of time, then buying followers, buying likes, buying all these things will actually mess with the algorithm, and in turn, you'll have a harder time growing over time. The other reason why you don't wanna do this is, again, being caught and looking like a fraud. If it's very obvious that you've done this to try to increase your social standing, then everyone around you is gonna know that that's what you've done. And again, they're gonna be much less likely to wanna reach out to you, to wanna connect with you, to wanna work with you. So if you're building a personal brand for yourself from scratch, unless it's a very specific case, I would highly recommend avoiding all of the fake followers, fake likes, and fake engagements that you can purchase. Now let's talk about how the perceptions that are formed on Instagram can spill over into your real life interactions. Think about a time, and I have probably hundreds of these times or experiences myself, where you've seen somebody on Instagram, you've seen the type of pictures, the type of content that they're putting out, and then you meet up with them in real life, and it's not what you expected whatsoever. The person is 100% different from what they're portraying on their profile. How does that make you feel? Kind of a bit strange. It's like you've got used to this identity and this version of somebody that you believed that they were because that's what they sold you on. And then you met up with them in real life and you were probably let down because it's not like what you're expecting whatsoever. So this is why it's so imperative to be purposeful, because your persona that you display online spills over into your real life interactions as well. You want to show up extremely authentic and true to yourself regardless of to what industry you're in on Instagram, and highlight all of your personality and values, along with, of course, your accomplishments, highlights, achievements, and whatever it is that you're representing. With that being said, we can start talking about building the perfect Instagram account. So first, let's start with your username. You want to make it short and memorable. The shorter the better, but I know there's millions and millions of users on Instagram right now, so it can be a little bit challenging. Next, verification. If you're somebody who's actively trying to build a personal brand, there is no reason why you should not be paying the $20 or $30 a month to get verified on the platform. This is gonna immediately put you ahead of others when you're liking and you're engaging on other people's posts. You're gonna land higher in people's inboxes when you're sending them DMs. And again, you're gonna have a more of an authority presence when people view your account. Next, we have the profile picture. So generally, unless it's a brand or unless your personal brand is in a very different or interesting kind of industry, it should be a clear face shot and at least show some kind of personality or invoke a little bit of curiosity into your lifestyle and who you are. Next, we have your biography. Now, a lot of people like to do this a lot differently. Mine actually isn't the same that I'm recommending here right now, but these are just helpful guidelines and common things that people with authority will put in their bio. The current city, the job, or what your company is, a quote or a call to action if you're trying to get people to reach out to you, and a web link to whatever it is that you're trying to promote or you're trying to show off to the world. So maybe this is your website, maybe this is your brand, maybe this is somebody else's product that you're selling if you're doing affiliate marketing, or potentially even taking somebody else to another social media platform if you find that you're looking to grow your YouTube, you have a big presence on Instagram, and you'd rather send some traffic over that way. And next we have highlights. So these are your Instagram stories that are categorized into all those little highlights just underneath your biography. And it's actually super important to curate good highlight feeds nowadays. You know, back a few years ago, Instagram was all about the grid photos, but nowadays people are using it a lot more like Snapchat, and everybody is posting stories daily. That's probably hurt Snapchat's performance over the past couple of years as well. But either way, it's here to stay, and these highlights are here to live on your profile. So inside of these highlights, if you have a personal brand where you're selling something, you wanna have testimonials and results. This is, again, one of the highest forms of social proofing because it's other people actively validating what you're doing or what you're selling. The next thing that you can have is work samples. So show examples of the work that you've done, show your achievements, your accomplishments, again, all of the things that build authority and make people trust you. And then last, showcase your lifestyle. And this one is potentially even the most important regardless of whatever industry you're in. This is because when you want to convey to somebody that you've made it, you've done well, you've built a business, the best way to do that is by showing them and not telling them. So when you think of ultra successful people, you think of people who have ultimate freedom, time freedom, location freedom, financial freedom. What are these people doing? Well, they're probably living in big villas, mansions. They probably drive a nice car. And again, this isn't always the case, but this is the general perception of the population. And to some extent, you do have to feed into that if you want to build your authority. In which case, you should show your lifestyle while still being authentic, but capture your best moments. I mean, after all, these are called your highlights for a reason. Next, we have followers. So this is a super important metric. And the first thing I want to touch on is having the right ratio. So the right ratio basically means that you follow a lot less people than that of who follows you. And why that's so important is because think about somebody who follows you on Instagram and they're following 5,000 people, but they only have 200 followers. What does that tell you? That tells you this person is not valuable enough for all these other people that they followed to follow them back. Likely, they don't have authority, they're not gonna be able to sell you anything, they're not gonna be able to influence anyone on anything, and so they've done a horrendous job at building a personal brand. But if it's the other way around and that person has 5,000 followers and they're only following 200 people, well, that shows that they're a high status, a high value person that likely is gonna have more authority than if it was the other way around. So the general rule that I like to follow is trying to keep below 300 accounts, and that helps as well with being intentional about the content that you're engaging in on the platform. If you follow 1,000 people, sure, you might know a couple hundred from high school, you might know a couple hundred people out in your community, but you don't necessarily need to follow them because all that's gonna do is gonna take away from the people that you really wanna follow, you wanna get inspired from, you wanna get value from, you wanna have a valuable connection in, and your feed is gonna be over-cluttered with all this garbage content. For me, what I like to do is follow a very small amount of people who are my close family and friends, and then everybody else that I follow should be somebody who provides you value in one form or another. So maybe this is somebody that you're actively learning from. Maybe this is somebody that you bought into a course, a mentorship, a program, and you wanna stay up to date and see how they're living their life. Maybe this is somebody that could be an amazing connection for you in business or whatever you're trying to do further down the road. These are the types of people you should only be following on Instagram, and no exceptions, especially when you're building a personal brand. The next thing is to have a quality following. So people look at who you are following. Believe it or not, both guys and girls, for different reasons, will look at the people that you're following. So only follow people who follow you back. Because again, what does it signal to these people if you're following a bunch of people that don't follow you back? It signals that you are not valuable enough to get their attention and their follow back. And so you're just following them as some kind of fan. Now again, this could be fine if it's somebody that you are actively learning from or has a massive presence. But if it's just some regular everyday people, or let's say some Instagram models that are showing off their body, cut this following because it really is hurting your social status. Next, we have growing followers. So 10K plus is kind of a good range where you start to develop social proof. As soon as people see that K popping up instead of a number on your following on Instagram, they're gonna instantly attribute more authority towards you. You'll also show up higher on notifications and in people's DMs, and people want highly followed accounts to follow back. The reason for this is because if you're following a bunch of high status people, guess what happens when people view who you're following? They're gonna see that your network is valuable, high status, high following. And so they're going to attribute more social status and more social standing to your profile, and thus they'll have a higher chance of actually following you back as well. And then like I just touched on earlier, verification, super important for social proof and authority, and the algorithm will prioritize you in so many ways. Okay, now let's talk about how you should be posting to your feed on Instagram. So first and foremost, you can now pin posts on Instagram as of I think a year, maybe a year and a half ago. And this has become super important for people who have a personal brand. You want your top 3 pinned posts to be the posts that 1, intrigue people the most, but 2, sell them the most on whatever it is that you're selling. And if you're not selling anything, you're selling yourself, you're selling your personal brand. So this should really highlight your accomplishments and your achievements and why people should follow you, be influenced by you, and be listening into your content. Next, you wanna have a consistent color scheme or aesthetic. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but it'd just be super weird if each post was completely random and completely different. That's why you'll see a lot of people, maybe in the fitness space, and all of their posts look the same, but all of their posts are doing very well because people expect that kind of content. Or maybe you're in the travel space. Yes, the posts are different, but they're all from beautiful locations. And at the end of the day, the person who likes one of those posts and follows you is probably gonna like the rest of them as well. Now, generally, you also wanna stay away from having oversaturated and over-edited photos. We can all think of that one friend or person that we know who goes on Facetune and edits the heck out of their face. Look, if that's you, it's blatantly obvious. And sure, some people can probably use Photoshop in a way where 99% of people will not be able to tell that you made some edits to your face. But for the vast majority of us, going on Facetune and spamming up the jawline feature and smoothing in our skin just makes us look like idiots on our Instagram profile. So honestly, don't bother with it. The next thing to keep in mind here is an inspirational mood board vibe photo. So these type of photos, and also in the form of carousels or photo dumps, have become more and more popular on Instagram these days, and for good reason. I mean, imagine if you just had an Instagram profile and every single photo was just a singular photo of you. You're not really conveying much. But by having a carousel of 5 or 10 photos at once, you can almost tell a story and walk people through how your last week has gone, how your last day has gone, how your last month has gone, or whatever you want to convey inside of that, let's say, story post. Now, you also want to show your face, your body, and what you're doing as much as possible. If you're trying to build a personal brand and all your shots are of somebody else, or strictly locations or lifestyle based, then nobody's gonna attribute any of that to you, and you might as well just be a theme page. That's not what we're trying to do. With a personal brand, you're trying to build authority, and you're trying to have people come back, engage with your content, and follow you because it's you. Think of some of the biggest creators in the world, like Logan Paul. I used to watch his videos on YouTube growing up, and now when he posts, I will still go back and watch them to this day because I feel like I've formed a connection with him. Now imagine if he wasn't in any of his vlogs, if he wasn't in any of his posts himself. Yes, I'm sure he would have made great content because at the end of the day, he has an amazing skill set in creating content. But because him himself is not present in all of the content, I won't feel that connection, and I won't residually want to go back and watch more. Just like in the real world, in the online world as well, people want to form real connections with a person rather than a place or a thing. You should also aim to have variety in your photo locations. If I were to take a picture of me recording content in the studio and that was the only thing I was posting on Instagram for the next month, everybody would probably want to unfollow me, to be honest. And even though that might be the case, I might actually be filming for the next couple weeks in the studio, I'll still try to switch it up and provide photos and provide content in a different context as well. And maybe that even includes me using some old content and bringing it back and presenting it as if I was up to that today. because people don't want to see you're doing the same boring shit every single day, even if that's the case. Now, in terms of frequency, how much should you be posting on the feed? Look, generally, you know, anywhere from like 1 to 10 feed posts per month is a good range. You're not constantly spamming people out with photos, but you're keeping them up to date, you're keeping them in the loop. And I like to give you a lot of flexibility in this. Some people will say post every single day. Some people will say, you know, post once a week or once a month. But the reason why flexibility is so important is because you don't want to get burned out as a creator and building a personal brand. You don't want to be stuck in that hamster wheel where you feel like you have to post something every single day and then you're sacrificing quality. So I think 1 to 10 is pretty good. But of course, for Instagram Reels and short form content, we can ramp that number up quite a bit, especially if we're trying to grow at an accelerated rate. But we'll get into some of that stuff a little bit later. Now, when we go into the video Reels section of our profile, generally what we want to have here is our most viewed or our most valuable top 3 Reels or videos that we've posted pinned to the top. Again, similar concept to our feed. We just want to showcase who we are, our highlights, our accomplishments, our achievements, why people should listen to us. And in many cases, these videos naturally perform the best because they are the most valuable and highest quality videos and the most people like them, which is why they got the most views. So those are the ones that you want to pin. Next thing you want to focus on is uploading high quality content and not sacrificing the quality and the intention of your content. I know so many people who just spam content every single day, 3 to 5 Instagram Reels. But at the end of the day, I truly have learned that a quality over quantity approach is the way to go with Instagram and with social media as a whole. For a little while, there was horizontal scaling methods that were working very, very well, where people like Andrew Tate were just clipping up thousands of videos of them and blasting them across the platforms. But nowadays in 2024 and moving forward, what I am seeing is because there's so much content out there, the only ones that are truly going to rise to the top and gain millions of views are going to do so for a reason. And that's because the content is very good. So again, focus on creating good, high quality content. And I don't have to get too much into the specifics of that because you know what I mean. If it took you 5 seconds to film a video and throw it up, it probably isn't the best video and it's probably not going to go viral. Next, you want to use trending audio. So you want to always be scrolling through your feed or potentially having other people eventually that you hire do this, and be finding the best hashtags, the best sounds, the best trends, and then trying to take them and put your own twist on them and move them into your niche or your industry in a unique way. Another thing that you can do with your Reels is you can add an eye-catching cover photo. So these cover photos, they won't do a whole lot when it comes to your reach on the For You page, but what they will do is when somebody's already scrolling through your profile, and this happens a lot if you're actively posting Reels because people want to see other content from you, they're more likely to click on that piece of content because it has an engaging cover photo, much like a thumbnail on YouTube, except for an Instagram Reel. Now for video editing, all you need is CapCut. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's a very simple app you can download off the App Store and allow you to edit your TikToks, your Instagram Reels in minutes and then post them. We are seeing that the native style of content is still performing better than, you know, people coming in with massive budgets and creating these high production video advertisements for big companies. And this is why more and more big companies are moving towards working with UGC creators, working with micro-influencers, working with affiliates, because they know that these people are creating this more raw style of content. Of course, still putting effort into it, but simply editing it in an app like CapCut that's already on their phone and then posting it up. The reason for this, again, is conformity. If you're on TikTok and you're scrolling and you're seeing all these great creators posting stuff, and then all of a sudden you see, you know, an ad that looks like it had taken $10,000 to make, you're immediately going to write it off and want to scroll to see more relatable content because that ad is not relatable. That's some big company just trying to make money off of you. So the key is, even if you are trying to make money off people as well, always maintain relatability. And the frequency of Reels, I found the sweet spot to be maximum 2 times per day. You can experiment with 3 times per day if you have the output for that. You can do 1 a day, or you can do even less if you want. But if you're looking for high growth, 2 times per day is a pretty solid amount. Now, one thing that's super important is every single time before you make a post, I want you to stop for a second and just think about how you want to be perceived by this piece of content that you put out there. So these are the main 3 questions that you should be asking yourself. Firstly, we have what. So what's my profession? What's my mission? What's my vision? What are my strengths and skills? What's my passion? What's the uniqueness and likability within this piece of content? If you can answer some of those questions within that what category, then you can move on to by whom. Which with this question, you should be thinking about who's going to be viewing your video and are they going to find it interesting, relatable, valuable? You should always have an idea of your future audience or prospective clients in your head. Having that persona will allow you to shape your content around what your viewers want. It'll also allow you to caption it in an appropriate way so that it might appeal even more to those viewers and solve their problems and issues. That way you can eventually monetize, make more money off of them, and likely do better in the algorithm as well, because the algorithm is gonna keep serving your content up to the same kind of people. And lastly, you wanna ask how. So how is my piece of content accomplishing the previous statements? How is it showcasing the talent, the service, the value, the offers, all the amazing things that I have to provide out there in the world of social media? And then lastly, you wanna choose your medium or platform to focus on. How am I reaching all these people and conveying my message? Is it through Instagram Reels? Is it through TikTok? Is it through Instagram feed posts? Is it through a combination of all? Those are the types of questions that you need to be asking. But don't worry, because I'm gonna help you decide on all of that right now. So firstly, we have streaming content. Streaming's picked up massive popularity within the past 5 years, and you should consider streaming from the top down, because then you can use it as the source of all of your content. So if you're a streamer, you can splice it up and make YouTube videos. You can reuse all of your streaming clips for different purposes, such as short form, such as running video ads, Instagram Reels, TikTok, Snapchat Spotlight. Then you can reclip that content into shorter and shorter content. And if you have a team, which over time, if you're building a personal brand, you're making money, you might start investing into editors, you might start investing into creative directors, then that team can take all of your streaming content, and even if it's the same clip, chances are they can turn that one clip into 20 or 30 different pieces of content to be blasted out across all platforms. And this starts to create that endless waterfall effect and will always have you producing quality content across all your social medias. Now, if you're starting with short form instead of streaming, the pros here that it has over streaming is that it's extremely great for quick growth. It's easier to share, it's easier to get into, it's easier to get millions of views than it would be on a stream. You're scaling on a breadth approach, so you're posting the same video on different platforms, which means that if you make one quality short form video, you can post that on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, Snapchat Spotlight, TikTok. You can now post it on Twitter, and even LinkedIn as well is taking short form content. That is 6 different platforms. Now, the 3 that I recommend is Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, because that's simply where the most eyeballs for this type of content is. If you're maybe in the entertainment space, you could also look at Snapchat Spotlight, as a ton of creators are making huge amounts of money there, but I like to stick to YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. These short form videos are a lot easier to edit, and they take a lot less time to plan and shoot, meaning that within 1 day of dedicated focus, you could likely make easily 5 to 10 high quality short form videos, which are then posted across 3 different platforms, giving you up to 30 pieces of content through 1 day of focused work on making these contents. Now, they'll also typically get higher engagement. So consumers have shortened their attention spans over the past few years, and everybody is just constantly looking for that next dopamine hit, which means that people are less likely to be sitting down for hours and hours watching a stream or watching a long form video. Everyone is on short form right now, and thus you're more likely to get some engagement there, especially when you're starting from nothing. Now, another massive pro to short form is you can start to funnel these viewers to longer form media. This is something that I do all the time. In fact, all the short form that I post is simply an awareness campaign to then get people to eventually spend more time with me and watch my longer form content like this on YouTube. Now, the cons of only doing short form or starting with short form is that it is more difficult to grow a real fan base. I mean, think about it. A short form video is 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The person really isn't spending all that much time with you or building much of a relationship that they want to come back and nurture. Versus a YouTube video or a stream, yes, you might have way less views off the bat, but if somebody is spending 20 minutes with you, sitting down and learning from you, sitting down and getting to know you, then they're going to be building a much better connection, which is going to allow them to become one of your true or real fans and come back and continually watch your content. The next con is that it can be difficult to monetize even as an established creator. Now, moving into long form content, which again kind of consists of streaming, but I'm mainly talking about YouTube here. Pros are you have higher monetization potential. Again, people are spending more time with you, they're watching you for a lot longer, Therefore, they're much more likely to buy whatever it is that you're putting in front of them or that you're pitching them on. The next one is that you have the ability to create an emotional connection with an audience. Yes, technically you can do that in a short form video too, but it's much more likely that you'll be able to take people along an emotional journey or roller coaster ride over a 30-minute video as opposed to a 60-second video. You can actually create more in-depth content and provide more value, more personality. You can showcase your filming and editing skills, your production value, in which all of these things are beneficial, and it's going to lead to you building a better and bigger fan base. And then lastly, you have more longevity. Overall, you see YouTube creators have a much longer lifespan. You see streamers are now having a longer lifespan versus short form creators can sometimes come and go within months. People can rise to 1 million followers and then everyone forgets who they are within a couple of weeks. Long form, not so much. And that is because the fans, the subscribers, the people who tune in are there to support you for a lot longer because again, they've built a much greater connection with you than simply following you on TikTok. Now the cons of this is, well, first and foremost, it's gonna take you a lot of time to produce great quality long form content, in which that time could eat into some of your other operations. It could eat into some of the other content that you wanna create. And so with streaming or with YouTube, if you're spending all of your time creating these amazing quality long form videos, then chances are you won't have much time left to do short form, especially if you're running a business, especially if you have other things going on. And so what happens there is, yes, you get the waterfall effect of, taking all of these videos from your long form and posting them on short form as well, because why not take advantage of it? But also that short form content isn't really engineered and optimized to be as good as it can be. Versus if you're just starting with short form and going directly on short form, then you can script and create much higher quality short form videos that aren't simply repurposed off of your long form stuff, and which are much more likely to go viral on Instagram and TikTok. It's also a lot harder to master. There's so many moving parts. I've been doing YouTube for probably almost 3 years now, and I'm still learning something new every single video and every time I sit down and create, just like this. You'll also have a lot more technical issues, so you're gonna really need to think about your equipment, your cameras, your lighting, all these things, versus short form, many times you can just pick up the iPhone and film within seconds. Now another con here is that it's gonna be a lot more difficult to outsource and to build a team around. With short form, once you've nailed down your content style and you started to produce some content from your phone, it's gonna be pretty easy to get some editors simply editing on CapCut or maybe taking it up a notch themselves. But with YouTube, there's a lot more that goes into the process, and you might be having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to secure high quality creative directors and editors that will be able to do long form videos at the quality that you're looking for. So overall, with long form, starting is the hardest part. Getting that initial ball rolling is extremely difficult. I remember when I started YouTube and I put all this effort into my first video, after the first couple of days, it had like 40 views. And those views were my friends and family. So it was extremely discouraging to have spent probably 2-3 days on filming, editing, brainstorming, planning, all these operations for nobody to really care about my content. And you're also gonna have to get used to talking to a camera. You don't have that human connection. It's just you sitting here, speaking into a camera as if that camera was a human. And also, another thing that I've noticed that can be extremely difficult for most people is letting go of perfectionism, right? Especially when it comes to a long form video, you can always do better. There's a million adjustments, optimizations, tweaks that you can make in every single video to improve it. But at some point, you have to put all of that aside and understand that it's gonna take you way too much time and effort than if you just put that video out in the first place, close that feedback loop, got the information, learned where you went wrong, learned the major things you can improve on, opposed to focusing on all these micro optimizations and taking months to simply get a video out and then continue from there. Now again, everything here is on your own, especially in the beginning. Ideation and scripting, a massive job in itself. Filming and editing, probably the most time-consuming job, especially editing. Thumbnail creation and captioning. This is people's entire jobs out there, to spend time on figuring out exactly what thumbnails will capture somebody's attention, exactly what titles you should title your video. And you're gonna be having to do all of this, which is extremely time consuming and slow growing in the beginning because there are so many learning curves that you'll have to get over in order to start producing quality videos that people are actually watching. Not to mention the slow exponential growth on the platform. Generally, it takes a lot of time to hire out your mundane tasks and make sure that you have professionals working in each aspect of your channel to get it to the next level. But with all that being said, you do have a high monetization potential, even with a small following. You know, I know people who barely get a couple hundred or maybe 1,000 views on every single YouTube video, but they're making over $10,000 a month because their content is extremely valuable, it hits the right audience, and they have strong call to actions, and they're very convincing in what they're selling within their videos. Now let's flip back to streaming. The pros here is the risk to reward is generally the highest, which means that you're risking the least amount of things because it's relatively raw. You're kind of just flipping on a webcam or a camera and you're chatting for hours or whatever it is that you're doing on the stream. But the reward could go crazy for that very, very little amount of time that you spend streaming. There might be a few clips or a few gems within that streaming session that go absolutely viral across short form platforms when you repurpose them, across the YouTube if you post it, or you can even start to go viral on the streaming platform itself. Now, generally, you'll have the most loyal fan base here because people are sitting down with you in real time and spending hours and hours of their day getting to know you. You also have the most spreadable content, so you have the biggest waterfall effect. Now, the thing to note here is that you won't have specific content for other platforms. Yes, you can repurpose the content, but again, like I was saying earlier, it won't be as high quality as if you made specific and focused content that is tailored towards the platform that you want to post on. And lastly, you have the most ways to monetize with a longer funnel. But the cons here is that streaming will take the longest to grow and it'll be the most difficult to build a loyal fan base. You'll have to put extremely long hours in and likely spend years honing in on your craft. Not to mention, you have to be switched on 24/7, and if you're not, you'll probably get discouraged very, very quickly when nobody's watching and nobody cares, and you'll give up streaming. So with all this being said, my personal recommendation for you is to start out with short form. You wanna build up your skills and following first before converting your followers to YouTube subscribers. If I were to go back in time with my personal branding journey, I would be doubling down on posting short form content right now, and that's it. Once I start to build up some following, I'm starting to go viral, get tons of traction, that's when I would launch my YouTube channel. I would hype up my longer form videos, all the value I'm gonna provide, and I'd start funneling people over from my short form. Now, who knows, maybe one day, eventually I'll take that next step and get into streaming, but as of now, my main focus is on YouTube, and again, using short form as kind of an awareness funnel to bring all those more viewers into my longer form, more valuable content. All right, so moving on to the next section, we've got actually creating the content to dive into now. So firstly, what type of content should you be making? Well, let's start off with content that you would actually watch. So number one, choose your topic of interest. And then number two, film in the style that you enjoy. And this part is super important. For example, in my space right now, the largest creator, Iman Gadzhi, probably familiar with him, he films content in a very specific style where he sits at his desk with his red light behind him, his blue light behind him. It's always one style, right? Now, what's happened here is pretty much every single creator in the space is trying to replicate his style down to his setup, down to the way that he dresses, down to the watch that he has on his wrist, the way he articulates his speech, right? Yes, he is very good and he's garnered a lot of views and attention because his content is good, the way that he speaks is good, the way that he looks is good, and so on and so forth. But people are following him for him. So if you are trying to be his clone, then wouldn't they just follow him in the first place? Why would they follow you? Because nobody can do you better than you can do you. So I can't stress that point enough. You have to find your own unique points of leverage. You can't simply copy somebody else who's doing well down to every last thing, because at the end of the day, you're not gonna be them no matter how hard you try. What you are gonna be is you're gonna be you, and you could potentially be better than them. Get more views than them, get more followers than them. You just don't know yet because you haven't put in that effort, you haven't put in that time, you haven't put the 7-8 years into YouTube that somebody like him has, right? So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what niche the content is in. If there's value in it, some form of value, so either entertainment value, knowledge, or skills that people will actually learn from watching your content and apply to improve their life, then that is a valuable video and people will want to come back and watch more. One of the easiest ways to figure out what type of value you want to create and what type of content you want to post is to identify your own passions and expertise. So first figure out what are the things that you enjoy doing most in your day-to-day. Now, for a lot of you guys watching, including myself, it could be operating a business. right? So whatever that business is, whether it's drop shipping, whether it's trading, whether it's service-based business, an agency, hell, even a local restaurant you own, whatever it is, turn that thing into content. A great example of this is a barber of mine in Vancouver. He cuts my hair all the time, and he was always asking me, you know, content works for you because you have something very valuable and very good to talk about. You're in business. Like, who wouldn't want to learn that? And I said to him, are you not in business? Like, you're a barber, you cut people's hair, you transact, like they pay you every time you do a haircut. And he's like, I mean, I guess I'm in business to an extent, but it's not like cool. It's not like drop shipping. I'm like cutting someone's hair. And I'm like, yeah, okay, so maybe you post some videos to do with your business, to do with your lifestyle, to do with cutting hair and providing value. Might not be as cool, might not be as flashy, might not get as many views or have as big of a potential audience, but that doesn't mean you couldn't start somewhere. You couldn't start getting some views. You couldn't start making money and then eventually expanding your niche outwards. Because even for me, like, dropshipping isn't the biggest niche, right? And I'm starting to expand into other niches, into other areas. But none of that would have happened if I didn't start with dropshipping, if I didn't start with the thing that I was doing in the first place. And now I'm sitting here talking about content creation. Who knows, maybe 2 years I'll be sitting here talking about how I structure my life, right? And so now this barber of mine is posting content. He started with short form content and he's giving people tips, tricks. He's showing other barbers all the tools that he's using, how he's cutting people's hair, and it's actually starting to get views. In fact, some of his videos have gone more viral than the most viral videos that I've ever posted on short form. Because at the end of the day, he thought the niche was so small, but everyone has hair and everyone needs a haircut. And he's showcased some of the craziest haircuts he's done, which has gone on to get millions and millions of views. And of those millions of views, some people were very interested, followed him, and I'm now helping him with setting up something that he can sell towards these people, barbers and other people who are looking to cut their own hair at home. And he can start to make a lot of money off of this content. So really, it does not matter the industry. It does not matter what you enjoy, what you do. I promise you, you can find a way to make content. And I double promise you that you can find a way to make money off of that content over time. So in the beginning, use your hobbies, interests, career skills, and experiences, and figure out what somebody else who might be interested in that space as well wants to watch and how you can relate to them. Once you've identified your niche, you should start doing some research on the market demand within the niche. Now, this is really important because you want to have a plan, you want to have a strategy, at least some general guidelines and direction with what you're doing when it comes to creating content. But I don't want you to stress on it too much because the most important thing is simply posting and then iterating. Even if you posted 100 pieces of content and they all flop, you'd still be moving in the right direction. And then over time, your content would start to improve simply because of the amount of reps that you've put up. So yes, it helps to have a strategy. It helps to have all the information you can before you start. But the most important thing is just getting started. Now, when it comes to getting that strategy in place, getting that information in, first thing that you want to do is identify unsaturated niches with significant audience demand. So for example, if I'm in business and I want to create content around business, I will then start looking at sub niches. So I'll go on a website like Google Trends where I can compare, the difference between Forex trading and crypto trading right now and see what's more hot, what's more trendy, what people are talking about. Then I can start to create content on crypto because I realize, oh shit, right now crypto is in a massive bull run. Yeah, I do a little bit of crypto on the side. I would love to talk about it on YouTube. There's tons of market demand and tons of potential after doing my research. So let's start there, right? There's also keywords everywhere, which is essentially a Google Chrome extension that allows you to track the search volume, allows you to see how many people are going to all these different websites and gives you a good idea of the potential size of your audience or potential size of your market if you're selling. Other great places include Reddit threads, search forums, YouTube comments, Discords, joining as many communities as possible to understand what topics people are actively seeking answers for. There's also Quora, which is a question-based platform where people ask tons of questions online and you can see what people are most frequently asking. Two more great websites for this is Ask the Public, where you'll see basically the most popular questions that people are constantly asking in different niches, all categorized for you. And then the other one is Exploding Topics, which will basically show you every single week, every single month, the biggest trends going around online right now, what people are searching for the most in one concise and condensed platform that'll give you great insight and ideas in terms of what content you should be creating next. Then you should probably start with some competitor research. So who are the biggest creators in your niche? What are they doing right? Now start to mimic these qualities. And like I was saying before with the Eman example, you don't want to copy his setup, his style, all of these things, but you want to mimic what he's been able to achieve through posting content. You want to mimic the amount of value. You want to mimic the rough structure and the ideas that he's bringing to the table. If he's talking about topics that are hitting very, very hard right now and getting millions and millions of views, well, he's also creating the audience. He's also creating the market for that topic. So there's no reason why you can't take his monk mode, spin it off into your own version of it, do it yourself, and then create a video on it, and it could likely do very well, right? But I want to be very clear here when I'm saying to mimic the qualities of people who are doing things right in the industry. I'm not talking about going out and buying Loro Pianas and slapping a Rolex on your wrist just because that's what the guy in the video has. Now, here's something that people don't think to do of as much. When you watch these creators, you're usually looking at what are they doing well? Why are they getting millions of views? But the truth of the matter is, yes, they're wildly successful, but like I said earlier, everything can always be improved. Therefore, what are some things they are doing wrong or what could be improved? And you can take that and use it as your own competitive advantage against them. So for example, Alex Hormozi, one of the biggest creators in our space, he is doing a lot of things well right now. He's growing very, very fast. I think he's probably at a couple million subscribers on YouTube, but maybe I should ask myself what I can beat him at. What can I do better than him? And when you first think about it, you might think to yourself, oh, well, you know, he's Alex Hormozi. He's worth a couple $100 million. He's had 15 years of experience in business. How am I ever gonna provide more value or create better videos that people are gonna like more than Hormozi's? But maybe that is your advantage. Maybe your advantage is that you are less experienced, that you are 10 years younger than him, that you aren't at the top of the mountain already, because then that makes you relatable. And a lot of people, I know myself included, when I watch people online, I would prefer to watch an Eman Gaji than I would to watch a Bill Gates, because I have zero relatability factor to Bill Gates, but I view Eman as someone who's just a couple years ahead of me, right? He's just a couple years further down the line of business experience, what he's done with his life. And so that's someone that I might want to learn from. Versus Bill Gates was been around before I was even born, building businesses and having success stories in previous generations with completely different revolutions going on, right? And so sometimes comparing to these people and looking at success stories of Steve Jobs and going in hard into case studies of Apple isn't gonna be your best bet for where you currently are. And same thing with creators. Sometimes you wanna just look a couple steps ahead of you. And therefore, guess what? Technically, I should have a greater audience potential than someone like Alex Hormozi does, if that holds true. Because there's a lot more people that are just a few steps behind me in terms of their entrepreneurial journey that want to learn than there are who are just a few steps behind Alex. If I'm here and Alex is here in terms of experience in business, and the vast majority of people are here, then by that logic, it should be easier for me to use my advantage and actually get more views than Hormozi does. Now, of course, all credit to him because his content's exceptional and he's been doing very well with it. But you need to keep these things in mind and you need to look at all these creators and think, what is your advantage? You know, how can you do better? How can you build a bigger audience than they can? And sometimes the solution isn't comparing yourself directly to them or to their achievements, but it's thinking a little bit further outside of the box and thinking about what the audience might want to see instead of just comparing yourself to another individual. So also, who else do their viewers watch? You know, there's a couple tools like TubeBuddy and vidIQ that you can get, attach it to YouTube, and it'll actually show you when you start posting content what other videos people are watching, right? So are they watching Alex Hormozi videos? Are they watching Eman videos? Are they watching other dropshipping videos? And then you can get a better idea of what your audience wants to see and kind of craft content that way. And also, what type of editing do the top professionals in your industry use on YouTube? I find that each industry, the editing styles are completely different. And really the only way to change that is to revolutionize it yourself. And while it's always a good idea to try new things, at the end of the day, you do want to remain somewhat consistent with what people are expecting in your industry. If people are watching 10 different videos on dropshipping, 10 different online business videos, and then I come out with a video that is just edited completely differently. There's random animations and different pop-ups coming on constantly. Chances are they're gonna click off and they're gonna wanna go back to the E-Man style of videos that they're familiar with watching. They're gonna wanna go back to, you know, maybe the Raw Talk Wizard Liz style videos that they're watching. So keep an eye on the industry as a whole and see what the top creators are creating and try to emulate that style while also bringing your own perspective in, changing it up a little bit. And like I said, eventually later down the road, as you get bigger and bigger, you can start to experiment with whole new things. And if it goes wrong, well, then you just go back to what you were doing before. Now, the next most important thing here is to align with your brand and your goals. So if you're not funny, don't be a comedian, right? Who are you in real life? First, you want to ask yourself that question. For me personally, I feel like a lot of my content is pretty similar to how I actually am in real life. Not too enthusiastic, not too much of a joker, yet at the end of the day, I'm not too robotic and stiff and just sitting around either, right? I'm kind of somewhere in between where I can be relatable, I can talk about my experiences, these sorts of things, but I'm never getting too overly excited and trying to make everybody laugh, trying to be the jester, and you don't see that in my content either. If you are that kind of person, then you should be that kind of person on camera, because eventually people are gonna get to know you for you, that's what they're gonna like, and they're gonna continue to come back. Most important thing to note here is do not play a character every time you turn on the camera, because you won't do well. You will not. And even if you do, even if you're an amazing actor and you're able to play this character, you know, for whatever reason, if you're an amazing actor, you should probably be an actor already, but if you're not and you just happen to be naturally talented and you start doing this on YouTube and it works, well, guess what's gonna happen to you? You're gonna get sick and tired of playing a persona, playing somebody that you actually are not, and eventually you're gonna stop creating content. And as soon as you stop, that's when your channel dies, right? As soon as you give up, as soon as you don't wanna create anymore, as soon as you're not enjoying it, then there's no way your videos will improve. There's no way you'll get any better if you're not loving the process. So most important thing is to always be yourself no matter what, and realize that your uniqueness is your strength, because nobody else is exactly like you. Your mannerisms, the way that you speak, the way that you move your hands, all these little things, nobody else will be exactly the same as you. So don't copy, be yourself, and over time, people will like you for that. Right? It's very rare that you get someone who posts thousands and thousands of YouTube videos or thousands and thousands of short form videos over years that just never gets any views. Every single person that I know who actually commits, who gives it everything they have, regardless of their personality, people on this end and on this end of the personality types can both be equally as valuable, can both get the same amount of views. And that's the power of uniqueness. There's no one size fits all, and there's no one right personality that'll get you farther ahead, right? Next, you wanna evaluate your monetization opportunities. So how much are you in YouTube or in social media for the money? And long-term, is your niche sustainable to monetize? My personal recommendation here is to build your personal brand and to build your social media and your YouTube channels, of course, with monetization potential in mind, but to do it, number one, because you enjoy doing it, and number two, because of all the other benefits associated with it. So the friendships that you're gonna make, the connections that you're gonna make, like I said earlier, potential even dating opportunities, opportunities to meet very powerful people who will help you out in the future. These are all things that go overlooked. If people are just doing personal branding and social media for the money, then they won't realize that they can actually, one, have a lot of fun doing it too, and two, they can have all these other connections and experiences that'll make their quality of life as a whole so much better. And so for me, I try to focus on actually the first two. So enjoying the process of showing up, loving what I do, and all of the other benefits that aren't necessarily related to how much money I'm making from posting content and from having a personal brand. And because I focus on those two, I actually end up making more money. It's really weird, but you know, the connections that you make through your personal brand will pave the way. They'll introduce you to new things, new systems, new ways of thinking, new funnels, new operations, new businesses that you can start. And then the money just seems to start to flow in as a byproduct of you focusing on everything else. That being said, you have to be aware of the different ways that you can monetize, because the more money that you can make off of your content over time means the more money you can put back into your business, into your content operations, and grow at an accelerated rate and get your message out there even further and grow your personal brand even more. So next, you gotta start experimenting with content styles. It may take a while for you to get comfortable and find something that really sticks for your channel. Even for me, I'm still always testing new content styles to this day, and I don't think you should ever stop. But in the beginning, it might be that you're testing a new style every single upload, and that's fine. As long as you're learning, as long as you're improving, until you find what you really like and what your audience really reacts to very, very well, then you can kind of double down on that one style and still test in new stuff over time as well. But most importantly, content that you enjoy making the most, whether it's YouTube, whether it's short form, because like I said, as a content creator, this is a creative job. This is not a sit at a spreadsheet job all day. And so when you're doing something creative, if you don't love what you're doing, if you don't enjoy what you're doing, you will experience burnout. I've experienced burnout. Every single person I know who's an influencer, who's a content creator, who is in a creative industry experiences burnout, right? And I'm sure people working office jobs and sitting at spreadsheets all day probably experience burnout too. But even more so when you have to be creative and you're not following one set of rules or a system or a process every single day and sitting at your desk from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And so the number one way to combat this burnout is to simply do things that you actually enjoy. If you're not enjoying creating that piece of content, maybe try a different style. And if you like it better, then focus there for a bit. And guess what? These things change too. So after a year of creating one style of content, you might not like it anymore. But that's where having a personal brand is so powerful and so unique, because you can evolve with your brand as well. The personal brand that you imagine yourself to create when you first set out in creating it is not going to be the same personal brand that you have 5 years down the line, because you're evolving as a person, and that personal brand is directly connected to you as a person, hence the name personal brand. So that's number one. And then number two would be content that your audience enjoys the most. Of course, you're not only creating this content for yourself. If you were, you wouldn't post it anywhere. You're creating it for an audience. You're creating it for the people. So listen to them, listen to their questions, listen to their feedback, listen to the software, the analytics, the results of your content, and see what it is that you can do to better serve your audience, right? Instead of thinking about how can I beat the algorithm, trick the algorithm, hack the algorithm, bot my account, I'm always thinking of how can I provide more value and create a better experience for you right now watching on the other end, right? If you come at content with that frame of mind and realize that it's real people, yes, it's an algorithm feeding this video to you, but it's still a real person on the other side of the screen, then you'll naturally be able to get your points across so much easier. You'll enjoy the process a lot more. You'll feel as though, and you actually are, of course, leaving a real impact, and you'll be able to continue iterating until you can find what your audience likes the most. So if you have fun and you enjoy the curation of content, it's more likely that your content will be well received by your viewers as well, which is why these two key things kind of go hand in hand and are some of the most important things to think about with the personal brand as a whole and experimenting with your content styles. Now next, you want to be considering your strengths and your resources. So along with constraints when determining the style of videos to produce, you want to choose a style that allows you to leverage your skills and your resources most effectively while delivering the value in the content to your audience. And you can get creative with it, right? So again, this is thinking, maybe you live in a place that is very beautiful. For example, I live in Canada. We're surrounded by water, we're surrounded by mountains, we're surrounded by trees, and a lot of people who live in other parts of the world don't have access to this stuff. So that could be right there a unique point of leverage I have, a unique strength. So the strength doesn't even need to be inside of myself. It might be in my environment. It might be in something I own. It might be in my family. But figure out what you can do, what you can pull into your content to give you that edge, and then what resources you're already working with, right? So do you already have money? Do you have a business that's bringing you in money? Well, maybe now you can streamline your content operation. You can make it a lot more efficient by taking a little bit of capital from your business, right? Do you have no money? Think about it. That could be an advantage. If you have no money, maybe you can just make super raw videos on your iPhone and that content will stand out because nobody else is doing it like that. Do you have a ton of experience and a ton of authority in the content you're creating? Like, have you been doing e-commerce and made millions of dollars of sales? Therefore, people should really listen up to what you have to say. That could be a strength. Now, on the flip side, do you have zero experience? That could be an even bigger strength for this industry, because guess what you can do with zero experience? You can be 100% relatable to the masses, and you can walk them through your process of starting e-commerce. You can take them through challenges of you trying to learn and, you know, make your first $100, make your first $1,000, make your first $100,000. It really doesn't matter, and anything can be turned into your unique strength, and anything can be considered a resource. It's just so sad to see when people complain and they make every excuse as to why they can't create content, when I could tell them right then and there that they immediately have at least 5 unique strengths and resources that are better than mine, that are better equipping them to make more views, more followers, and more money than I currently have. And I've been in the game for a couple of years. Yet most of these people will just continually make excuses as to why they could never be me, as to why they could never be another creator, right? When the truth is, they are not looking at their own strengths and resources, they're looking at everyone else's and they're comparing to those, when they have something completely different that person does not have. Here's a couple great examples of this. So there's this one channel where this family decided to sail around the world, and this girl saw this very unique position that she was in and decided to make content around it, right? 99.9% of people have probably never spent a significant amount of time on a boat, let alone like are living their life with their family sailing around the world. What a unique idea for a YouTube channel and content that pretty much anybody would be interested in. It's no shock they're, you know, getting millions and millions of views on every single vlog or every single video that they're putting out of their lifestyle as a family. And then this guy over here is a video game creator that's extremely skilled at playing in his game, but he also has a goofy personality that gives him another unique point of leverage for his content. So it's stereotypically most people who sit behind a computer all day and game, they don't have the best personality. And you can't blame them. They're not really social. They don't go out, they don't meet people, they don't have like great experiences. So chances are they're pretty weird. You probably know like quite a few gamers that are pretty weird to talk to. But when you see someone like this, who has an amazing personality, he's funny, he keeps you entertained constantly, and he happens to be really good at gaming, well, now you have a recipe for success to make an amazing channel. And a lot of times you'll see this where the two skills that you have completely contradict each other, but it ends up being the perfect combination for an extremely successful personal brand because it's so unique. No one expects a gamer to be able to hold your attention 24/7. And this is why the biggest gamers online in the world are doing that, right? They're probably not the best gamers in the world, but they're the best gamer entertainers. And that's the niche that is most important when creating content, because no one wants to sit there and watch some boring ass dude play a video game all day. They want to be entertained. The next point here is testing and iterating. So this is one of the most common places that people get stuck because they're overthinking everything and not getting the ball rolling. Everyone starts at the bottom, you'll learn as you go. As you can see, this was one of my first videos ever on my YouTube channel, and you can just tell a drastic difference in the titling, the thumbnails, you know, the quality and effort that went into these videos just from looking at the thumbnail, right? Obviously, if you watch the videos themselves, you'll see a million different ways that I've improved over the years, or at least I hope. But when you look at this, you can pretty much already get the whole picture right there. But the point being is that if I never tried, if I never created that shitty thumbnail myself, if I never posted that video, then I wouldn't be where I am today with this video at over 2.4 million views, simply because it's a long process of testing and iterating to finally get something that goes completely viral. Another really important point here is to monitor the audience feedback, engagement metrics, and performance indicators to assess what's working and what still needs improvement. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, they all give you enhanced analytics across all of your posts that shows you the watch time, when people are dropping off, the click-through rates, and all of these metrics that are super important. And if you can look at every metric, identify it, and ask yourself how you could have improved it on that video, and then try to iterate on that for your next video, that is how you constantly work towards a better and better video that's more likely to do better for your audience as well. So be willing to iterate, adapt, and evolve on your current content style based on your audience preferences and changing trends over time. All right, so now we're diving into what equipment do you need for your content creation journey. Well, for starters, you don't need anything fancy in order to succeed. In fact, when I first started filming videos, it was simply just with my iPhone, even for YouTube. Now, a great example of somebody who's still doing this today is the Wizard Liz. And a lot of people use the reason of not having the right equipment or the right gear as an excuse to get in their way with just starting their content and their personal branding journey. But the Wizard Liz seemed to have started with an iPhone relatively recently and has now climbed up to over 6 million followers or subscribers on YouTube. That just goes to show the absolute insane explosive amount of growth you can have even with very minimal equipment that you already have in your possession. Now, obviously this is a rare case, and I do think that there is a large strategy component to how raw and how authentic her videos are filmed. And simply if she was shooting this on a $10,000 camera, it wouldn't have the same effect. But that being said, it's the perfect example of somebody who's taken their possible disadvantage of not knowing how to use fancy or expensive equipment, simply having an iPhone or not being able to afford expensive equipment at the time that she started, and turn that into her absolute advantage to literally crush everybody else in the space with minimal equipment. Again, probably no team, probably no money even spent in the creation of any of these videos or her personal branding as a whole. Simply, these videos are shot on an iPhone, they're edited with CapCut. There even is an option on CapCut where you can turn on auto captioning. Auto captioning will basically do all the heavy lifting for you and caption the entirety of your video in pretty much one click. Now, sometimes these captions will be a little bit misspelt or incorrect grammar, in which case you can go in yourself and you can further edit them, but that's gonna take you no longer than a few minutes, even on a 30-minute long video. Now, of course, if that's not your style, you have a little bit of money, or you wanna further upgrade and invest into your setup, you could opt for a slightly better option. In this case, I have a couple of different options here. I'm currently shooting this video on the Sony Alpha A7C, and this is a 4K camera. It generally has a low frame rate, though I believe this one can go a little bit higher, but again, I'm not too techie myself. I don't really know how to use the camera all that much, and I like to just shoot in auto mode. Because the quality is good, it's a 4K camera, I know it's gonna come out picture perfect almost every single time. Now, another great camera to have, or if you wanna start with something a little bit cheaper, because this Sony camera is a couple $1,000s, would just be to pick up a vlogging camera, like the Canon G7X or the Sony ZV-1. Now, these are both great options. In fact, I actually use the Sony ZV-1 when I'm out and about filming day in the lives or, filming travel vlog style videos. And for less than $1,000, this thing will also shoot in 4K and it'll automatically stabilize your image, which means that whether you're sitting at a desk or if you're running around out on the town, you'll be able to get the perfect shot every single time and the camera won't be too shaky. So my recommendation for you to start is to pick up a vlogging camera, which again will still be perfect for shooting videos like this, but it'll also give you the option to go out and shoot videos. And then maybe if you want to upgrade and get a studio camera that's a little bit better quality, you can pick up something like the Sony A7 Alpha. And to be honest, that's all you need until likely millions and millions of subscribers, and maybe then you might want to invest into professional movie style cinematic cameras. But at this point, you really don't have to spend a lot more than you think you might. Now, audio is, in my opinion, a little bit more important than the cameras. Nobody wants to watch a video that does not have good audio quality. So you can have the most raw, old footage. In fact, you see even movies using old footage from many, many years ago that clearly isn't 4K, isn't in good quality by any means. But the reason why people are still loving that type of content is because the audio is crystal clear. Now, to contrast that, if you're watching something that's 4K, that's ultra high quality, that's cinematic, but the audio quality sucks, see, you're probably not gonna wanna watch that at all. You're gonna wanna click off, you're not really gonna understand what's going on. And so for me, I always try to prioritize audio, and I definitely think you guys should as well. That being said, if you're shooting short form, if you're shooting raw videos, the iPhone audio is all you need, so long as you're not out in a busy place. If you're in a busy place, there's some background noises, you definitely wanna have a dedicated microphone. Now, a couple different options for you. I use the DJI Travel Kit. It basically comes with 2 mics and then has a little receiver that you can attach on pretty much any camera or your iPhone. This is perfect for filming anything out and about, but also filming in a studio setup like I am right now. As you can see, I've got the mic on. You may not have even been able to tell that I'm wearing it. That's because I flipped it inside out. If I was wearing a thin shirt as well, it also has a magnet, so it makes it even more seamless. But overall, these mics have been the best thing. I mean, originally I had the Rode ones, which is more common, and you may have seen a lot of people using them online already. But I found these DJIs to be even better. In fact, they have a wireless case like this that you can basically take with you anywhere on the go. You charge it up, and then it'll actually charge up your mics inside. As you can see, I'm using this mic here, and then I have the receiver out as well connected to the camera to make sure that I record the audio on both the camera, and I have a saved file on the mic that I can later download just in case anything happens to one of the files. Again, that's all you need for pretty much all ranges of content when it comes to audio. But if you are getting into, millions of subscribers, or you want to get extremely cinematic or professional, that's when you can start to invest in more studio equipment, but this isn't really the guide for that. You should probably go to a camera store or talk to a professional when you're reaching those sorts of levels. All right, now when it comes to editing, a couple different options. Again, I've touched on CapCut a few times already. That's because it's simple, it's all in one, it'll do everything that you need for TikTok, YouTube, or any social media platform. It's free and better than most paid platforms just because of how simple it is, and you can use it on both your iPhone and your PC or laptop as well. Now, if you do want to upgrade or go for something a little bit more advanced, because maybe you have some capabilities in video editing, or that's going to be, one of the key points of your channel, then you should upgrade to something like the Adobe Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro. So those are what a lot of professionals in the industry are using. I've personally never used either of them. I've only used CapCut and basic editing softwares, though now I have a couple of editors on my team that are using Adobe Premiere Pro to make videos just like this one. So now with all that basic stuff out of the way, let's get into some helpful websites or AI that you can use to speed up your progression. First, we have iCandy, which is a visual technique library. So this database has over 5,000 GIFs representing the best visual techniques in filmmaking. You can use this as an educational tool or to help build decks and mood boards for your next film. Now, one of my favorite tools that I use religiously for this YouTube channel is thumbnailtest.com. For about $50 a month, it allows you to split test thumbnails infinitely. So I can have one video such as this one, and I can continually test different thumbnails until I get the highest CTR possible. And of course, the CTR is one of the most important metrics on YouTube, along with your average view duration. When it comes to your thumbnail and title, the overall packaging of the video, really the only thing that you can control there is your CTR, or how enticed people are going to be to click on that video itself. And one thing when it comes to thumbnails is you don't want to mislead the viewer or lie just to gain a higher CTR. And what I mean by that is you don't want to make a Mr. Beast thumbnail and a Mr. Beast title, but then have your content be nothing like Mr. Beast's, if that makes sense. You want to have your title and thumbnail align with what the content actually is. With that being said, there's infinite ways that you can go ahead and improve your video packaging to ensure better results for your video, and that might actually be the thing that leads to YouTube pushing out your video even more and it going viral in the algorithm. So I can't stress enough the importance of testing different thumbnails. I think even right out of the gate on a new channel, you should still test 2 to 3 thumbnails for every single video, and maybe a couple different titles as well. And there's no better tool than thumbnailtest.com to go ahead and do that. Now the next tool here is Production Crate, which is basically all different kinds of elements that you can include in the video. So they have thousands of VFX, original music, different kinds of animations and elements that you can throw within the video. They have overlays, sound bites, high quality assets, transitions, and pretty much everything that you need to make a high quality video. Now for me personally, I wouldn't need to use a whole lot of this stuff because my videos are centered around providing value, speaking to the camera, and just teaching you everything that I know. Therefore, it doesn't make sense for me to spam you guys with a whole lot of pop-ups and things happening throughout my videos. But if you are aiming for a style where there's gonna be lots of stuff going on besides you just talking to the camera, then you should definitely pick up a software like this. Next, we have the Creative Herd. So these are free preset packs for Premiere Pro. They have a massive podcast and resource library for creatives in pretty much any industry, and allows you to express your journey, lend advice, and share the passion for what keeps you going. Next, we have Licked, which is basically just a tool that allows you to license super popular music. So you might not get all the latest and greatest stuff, but you'll get millions of different tracks that you can add to your video, copyright free, so you can ensure that that video is still gonna be monetized and you're still gonna be able to make money. So with Licked, you'll get exclusive copyright access to very popular music and sounds that are owned by somebody else. And for paying them a small licensing fee, you'll be able to use that without your video or your account getting demonetized, meaning that you'll still be able to make money on that video because of the ad revenue, because you've paid for the license or the ability to go ahead and use somebody else's copyright in your video. If you were to do it the other way and just grab that video from online or grab a music track from somewhere else, then what will happen is YouTube will demonetize that video and send all of the ad revenue to the original creator of that sound. Next, we have Creator Set, which basically gives you high quality animations. and then playphrase.me, which will give you video quotes from movies. And one tool that I've been using a lot lately, especially with short form, is ElevenLabs. It's an AI voice generator which has gained a lot of popularity over the past few months, and people are pumping out tons of viral content using it. Now pair this with some of the other softwares that I already mentioned, and you can literally create faceless content, which is becoming a more and more popular industry, and people are blowing up YouTube channels with them. In fact, there's a whole part of the online money-making community that's dedicated to automated YouTube channels, and people are pushing all kinds of programs. I've personally never ventured into that business model myself, but I have used a lot of the tips, tricks, and techniques that they teach inside of those programs in my own YouTube channel and in my own content as well. Next, we have SoundCue, which is again another great tool used for free sound bites, and Pixel Buddha, which is again more free design assets. So here you get unique fonts, icons, social media templates, photo and text effects, and mockups. Now, a lot of these software tools that I just mentioned, they're not mandatory, right? You don't need to go ahead and get all this stuff. I know it sounds a bit overwhelming when you're starting out, but a few of these tools I'd highly recommend picking up later down the line, as in once you've started to have some success with your channel, your content's doing well, and you feel like reinvesting back into yourself and back into the business or the personal brand. In the beginning, in fact, I would probably stay away from some of these later software tools and just stick to the bare basics that I mentioned earlier. Now for one of the most important sections of this video, we're gonna be talking about the key habits that make a great content creator. So firstly, we have simplify everything. And this is because simplification simply leads to focus and you actually getting the work done that you need to do. In business, in life, in content creation, one of the fastest ways to ensure your success is to shorten your feedback loop as much as possible, which basically means that you need to produce output, review your output, and then produce again. If you're somebody who takes a year to make a singular video and that video flops, what do you think is gonna happen? You're gonna be discouraged and you probably won't do it again. But even in the off chance you're the type of person that never gives up no matter what, well, you might be taking the next 15 years until you can finally have a video that hits, because in 15 years, you've only put out 15 videos, right? So being a perfectionist when it comes to content, though in the beginning, you might think it's good and you might think, you know, all the top creators are perfectionists because their content is amazing. That's not the truth. All the top creators have just put out the most pieces of content consistently and focused on improving them. If you look at any of the big creators, take Andrew Tate. He's in my industry, for example. He blew up practically overnight and became, you know, one of the biggest self-help or online money-making gurus in the world. And he was actually posting content for the previous 7 years. Nobody really knew his name. Nobody knew who he was. Probably had less than 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. He was posting all sorts of podcasts, vlogs, clips of him talking about his business model, and it just never really went viral. Until one day, what seemed like an overnight success was really just the 7 years of work stacked behind him, and a secret viral method that he found on TikTok, which is basically the horizontal scaling method, which was working really, really well at that time period. He took all of his content over the past 7 years, had thousands of editors chopping up all of it and blasting it on short form, and just like that, he went viral. But if it weren't for him putting in those hours for the past 7 years creating content, he never would have had that opportunity to go viral in the first place. He never would have built up the speaking ability and all of the things that people just assume are natural talents when it comes to him. Or take David Dobrik, for instance. Probably has 25, 30 million subscribers on YouTube, I don't even know. He's known for his 4-minute and 20-second vlogs. If you actually look at how many vlogs this guy has created, you'll see why he has the popularity that he does. So many people take creators like this and they make a million excuses as to why they can't be them. But the truth is, you are no different than David Dobrik. He simply just put in the work day after day and made a million vlogs until he finally found success and then doubled down. And it's like that not only in personal branding and content creation, but in pretty much everything in life. Now, next great option for you to do here is to hold a weekly think tank. So this is basically where you seek other creatives from within your circle or your industry, or even friends and family members that can help you out or have a solid perspective on the type of personal brand that you want to grow. See, I frequently have brainstorming sessions. I mean, now they're mostly with my team, but when I first started, these brainstorming sessions were just with my friends. Even my mom, my dad, people who were immediately available to me. I just asked for feedback. I asked them to give me advice. I asked them to watch my videos. I asked them what they thought of future ideas and things like that. I think no matter what stage you're at as a creator, you should never believe that nobody else can help you and that your ideas are the best in the world. And because anybody that becomes the best in the world at anything doesn't do it all on their own. I can guarantee you there is no example of somebody who has made it to the top without leveraging the strengths and skills and talents of all the other people around them and in their circle. This is also why you should be thinking about fostering creator relationships. So again, relationships with other creators or other professionals in your industry will lead to collaborations and strategies that you didn't even know were possible. Not to mention growth hacking, right? So if I reach out to a bunch of creators who are in the same industry as me and we start collaborating and filming videos on my channel and their channel, what's gonna happen? We're all gonna grow together. We're all gonna get more views. Now, you might be thinking, well, wouldn't I just be shooting myself in the foot? Because if I'm bringing somebody else on my channel and giving them views, then my followers might leave me and go follow them. Or if somebody else is having a really successful video because I'm in it and it blows up, then that's just growing their channel and it's not growing mine. But guess what? In your industry, the way that YouTube and the way that social media works is that it'll recommend videos to people based on their watching history. So I actually get excited and I get happy when I see other creators in my space doing very, very well, because that means there's gonna be a trickle-down effect to my content. If I go to the analytics of my YouTube channel and I look at where my viewers are coming from, most often they're actually coming from other creators. They simply saw a video by somebody else on, let's say, dropshipping or e-commerce,
And then on the right-hand side of their YouTube,
a video of mine popped up and they proceeded on to watch me. But had they never been enticed by that first person's video, they probably never would have found my channel and became a loyal subscriber over time. So that's why it's super important to realize that your competition as a creative isn't always your competition, and more often than not, they're your allies. Because if you all work together and grow the market, grow the space as a whole, you're all gonna get more views, more subscribers, and you're all gonna do much better. It's like when Andrew Tate blew up so aggressively, what do you think happened to my YouTube channel at that point in time? I went from 30, 40,000 subscribers to over 150,000 subscribers in just a few months. Now, was that all Andrew Tate's doing? Of course not. I was working hard, I was putting out content, I was doing better and better, but I do believe that a certain percentage of that growth could definitely be attributed to the fact that Andrew Tate was blowing up so hard and it was leading to a trickle-down effect in the industry where other people were seeking out more information on specific topics. Now, next thing you need to do is foster discipline within the process. So you need to be analyzing the process and focusing on the day-to-day actions and not the end result. This point is extremely valuable because this is something that I've realized not only applies with personal branding and content creation, but it'll also apply in pretty much any aspect of your life. Think about, let's say you're single and you're trying to find a girlfriend, right? If you're so married to the outcome of finding that girlfriend and building this amazing, beautiful relationship, then you're never gonna get it. I mean, you might, but chances are it's gonna be a lot harder, right? If you're addicted to the process of showing up every single day, bettering yourself, becoming a better future partner, providing more value, focus on the process of reaching out, talking to girls. Maybe you aim to talk to 5 different girls every single day. Maybe you aim to, if you're an online guy, send out 5 DMs every single day. You focus on actions and habits, and then the end outcome or the final result is simply a byproduct of all the work that you put in before that. With content creation, it's the exact same thing. You wanna focus on all the little actions, all the little steps that you have to do every single day and keep showing up. So starting with the thumbnail and title, thinking about the packaging of the video, then thinking about the scripting, thinking about the concepts, filming the video, getting all the little B-roll right, all these little things. And then finally, once you release the end product, you have to let go of that outcome and focus on learning how you can improve for next time, as that is the only mindset you can have to grow as a creator. Now, the next thing that you need to do is learn how to say no instead of how to say yes. And this is something that has really allowed me to have a lot of success in the past couple years, particularly with content, and I'll explain why. So when I first started my entrepreneurial journey, I wasn't doing content, I was simply doing dropshipping and sitting behind my computer all day. And it benefited me to say yes to a lot of things because I had nothing going for me. I was inexperienced, I had no money. I wanted to meet people, I wanted to advance my career, I wanted to figure out the knowledge that's gonna take me to the next level in what it was that I was doing. But after a certain point, I started to make some money. I started to have some systems and some processes in place. I started to have the knowledge and the fundamentals in front of me. Particularly when I bought a course, maybe I watched a YouTube video like this. And so Once I had the knowledge in front of me, the only way for me to succeed was to say no to everything around me and tunnel vision in on the steps that I need to do to succeed. So I'm telling you right now, with this video that you're watching, everything that I'm giving you in this free video, you have enough knowledge, enough information, and enough resources, granted that I'm gonna be offering so many free resources that you're never gonna run out of, to take all the action that you need to be successful in personal branding, in affiliate marketing, in dropshipping, in all of these different online business models that I've personally succeeded in. And so knowing this and equipping you with that knowledge and those resources, the best thing that you can start doing for yourself is start saying no to all these other opportunities. Say no to the guy in your class next to you that's constantly telling you he has a hot crypto project for you to jump into. Say no to the guy at the bar who's telling you to come out every single Friday and Saturday because there's gonna be baddies there. Say no to even your parents telling you to come home for the weekend because they miss you and they wanna see you. There'll be plenty of time for that once you succeed a little bit, or at least get the ball rolling first. At this period of time in your life, you need to be locked in, focusing and working every single day relentlessly until you start to have some success. And that's just the truth of it. If you follow an ordinary balance and you work a few hours out of your day, you go to school a few hours out of your day, you go see your parents a couple hours, you go take a girl out at night, and then catch up with your boys later on, I can almost promise you that you'll end up just like everybody else. Now, I'm not saying not to do any of that stuff, because we're all human, we want to live, we want to do what we enjoy doing. But I'm saying when you are starting, it is notoriously the most difficult part of your journey. Why? Because you don't have anything to leverage. The key points of leverage are connections, so other valuable people that you know, money, a lot of money that you've built up that you can make work for you, or specific industry knowledge that likely takes years to acquire. If you don't have these things at your possession, not to mention human capital or a team working around you or working for you, then I would double down until you can at least build a little bit of leverage that'll then allow you to go and do these other things in your life. It's like if you've ever read Rich Dad Poor Dad or some basic financial literacy books, they'll tell you that you should not be buying fancy and flashy things like a Lamborghini until you can afford doing so with your passive income. They tell you that all of your active income from your job that you're making should be put directly into assets that's gonna bring you back more money. And the reason for this is because those assets are a form of leverage. They're a form of capital, and your capital working for you to bring you back more. Imagine your money is like tiny soldiers, right? If you only have $100, you can only send out 100 tiny soldiers to war. What's gonna happen? Probably most of them are gonna get killed, and that $100 will be gone like that. But let's say you have 100,000 soldiers. Well, now all these soldiers can start to go in different directions. They can start to bring you back money little by little, and that 100K is just gonna keep growing. Now let's say you have 1,000,000 soldiers. Well, now you're at a point where your foot can probably ease off the pedal just a little bit, and you can allow yourself a little bit more time to be hanging out with friends or girlfriends on the weekend and things like that, because your money is gonna be making you more money faster than you would be even if you were head down 16 hours a day, but you were broke. This fundamental piece of knowledge right here is why the rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Now, the next key habit is to not live in an echo chamber. So I touched on this a little bit before, but get your peers, get your family, get your friends, get other people in your industry to constantly critique your videos. If you're the only one critiquing your videos, I can guarantee you that you're gonna miss things, you're gonna be biased towards certain things, you're gonna be blind towards things, and you won't have the same success as if you let other people into your feedback loop as well. So call the people you know in your space regularly, bother people if you have to, but just leverage as much people as possible to help you along this journey. And lastly, you have to have an athlete mentality. So resting and eating like an athlete is so important, especially with personal branding. Maybe some of you guys out there can pull off an Elon Musk or a Steve Jobs, a Jeff Bezos, but for the rest of us, we simply can't sit at a desk and work 16 hours every single day until the retina in our eyes is burning from the computer screens in front of us. We need to take breaks, even if it's 20-minute breaks, even if we use the Pomodoro technique when we're working, whatever they are, we need to take breaks. We need to make sure we're eating right, and most importantly, we're taking care of ourselves. So the key ways to take care of yourself is to make sure you sleep well. This is the most important. If I only got 4 hours of sleep last night, it would be almost impossible for my brain to be firing as fast as it is right now and delivering this information, let alone you guys will be able to see in my face and my delivery, my voice, how tired I was, and this video would definitely flop. And that's happened to me many, many times when I did not get a good night's sleep. The next thing is food. You're literally what you eat. If you're not fueling yourself up properly with the right amount of proteins, fats, and carbohydrates, then how will you be able to perform? Especially when it comes to something like a personal brand where you're not just sitting at a desk by yourself. You're out, you're talking, you're getting in front of the camera, you're doing different things, your brain is working a mile a minute, right? Now, beyond these basics, which I'll dive a lot more into at a later point as well, I want to prioritize your mental health like an athlete. Mental health is something that has been overlooked for a very long time, but in recent research and studies, they've realized that people's success is directly correlated with how healthy they are mentally. And when I say how healthy they are mentally, I'm basically referring to what state of mind are you living in on a day-to-day. Now, I'm not referring to your current mood, because see, your current mood could just be that, you know, your dog died and you're overall somewhat upset for the next couple weeks, or your current state of emotion, you know, you might have just made $1,000, so you're extremely happy for the next day or hour, but I'm talking about your overall mental health. So if you look at your life over the past 3 months, right? 6 months, 1 year, what can you say? Were you genuinely happy and satisfied with the way that your life is progressing as a whole? Or are you depressed? Are you down on yourself? Are you wishing that you weren't here? If you have any of those kind of thoughts, then the first thing that you need to do before even starting your personal brand is check yourself into a therapist or figure out how to get some help, because I can almost guarantee you, if you're operating from a state of mind that is depressed or down on yourself, you will not be able to compete with everyone else who's operating on a level of gratitude, on a level of bliss, on a level of happiness in their day-to-day. Now look, you won't always be happy, you won't always experience great emotions, especially starting out. There's gonna be a lot of roadblocks and a lot of hurdles, a lot of stress. But my point here is, if you are constantly, no matter what, living in an emotionless, zombie-like state, then that is something that needs to be addressed before you even think about starting your first business or personal brand journey. So with all that in mind, just remember, the most successful people in content creation are simply the ones that show up time and time again just because they love to do it. Now onto a super important section. We're gonna talk a little bit about monetization and how you can actually start making money off of your personal brand. So firstly, we have YouTube ad revenue. Basically, ads are automatically chosen based on metadata and whether the content is considered advertiser friendly on the platform. Now on videos greater than 10 minutes, you actually have the option to place ads in specific parts of the video yourself. But for me, I've always let YouTube decide on the ad placement, just because I feel like their algorithm is so advanced in today's day and age, and I'm simply not gonna be able to beat the decisions that they'll make in terms of where to place the ad to make sure that my video is still being watched for the most amount of time, is still the most effective, and is gonna go on to actually generate me the largest return or the most amount of ad revenue from that video. In order to become eligible to start making ad revenue on your channel, you need a minimum of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. Now you might think that's pretty difficult. You know, in many cases it is. It took me probably 6 months to reach the point of monetization. I've seen it done many, many times very quickly. In fact, one of my team members has just recently started a YouTube channel, and within his first couple of videos, he's already monetized and starting to make a little bit of money every single day off of his channel. In the beginning, it won't be much with only 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time, but remember, you're committing to your personal brand journey over a long period of time, and that ad revenue really does start to stack up. Now, if you're wondering a little bit more about how ad revenue works and how you can actually get paid by YouTube, aka Google, I just built out this little graphic to explain that. So there's a digital version of bidding for space to promote your business at a crowded event. And in this case, the crowded event is your YouTube video, right? So ad auctions decide which ads get shown based on those bids. And advertisers are willing to bid, or in other words, pay more to have their ad shown on your video if the audience is more likely to buy the product they're selling. I mean, think about it. If you're an advertiser, you're probably gonna be paying more for a direct targeted ad rather than simply throwing up a billboard somewhere in a remote location that your target audience clearly isn't hanging out. Right? And so with that being said, some of the highest paying niches on YouTube are finance and business, that's what this channel is, technology and gadgets, and health and fitness. The reason why these categories are always placed higher, aka these advertisers are willing to pay more to place ads there, is because one, the products in the industry are generally more expensive. Two, the type of people who are watching the videos are generally willing to spend more money and have more problems that need to be solved. And 3, these industries have a much larger market as well. So take for instance, a pranking channel on YouTube, right? This pranking channel might generate millions and millions of views, but as an advertiser myself, I personally wouldn't pay more than $5 per every 1,000 views to get my product in front of that prank channel. Because I don't know who's watching that video, right? It could be a mix of people who have all different types of problems and people from all different countries, right? But if I want to advertise, let's say, a coaching business to teach you guys how to make money online, I would pay a lot more, probably 10, 20, 30 times more to have my ads placed in front of people who are watching a how to start dropshipping guide. The reason for that is because if they've searched that up, if they've found that video, that means they actively have a problem or a struggle, and that struggle is that they're having trouble with starting dropshipping or making money, in which my ad fits perfectly for almost every single person who's clicked on that video, in which case I'm much more likely to actually make a sale on my product. Now with that in mind, some of the lowest paying niches are, like I said, the entertainment and prank space, gaming, and music covers and remixes. Now most entertainment channels will actually make up for this by doing integrated brand sponsors. So integrated brand sponsors is another way to monetize your channel. And this is basically when a company reaches out to you and says, hey, we love what you're doing. We love the views you're getting on your channel. Would you be willing to partner up with us and sponsor our product in a post or in potential multiple posts moving forward for a certain amount of money? Now, usually this is paid on a fixed fee. Sometimes it could be a fixed fee as well as an affiliate, which means you make a certain percentage of money every single time somebody buys using the link in your description. Or maybe they're even paying you on a salary on more of an ongoing or long-term partnership deal. Now, some more key terms that you need to be aware of is your cost per mil or your CPM, which is basically how much advertisers are willing to pay for every 1,000 views on your YouTube video. And YouTube will tell you this, their algorithm will figure it out. And this is specific for every single video. So maybe one week I put out a video that is more broad and I'm just giving you guys a life update. Well, the monetization on that video might be something like $5 per every 1,000 views. But if I put out a specific how to start dropshipping video, like what I was talking about earlier, advertisers are willing to pay a lot more now. So my CPM or my revenue per mil might be $50 or $60 per every 1,000 views. The last thing that we need to touch on here to make sure that you guys are making as much money as possible from your videos is the factors that are impacting demonetization, which basically means that YouTube demonetizes or takes away your ability to make money off of a specific video. Some of these reasons for that might include swearing within the first couple minutes of your video, copyrighted material like we spoke about earlier, violence and graphic content, hate speech and harassment, sexual content and nudity, and illegal activities. Of course, all of this can be found in YouTube's terms of service and guidelines, but those are just the general rules that you should be following when it comes to content creation. Now let's talk a little bit about maximizing your ad revenue. So number one, we have increasing monetized playbacks. So you want to be getting more clicks by optimizing your video titles and thumbnails. Create engaging, valuable, and well-produced videos that captivate your audience and keep them watching. All of that's relatively straightforward, but there are a couple tips and tricks that you can implement to ensure you're doing this at a higher level. You can start to encourage viewer interaction and longer watch times by responding to comments, asking questions yourself, and incorporating call to actions. You know, one of the most creative ways that I've seen a YouTuber do this recently is midway through his video, he stopped and he told somebody to comment a number that he was thinking of in his head down below in the comment section. And he said that of all the people who guessed the correct number between 1 to 10, he would enter them in a chance to win $1,000 or whatever his giveaway was. And then I started looking at the comments, and why I realized this was such a strategic move for him was because he basically forced everyone who watched that part of the video to comment 10 times. He had thousands of comments in the section down below, which likely helped to increase getting his video further out there in the algorithm, and also just created more buzz and more hype around the channel as a whole. He was able to do that because by telling people to guess the number between 1 to 10, what do you think most people are gonna do? They're gonna go down to the comment section and they're just gonna comment 10 times, numbers 1 through 10. That way, one of those numbers hits and they're guaranteed into the giveaway. But he wins because now he's just made that person comment 10 times instead of once by simply saying, comment this word down below to win the giveaway. So it's little tips and tricks like that that you're gonna have to get creative and think of yourself in order to reach the next level with these kinds of things. Also, you want to be using end screens and cards in your videos to promote other relevant content on the channel and encourage viewers to keep watching instead of clicking off or moving to something else. If you've seen like this picture at the bottom left of the screen here, after every single video of mine, I'll have another recommended video pop up. Now, a lot of times this is just the most recent video on my channel, so I can encourage my subscribers to stay up to date with what I'm up to. But many times I'll actually swap it out for a specific video that is engineered to get their attention after what they've just watched. So for example, if somebody's just watched a video on how to learn to set up a website, the next thing they might want to be doing is figuring out what product to sell on their website. So then you could even mention this towards the end of the video. You could say, by the way, I'm gonna put a video right over here that's gonna now show you guys how to load up your website with the perfect product. And that right there is gonna incentivize so many more people to stay on your channel, to go into that next video, thus increasing your monetized playbacks and making you even more money off of that same viewer. Now we can talk a little bit about optimizing your ad placement if you wanna control the narrative yourself. Like I said before, I usually let YouTube do all the heavy lifting for me, but some good principles if you are optimizing the ad placement yourself is to play the ad just before the peak moment in your content. I'm sure you've watched a video, maybe a vlog, where the highlight or the main moment of the vlog was about to happen, and just before that happened, boom, you get hit with an ad. Of course, you're kind of pissed off that the ad is in your face right at the moment you were so excited to watch. But at the same time, because you're so excited, there's just no way you can click off. There's no way you can leave the video now. So you're stuck watching that ad and thus putting more money into that creator's pocket. Like we talked about before, there's many different creative ways that you can improve the algorithm's performance by getting viewers to like, comment, subscribe, save, and share. And again, be super creative with this. Another great example is when Ryan Trahan got more subs by saying he's trying to beat his arch nemesis, Gordon Ramsay. Now, for most creators, the ad revenue isn't gonna be super substantial unless you likely have, at least 10, 20, 30,000 subscribers and you're in one of the higher value niches. But for the rest of us, we wanna be focusing on diversifying our revenue streams beyond ads, especially if we're looking to make money off of our channel and our personal brand. So this is where you can start to implement different kind of back-end funnels and offers to really maximize every dollar out of every viewer. One thing you can do is you can create and sell branded merch. For example, t-shirts, mugs, stickers featuring your logo or unique catchphrases, or even start your own brand this way. It's so simple to do this with print-on-demand softwares that'll take care of all the heavy lifting, and all you have to do is slap your logo on so many different blanks. And there's also digital products, there's apps, there's services, there's mobile games. But the idea here is that you want to pick something that you can push your viewers to that, number one, they'll find value in, and number two, of course, relates to the type of content you're putting out, right? If I was teaching people how to start dropshipping and then I was selling a program on crypto, I don't think anybody would buy it, or maybe like one person out of millions, right? Because imagine watching a video, you're there to learn about dropshipping. I'm giving you all this information, at the end I'm like, by the way, you guys want to make a ton of money in crypto? I got a crypto group down below. Click, like, no, it just doesn't make sense. It's like back to the example of Travis Scott. Like who's buying a bike helmet if he starts promoting a bike helmet? But people will be much more likely to be buying, YSL cologne if he says he's using it when he's talking to girls and being dark and being mysterious and all these things. I guarantee you all of his fanboys are gonna go out and buy that because it's directly related to him and his personal brand. Now you can also have communities that are running on monthly subscription. These communities are becoming more and more prevalent in my industry, and for good reason. I think communities can be a great way to foster a sense of interaction, to get people involved in your resources, your programming, whatever it is that you want to sell them, but at a more reasonable price, like a Netflix subscription, instead of getting them to pay all up front for something that they might not want to go on to use much beyond a month or a couple weeks if they decide it's not for them. You also have info products, which are basically low ticket, one-time payments, and these come in a range of different forms. You can sell resources. For example, I could sell winning product sheets. I could sell my private supplier list. I could sell a dropshipping course, right? Now there's high ticket offers where you basically provide a ton of value. So these are for your higher end clients or people who are looking to spend a lot of money with you, your true fans, those kind of people. And in this case, you can sell them something that is a bit more expensive and that requires a bit more of a hands-on, custom, or tailored approach, like some kind of a service or a mentorship program. So first, let's dive into info products a little bit more. So info products basically contain valuable information or intellectual property on a specific topic or subject that that person might be interested in. This could be an ebook, this could be a video series programming, this could be a walkthrough guide, this could even be a PDF. But the benefits of creating info products is that they're scalable and they have huge passive income potential. So once you've created and launched your info product, you can sell it to as many customers as you want without putting much more work in. Most of the heavy lifting is in developing the info product, and then once you have it ready to go, you can just focus on the front end and the marketing and watch those sales roll in. So it truly is one of the best ways to have passive income, or as close to passive income as possible, when you're operating a personal brand. Not to mention establishing even more authority and expertise within your industry. Creating products in your niche or area of expertise is also positioning yourself as an authority figure in that field. See, people will only buy your product if there is high perceived value, higher value than that of which you're charging. But therefore, you must have a strong brand identity associated with it, because if you do, then no matter what, the value will almost always exceed the price tag. Think about Andrew Tate. He's selling his Hustlers University for a relatively cheap price, but the reason why everybody thinks no matter what, that is going to be more worth it than the price he's charging is because it's him. It's because his authority figure, the way he speaks on camera, and all of these things. And it's kind of like a chicken and an egg situation here, like what came first. In his case, the content, the build-up, the authority came first. But for many people, maybe you've built something of value already and you just have not got it out there. And so what you can do is you can start creating content, you can start building a personal brand in order to market the info product or the piece of value that you wish to sell. And in turn, you're gonna make more money over here selling the product, but over here, you're also gonna get a lot more authority as a creator because you've actually built something valuable in the space and you've offered it. You've not just talked out of your ass over and over again on every single video. Which is why if you're in a space where it requires you to become some kind of authority, it makes sense to provide something where you can further boost your credibility and authority. For example, one of the things that I'm providing right now 100% for free is my AI Shopify store builder. So this thing will build you a Shopify store from scratch in less than 10 minutes. And so when people hear about that AI software, they immediately think, oh, this guy must be very experienced in dropshipping. You know, he must really know what he's doing if he's able to create and put this software out there for free. And so not only does that boost my authority as a creator, but in turn, I can also make some more money selling that product. I say selling because I am making affiliate commissions on it, but it's free for people to use and it's free for me to offer as well. So it's kind of a big win-win situation. Now, you also want to be addressing viewers' needs and pain points when it comes to creating your info product. So look at what comments people are having in your YouTube descriptions, look at the comments on your Instagram, on your TikTok, check your DM requests, and see what people need help with. You know, when I first sold a mentorship program back in the days, it was simply because I was getting an overflow of DMs of people saying, I need your help, I'm willing to pay you, I want to work with you one-on-one. And once I started working with these people, I realized I didn't have time to meet the demand of all the people that were coming through my Instagram DMs. And so I started to build a team, a system. I started to hire coaches. You know, a year and a half later, and we did over $1 million in sales. We built, you know, quite a decent sized team around helping people start and scale e-commerce brands from scratch. Now here's kind of the revenue model of most info products or the direct sales and pricing models. So usually you'll have a one-time purchase versus subscription model. You might have tiered pricing and or bundling strategies included, and you'll likely be leveraging affiliate marketing, which we'll be talking a little bit about later on. But as you can see, on the far left side, we have the one-time purchase versus subscription model. There's a graph down here, and you'll notice something very interesting. You should keep in mind when you're figuring out the revenue model or the structure of your info product, the life cycle of that business or how long you expect to be selling it. If you're expecting that you're selling, let's say, access to some hot winning products, it maybe doesn't make sense to sell that PDF or that direct access to a list of 10 products on a monthly subscription. The reason for that is because people want that now, and you'll likely make a huge spike of money by putting it out there. But over time, people are probably going to stop buying that because where is the ongoing value for them? And so although you can see by month 12, you'll likely be making a lot more money with an MRR or monthly recurring revenue model, in the beginning, you're likely making a lot more money by selling things at a slightly higher price on a one-time purchase versus subscription model. And that is why it's so important to figure out the timing and the life cycle of the business. If you're planning on building a community that's going to be here for the next 5 years as your personal brand grows, then definitely you should be looking at the monthly recurring revenue model instead of a one-time purchase into the community. The first step to crafting your compelling products to sell is identifying the needs and market demand. So what problems are your viewers in your niche looking to solve? Again, one of the best ways to do this is to go ahead and ask members of your community, throw up a poll on Instagram, ask people in your Instagram DMs, reply to your YouTube comments, and so on and so forth. The next thing is content creation and packaging. So ensure the production value of your info product is extremely high quality, because this will make the perceived value of your knowledge much higher. Simple things go the longest way when it comes to things like this. I mean, imagine your favorite brand like Apple. Now imagine if you stripped away the entire experience of going to the Apple store, buying the iPhone, buying the iPad, unboxing it, pulling the little satisfying screen off of the phone, and you just walked into some store that looked like it was extremely cheap and easy to set up, and someone just handed you a phone, right? It's the product and the brand experience that is large in part due to the success of some of these massive corporations that have been around for multiple decades, and you need to be thinking the same way when it comes to crafting info products that you are selling off of the back of your personal brand. So put time into researching and selecting the right format for your info product that's most suited to your community. Next, design and branding considerations. Discuss the importance of visual appeal and brand consistency with your info product. So basically figure out the color scheme, figure out the branding, figure out the logos, figure out the entire experience as a whole, and not only the value people are going to get when they receive your info product, but also the way that your info product is going to make them feel. Because this is what's going to keep people coming back, and especially what's going to keep people in a monthly recurring revenue model. Also, you want to make sure the UI UX is seamless and the format is easy to follow. Now let's talk about marketing and selling info products. So many different ways that you can plug your product or sell it within your personal brand. But some of the easiest ways to do so is to put strict call to actions within your YouTube videos, to send out an email newsletter to emails that you've been collecting from your personal brand, to put out a case study video and show live results or testimonials from people who've accessed your info product and improved their life in some way. Bring on guests or students if you have a mentorship or a course or anybody that's related to whatever you're selling, and have them speak live on your content, on your personal brand across all channels as well. When it comes to sales funnel optimization, you want to create an effective website, funnel, or landing page for when customers click the link to your course or to whatever it is that you're selling. My favorite websites to do this on are Shopify, ClickFunnels, and Kajabi. Now, some more launch strategies and promotional tactics. There's different ways that you can build the hype before you drop something. So for example, if you're planning on releasing a course and you already have a bit of a following, you should let people know. You should let people know that, in 30 days, you're gonna be releasing that course at a discounted price. It's the same thing as if you're selling a product in e-com, is how you'd be selling an info product, right? So you're leveraging urgency, scarcity, different tactics to get people encouraged and excited about making that purchase, and just thinking of outside of the box ways to further push people over the line to come in and actually purchase what it is that you're selling. There's also upselling and cross-selling strategies. So this is where you can easily offer additional services and features for purchases as premium upgrades, or you can offer an enhanced version. So my marketing agency, for a long time, we were doing viral short form content for people, in which we were basically taking over their social medias, their personal brand, and running it for them with all of their content. Now there's different tiers to this, and the idea is to ascend people up the tiers as they're starting to have success in working with you. But some people might just want to spend money and jump to the highest tier right away, in which case that's great for you and that's more money in your pocket. So what we did is one package that we sold, I believe, was $1,000 a month, and it was 30 pieces of content, but then you could go up to, $5,000 a month for, let's say, 500 pieces of content, right? So the $5,000 a month, 500 pieces of content is obviously a lot more content. For every single piece of content, that person is paying less money and they are aware of it. And psychologically, a lot of people are gonna wanna go for the better deal. It's the same way that you go to a smoothie store and they're selling you a small and a large size, and the difference in price is like 50 cents. I always thought that was crazy growing up. I was like, why the hell would I ever get the small smoothie when the large one is only 50 cents more? Well, you can employ that same tactic and thus encourage and push people over the line to always purchase your highest product, or at least start to ascend them towards eventually becoming a client that is going to spend a lot more money with you over time. Now, another thing to keep in mind when you're creating communities, monthly recurring revenue subscription models, is that you don't have to do all of the work yourself.
And in fact, if you're a business owner,
If you're in the how to make money online space, for example, and you're selling something, people should trust your intuition, your instincts as a business owner, in that they're getting the best help and support possible, even if it's not you. But the thing is, you can't lie. So you can't say, you know, I'm giving you my one-on-one direct time and then simply outsource it to some guy on Fiverr, because that's going to result in angry customers, misleaded expectations, and just overall a poor product or service. But for example, someone like Andrew Tate has hired professionals to give info in place of him, and his war room practically runs itself. Sure, he pays monthly for some of these people to be in there as coaches and running the different experiences, but at the end of the day, if you're making $10 million a month on that Discord or that program, I am sure that you're not spending more than probably $20,000, $30,000 a month on who's in there. And by the way, I've joined his program, so I know that. At the end of the day, he's still maintaining 95+% profit margins in running the business model that way. And even thinking about it on a broader scale, you know, when you walk into Tesla, you don't expect to greet Elon Musk personally and receive your car. No, you understand that Elon has very minimal time. He's got places to be. He's built a multi-billion-dollar company, trillion-dollar company almost, I think. And anyways, he is in there, and he will not be in that storefront selling you that car. But you trust that he's put the company together in such a way that you are gonna get good support from whoever is selling you that car, taking you for the test drive, and so on and so forth. The same thing could be applied to info products, courses, even mentorships. If you hire the right people, you do your due diligence, people will not be unsatisfied with coming into your business and not being able to speak directly with you. You could also think about licensing and repurposing your info products. For example, there are communities like the War Room that take industry professionals and experts across various different fields and pay for their knowledge, their content, and so on and so forth. And so if you make an info product, if you make a digital program, if you make a course, and you want to license that out to somebody, well, now you can start reaching out to authorized dealers or retailers, so to speak, people who have these communities that offer up other people's goods and services. Maybe you can make affiliate commissions on every single time somebody sells the content that you own, or maybe you're fully integrated, you're getting paid a set amount. Who knows how it works? Who knows the deal structure exactly that you're going to have set up? But this is definitely something that you can start thinking about as you start to have your info products and things built out for yourself. Now moving on, let's talk about affiliate marketing, which is another extremely lucrative source of income that you can leverage with a personal brand. The mechanics of affiliate marketing is that basically you'll earn a commission for marketing another person's service or product. So these companies will give you a unique link to their website, to their funnel,
to whatever it is that they're selling.
and once somebody from your traffic source, aka your YouTube channel, your TikTok, your Instagram, clicks on that link and actually purchases what that company has to offer, you'll get a kickback automatically. So whether that's 10%, 15, 20, 50, I've even seen 100% affiliate commission programs. You have to find the one that is right for you, and you shouldn't just be looking at, again, what is my maximum earning potential. You should be looking at what resonates the most with my audience. And I think that is one of the biggest differences between thinking like a content creator and thinking like a business owner. When you're starting as an entrepreneur, you're thinking, what's the most practical way that I can make a lot of money? What's the best business model that I can start? But when you're a content creator, you have to think about your audience as well. You have to think, what will my audience want from me? What will my audience want to buy? If you're solely thinking about yourself and lining your pockets, then chances are you won't do a good job at satisfying either one of those objectives. You won't line your pockets because your audience won't be interested. So the idea here is to do both at the exact same time. Find a company that you want to partner with that is in your industry, has an amazing product or service that the audience members practically need or rely on, and that is a perfect company to be affiliated with. For example, in my industry, it's Shopify. Almost every single dropshipper or person starting in e-commerce uses Shopify. It's the world's leading platform, right? And so I've been teaching Shopify on my YouTube channel for 3 years. And it was only in the last year, year and a half, that Shopify reached out and offered for me to become an affiliate partner or commerce coach with them. In which case I jumped on the opportunity right away because, well, number one, I was already promoting them, I was already using them, I knew Shopify like the back of my hand, and so did my audience. And number two, I was also able to make a solid amount of money every single time that somebody came through. So I was able to not only make money, but I was also able to do it with something that my audience practically needed and was already using anyway. The biggest benefits to affiliate marketing is it has generally the lowest barriers to entry, which means that you don't need to go and spend thousands of dollars on overhead or inventory or employees, because you're leveraging the fact that somebody else already has an amazing business built out and you're just selling what it is that they offer. You also have passive income potential, or again, very, very close to passive income. Because at this point, all you have to do is put your trust in that company, assuming you're working with the right organization, and then simply create your content, focus on the front end, focus on what you do best, and watch your affiliate commissions start to roll in. You also have flexibility and independence, which basically means that you're not worried about meeting quotas or all the little things that you have to do inside of a business, because it's somebody else's business. If you decide that you want to take a break for a month and stop posting, that's most likely fine, unless you're on some sort of sponsorship or specific contracted deal. If you're just a regular affiliate, you can do everything on your own schedule and not be stressed. So here's some things to keep in mind when choosing an affiliate program, or the factors affecting the commission rates and payouts. So generally, higher priced products or services tend to offer higher commission rates because the potential earnings are much greater. Also, in highly competitive industries, companies might offer higher commission rates to attract more affiliates and incentivize them to promote the products or services over their competitors. In many cases, affiliate partnerships can expand far outwards than just an affiliate program. In my space alone, we have sponsors competing for influencers like us all the time that are not only willing to put us on their affiliate programs, but also want to pay us monthly for the content that they're featured in and add all sorts of other bonuses in the mix as well to further incentivize us to basically join their affiliate program and start bringing them in clients. As a general rule of thumb, the more engaged your audience is and the larger your platform is, the more likely you are to receive a more favorable affiliate commission structure. So this is pretty much the same for any form of monetization. I mean, it goes without saying, the more engagement that you have, the more followers that you have, the bigger your platforms are, the more sponsorship deals are gonna run across your table, the higher those deals are gonna be, the higher your affiliate commissions are gonna be, the more money you can make selling your info product, and so on and so forth. Which is why monetization is super important, but it's only one side of the coin when it comes to making money with your personal brand. And of course, the other side is to simply double down on your front end and bring as much traffic and eyeballs in the door as possible. So more ways that you can maximize your affiliate revenue and opportunities is to track and analyze your performance. Now you might be thinking this is not really gonna directly increase how much money you're making, but what it's gonna do is it's gonna give you greater insight into understanding how your content is performing and how you can go on to create better performing content that's gonna make you more money. And when I say better performing here, I'm talking about content that is strictly making you more money and not necessarily performing better in the algorithm. See, these are two completely different things. And while although it's really good to get as many views and go as viral as possible, because a lot of that traffic will spill over into the affiliate programs or other offers that you're selling, I've seen YouTubers with less than 10,000 subscribers making way more money than YouTubers with even 1 million subscribers. And how is that possible? It's possible because of the industry they're in, the information that they're providing, and the CTAs, or the call to actions within their videos. So imagine one YouTuber is an entertainment prank guy with 10 million subscribers, and he's making $50,000 a month off of his affiliates, right? Now imagine you have another YouTuber that has only 1,000 subscribers, okay? But this YouTuber is a billionaire, right? He's a billionaire and he's getting that point across in his videos. Although his target audience is way smaller, the people watching likely have hundreds of millions of dollars, which means the people buying what that billionaire has to offer are spending far more, and it's why he can see outsized returns even on a tiny channel. Now inside of your content, you want to be focusing on persuasive and engaging copywriting that is pushing people towards what it is that you're selling or affiliating for in a very specific way. Incorporating these promotions very naturally into your content will generally take you a lot further. I mean, imagine watching a video where I just have to stop mid-video to promote the product or service. you're gonna immediately know it's an ad, therefore be less interested, probably be focused on eating your snack or whatever else you're doing while watching the video. But if I was able to very naturally, smoothly integrate it into the video, then you're much more likely to buy. In fact, I've already done that multiple times throughout this video. Just a few minutes ago, I naturally integrated my AI store builder for free, and you guys probably didn't even realize that I was plugging my affiliate right there. And all those people who went down to the description of the YouTube video, picked up their free website, is gonna result in me making more affiliate commissions just from doing so in a very natural way, and people not getting upset with the fact that I'm just stopping the video midway to promote a sponsorship. Some other tools you can use to monitor your clicks, your conversions, your revenue, and see how each individual video is performing on a greater level would be Bitly, impactanalytics.co, and ClickMeter. You can also start to optimize campaigns based on your data. So you want to be learning from this data, the amount of clicks, the amount of views, the CTR. Every last piece of data that YouTube gives you is something that you can learn from, as well as the other aforementioned softwares. If you notice that an ad is getting a lot of clicks, but not conversions, then try simply tweaking the message or the call to action to improve conversion rate. You know, this happened to me a while back when frequently in my videos, I was promoting that I was selling a mentorship. What I was doing here is I was encouraging people to have a one-on-one call with a member of my team to see if we'd be a good fit to work together. And we got a lot of clicks just off of my organic YouTube videos, but our conversion rate was quite low. It was probably 10%, 5% on one-to-one human-powered calls. And so I tried everything to improve that conversion rate, and then I realized the very first step is what was causing it all. I wasn't framing the content in such a way where people knew exactly what they're gonna be getting. So then from that point forward, I tried saying, if you guys are interested in a mentorship, look, it's gonna be relatively expensive, but if you wanna work with me and my team and get direct help, then make sure you sign up at the link down below and we'll reach out and we'll see if we're a good fit. And see right there, I'd explained so much more and given them an idea of what they're getting themselves into. And although it resulted in less calls being booked, the conversion rate skyrocketed up and we actually started to generate more revenue simply by just changing our CTA. So the call to action is super powerful and you should be thinking about it in every single video or even short form video that you make when you're trying to promote something. Now, of course, over time, you want to start to outsource tasks and automate processes for efficiency. For example, I've got a few different short form accounts running right now on Instagram and TikTok that are constantly taking different clips of all the content that I film and posting them out there. There would be no way that I'd have enough time in my day doing everything that I'm doing, plus creating 30 short form videos a day. It would simply be impossible. But if I wanted to maximize affiliate revenue through organic content, that's where I can start to think about hiring a team, editors, account managers, and all these people to further the operation along and thus maximize more returns. So we've touched on brand sponsorships a little bit now, but let's dive a little bit deeper. So this is basically when a company pays you to talk about their products or services inside of your videos. A bit different than affiliate commissions where you're getting paid in direct proportion to the money that you're bringing in for that company, and of course different than starting your own company, your own info product, community, or something of that nature. The types of brand sponsorships that you can have start off with product placement. This is where you're visually promoting, but you're not specifically talking about the product or service. And so a lot of times you'll see this in podcast studios where people will be drinking a certain drink, maybe a Gatorade, maybe Athletic Greens. And during that podcast, you're naturally gonna be kind of curious as to what the person is drinking. You may be gonna wanna purchase it. And it's more of an awareness campaign. And I think that's the goal with the advertisers when it comes to this kind of promotion. Now you also have sponsored content where you are specifically showing off the product. So a lot of people on Instagram are taking outfit pictures and then they're tagging the brand that sent them that outfit. In many cases, the brand sent them the outfit for free and they ask for promotion in return. But with larger influencers, celebrities, and people of this nature, the brand likely paid that person a solid amount of money, sent them the product, and then had them shoot their own pictures and videos posted on Instagram, and that's their sponsored content. You also have integrated sponsors inside of YouTube videos, inside of pretty much any medium of content. You even have live event sponsorships, which kind of tie into all of this as well. The brand sponsorship process is actually pretty simple. First, you have to identify potential brand partners in your industry. Maybe as you're starting to progress your personal brand and starting to get some views on your videos, you want to start to make a list of all the potential brands that you could partner with in your industry and keep tabs on them. Send them some emails, let them know what you're up to. But another strategy is to simply wait for the brands to come to you. It's 2024, so many brands are using influencers to promote their products and services. Me personally, at 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, I probably get 10 to 20 emails every single day from different companies that want a sponsorship with me. Now, of course, I turn 99% of them down because I have my deals, I have my arrangements sorted out, but every once in a while, something will catch my eye, whether that's a company that I'm already working with or someone that'd be interested to work with in the future, and maybe we can work something out when it comes to a sponsorship. Another thing you can do to speed along this process is to craft a compelling pitch. One thing I did was I created a media kit that showcased all of my different social media accounts, my achievements, my highlights in terms of my personal brand, and I could send this back to all the people who would email me asking about sponsors. They could refer to my media kit, AKA the pitch on myself, and see if I'm somebody they want to work with moving forward and how much they're willing to pay me. This media kit should also have details of your demographics, your engagement, audience insights, metrics, reach, etc., and so on and so forth. You want to provide insights into your audience interests, behaviors, and purchasing habits to show how they align with the brand's target market. And most importantly, what countries, are they tier 1 countries, tier 2 countries, where's your traffic coming from, and what types of products and services is your audience buying? This information is not only important for you to know, but it's also important for the brand to know. Because if they're able to know that you have a hungry market of buyers wanting to buy their service, they're likely willing to pay you a lot more. And it's even more important for you to know it, because if you don't know, then you won't know if you're being ripped off or not, or you won't know what to charge these brands that are asking to work with you. But one of the best ways to do this is once you've done a sponsorship before, you've done an affiliation partnership before, you've worked with another brand in some capacity, start making little case studies or putting together examples of previous work you've done with brands. And that way, if a new brand comes your way, you can easily showcase them all the stuff you've done in the past. And that is going to be probably the largest selling point right there. A lot of brands will want to negotiate some form of contract with you. So make sure you have a clear understanding of the value you bring to the table. Again, all the stuff we previously discussed. Ask them questions like, what are the typical compensation rates for an influencer of my size? What are the deliverables? Be very specific on that one. The exclusivity clauses, the contract duration, and so on and so forth. Research the industry standards and benchmarks for agreements in your niche to ensure you're negotiating fair and competitive terms. And once you've came to an agreement, make sure you get everything in writing and have them make a contract for you or make one yourself. Now, one thing people are always asking me is, how much should I be charging? And the truth is, you can look at all the benchmarks and all the industry standards you want, but I always like to say, charge what you believe that you're worth, right? And so let's say right now the industry standard for an integrated sponsorship on a video like this that you're watching right now is $6,000, okay? No way in hell am I receiving $6,000 to promote something on this video, even though it's the industry standard. Why? Because the amount of effort, time, and hours that I'm putting into this thing, I expect this thing to be a resounding success. If it's not, oh well, I'll learn from it and try again. But I have to come into it expecting that my value is here and not here. So never sell yourself too short, and always charge what you believe yourself to be worth. And if the company doesn't want to work with you, try to maintain a professional and good relationship, because maybe later down the line when they see your value, then they'll want to work with you at your proposed rates. Another thing to focus on here is integrating your brand sponsors seamlessly into your content. Make it flow to minimize the disruption and maintain a cohesive viewer experience the whole way through. Avoid abrupt transitions or intrusive overlay branding that may distract or alienate your audience. Also, be extremely transparent with your audience. Look, people are usually aware when they're in the middle of a sales pitch. So describe why you chose to promote this product, even mention that it's a sponsor if you'd like, and be honest about if you actually use the product, why you like it, and what value you see in the product for your viewers, right? When I was talking about my affiliate program with Shopify earlier, how I'm a commerce coach, and you can sign up at the link down below in the description to get your free store, I was explaining on how it's a win-win situation. It's a win for me because, you know, I get to work hard, create something I love, and offer it to you guys for free and make a great amount of money in the process doing so. It's a win for you guys because you guys get to gain access to all of this for free. And it's also a win to Shopify because they're eventually going to get long-term successful clients like you after you guys have learned from me, you've set up your store, you're starting to see success. Shopify will start to make money off of you in the long run. They'll take small percentages of every single transaction through their payment processor. They'll also make money on monthly subscriptions to stay with the platform. But this is something that you guys already needed to do anyway in order to have your own e-commerce brand. So therefore, it's a win-win-win across the board. And that's why it's important I be extremely transparent and talk about this. And I don't just promote them and say, hey guys, go use my affiliate link to Shopify, sign up now. I'm actually giving you guys a little bit more insight and reason as to why I chose to do this and why it's a good win for yourself, for me, and of course for Shopify as well. Now, of course, when you start working with your brand or sponsor, this is where you can set up your KPIs, track the metrics of the whole process. Both you, the creator, and the brand are businesses that need to see some mutual benefit from working with one another, and presenting a solid rundown, PowerPoint presentation, ad performance impact increases the chances to be rehired for future projects. So just go the extra mile, especially when you're working with a company that you like to maintain a good relationship with moving forward throughout the career of your personal brand. All right, so one of the last points I want to talk on here is third-party content options. So this is for a content creator that doesn't necessarily want to start a personal brand, doesn't necessarily want to sell things off of their personal brand, but still has the skill or the talent to be a content creator. Maybe you enjoy creating videos and you've realized you want to make some extra money doing this. So let me explain how. For starters, let me ask you, would you like to get paid $100 to $500 for making a single TikTok video? If the answer is yes, keep listening. If the answer is no, maybe you can skip ahead to another section. Well, I try to make this video really professional, but I am a YouTuber after all. So here we are, camera's dead, had to switch to the iPhone. And you know, this kind of sums up perfectly what I was saying earlier about not being a perfectionist. Even on a video that is taking me months to create and put out for you guys, at the end of the day, when mishaps like this happen, that is gonna affect me for, you know, a very long time or push this video back way farther over one small thing, you have to work with what you have, work with the hand you've been dealt, and just advance forward, because we booked out this studio room to film this particular section of the video. And this studio room isn't available for weeks. So we got one of the last slots in here, and it'd just be a lot more difficult for us to, you know, get this exact shot again with me looking the same, wearing the same stuff, the exact same setup, and we probably end up failing at that, be extremely discouraged. And yeah, so this is why you have to reject perfectionism, because shit happens when you're a YouTuber. You know, you don't have $100 million Marvel budgets to create movies. A lot of the times it's just you on your iPhone, raw, just like this. But anyways, back to the user-generated content part here. So people will generally scroll the millisecond they see an ad on their page, right? And this is why the whole goal of user-generated content is to somewhat trick the audience into thinking that it's a legit review of a product or service done by some random person. The key points here is that anyone can do it. In fact, you don't need any followers or a platform. You just need to be somewhat good on camera at reviewing a product or service and making short videos. The key here is to identify your passion and expertise. So choose a niche that fits your character build, right? My friend and teammate Reed, he did a lot of UGC, and he likes to wear, you know, clothes that are a bit out there, that are a bit stylish, big baggy pants, you know, special jackets and things. So he decided to do a lot of his UGC stuff with clothing brands that are selling that kind of aesthetic. Not only is he used to wearing this kind of stuff and he'll feel more comfortable promoting it, but it's also gonna come across on camera, and he's gonna be able to deliver the ad a lot better than if he was promoting something that he had no experience or no passion in himself. Now, to create high quality content, you should be filming multiple engaging hooks that you can test. The key here is when you make a product review or a service review, you actually only need to make it once, and then you can just change the hook many, many times to give you almost infinite different creatives that the brand can work with. If you use proper lighting, it doesn't have to be super professional. Golden hour sunlight also works as well. Have a clean aesthetic and background, no background noise, and you make yourself look presentable, you're pretty much gonna be good to go no matter what. You want to film as much clips as possible, multiple transitions, because you never know how many different things you can put together when it comes to the magic of the editing. Like I said, you should use your iPhone, but make sure it's high quality video and audio at the same time. So if you're outside or doing something in a noisy place, maybe invest in a little microphone like this, hook it up to your iPhone, and you'll be good to go. Now let's talk about getting clients for UGC content. Now, I know I said you don't have to have a personal brand to do UGC content, but the funny thing also here is if you have a personal brand, you're gonna have way more opportunities. And in fact, brands are gonna be reaching out to you all the time to make UGC videos for them. So currently X or Twitter is kind of the main community or hub for UGC creators. There's lots of people providing good value and tips, lots of communities on there that you can join with people actively, both brands and people willing to partner up with brands to create UGC content for them, all inside of these communities. If you start posting valuable content on X or on these other platforms as well, joining these communities, talking to people, you'll instantly start seeing some opportunities arise within your network. You should also be engaging with your audience and your peers, following your other peers, following friends, following industry professionals, interacting with their posts, giving insightful comments, collaborating and learning from other creators. So like I said, joining group chats, joining communities, teaching other people things that they don't have to figure out on their own and vice versa. And after all of you will grow much faster this way. Always team up instead of be closed off and be on your own. I've seen so many times in my space, the fastest growing creators are the ones who are the most open with sharing their strategies, resources, helping other people out and learning from one another. And the people who always seem to get stuck as creatives are the people who box themselves in, who never allow themselves to speak to other creators and think that everyone's trying to steal, everyone's trying to gain their intellectual property or get access to something that they have. And you should also make a little bit of a resume over time or showcase your work inside of a portfolio. So cardwith2rs.co is a great free site to make your portfolio, like Reed has done with his UGC portfolio on the right-hand side here. You want to leverage your social proof and testimonials to demonstrate your value. The more brands that you'll work with, the more deals you'll eventually start getting. And like I was saying earlier with sponsorships, if you can start to build case studies on what you've already done, that's going to be the most powerful way to get more brands in the door and strike up more deals. Like anything else, starting is always the hardest part. But you can offer to make videos for free for companies first. And once they see the quality, once they see your effort and your results, of course, they're gonna wanna come back and spend a lot of money with you. Now, another option here is becoming a social media manager if you wanna be a bit more behind the scenes of all this personal branding kind of stuff. So having a bachelor's degree is a highly regarded asset. And without a degree, all you have to do is demonstrate that you are an expert in the field and will get them results. Again, the easiest way to do this is to show your own personal brand and be like, look what I've done for myself. Of course I can do this for you too. Of course I can grow your product or service. But again, if you don't have your own personal brand, then what you can do is you can leverage somebody else's that you've worked on. You can leverage another brand or another company that you've worked with, maybe as a UGC creator. And then from there, you can become a social media manager for somebody else. What you wanna do is explain your process. Becoming a social media manager out the gate can be a little bit tricky, but again, just focus on gaining relevant experience. So freelance work, personal projects, working for free, having accounts that you've grown to significant numbers to show as proof. Maybe in the beginning, just build an Instagram account just for the sole reason to get proof that you can make stuff go viral and you can be a good social media manager. Then you can simply use that as a case study and show many other brands until you get a high-paying job as a social media manager. Explain how you are staying up to date with all the algorithm tweaks, changes, and the social media trends. Focus on developing the necessary skills. Practice content creation yourself. Practice management across various platforms. Get really good at editing short-form video and become an expert using CapCut. Now, the craziest thing is, although social media manager is a job and you're technically working for someone else, this is the perfect job to start, similarly to sales, because the type of experience that you're getting, the people that you're working with, all of these things are gonna carry over and open so many doors for you to go on to partner with other people or to eventually start your business so easily when you understand the fundamentals of social media and how to make things go viral. And lastly, whatever it is you're doing with your personal brand, whether it be social media management, UGC content creation, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, the key here is to bring it all together and build a portfolio. You want to showcase your work through your personal website or a professional social media profile. Instagram can even do the trick for you. Concrete evidence of your performance, your highlights, your analytical results, everything that a company would want to see in working with you, I promise you start to get some amazing deals or potential opportunities with your personal brand. So with that being said, I know this was a ton of information in those 5 sections of this chapter, so feel free to return back to any of them at any time. This video will be living on my YouTube channel forever, so send this module to a friend as well if they've been wanting to start a personal brand, anyone who wants to get into content creation, because this truly is the fundamental stuff that changed my life when it came to building a personal brand. And like I said at the very beginning, personal brand changes the game for everything. Not only can you make more money, but you can make infinitely more connections, you can improve your life quality, your lifestyle as a whole, and pretty much upgrade every single aspect of both your digital life and your physical life, all through bringing a personal brand together. So I hope you found all of this information super useful. And with that, that wraps up the content creation module, and I'll see you guys in the next module. Peace.
All right, guys, that's all I got for the video. I appreciate all of your support, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Hello.
Bro, where are you? This is the 4th meeting you've missed. I'm actually tired of this. You need to get your fucking life sorted, bro. You need to get it organized. You can't keep missing meetings like this.
All right, so welcome to my favorite module and probably the one that gets overlooked the most, cultivating the perfectly optimized lifestyle. And this is so important because your lifestyle, your day-to-day habits, actions, choices, where you want to live, who you want to hang out with, who you want to date, how you want to manage your relationships with your parents, and so on and so forth, is arguably more important than anything else when it comes to finding success with online business or just anything in life. Because this is quite literally the foundation that you build everything else upon. And if your foundation isn't in check, or if you don't have the perfectly optimized lifestyle for your current situation, then I can almost guarantee you that you will fail, or you'll end up achieving a high level of success, but only in one area of your life, and all the other aspects of your life will start hurting. Now, in my personal experience, I've found that how you do one thing is how you do everything. And if you're running your business exceptionally well, chances are you have a great family life, you have a beautiful relationship, you live in amazing places, and your life just overall seems to keep getting better. And that is the exact trajectory that I want you guys to be on. And this module is gonna cover everything that I've learned over the past 5 years. And trust me, this has been the part of my life that I've struggled with the most, and I'm super excited to be sharing with you all the tips and tricks, the ins and outs, and everything that I've learned when it comes to everything that isn't directly related to the hard skills of succeeding and making money, but is quite literally the foundation that everything is built upon. So without any further ado, let's get straight into this. So in this module, we'll be covering crafting the right mindset, optimizing your life for productivity and time management, balancing your physical, mental, and emotional health, traveling the world on a budget and learning from different cultures, broadening your perspectives, horizons, and becoming the full package, how to deal with stress, uncertainty, and failure, reconstructing your social circle so that it works in your favor and not against you, staying true to yourself, and balancing school versus work, or potentially a part-time job, a 9-to-5, something of that nature. We'll also be covering romantic relationships and the do's and don'ts, monk mode, aka a time period or a protocol that you follow to make insane amounts of progress in a very short period of time, how to manage your money, which includes things like buying back your time, and how to really get what you want once you start having a bit of leverage, and enjoying moments to the fullest, how to stay in the present and not always thinking about the future and the next milestone you have to hit. And lastly, and one of the most importantly, we'll be talking about networking, but not just the bullshit networking that you hear, go out for coffee, ask people to chat, attend a conference. I'll be telling you the real secrets on how I built a multi-million-dollar network before becoming a multi-millionaire. So number one, how to craft the right mindset. The key here is to develop a growth mindset and foster creativity. This is all about figuring out what you truly want, sitting down, establishing your goals and your life path with yourself. I'll be diving into meditations, affirmations, and other tips and tricks that can really shortcut you to where you want to be. How to truly believe in yourself and not just tell people that you're going to be a millionaire and kind of act like it, but how to believe with every bone in your body that you truly will achieve what it is that you're setting out to achieve. And of course, cultivating a growth mindset and learning from your failures rather than just sulking in them. So figuring out what you want. This is really important for you to start right now. Maybe pull out a notepad and pen, a journal as I'm talking about this, and reflect on your values, interests, and passions. So what activities make you feel fulfilled and energized? Is it driving around in Lamborghinis and sports cars? Is it hanging out in nature? Or just simply kicking back at home on a beautiful summer's day? What are the things that truly bring you joy and satisfaction? And think long and hard about this, because this is going to be what all of your hard work is for at the end of the day. So building without knowing what you want is like driving a car without having maps to your destination. So imagine you want to go to a lake today and you want to enjoy the sunshine, you want to hang out at the beach, but you don't have the address to this lake. So you just hop in your car and you start driving around. You'll probably take a few wrong turns. You'll probably go down a couple roads and have to turn around and start from scratch. And by the time you end up at the lake, you probably don't even want to be at the lake anymore. The sun's starting to set, the day's over. You wasted all your time getting to where you want to be. And when you get there, it isn't truly what you want anymore, and you change your mind, and the whole thing was pointless. But if you have a map, if you have a clear destination and every single turn is accounted for, then you can get there in a fraction of the time and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Really enjoy that time at the lake, as that's what you set out to do. So the key here is listening to your inner voice. What is your gut telling you about what you want in life? And I know it sounds corny, it sounds cliche, but don't just look at what other people want. Don't open Instagram Reels and just because you see Dubai and the Burj Khalifa and jet skiing and supermodels on yachts, don't believe that that's what you want. If it is, then great, then go for it. Then attain it. You will get it. But I think a lot of people get stuck in the loop of wanting what others want, and then when they actually get it, they realize it's not what they wanted in the first place. So this is where you have to think long and hard about what it is that truly feels right for you. And if you don't know yet, start reading, learning, opening your mind up to new possibilities. One of the best ways to do this is travel, meet new people, broaden your perspectives, talk to your parents, talk to the closest people and ask them, hey, when am I the most excited? When am I the most happy? When am I the most fun to be around? And that can start giving you some indication into what it is you truly want. Now, next, you have to identify your strengths that align with your passions. So 9 out of 10 times, your passion will be aligned with something that you are already really good at. And I know that sounds weird because we all think of passion as this thing that maybe is innate, maybe we're born with it, maybe we just discover it at some point in our lives, but that couldn't be farther than the truth. It's so important that you just start with something, and along the way, as you're starting to see success, as you're starting to see growth, as you're starting to hit achievements and milestones in whatever it is that you're doing, you will fall in love. You will build a passion for what you're doing. And the same goes for romantic relationships. Like when you really think about it, there are billions of people on this planet. And so by that logic, there should be plenty of people who fit your criteria and who will be the ideal partner for you. Yet a lot of people chalk up their wife or, their current partner to be their soulmate and their 1 in a billion because they feel so much love towards that person. But the truth is, love was built. That love was not there from the beginning. Maybe some lust was there. Maybe you liked the way the person looked. Maybe you liked the jokes that they made or whatever it may be that intrigued you and pulled you in. But that love and that attachment with that person was built over time in the same way that passion for your work and your career is. So if you're absolutely lost and you still don't think you have a passion, I encourage you to start with what you are best at. For me, in the world of business and in my career path, I was best at marketing. So I dove deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole of marketing, which ultimately led me to dropshipping and building up my own successful stores. And from there, I started a personal brand, making content just like this. I started affiliate marketing and so many forms of creating unique and amazing pieces of content to put out there to reach millions of people. And I've done exceptionally well with that, and it's became my passion, but it didn't always start out that way. A great example of this is the game Fortnite and how it applied in my life. But basically around 5 years ago when Fortnite kind of first popped up, my friends convinced me to hop on, but I sucked. I was getting killed left, right, and center. All my friends were laughing at me over the voice chat, and it was quite frankly no fun. But because everyone was doing it, because my friends encouraged me and they had so much fun, I kept thinking to myself, why am I not having fun? There must be something wrong. I have to get better. I have to get better. And the more that I played and the more that I focused on my weaknesses and doubled down on my strengths and really improved how I was operating in the game, the more that I started to enjoy the game. And every single time it felt more and more fun. I could have said back then that my passion was playing video games or playing Fortnite, when in reality, I had built that. I had turned a game that I sucked at and had no fun playing into a passion of mine, and I actually got quite good. Now, another great way to foster this is to surround yourself with inspiration. So look to the most inspiring people in your life, read stories, read books about the greatest people out there, and learn about these experiences that motivate and challenge you to think about what you truly want out of life. Sometimes you just need that little extra nudge or spark from seeing somebody else, typically around your age or similar values, similar views, very similar to yourself, finding success to truly get you going. And I know this is applied in my social circle many times with me getting inspired by others, but also my OG day one friends. Over half of them are now in online business, and I can confidently say that I was that spark for a lot of my hometown friends, and of course a lot of people who watch me now today online to get started and are doing the things that they're doing today. Now, you have to be willing to leave your comfort zone entirely. So don't be afraid to try out different environments, hobbies, activities, or career paths to see what really resonates with you and to see what you're good at. So don't be afraid to fail. It's what life is all about. And I know it's cliche, but truly every single time you fail, you're just one step closer to success. Now, if you're gonna go cry about it and you're gonna take 6 months off just because you try to build a business and it didn't work, then that might be your detriment and you might not get anywhere. But for the rest of us who fail quick, who fail smart, who learn from our mistakes, who get right back up on the horse and keep going, we are benefiting from every single failure. So make sure you're on the right side of failure and never be afraid of it. The things you do today will likely not be the thing you're doing in 10 years. So you want to speed up finding your forever thing by taking as many shots and chances up front early on. You don't want to get stuck doing something you hate and then regretting your whole life 20 years later and not being able to make a change because you have to put food on the plates of your starving children, because you have some serious responsibilities that got in the way, and the risks just become too much because you're not only risking yourself, your own livelihood in your life, but you're starting to risk others. And that is a position I do not want any of you guys to be in. So the point here is, don't be afraid of failure, fail exceptionally fast, and keep going until you truly find your forever thing or your passion. And next, let's talk about establishing your goals. So this is something I actually learned in university, and it's called setting SMART goals, and it's really stuck with me to this day. So vague goals are difficult to achieve because you lack clarity. You need to make sure that your goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound, and well-defined. An example of a vague goal would be, I want to get in shape. You need to specify exactly what that means for you. Like, I want to lose 20 pounds in 6 months. And the way that I can track this is every week I can step on the scale and I can measure my weight. Now, I want to also make sure that it's achievable. So I do some research online. Have other people been able to make these same transformations that I want to do? And of course, is it relevant? Will it really give me the satisfaction, the fulfillment that I'm looking for? And lastly, time bound. This goal needs to be in a time frame. If you just want to say, I want to get in shape, and you give yourself your entire life to do so, I guarantee you every single year you'll be back in the same position with getting in shape as your damn New Year's resolution. So give yourself 6 months, balls to the wall, and I promise you, you'll get that shredded six-pack or huge juicy biceps. The next most important tip here is to document your goals in writing. So the act of writing things down actually solidifies your commitment. And all that BS they tell you in elementary school and high school, a little bit of it does actually ring true when it comes to why they make you physically write things out. For whatever reason, it's another touch point for us. It connects in our long-term memory better, and we actually retain the things that we write a lot more, so their subconscious can take over and start driving us towards these destinations. Not only that, but it also serves as a constant reminder of what we're working towards, and the more detail you can write, the better. I like to set goals every month and check in weekly or even daily to see the type of progress that I'm making and the actions that are getting me towards those goals that I've set for myself. One of my favorite exercises to do is the year-end journal entry. This is where I set up my entire year. And while everyone is out partying on New Year's, I'm typically sitting at home behind my desk writing in my journal for a couple of hours. I'm writing out in detail exactly how I want my future me. And you don't have to wait for New Year's to do this. You can do this at any time. I've just been doing it for years, so I picked December 31st as the day that I want to do it. But I want you to write out in your following year, following 5 years, 10 years, whatever you want. For me, I do yearly, and I write out how I'm gonna feel in a year's time. What will I look like? What will I have achieved? How does everything I've achieved, how does my life make me feel, and who is the person I will become? And I'm writing this in excruciating detail. And what's funny is every single time I've done this, it's literally came true to a T. Last year, I wrote in my journal, by the beginning of 2024, I'm gonna be a multi-millionaire living in a multi-million-dollar home on the water, waking up next to a beautiful girlfriend and working and focusing on what truly makes me happy every single day. Now, of course, I put a lot more detail than that, but that was the overall summary of my journal entry last year, and that is exactly what I'm doing today. It's crazy how these things work out. When you actually do them, you believe to your core that it is possible, and you show up and put the reps in every single day that you know you need to do to get you everything that you want and more. Now, it's not enough to just write out your goals and write out your destiny. You need to create an action plan. Outline the specific actions that you need to achieve your goals, and also the daily habits that are gonna compound and stack up to get you what you truly want. Break this action plan down into as many steps as possible, and then break down each step into smaller goals, and each smaller goal into daily actions and habits that you have to follow, and then simply stick to the plan. Of course, the plan's gonna change over time. You might realize you went down the wrong road. You might realize you took a wrong turn, and then you're gonna have to restart. That's normal, that happens, it's life. But having a plan and having a clear roadmap in front of you 100% of the time will ultimately get you closer to where you wanna be than simply having nothing in front of you and just living each day as it passes. And all of this comes down to the building blocks of your daily actions, and what are you doing right in this exact moment, and how is it working towards what you truly want. Now let's talk about staying accountable. If you say you're gonna do something, make sure you actually follow through and complete it. The worst possible thing you can do to yourself along this journey of getting everything you want in life is setting a goal or setting a daily action for yourself and not actually following through. Because this is subconsciously signaling to your brain that you are not the type of person that you say you are. You are not a reliable person. You're not going to achieve the things that you say you're going to achieve. You're not going to do the things that you say you're going to do. And that is the worst mindset you could possibly instill into your subconscious, because that's basically telling yourself that you will never get what you want. And I know it's hard to conceptualize this, but getting the big things, the Lamborghinis, the homes, retiring your parents, whatever you want, literally comes down to the smallest things of showing up for yourself day in and day out and holding yourself accountable to whatever you say you're gonna do. You show up and you fucking do it. On to cultivating a growth mindset. So a growth mindset encompasses working outside of your comfort zone. Instead of avoiding challenges, see every single challenge, obstacle, and hurdle as an opportunity to learn and grow and develop as a person. Embrace these new experiences and don't be afraid of the unknown. View effort as your path to mastery. Understand that mastery and success come through hard work, effort, and perseverance. I don't care how talented you are never gonna beat the guy who shows up every single day and puts 110% effort into his craft or what he's working on. A perfect example of this is with my YouTube channel. I can make a video that I think is gonna do well, and I can half-ass it, and hopefully it'll do well. More often than not, it probably flops. But almost every single time when I've decided I'm going to go 110% in on this, and I'm gonna give as much effort as possible, it's manifested into success. And look, there's gonna be times where you pour everything you have, like I'm doing into this video right now, and it ends up flopping. And in those times, you really have to be strong, shake it off, and don't view that as a failure. Judge yourself based on the effort that you put in. Because like I said, 9 times out of 10, if you judge yourself based on effort, you will see the level of success you want. You will reap the rewards. And that really is the only way you should be looking at things. You shouldn't only be looking at the end results. The goal should be to judge yourself and your own work ethic based on the amount of effort you're putting in. Like we talked about, you also want to see failure as a natural part of the process, and you want to build resilience by bouncing back from any setbacks or adversity, no matter what. This is super important, even at the smallest levels, because like I said, all of this gets stored in your subconscious, which is the much larger part of your brain that is not at the forefront. It's not your consciousness, but guides you, acts as that guiding force that stores all of your memories, all of your identity, your values, who you truly are. And if you build up that subconscious to get you to where you want to be, you'll essentially be driving a Tesla on autopilot to your final destination. And I feel like I'm at that point right now because I've done all of this groundwork and everything just seems to keep flowing for me. From the outside, it looks like I'm just getting lucky time in and time out. But the truth is, I built up my subconscious so strong that it's simply guiding me to exactly where I want to be in life. My favorite example of this is life is like a stock chart. Like every time I personally have a major setback or failure, I like to come back to this visual in my own head and imagine my life just like an S&P 500 stock chart. There'll always be fluctuations during my life, even down to the daily. There'll be green candles, there'll be red candles. But ultimately, you're always trending towards a new all-time high. And even in the recession, even in the moments where you feel like you've lost everything and you've lost it all, you're at rock bottom, doubling down from that point will soon ensure that you'll be soaring back again to new all-time highs. Every low point is just an opportunity to dig deeper, to buy in, to double down, and embrace that next soaring bull run in your life. All right, so meditation and affirmations. I'm sure you've heard a lot about this kind of stuff swirling on social media. I want to tell you what I've found has worked for me. So the goal of meditation is essentially for your brain to enter a theta state, which is kind of like the state you're in when you first wake up in the morning and your conscious brain isn't all there, but your subconscious is extremely active. This is where you can start storing stuff in your brain that again is going to guide you towards getting what you truly want. And your identity isn't really malleable. You see, because of your subconscious and all of your stored memories and experiences, you're going to see your life every single day through pretty much one lens and paradigm. And of course, this is going to be in your conscious mind, but what is your conscious mind? It's just the manifestation and the byproduct of everything that is truly stored in your subconscious. And so when meditating, the goal is to be present, to leave the conscious moment and to reform new thoughts, new patterns, new experiences, and new structures in your subconscious so that again, throughout every single day, your subconscious mind is acting differently, is thinking differently, is not having the same thoughts that you had yesterday, and is ultimately taking you to a new place. So entering theta through meditation allows you to be present. You're not in one specific place, you're not even in time or thinking about a specific thought in the material world. The same state that you're in when you're a baby or a young child and you're absorbing literally everything and forming the building blocks to your identity and who you are as a person. You can actually mold your subconscious. So 90% of your identity, who you are behind your conscious thoughts, comes from your subconscious mind. And you can start to rip away, tear down all these limiting beliefs that you grew up with. Unlock the molds that have been keeping you stuck and operating in your old ways, and you can begin to craft a new identity for yourself that will ultimately lead to you taking new actions and leading a completely new life. So how to meditate? First, you want to set your intention. Before you begin, think about why are you here meditating? Is it to reduce stress? Is it to increase self-confidence, or figure out what you want out of life? Chances are, if you're watching this video, it's probably figuring out what you want out of life, but maybe some of the other ones as well. Now, believe in yourself. Truly believe that you are capable of achieving whatever you set out to achieve, and become the person you want to be first, and physical success will follow and start to manifest in the real world. But what's important here is that everything you truly want in your life, you've already achieved. You've already achieved it up here, and it's only a matter of time before it manifests out here and for everyone else to see. And this is the kind of work that is building the foundations and setting up the things inside that you want to achieve before everybody else sees it. Another big point here is to practice gratitude in your meditations. Be grateful for all the work you've done so far and all the good that is already in your life. Being grateful is an emotion with extremely high vibrations and will help you to truly achieve everything that you want. Building from a place of lack, a place of resent, a place of hate is never gonna get you what you want, but building from a place of gratitude, of happiness, will put you in a far better position to crush everyone else who's operating from those states of lack. Now, tips to get started: set aside time, so maybe schedule some time every single day, 15, 30, 45 minutes to do your meditation, and find a comfortable place. There are also guided meditations, so many free resources online like Headspace, Calm, Mindful, there's YouTube videos, and avoid judgment, right? Your mind will naturally wander as part of your practice. Just gently try to stop judging yourself, stop judging what you're doing, and shift your focus back to your breath, back to your body, be present, and focus on rebuilding your subconscious mind and your identity. So now we're on to how to believe in yourself. Number one, don't listen to self-doubt. Look, we are our own biggest critics, and nobody else is gonna be as hard or as harsh on us as we are ourselves. We can also use this to our advantage by crafting a clear mental image of us living the life that we truly want. How would it feel to accomplish it? And remember, you must put in the work to see the results. Attach your visualization practice to something you do every single day. For me, I would visualize in the shower. So anytime I got into the shower, it just became this like realm, this domain where I visualized my future life in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 5 years. And I closed my eyes as I let the water run down my back. I literally imagined my exact emotions, my state of being in the new life that I was working towards and creating for myself. And what's weird is when I actually achieved these things, let's say I bought my first Rolex, or I bought a diamond watch, or I moved into a brand new $1 million home, I never had a crazy dopamine spike or excitement or rush upon doing it, because it wasn't luck. I had already achieved this long ago, in some cases years ago, and I visualized that and I molded that into my mind that I was that person who was going to have this. And so when it actually came around in the real world, it was an expectation. And of course, I have to remind myself to be grateful, but I knew it was gonna happen, and that's the point that I want all of you guys to get to. Next, let's talk about priming your mind for what's to come. Every morning before I get out of bed, I also like to visualize how that day is gonna look. So how am I gonna conduct myself today? How much effort am I gonna bring to each each activity. I literally imagine myself crushing each aspect of my day, having an amazing workout, having a great conversation with friends and family, showing up and acing that test in school, clutching up on a very important business meeting, focusing for 6 hours straight. I imagine all these things before they happen so that when the time rolls around that they actually happen, my mind is literally primed and ready to attack that. And then people wonder how I'm so focused, how I do the things that I say I'm gonna do. This is one of those tips and tricks that gets overlooked by so many people, but it literally sets up my mind to dominate each thing that I'm doing. And these small actions make a huge difference and they'll compound over time. Of course, you're not gonna see a six-pack in one day. Of course, you're not gonna see $1 million in one day. But showing up and doing this every single day will yield exponential compound results. Now, there's also positive self-talk. So your subconscious brain actually does not know the difference between real and fake. This is why people say you should look in the mirror and yell at yourself and say, I'm a millionaire, I'm shredded, I'm rich, I'm happy, I have a beautiful relationship. Of course, that's not their reality, but the reason why they're doing that is because they're solidifying that into their subconscious reality, which eventually, like I said, will manifest in the physical reality because your subconscious will guide your thoughts, which will lead to you taking different actions, which will lead to those actions becoming habits, and the habits are in line with what you want. So I hope you can see how it's all coming together now and how truly this stuff isn't just woo-woo bullshit. If done right, there is a science and there is a protocol that makes a lot of sense. And for everyday people like me and you who can truly understand it, believe in it, believe in ourselves, and then take those actions in alignment with it to achieve everything that we want in life and more. One thing that I like to do is put up sticky notes in very obvious places to remind me of the person that I'm becoming. So I'd put sticky notes right above my bed in the morning, so when I wake up and look at the ceiling, I see them. I put them in the shower. I put them on the mirror while I'm brushing my teeth, and I'm just seeing them every single day, and it's solidifying into my head that that is who I'm becoming. That's my identity. That is who I truly am. And eventually, and every single time, guys, I'm telling you from all this stuff, it is exactly who I have become. So all of this kind of encompasses into manifestation, right? Being reminded of something every morning will slowly rewire your brain and allow you to feel the emotions attached to, let's say, one day becoming a millionaire. You'll have to internalize your new identity first before it becomes a reality and before the rest of the world will see it. Your actions and habits will slowly start aligning with this new identity, and only then will you be able to become that person.
Hold up, let me just stop the video real quick to tell you guys that the secret word you need to DM me on Instagram is grind. I'll put it up on the screen here. Save this down. Make sure you guys do it if you want to be entered for your chance to win this beautiful piece right here, as well as up to $20,000 in cash. Now back to the regular programming.
All right, so next up, we have to talk about how to optimize your life for productivity and time management. This encompasses scheduling, time blocking, priorities, so how to actually know what are the most important things that you should be doing with your time right now, and how to set boundaries with others, which is super, super important, and I feel like nobody talks about it. And it's taken me years to learn truly how effective this can actually be. So number one, scheduling your days. I like to set my days into 1 hour intervals. So this means that pretty much any hour of the day, I know exactly what I'm doing, or at least what I should be doing in that period of time. And this allows me to bring 100% focus and energy towards the task at hand. Now, don't get me wrong here. I'm not saying that you have to be like an Elon Musk and schedule every minute of the day into work-related activities. I'm talking about just having a general idea of how each day is gonna look before you start that day. So maybe you have back-to-back meetings for the first few hours of the day. Maybe you're grinding on your e-com business in the second half of the day, but also give yourself time off and schedule that into your day. So for example, tonight, between the hours of 8 and 11 p.m. before I go to bed, I'm not working. And because I've scheduled that into my day, I'm bringing full focus and attention into building my relationship, hanging out with my girlfriend, going for dinner. But if I didn't schedule that into my day, then I couldn't bring 110% of my focus and of my commitment and energy into that time, because I'd always be thinking about all the other things I should be doing. I'd be checking my phone, my texts, work messages, and so on and so forth. But scheduling my day allows me to be present and bring 100% effort into, like I said, every single aspect of that day. And at the end of the week, the coolest thing about doing this is that you can see what you've accomplished and make adjustments accordingly for the following week. You can use Google Calendar to sync this across all of your softwares, all of your tech gadgets, or you can just use Google Sheets to keep it simple, or even get another software like Todoist. But scheduling your day should be pretty straightforward, and you should just find a flexible system that works best for you. But the bottom line is you should know exactly what you're doing at each point in the day ahead of time. And that's gonna allow you to make rapid progress towards what you truly want. So next we got time blocking, and I'll have a resource attached in this video for an Excel template that I've used for the past 4 years to achieve hyper productivity and focus on the task at hand. Now, I'm not always using this template, but usually in periods of full immersion or monk mode periods or times when I need to make a lot of progress in one aspect of my life, I will whip out this template and I will schedule my day down to the minute. So basically time blocking is just a more advanced version of knowing what you're doing in each hour of the day, but taking that down to the minute and making sure that you're hyper focused in every last task and you're not having any wasted time throughout that day. Number 3, priorities and attack list. So you need to group your lists of things that you need to do by subject. Have different tabs, one for urgent, one for personal, one for business. And then you need a priority list and re-rank each task within that subject. So let's say I have personal affairs that I have to attend to, and then I have business stuff. Within each of these subjects, I'm gonna rank them from, let's say, 1 to 10, if I even have 10 items in there. And the ones that I should be taking action on first, aka the ones that are moving the needle for me the most or the most pressing or time bound, should be at the top. And it's important to keep a log of this. Maybe you do it in your journal, maybe you do it on one of the softwares I mentioned, maybe you do it in an Excel template, but it allows you to organize all the tasks that you have to do and be aware of what you should plug into each day in your weekly schedule or in your daily schedule, and make sure you're attacking the right things. Always attack the highest leverage and high priority items first. Don't just go and clean your house when you have a million important things to do because you're feeling productive and you're feeling good about yourself by doing another task. Start to learn that not all work is equal, and you need to be doubling down and focusing on the highest leverage and the key points of attack before you give yourself time to go and do things that are menial or less important, like cleaning your house. A helpful thing to note when crafting these lists is to eat the frog first, which basically means that you want to do the thing that you have the most resistance towards doing first in your day, typically first thing in the morning as soon as you wake up. And chances are this thing will also be the highest leverage and move the needle the most, which is why you've been procrastinating it so much, because you're a perfectionist and you don't want to mess up on it, or you want to really think it through, or all of these excuses that your brain will make, when the truth is you just have to sit down and attack it. The only reason why you're procrastinating these tasks or these frogs is because you're overwhelmed or you're worried about the result of your work. But the result's going to be the same whether you drag it out for a span of a week stressing about it, or whether you sit down and you fucking hammer through that shit first thing in the morning. So this is why I like to always take the task that I have the most resistance naturally towards doing and put that first thing when I wake up. Another helpful tool for all of this is to craft your anti-vision, which is basically a list of the things that you need to avoid doing at all costs. Activities that are quite literally robbing your energy, time, focus, and commitment towards achieving your future goals. And these can be positive, neutral, or negative activities. And what do I mean by that? Generally, people see going out and eating a healthy salad as positive, but if you're trying to build $1 million company, going out and eating a healthy salad is probably killing an hour and a half of your time. Even though it's a positive activity in, the general consensus that going out to a healthy place and ordering a healthy bowl of food is good for you, it's not when you have so much more higher leverage items that need to be attacked. Same thing with neutral, and then the worst being negative activities, where you have things like partying, going out, chasing women, video games, drinking, substance abuse. We know these things are robbing us of what we want in life, yet we keep going back to them because there's no resistance. We just want to do them. We want that short-term gratification, that dopamine spike. We want to sit there and scroll our TikTok. So that's why it's so important that we put these things in our anti-vision, because no matter how much we want to do them in the moment, it's quite literally robbing us of everything we truly want that'll make us 1,000,000 times more happy and more fulfilled. So cutting these out of our life altogether or heavily minimizing them will put us ahead of 90% of our competition by just avoiding things. It's crazy because most people think you need to do all of this stuff to become successful. Most successful people know that 90% of the work is cutting out the things that are stopping us from being successful. And then in our boredom, we're naturally going to do the things that we had such high resistance to before, and we'll end up successful as a byproduct of just avoiding the traps and the things that keep us the way that we are. All right, now onto setting boundaries. Having the hard conversations with your closest friends, family, spouse, partner, telling them that you need their full support and that you are becoming a new person. You're going through a serious identity change. You're changing everything in your life. And if they're not there to support you, you have to cut that. But it's important that you have these conversations with your loved ones and your closest ones that you envision keeping around in your life forever. Because if you don't, they're gonna be wondering why you went ghost, why you're not acting the same as you were before, why you're not showing them love every minute of the day. It's because you have priorities and you are building for your future life and to make the lives of those people you truly love better. And they need to understand that. And these are the hard conversations that you need to have up front before you truly embark on the journey of self-development, improvement, upgrading your life, upgrading your character, all of these things we're talking about today. Now, a really important section here, how to balance physical, mental, and emotional health with healthy eating, biohacking, fitness routines, having accountability partners, and so much more. So number one is healthy eating. You are literally what you eat. People who eat junk food all day get stuck in a vicious cycle. They have a lack of energy because they're not getting the nutrients their body needs, which leads to them making worse decisions and ultimately having less success financially or in their careers or in life, and which results in less money, which means that they have to resort back to cheaper and less healthy alternatives like a bag of chips at a gas station. And you see how you can get stuck in that cycle, because not eating well leads to bad decisions, leads to usually less money, which leads to, again, buying the cheapest thing, which is shitty food, and getting stuck in an endless cycle that you're never able to get out of. So find a diet that works best for you. And the truth is, you can be healthy as a vegan, you can be healthy as a carnivore, you can be healthy in a million different ways, but it all comes down to eating whole foods, avoiding toxic processed junk, seed oils, inflammatory foods, and excessive carbohydrates, especially in the morning. Carbs are a great source of energy that our body needs when we're working out, but carbs is also what's making us fat, what's making us lazy, what's making us unhealthy. It causes a huge spike in energy and then a huge crash. So I like to avoid carbs in the morning. I like to time my carbs around my workouts, and generally, no matter what I eat, I try to make sure it's clean, whole foods. If you can just follow that, you're gonna be healthier than quite literally 99% of people. And then of course from there, you can start making more and more and more adjustments to get results that you're truly looking for, like a shredded six pack, or you wanna put on more muscle or whatever it is. Then of course, you're gonna need to make some diet optimizations a little bit further than just the general rule of eat clean. Now, if you wanna take steps towards optimizing your health and truly operating at peak performance, I would recommend investing into your gut health when it's financially feasible, of course. If you're starting out, don't even bother, just eat clean. And then once you've made some money, of course, you want to reinvest back into your health. I've used Viome for gut health testing, which by the way, it's not a sponsor or anything. I'm just genuinely letting you know what I've used. And I've used Bionic for blood tests and formulated supplements that are specifically engineered and designed for what my body personally lacks and what my body is really good at producing. This way I can compensate for any shortages, and I can always make sure I'm running at 100%. To take it even a step further, hiring a personal chef that has the data on your gut health tests, your blood tests, and can craft you freshly prepared meals that support your lifestyle with ingredients that are best for your gut health, buying back your time and increasing your health for just a couple $1,000s a month on the high end. This is probably one of the best investments I've ever made, and I'll continue to do, and I'll reap the rewards in all the aforementioned categories. Number two is biohacking. You've probably heard this term because a lot of people are throwing it around. I think the entrepreneurial space right now is becoming pretty obsessed and really focusing on the biohacking space. But I'm gonna go over the most important things that I've found within this space. So number one is sleep hygiene. The general rules here are aim for 8 hours of sleep every night, and you want to add an extra hour for every hour that you intensively worked out. So if I ran a marathon for 3 hours, I'm going to need more sleep than, you know, the average person who just needs 8 hours to fully recharge, right? Now, another great tip here is to view the sunrise and the sunset, or set up orange and red lights in the house to prime your internal body clock. Way back in the days, humans made fires before they went to bed, and that orangey red light signaled to their brains it's time to get ready for bed, it's time to produce melatonin, and it's time to fall asleep and get into that deep sleep for restoration and recovery. So if we can make a point every evening to get outside to view the sun setting, or we can set up some orange lighting, wear some blue light blockers in the house to avoid white and blue light, then that'll help us naturally increase more melatonin and give us the nighttime routine that we need to have optimal sleep. And then same thing in the morning, viewing the sunrise actually spikes our cortisol levels, which gives us more adrenaline, more dopamine, starts our day off right, and gives us the energy we need to not crash and to carry through all the way until sunset. Blue light blockers before bed is a great idea, especially if you have to use your phone. Of course, you want to try not to use your phone or laptop for a couple hours before bed, but even me, I'm guilty of using my phone pretty much right up to when I go to sleep. So an easy thing that I can do is pop on blue light blockers when I'm in my room, I'm checking messages, I'm getting back to work calls, and so on and so forth. At least that way I'm suppressing some of the white and blue light that's coming into me, and I'll naturally start producing more melatonin and have a better sleep. One of the best ways to track your sleep health and stats over time and see how these changes that you're making are actually affecting your sleep is the Oura Ring. I'm personally wearing one right now. I pretty much never take it off. I've also tried a Whoop, but I've found that the bracelet is just a bit difficult for me when I'm, always swimming at the beach or going to the gym and sweating and hopping in showers and all this thing. I literally wear this ring at all times. The only time I take it off is when I'm in the gym sometimes, and in those times where I take it off, I just pop on an Apple Watch instead. So that Apple Watch can track all of the data from my workout and automatically sync with the health app on my phone, which also connects to the Oura Ring. So I have a pretty dialed system for all-encompassing tracking of my health. Now next, let's talk about finding a fitness routine that works for you. The goal here is, regardless of who you are, what your goals are, I want you to focus on moving your body for at least 30 minutes a day. That is the bare minimum. You should not be sitting down rigid in a desk looking at a screen for your entire day. By simply getting up and moving around, you can increase your focus, your mental clarity, and productivity. Now, of course, there's also strength training to build muscle, to look bigger, to get more aesthetic. You want to plan to strength train maybe 3 to 4 times per week, with also a mix of some cardio for your heart health and to keep your body functioning the way you want it to be, to optimize for productivity and focus. Now, also challenge yourself. So having an accountability partner, setting fun goals or challenges with friends, someone to buddy up with on a health and fitness journey makes the process so much more fun, and winning together is always better than winning alone. Which leads me to my next point about accountability partners and connecting with people that will benefit your emotional well-being. I know it's tricky to balance being dialed behind a computer and scheduling at least an hour to catch up with people per week, but ideally you want to focus on prioritizing spending time with people who are on a similar journey to you and or support you on your new adventure. Great listeners, people who understand a variety and context of problems, who can help with valuable solutions and guide you towards what you truly want, and reciprocating the support that you're offering to them. This is a great place to start when looking for accountability partners and a circle of people to keep in touch with and keep each other in check as you all grow and climb to new heights together. Now we get to talk about how to travel the world on a budget and learn from different cultures and how that's going to help in getting you what you want and optimizing your life. So we'll talk about when and where to travel, the drawbacks of traveling, the benefits of traveling, sticking to your budget, and how to do all this stuff. Let's start with number one. Now it's kind of funny because I just said let's talk about why you should go traveling, but we need to start with why you shouldn't and why you should refrain from traveling. I think so many people, they just see this lifestyle of living wherever they want and, Dubai and supercars and Europe and Monaco, and they want to do the same, but it's too early. It doesn't make sense for you yet. You're not going to get the benefits that you want if you're not in a position to reap the benefits of traveling. So in the beginning of your journey, traveling, there's no way around it. It's going to cost money. And if it's not costing you money, then you're probably not putting yourselves in the right environments that's truly going to benefit you. Look, you can have an amazing trip, pretty much spending no money and amazing experiences living in hostels or backpacking in Thailand. And look, that might get you exactly what you want in life. But for people who want to build multi-million-dollar businesses and want to do the stuff that I've done, I can personally tell you that this stuff, more often than not, won't help you as much as the traveling that I'm about to explain. Firstly, it's expensive. It takes you out of routine. If you do not already have momentum with your work, then it will be extremely difficult to get something off the ground when you are not in an optimized home environment. So wait until your operations are smooth, you have some consistent cash flow coming in, and you've already started to build your lifestyle and optimize it with all the things I previously mentioned. Build out an international network in your industry from home. And you can do this on Instagram, start following people, start using Twitter, and travel to places where you know that you can collaborate and you already have a circle of people that you've met online and you can get hosted and introduced to new things. And when you do have the momentum and you are ready to broaden your experiences and learn from other people, other cultures, other countries, and travel, here are some deciding factors that you need to be aware of. You're looking for a comfortable working and living environment, typically somewhere that you can be for 1 to 3 or maybe even more months. Country hopping, so, spending a couple days or a week in each place and seeing as much of the world as possible. It is fun, and I've done it, but it doesn't give you enough time to truly experience or learn about that new culture, to build a little lifestyle for yourself wherever you are. Not to mention, you won't really connect with people on a deep enough level as to them trusting you enough to give you insider secrets or tell you what they're up to on their business or help each other out and really elevate together, because you're always packing up and leaving every few days. Now, you also want to look at a place with less distractions. So removing yourself from the things that you know you're going to fall into that you've probably already wrote down in your anti-vision, like partying or drinking or going on dates. Pick environments that are going to support you in avoiding your anti-vision and support you in hitting the goals that you want to achieve. And lastly, think about the sunlight hours and the weather. I'm a big hot weather person. I like the sun. It makes me energized, more productive. And finding a place with consistent sunlight throughout the day also gives you an opportunity to work outside, which is fantastic. And I always do think when you're traveling and living somewhere for a couple months, it's really really important to keep in mind the weather patterns and conditions. And number 3, benefits of traveling. So you're gonna be able to meet new people in person that previously you would have only connected with online. And the opportunity to learn different strategies and ways that they go about business and making money, different shortcuts, tips, tricks, hacks that you can apply to your life to instantly start seeing more success. These things are invaluable, and you're never gonna get them on a Zoom call with someone from the other side of the world. The only way to really apply and get that information is to build a real relationship with somebody in real life. And you'll also start to get partnership opportunities, so you'll never know where your life may lead you. Helping each other out or just having a great connection in your back pocket to use in the future could be extremely valuable for you. Or who knows, you could even go on to start a business. You could gain equity to somebody else's business. You could form all sorts of strategic partnerships from meeting new people of new cultures and take your strengths and skill sets to the table. They'll do the same, and something amazing could be born. So more drawbacks of traveling and things to be aware of is that it takes you out of your routine and can be very difficult to get adjusted to a new sleep cycle, new eating patterns, re-optimizing your environment, your health, and rebuilding all the things we previously talked about. You also lose being around your closest family and friends, and if you have an amazing support system, that can be hard to give up and can even start to hurt you mentally and take away from your productivity and focus towards the goals at hand. You might also start to feel homesick, and long-term, your emotional health may suffer, which could lead and manifest into all sorts of other problems. Now, it's also very easy to get sucked into things. Look, when you're in a new environment, you're naturally going to be stimulated by everything. You're going to be more excited, and you're going to want to do those things, like I said, that maybe you know you shouldn't do, like go out, party, etc. And you'll start to rationalize doing them because you're only in this new place once, and you have to try, and you have to experience the nightlife, and you have to do all these things. You don't. You can always come back. You can always do it later. You're here to grow, adapt, focus on your mission, focus on your goals. Screw your head on straight. Don't be a dumbass. Don't fall victim into what everybody else does when they go traveling. And that is why you'll be able to have limitless options in your life and continue traveling, and everyone else has to save up every last dollar to go on that fancy trip to Mykonos and blow all the budget partying on a yacht. And this takes a strong character to constantly meet new people and still be able to say no to all the things that are going to hold you back. And I've failed at this many times. I've entered downward spirals that cost me a lot of time, money, energy, and had to refocus towards the things that truly mattered to me. So if I had somebody telling me all of this before I traveled, before I threw myself in these new environments, I would genuinely be so much farther ahead of where I currently am today in my career and what I want out of life. So I really, really encourage you to take this in from me, from someone who's done it, who's traveled the world for almost 2 years, been to 30 plus countries, had amazing experiences, met tons of new people from different countries and different languages and different cultures. Really, really take it from me and apply this into your life. Now, next we got traveling on a budget. One of the best ways to do this is split expenses with other people who want to travel. Find people in your circle, in your groups, who are working in the same industry as you, who want to potentially even collaborate with you and get away for the same reasons. Splitting the cost of an Airbnb, food, transportation 4 ways with a group of 4 boys is possibly even cheaper than the cost of you just staying at home. And it also creates an environment that fosters growth and creativity, working towards a common goal with others. Now, you can also focus on choosing places that have a cheaper cost of living than where you currently are. The good news is, for me, I grew up in Vancouver, which is notoriously one of the most expensive cities in the world. And so pretty much anywhere I go, I'm actually spending less money. But for you, maybe you grew up in a place where the homes don't all cost $5 million and grocery bills run up to $300 every time you leave the house, then that's fine too. And I'm sure you can find a place like Thailand or Bali or whatever it may be that is still going to be drastically cheaper than where you're from. Now let's pivot over and talk about how to deal with stress, uncertainty, and failure throughout these times, and mostly focusing on the coping mechanisms and mindset shifts that you need to make. So firstly, stress, okay? It will inevitably come up when working on yourself and building your online business, building your life. There's a couple of different ways you could deal with this, but I've personally found the best way to deal with stress is to get my body moving as much as possible. Physical activity, whether that be playing a sport, running on the treadmill, lifting weights, relieves me of my everyday stresses and pressures, and even just 30 plus minutes a day makes a huge difference in my productivity, my focus, and how I go about that day. Meditating, stretching, doing mobility work, eating healthy, all these things will also contribute to less stress overall, and carving out time every day to just be present, relax, and even taking time off and just not focusing on work for a certain period of your day can really help to re-energize you so that you are extremely productive in your working hours. Now let's talk about how to reconstruct your social circle, cutting people off, knowing when to distance yourself from certain people, and what to do with friends and family and the closest people in your life during these time periods. Number one, cutting people off. Nowadays, the online world is so intertwined with the physical world, and the first way that I like to look at doing this is going online. So by cutting people from your online life, aka removing people you follow on Instagram, removing Facebook friends, will naturally encourage you to spend less time online behind your screen and doing things that aren't benefiting you in your life and giving you more time to work towards your goals while also simultaneously leading to a greater sense of well-being. Look guys, plain and simple, social media is designed to make you feel as though you should be somewhere else with someone else doing something else. Because you're always gonna see the highlights on people's Instagram stories of all the amazing things that they're doing or it looks like they're doing. But the truth is, you should be exactly where you are right now, doing what you're doing with who you're with. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let social media subconsciously convince you otherwise, because that's gonna make you depressed. It's gonna send you down a downward spiral. It's gonna lead to you comparing to everybody else. You're not just comparing to everybody else, you're comparing to their highlights, their best moments, their most photoshopped pictures of how good they look. And so it's super important to just declutter your social media feed as much as humanly possible before you even think about cutting off people in the real world. Start to think of it as your duty to avoid getting distracted by Instagram or Snapchat stories. Put the phone down and start working on your life and your future goals, because nobody else is going to do it for you. So Instagram for me was a big distraction. At one point I was following over 1,000 people, which is crazy to even think of. And once I made this shift, it quite honestly changed my life. I unfollowed every single person that isn't teaching me something or providing me value or useful advice that's getting me to where I want to be. So old friends, even some family members that I wasn't super close with, celebrities, people that I even looked up to or idolized at some point, I just cut all of these people, okay? Now, I made a few exceptions for extremely close friends or family that I genuinely really care what they're up to when they're posting an Instagram story or a feed post, but those 500 acquaintances from high school, time to go. Don't feel bad about it. Like, it's just an Instagram follow. They're not gonna come up to you on the street and press you, hey, why the fuck did you unfollow me? Like, it's so disrespectful. Like, no one's gonna do that, honestly. I've unfollowed even people that I've been very, very close to, and they haven't even said anything remotely like that to me. They understand. Social media is a tool. Everyone wants to use it differently. This is how you need to be using it if you want it to have a positive impact in your life and not take away. Other platforms might be distracting you. You got YouTube. So what you can do here is unsubscribe to everyone. You can get a Google Chrome extension to hide all the clickbait and thumbnails so that you only watch videos that give you practical advice on how to achieve your goals. Or maybe you can subscribe to 3 to 5 people that you see as mentor figures and inspiration of your future life. And then every time you open the app, go to subscriptions tab and just watch their new content. Hopefully I make that list for you after all the value in this video. Now you got TikTok, so you should use TikTok only for inspiration, ideas, research, and work-related purposes. If you're simply using it to doom scroll and look at hot girls or fancy cars, then again, you're wasting your time, and this is a negative activity that's taking away from what you want, and it's actually ruining your attention span, rewiring your subconscious brain in the places that it shouldn't be rewired. So never simply open your For You page and start scrolling. That is one of the worst habits of people our age in our generation growing up right now. Snapchat, honestly, just stop using this app entirely. Like, if urgent friends and family want to speak with you, they'll call you, they'll text you, they have your phone number. There's no point of sending weird streaks or side pictures of your face and jawline back and forth between your friends. And like, it's just weird. Like, leave Snapchat in like 2012. Honestly, I know a lot of creators still use it because they make money on it and shit, but like, for the everyday person like me and you, can we just please like leave Snapchat in the previous decade and not carry it forward for the rest of our lives? That's what I'm personally doing, and I hope you guys can kind of follow suit, because a lot of people that I'm close to have kind of done the same, and it's just saving us a lot of time, and it's just weird as fuck to use Snapchat, okay? Anyways, friends and family. Cutting off friends and family, this is a tricky one. It's extremely challenging, especially if you've known them for years and you have long-standing history and relationships. So therefore, the easiest way to do this is to naturally detach yourself by spending time abroad or moving physically farther away from the issues and complexities of those relationships. And also, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about setting clear boundaries and expectations. Let people know that you're on a transformational journey and you are not the same person that you used to be, and that'll help. They'll naturally want to distance themselves from you a little bit and give you the space and time and energy required to go out and achieve the stuff that you say you're going to achieve. Now, 3, when to distance yourself from these people. A great example of this that I've used is a protocol called called monk mode, where you basically go into a period of full immersion towards working towards your goals. But during this time, it's very easy to tell people, and they'll understand it so well because it's a clearly defined set of time, and you're not saying goodbye to them forever, but you go to your closest friends and family and you say, look, like, I'm entering this intense period of personal development, and I need to just remove all unnecessary distractions, activities, socializing, anything that's not getting me to where I need to be. And the monk is left alone and distraction free to fully focus on their goals. And you can say, hey, I'd really appreciate if you supported me, and I guarantee you your closest friends and family will understand. And if they don't understand, then maybe you really need to rethink who the closest people are in your life, because they should support you at getting whatever it is that you want in life. Now next, let's talk about how to stay true to yourself amidst this whole process. This includes being humble, not getting ahead of yourself, of course, a little bit of like black hat morality. So there's gonna be times in your career when people are gonna offer you opportunities to get rich at the expense of your own morals and values and views, and a lot of people might be pretty quick to take an opportunity just because of a big financial gain. But I want you to really consider the implications, the impact, the way it's gonna affect you mentally, and the long term or the longevity of your career and what you're building for yourself. Number one, being humble. Too many people develop a big ego after making their first bit of money online. I've seen, 17, 18-year-old kids start to make $10,000 a month, immediately think they're rich, and start cutting people off, start being a dick to pretty much everyone in their circle, and then losing everything, having to start from scratch, having no friends because they acted that way, and just ending up in a very dark and miserable place. I would not want that to happen to you guys. So never let your ego start to undermine the achievements of others or make you feel as though you are above anyone else. Even if you've had way more success than somebody else who's working in the same career path or the same industry as you, does not mean you should put yourself above them, because everybody grows at different rates, and that person that you're undermining might just pass you in the next couple of years. And how you made them feel and how you treated them when you were above them or when you were ahead of them, they're gonna remember that when they succeed you, and they're not gonna help you reach the next level. So you never wanna create any bad connections or bad relationships with people at any stage. And you want to treat everybody the same way. One, because it's going to benefit you. You never know who people will become. And two, because you just don't want to go around being a negative person. That's not going to help you at all. Treating everybody with respect, remembering that it's a very long-term game, and just because you're making money online doesn't mean that you are better or worse than the man who wanted to become a doctor or a janitor even. You never know why people are where they are. You only see materialistic items and quantifiable successes. However, that janitor could be living a far more happy and fulfilling life in other aspects that don't involve how much money they're making. Next, let's talk about not getting ahead of yourself. So when you're starting to see some success, you need to keep your head in the game and you need to double down. Stay on the ground. There are infinite levels and new possibilities for the person that you can grow into, the size that your business can grow to, the type of success that you can achieve. And like I said earlier, you need to understand it's a very long-term game. The secret to everlasting growth, success, impact, and longevity is in showing up and putting one foot in front of the other every single day, and never getting too cocky and ahead of yourself and taking the foot on the gas, because that is when your competition will creep up and crush you. Now also, there's going to be a lot of opportunities in your career where you could make a quick cash grab, or you could do something to make a bunch of money really quickly. But if it's not supporting your long-term goals and what you truly want, really stop and think about that, because you will never be wealthy having shiny object syndrome and jumping from all these small opportunities one by one, when you could just put your head down and focus on whatever it is that you truly want, so that, like I said before, you can start to reap those outsized returns and those exponential gains because of the compounding effect. Compound interest doesn't just apply to your investments in the stock market, but it also applies to every single aspect of your life. If you show up and do the same thing every single day, work extremely hard at something, you're gonna see that compounding and manifesting in your future over the next few years into something that you didn't even think was possible at the time. Now remember to never talk down or bash others along this journey as well. A few important reasons for this is, well, firstly, hate only comes from below. So if you're hating on someone, or you're a keyboard warrior behind the screen on TikTok or Instagram Reels, it's likely out of hate or jealousy. And jealousy is a killer of dreams, right? So if you find yourself making excuses as to why others have the things that you wish you could have, then you'll end up being just like everyone else and blaming society family, blaming your parents, blaming your friends, blaming everybody around you for why you're not achieving the type of success that other people are having. Everybody is born with their own unique hand to play. Some people will have unfair advantages that play in their favor innately, or a few aces up their sleeve with extra opportunities that many weren't born with. But the important thing here is to work with what you have and not be jealous, but be inspired by the successes of others. Because generally, regardless of what kind of advantages people have, the people who reach the highest levels of any industry, you can always trace it back to extremely hard work. So even if somebody is naturally talented, gifted, or born with something that you don't have, the reason why they got to where they were wasn't just because of that. It was because of all the work they put in behind the scenes, and you likely have the same opportunities as them, maybe not in the exact same field, maybe with your own unique strengths and skill sets in a different industry. It's important to also analyze the hand that you've been dealt in life and play to your strengths. I think so many people like to focus on their weaknesses and think, you know, that they lack this or they lack that and others are so much better than them, so if they could just fix that, they'll be better. When the truth is, you probably have things that you are so much better than everybody else at, and if you double down on those few things rather than worrying about all the things that other people are better than you at, then you'll find so much more success. And also be grateful. So think about how much better, lucky, and blessed you are to be in this position when there are literally millions, if not billions, of people on this planet dealing with unimaginable hardships that you couldn't even conceptualize in your brain, because those type of hardships just don't exist in your life. And even if you think you're at rock bottom and the worst shit has happened to you, I can guarantee you there are many, many millions of people in a much worse situation than you. So although you don't want to always compare down and compare to people who have things worse than you, it's important to sometimes zoom out and be grateful for where you currently are in life and have a perspective for how most people are actually living. Now next we need to talk about black hat morality. You will meet people who do shady things and they will cross your moral and ethical boundaries to turn a profit or even break the law, and it's up to you to decipher what's right and what's wrong. You need to trust your instincts and trust your gut, and if something feels really off about going into business or getting involved with somebody, then just don't do it. Many times I've met somebody and I just had this feeling that something is off with this person, even if it wasn't, like even if they are doing everything fine, for whatever reason my gut told me, don't associate with this person, don't get into business with them, don't hang out with them, don't get in their social media content or all these things. And 9 times out of 10, I've been right. Later down the line, I've found out something about that person and my original gut instinct told me to avoid them, and it was right. Avoid breaking the law in general, unless you want to end up like this guy in a few years, and it will always catch up to you. You're wrong for thinking that the law will never catch up and you're above the law, you're above the government, you're above everybody. And you can develop that ego when you start to have a lot of success and make a lot of money and do a lot of things that people aren't doing or most people can't. But if you're making a living from scamming innocent people, stealing money from corporations, selling drugs or illegal activities, you will wind up in jail. So just remember that, and always operate in business the same way that you would operate in life as a good human being. Next, we got how to balance school versus work, and school here could also be a part-time job or 9 to 5, something like that. But basically, we'll be going over attending school, having clear priorities, and deciding what needs to take the back seat. So number 1, attending school. The older generations say that you need to stay in school for the promise of an amazing future life, financial stability, and it seems like a lot of the younger generation right now, at least online in the entrepreneurial kind of community, is saying drop out and get rich online right now. The truth is, there is no right or wrong. You need to learn and apply the beliefs from older generations, but also learn from the online money gurus and find your own best route forward. Those people in the older generation, they don't understand the same opportunities that apply to a 21-year-old today, but also the 21-year-olds today don't have enough experience to tell you how to have longevity in your career and the success that the people in the older generation truly had. So there's a lot to be learned from both sides, and just listening to your parents or just listening to Andrew Tate is not the right solution for you moving forward. For me, I'm personally continuing my traditional education, studying business, and many principles that I'm learning apply to my passion of building my own businesses online, while also learning and spending tons of my time educating myself from the younger generation and people who are actually making millions of dollars online without any fancy degrees. Now, of course, you might not want to be in school, and a lot of you probably watching, your goal is to get out of school or get out of a part-time job. And so how do you know if it's time to drop out? Well, I would say that you need to be 100% confident. And one, you need to know that school alone is never going to get you the job or the life that you truly want. And two, you need to feel as though school is not even a fallback plan and you just need to get out ASAP. If those 2 points are covered in your head and solidified beliefs, you are probably in a position where you can drop out. Now, on the other side of things, you need to be financially stable. So are you making enough money with your business to support yourself? And do you want to go all in without the burden of school? Number 2, having clear priorities. Productivity hacks will help you achieve success in both school and work and starting your online business. We've talked about a lot of this stuff that you can apply directly to your life, which also includes school or a job. And you need to focus on your tasks every single day. Now, this is going to be a grind and a serious sacrifice to be managing school, business, work all at once, and you're going to have to cut out a lot. It's almost going to be like entering an early monk mode if you truly want to achieve success in both of these aspects at once. But get creative, find your workarounds, find your tactical and your competitive advantages, and let that do its thing. For me, when I was in school, like I would do the smallest things. You know, on my lunch breaks, I'd be cranking out assignments so I could later spend time on my e-com businesses at home. I would be trying to maximize my grades with minimal effort. So I'd go into my English professor's class a little bit early and I'd ask her about all the key points I need to touch on my essay. And in doing so, she's naturally going to be biased towards my paper because she gave me advice. And what do you know? I got some of the highest grades in that class by just doing that small tweak and putting less effort into actually delivering my assignments. So there's so many amazing creative workarounds that you can come to a solution on in school, in work, in life. And the idea is to always critically think and think, how can you get more output with less input? AKA maximizing your efficiency, maximizing your productivity in all realms of life. Now, next, you need to decide what will take the backseat in your life. If you're a fast learner and school always comes relatively easy to you, you can likely get by with minimal effort and in fact do very, very well and prioritize your online business. This is kind of what I did. Now, if you're somebody who generally grew up finding school challenging, the pro here is you get more creative. The grinding foundation that you'll have to pursue in order to get good grades in school and still do well outside of school will allow you to grow in multiple areas at once and truly build the work ethic that you need to carry over in life and become successful at anything that you want. Now, the con here is that you'll have less time and the fast learner will naturally be a bit more advantageous and probably get a bit better results than you out of the gate. But because you're building that crazy work ethic that you're going to apply to your life over time and see those compounding returns, that doesn't mean that you can't surpass the fast learner over time as well. Now, the next section here is kind of an interesting one. It's on how to navigate romantic relationships during this time of your life. So some of the things we'll be covering is, should you be dating? Should you be single? How to get dates, and so on and so forth. So number 1, should you date? All right, so there is no right or wrong answer when it comes to whether you should be single or in a relationship in this period of your life. The data is just simply too inconclusive due to how many variables are at play and the differences in individual personalities and how it affects in a relationship. There are people who are extremely wealthy, who have been married, who haven't been married, who have had multiple marriages, who have had multiple girlfriends. They're successful people across the board in any kind of romantic relationships. You know yourself and you know how you tend to act when you're single and when you're in a relationship. When you're single, many of us, no matter how focused we are on our goals, our biological brain takes over and we constantly find ourselves seeking validation from a future partner, eager to go on dates and meet new people, and we can't seem to have unwavering focus without these thoughts. Type 1 is the person who's learned to manage themselves properly and they're not constantly giving into going out or looking for external validation. They're not spending all day looking at girls or sliding into their DMs. Now, type 2 is the person who struggles with all of this. And if you're that kind of person, then you need to set strict rules for yourself. For example, it's okay to go on a date, but I'm gonna limit myself to 1 per week or 1 per month or whatever fits your goals. Or maybe you're gonna take 3 months of intense focus where you're not worried about going on dates whatsoever or meeting anybody. And then you have 1 month of a bit of leeway where you allow yourself to go out to meet new people, you download a dating app and start potentially talking to possible partners. If you're type 2 and you can't manage yourself, you will have to set some strict rules and strict boundaries when you're single and when you're operating and trying to meet new people in the process. Now we've got relationships, some healthy traits in a relationship or things that you want to look for in a partner. Number 1, somebody that's fully supportive of your goals, of your mission, of why you're doing the things that you're doing. If that person isn't supportive and they don't understand you, then the relationship will inevitably fall apart, or your career and what you're working towards in life, what you truly want, will also also fall apart. So you need somebody who will keep you accountable and who will help you with your growth and not take away from it, and also take on some of the life pressures that you have to help increase your focus and productivity towards your mission. If you have all of the above in the person that you're in a relationship with, don't give up on that person and continue to invest into your relationship, and you'll likely see more success in all aspects of your life than if you simply cut them off. Now, in an unhealthy relationship, you'll probably constantly be feeling guilty for working on yourself and your business. You're taking time away from your partner and the things that they want to do, and the wants and needs of your partner don't align with the wants and needs of yours. You'll constantly be questioning the alignment and your shared sense of purpose, values, and dreams for your future together, and toxic behavior of not supporting one another to grow and love as a unit will always be at play. So if that kind of sounds like you and you've realized that you need to get out of a bad relationship, then you need to make a mindset shift. And that shift is that many of us tend to stick with what we currently have, no matter how unproductive or how much it sets us back, because number one, we've developed an emotional attachment to feeling the guilt, the shame, and the other toxic emotions that our relationship brings upon us. And number two, we feel as though this relationship is the best that we'll ever have, and we fear the risk of possibly letting it slip. This is because of the loss aversion principle. And this applies not just in relationships, but in our entire life. You see, biologically, for our own good and our own survival, humans were designed to be hurt more by an equivalent loss than that of which we would feel pleasure for an equivalent gain. And in ancient times, we needed to survive, but in the modern day, we aren't necessarily running from dangerous animals every single day. And so this way of thinking is generally flawed. If you are in a toxic or a negative relationship right now, you cannot look me in the eye and honestly tell me that there is nobody out there for you or someone who is more compatible than your existing partner. If you go out and you develop your character, make more money, you have a better purpose, and you drive towards your achievements, possibly become more attractive even physically, or focus on the person or the future partner that you want, then your options will expand and they'll grow with time. And eventually you will find that healthy relationship and the person who is so much better suited for you than the one you are currently stuck with. So some things to consider before changing your relationship status. Number one is to assess the repercussions on others before dropping what you currently have for possibility of a potential larger gain. So for example, how is this going to affect your family? How is this going to affect your social groups, your peer groups? Usually when you're in a relationship with somebody, there's a lot of things that are intertwined, potentially even your financial position, your home, your living situation, and you need to assess all of these potential risks or find ways to mitigate the negative outcomes before breaking that relationship. And also, you need to see if you're being held back from what you truly want. And if you are, then again, that's not the right person. You need to see if you fight for the relationship that you truly want, but no matter what, this person that you're in the relationship with won't budge and they won't help you achieve what you truly want in life, then the ultimate solution here is to just ride solo and cut them off no matter what. Because if you continue that relationship and it eventually comes to an end anyway, you're gonna resent and you're gonna regret all of the time that you spent with that person, because all of that time held you back from everything that you could have been or everything that you could have achieved. Now let's talk about how to get dates. Getting dates and meeting people can be brutal. It's cutthroat. Everyone is out there competing for the best possible partner. You're never gonna be the only guy chasing the pretty girl that you like. Chances are she's even got a couple hundred options and you're just one of them. Let's talk about first how to attract the right partner into your life, because I believe that that is the better mindset than simply chasing somebody who has a million options. Like, why would they choose you? You need to work on yourself to the point where it makes it unreasonable for her to not want to be with you. And this is not just genetics to be attractive. I'm talking about working on other things that will substantially outcompete those born with lucky or attractive traits. Let's take a look at a couple examples of guys that girls are just swooning over. So we got Zac Efron. He's one of the most sought after males. He was often seen as one of the best looking men on Hollywood or on television. And the funny thing is, he's only 5'7". So if you're a dude who's like 6 feet or taller, you'll be a whole head height taller than him if you saw him in real life. And as we know, a lot of girls have a hard rule. They only want to date guys that are 6 feet or taller. You know, height is a super important attractive trait for a man. Yet how is Zac Efron still seen as the whole package and someone that everybody wants? Well, it's because the other aspects that he's worked on have superseded the aspects that he falls short on, and is entirely made up for that to the point where nobody even cares that he's 5'7". Nobody even cares that he entirely lacks in that specific department. Now let's look at Jack Harlow, right? So in my opinion, sorry Jack, if you ever come across this video, he looks very average, you know, but you have women swooning over him for his character and his status. So he's worked exceptionally hard to become one of the top hip-hop top artists in the world, which is entirely made up for his, well, average looking features, and has taken him from what normally would be a dude on the street that no one is really looking twice at to one of the most attractive males right now to a lot of females out there. And that just also goes to show that as a guy, good looks only get you so far. If you want to be at the top and the most desired by women, you have to work extremely hard, and nothing can get around that. Now, from a girl's perspective, here are the things that are going to make you so much more attractive as a young man eventually trying to find the right partner. And don't worry, this isn't just me talking here. I've interviewed my girlfriend, some of my closest friends, and a lot of highly desired females to actually get this information and this data together for you to present. So number one is learn to be comfortable on your own. Don't be a needy guy. It'll make you so much more insecure and less attractive. If you can stay in your lane, focus on yourself, that is what women are going to be attracted to. Now, don't rely on external validation. If you're a guy constantly taking ab pics in the mirror and posting on your Instagram story or flexing your jawline all over your Snapchat, people are going to see right through that and just see that you don't have the confidence and you're always trying to prop yourself up. Don't be picky just based on looks. So, you know, some guys are like, oh, I want a girl that's 6 feet tall and skinny and model and blue eyes and all this stuff. But look, all this shit fades as you get older. And if you're truly trying to find the right partner, you shouldn't only be looking at looks. Of course, you want to be attracted to them, but you shouldn't be setting a whole list of specific criteria, because that's just cutting your chances of success down a million times over. Now, being desperate is unattractive. So stop chasing, focus on yourself again, and you'll start to attract. That was a big one that every girl I talked to just kept mentioning, that desperation in a guy is one of the things that turns them off the most. Similar to not being picky just based on looks, you shouldn't have one specific type. Otherwise, you'll keep failing with the same type of people and you'll wonder why. But the truth is, that type just might not be your type. And you don't have to have a type. You have to have a wife. You have to have one. You're not looking for multiple. If you want a red pill Andrew Tate video, then this isn't it for you. Because the way that I grew up, the way that I was raised, I saw a beautiful home and a beautiful marriage, one man, one woman. That's what I strive towards, and I think that's what most people strive towards generally. So you need to understand that you shouldn't be looking at one type of person, because your wife might not be in that type and you won't know unless you try. You also should know your worth. So be mature and don't let people disrespect you. And that's it for that section. I'm no dating coach or no guru, but this is just stuff that I've picked up from talking to people and obviously navigating my own romantic relationships over the past 5, 6, 7 years of my life. So I hope you can find that kind of helpful and apply it in your journey as well. Now next, let's talk about monk mode. So what exactly is monk mode? I referenced it quite a few times, and should you be doing it? So monk modes are a period of complete immersion where every single waking minute of your day for a selected length of time should be focused on one big overarching goal. So there's something called the monk mode non-negotiables, and this is basically a list of rules and items that you have to abide by every single day. And they can be, well, whatever you want them to be. Some great examples here are no dates, no women, no going out, no drinking, no doing drugs, no eating out, daily meditations, daily reading, 30 minutes of physical activity, 8 to 10 hours of deep work a day. You see how my list here is things that I cannot do, but also things that I need to do? That is truly what a monk mode is. It's eliminating everything that you can't do and then stacking in the things that you must do and making sure that you hit them every single day. So should you do a monk mode, or is it right for you? The best times to go monk, in my opinion, is number one, when you're first starting out. So you haven't made much progress at all, or you have nothing coming in. My first time going monk, and I didn't even know it, was in my parents' house when I pretty much got so obsessed with online business and marketing in this world that I locked myself in my room for like 8 months straight, and all I did every single day for 14 hours behind my screen was grind. I think I had like 30 minutes where I worked out in my garage, had some food, but my parents thought I was going insane. But really, I was just entering a monk mode and I didn't even know it, because I was so obsessed with learning about this whole online world and building the foundation to ultimately find the success that I've had today. Number two is if you have a massive goal or project coming up that you need to hit. So this is something that requires extreme focus and time to bring to life, or potentially a brand new business venture that you are starting. So those are the best 2 times generally to enter a monk mode. But of course, if you're somebody who likes doing them and you see fast progress, and you can kind of just start to build them into your yearly routine. But also you need to pay attention to the time duration. I would recommend starting with a couple weeks, because it can be extremely difficult if it's your first time doing a monk mode, and eventually build your way up to possibly even 6 months. I've personally never done it because I don't think I can stay in monk mode for 6 months. The max I've done was 3 months, and even on the 3rd month I was just itching to get back to my old life and start allowing myself to do some of the things that I could do, and it was really taking a toll on me mentally. So you kind of got to just play around with it and see what works for you and what's going to make you essentially not become depressed and actually have the opposite effect than what you're looking for in a monk mode. Now next, let's talk about how to manage your money. So we've got business versus personal, and we've got accounting. So business and personal, my biggest recommendation for you guys is to live below your means while you're young for as long as possible. And this is built on the foundation that understanding that $1 today will be worth 10 times that in 30 to 40 years down the road if invested properly. Now, you need to make spending rules for yourself personally. Example of this would be what I personally do, which is 10% of my monthly income I spend, and 90% I continually reinvest into my diversified portfolio, myself, my education, my businesses, and my future. So generally, the categories of the best places to spend your money while you're young is yourself, education, health, family, business, and other investments. Avoid spending money without an ROI. And you should get in the habit of thinking like this with every expense in your life, regardless of the category. So anytime you purchase something, even if it's on yourself, let's say you hired a personal chef for $2,000 a month, you should be thinking, can that turn me a profit? Can all of the time saved, if I save 10 hours per week, actually make me more than $2,000? Or can the potential benefits of eating healthier food allow me to have more energy and productivity and allocate more time daily into my work, which can lead to me making X amount more dollars? Now, you don't have to have exact data and exact numbers, but if you generally have a good indication that that $2,000 a month will yield a positive ROI on hiring a personal chef, then allow yourself to do that as much as possible, but really be aware of ROI on every single expense. Now, of course, life wouldn't be fun if you didn't allow yourself to have a guilt-free spending budget, especially when you started making some money. In a monk mode or at the beginning of your journey, it's not important, but over time, you want to allow yourself to spend a small percentage of your income on not driving yourself crazy and not always thinking about an ROI. These can be on like your hobbies, pleasures, entertainment, clothing, whatever things bring you some enjoyment, but not go over the top with it, of course. Now next, we've got accounting. So hiring an accountant at maybe 5 to 10K per month would probably be my strongest recommendation. It's also useful to get a tax specialist and accountant very, very early on. And as you scale, hiring a full-time bookkeeper to keep track of all your revenues and expenses, not to mention educate you on tax laws, educate you on how to better spend your money in the business, where you're seeing ROIs, where you're potentially losing or bleeding cash, and having a holistic understanding each month to see where every single dollar is going. This has personally been a game changer for me, and since I started working with a full-time accountant, bookkeeper, and tax specialist, my income has went like this. I've noticed so many different things that I didn't notice before. I've saved money on taxes that's rightfully mine, and I've reclaimed it 100% legally. Once you start making a decent amount of money, definitely bring these people on board, because it's going to save you so much more in the long run. Now next, how to buy back your time. And this comes down to basically building a team, outsourcing, hiring others to take on your tasks and your workflow, and also knowing when you should do this, when you should be investing in building that team. So some key hires here is number one, a personal assistant or a virtual assistant. These people will be managing your day-to-day emails, scheduling your miscellaneous tasks, your bookings within your business and personally. You can find them on Upwork, Fiverr, onlinejobs.ph for relatively cheap. Usually they're working from foreign countries with a laptop where the cost of labor is much cheaper, so it's easier for you to afford hiring them, and they can be fantastic. You can plug them into your business to do pretty much any task you want, and you can also use them for yourself. For example, my personal assistant is handling all of my emails, categorizing them. She's handling all of my bookings, my scheduling, and it really saves me a ton of time every single day. And because my hourly rate, or how much money I usually make for an hour of work, is much higher than theirs, it literally makes me so much more money by hiring them to take care of tasks that I would otherwise have to do. Now, like we talked about before, another key hire would be optimizing your own personal life with a housekeeper or a chef. I'd say it's generally worth it if you're earning over $10,000 a month, and it'll save you so much time that you can pour back into the business, your growth, and ultimately making you a lot more money. Now, when should you start investing with these key hires and eventually expanding outwards and building a bigger and bigger team? So when it comes to outsourcing, you want to ask yourself these key questions. What is your hourly rate? So on average, if you were to sit focused, dedicated to your work, how much money is that returning you? Now, number two, will the hire be faster at completing the task than you will? And number three, is the task a huge part of your life? And number four, does it bring ROI for you in other aspects based on the amount of time and money you'd have to spend to do it yourself versus the amount of money you could simply pay somebody else to handle that same task, and the amount of time that you would get back into directly working or making you more money? People always forget opportunity costs, and they only look at expenses. So don't be that person, be ROI focused, be opportunity cost focused, and make sure that you can keep progressing, saving yourself more time and ultimately making more money and developing at a much faster rate than everyone else who's scared to spend their dime on something important like a housekeeper or a chef. Next, we've got how to enjoy moments to the fullest, or AKA how to live in the present. And I call this the setup. So number one, you want to leverage your connections and all of the other people around you. For example, if you were friends with me and you wanted to have an amazing experience traveling, you would know that I like to travel a lot too, and we can split our expenses and have these amazing trips together. And number two, you can't do everything on your own. So understand that if you're busy running a business, at some point you need to leverage your money rather than your time, because you're becoming a much busier person that is, yes, becoming more wealthy, but also losing a lot of time. So if you want to be able to do everything that you could do before, you should start leveraging that money to, in a sense, buy back your time like we talked about earlier. Now next, we've got fun and entertainment. So honestly, truthfully, realistically, this should only get better and better because you can afford to have cooler experiences around the world and meet different people. You know, the experiences that I'm the most fond of in my life haven't necessarily been the things that I've spent the most money on. You know, they've been camping trips, looking up at the stars, sitting on a beach where I've literally spent no money. I think having more money allows you to have more options and allows you to try more things, which in turn, you can sort of start to figure out what you like and what you don't like, and then you can focus your time onto the, you know, aspects of fun and entertainment that you are enjoying. And that also goes into deciding what you enjoy. So do you enjoy traveling, partying, sitting in solitude, kicking back with your family, treating your loved ones on grand vacations? But whatever it is that you decide you love, leverage your money and your connections to do more of that and in even grander ways. Now next, how to network. So this encompasses what to look for in your tribe of people, building rapport and attracting your tribe. So first, you need to understand that the cliches here are 100% true. You hang around 5 millionaires and you will soon be the 6th. You know, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. You are the sum of the closest people in your life. So your closest friends, people you spend the most time with, have a massive impact on you, influencing you whether you realize it or not, because like we talked about earlier, that shit's going straight to your subconscious. Now, you need to carefully select who your friends are because like I said, they'll have the biggest impact in your success or your failures, especially when going on a new venture, taking a new journey and starting an online business. First and foremost, I want you to evaluate your social circle. So do you have 100 friends, but nobody that you're genuinely close with? Nobody that will truly have your back or take a bullet for you? If that's the case, then you need to reprioritize and focus on maybe 3 to 5 people who you would genuinely take a bullet for versus the 97 others who will likely backstab you for 100 grand. Prioritize those relationships and don't allow your 97 other acquaintances to steal time from the people who are truly there for you in the most ways. And I've been guilty of that. I've wasted time meeting new people that didn't really care about me when I should have been prioritizing and spending time with the people right here at home who would do literally anything to see me succeed and seeing me get everything that I want in life. So don't waste your time with those who aren't truly there for you, and double down on your relationships with the ones who will always have your back and who you will always have theirs. Now, positive qualities to look for people like this to add into your circle is trustworthiness, loyalty. Do they have your best interests in mind? And are they, of course, respectful of your boundaries, your goals, and ambitions? And quite honestly, humans need connection, right? Like, you're missing out in business if you're not prioritizing relationships. I understand the whole grind in silence, red pill kind of shit. In my experience, that's never resulted in more progress, and I've always been more efficient, learned so much more, and created much bigger strides in my career by working in teams rather than working alone. Look, strip this back to ancient times. Biologically, humans are designed to coexist with one another and not to build empires strictly by ourselves. So attract the right people and influence each other in positive ways, and watch everything in your life compound exponentially. So how to attract your tribe? You can start with social media. 2024 in the online world, like I said, is so intertwined with everything that you can meet these people on Instagram. And a good friend or connection, in my opinion, is anyone who is extremely ambitious. That's the first criteria I'm looking at for somebody to add to my social circle. And look, it doesn't need to be the most talented or the hardest working person even, but if they have the ambition to change the world and will never stop at that, then that is somebody I immediately want to add to my circle and get to know on a deeper level. This is because the hunger and the drive on people like that will rub off on you, and it'll inevitably help you achieve the things that you truly want as well. And that's why, in my opinion, I put that as like the most important thing when it comes to adding somebody new as an acquaintance or into your social circle online or in real life. Now, how to actually build a relationship with these like-minded people? Well, number one, to be in my social circle, they need to be ambitious, like I said. But number two, of course, that's just the beginning, and you should dig a bit deeper into how that person could potentially benefit you or how you could benefit them in the long run. And I know that sounds a bit transactional, but look, when you're not in high school anymore and you're out in the real world meeting people and you truly want to achieve the things that you want in life, you should be connecting with people that can help you get there, and vice versa. It's a mutual value exchange kind of thing. It's not so much transactional, it's more like, hey, we're a good fit. We work together. We improve each other's lives by one another being in it, and we don't take away from that. So let's be friends, let's hang out, let's be in each other's social circle and, bounce ideas off of each other and build and influence each other to be better versions of ourselves. And I don't think that's necessarily just transactional at all. You can form amazing relationships starting off that way. Now, once you've decided that they should be in your social circle, building a rapport is really important. So, in the beginning with social media, you aren't just meeting people, you're simply flirting with their digital identity, and you're deciding whether or not you should strike and try to add them into your network by DMing them or reaching out to them in one way or another. And it can be pretty easy to tell after meeting somebody if they'll be a good connection or not, but of course social media is a facade and it doesn't necessarily show you who somebody truly is. And in my opinion, the only way to truly find out if this person is going to go on to become your great friend or truly be in your circle is to meet them face to face. When you're vetting somebody, Instagram and their social medias don't give you a full picture or a story of who they are just based on their profile picture. And it can be challenging to determine if they are worthy of joining your network. So start with a few strong connections in your industry, follow them, then tap into existing connections. And over time, people will start reaching out to you, especially if you're creating content and putting yourself out there, showcasing your skills, your talents across your social media profile. Now, you could also do a little bit of background checking, right? So if somebody follows you or wants to connect with you, review what have they posted, do a Google search on their name, click the link in the bio, see what they're offering, see what their business is, read their websites and products, see who their mutual followers are. Are there some people you personally know that's following them, aka giving them more trust and more credibility? Or is it somebody completely random that absolutely nobody knows and they could be a fraud trying to coerce you into some dark manipulative scheme? Because the truth is, there are a lot of bad people out there on the internet, and you need to put people through some background checking and at least some preliminary filtering to make sure you're connecting with the right people. I think that brings me to the end of this section, and I'm so excited to have got all this information to you guys. I truly believe it will change your life. So make sure you come back and revisit it as needed. Share it to a friend, share it to a family member, and we'll have timestamps in the bottom of the video. Don't worry, everything will be super straightforward by the time you're viewing this. We've made it to the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. And if you're still here, if you've managed to stick around, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back for completing this entire video, because you've just taken your first step and you've just done something that I'd say probably only 1 in every 5,000 people who click on this video will actually do. I know it's an extremely long video, and the fact that you made it to the end shows that you have what it takes to be successful. So I want you to go ahead and DM me on Instagram. Let me know that you guys made it to the end. I'll send you a special gift as well. And honestly, you're just somebody that I want to connect with, given the fact that you had what it takes to go through this entire video. You probably took notes, and you're probably already starting to take action on everything that you've learned. Now, don't forget to leave me a like, comment, subscribe. It really goes a long way for all the effort that I've put into this video. And of course, don't forget to enter into the giveaway. I explained all of this earlier in the video, and the rest of the instructions are on my Instagram post for the giveaway as well. Really looking forward to giving this special piece away to one of you guys, fly you out here to work with me for an entire day and do some crazy stuff on the camera as well. And then for the rest of you guys, up to $20,000 in cash. So I've done everything I can to help you guys out from the bottom of my heart. I've spent over a year pretty much creating this video and all of the money and countless hours that have gone into it. And yeah, I just want to say that I appreciate all of your guys' support. I'm wishing you the very best. I'm rooting for you. Good luck and everything, and I'll see you guys very soon. Peace.